Chapter 0001. Do you wish to rebirth? Let the woman sit in the passenger seat. The newly appointed chairman Tan from the group is from a Yunqing Design Institute. Why don't you go seek him out? Wuchang, you're only 45, still in your prime. By the way, my parents are coming next week to discuss our marriage. I was thinking they're getting older since they're coming this time. Why not have them stay? Let them reside in that 3-ring residential unit, 160 square meters. My sister and brother-in-law can also stay when they come to visit. Huh. Yi Wuchang tapped the steering wheel, thinking to himself, how dare you even suggest that? That was the first property to be seized before the purchasing restrictions in Yunqing, and it was price-controlled. They only accepted materials for 1 day. Yi Wuchang, with his eyes closed, managed to secure a 9th-floor unit of 160 square meters. All expenses totaled less than 3 million. Yet now, the same type of unit at auction has reached 6 million. How dare you suggest your parents stay there? The woman in the passenger seat glanced at the driving Yi Wuchang. What do you mean? Are you unwilling? Yi Wuchang, if you want to create something, I am not obliged to be with you. There are no shortage of people pursuing me. Many are better off than you. Don't think you're the only one who can earn. If I wanted to, I wouldn't earn less than you. My parents traveled over 1,000 kilometers to see me. Do they not deserve to stay in your house? Am I unworthy of having my name on that property deed? Yi Wuchang felt utterly exhausted. When his father passed away, the house and funds left behind were seized by his mother's family due to her mental illness. As the son, Yi Wuchang found himself unable to inherit. The pain from this situation was immense, let alone the thought of claiming a house. He hadn't even considered marriage. The woman turned to him, hands on her hips, glaring. Can't you see I'm angry? Yi Wuchang, if you don't want to marry, just say it. Yi Wuchang nodded. I don't want to marry. The woman's eyes widened, staring blankly for 2 seconds. I'm angry. Yi Wuchang. The woman shouted, let's break up. Yi Wuchang. The woman's expression shifted from confusion to fury. Reaching for the steering wheel that Yi Wuchang grasped with one hand, yanking it fiercely. I told you I'm angry, why don't you comfort me? A blinding light surged forth like a spotlight. The road instantly transformed into a stage. This newly purchased Porsche was engulfed in the spotlight, spinning, colliding, leaping, and rolling on stage. At that moment, Yi Wuchang cursed vehemently. Those who seize the steering wheel deserve the harshest punishment. Damn it, this truly is disastrous. Crash. The sound of shattering glass rang out, and Yi Wuchang's face felt as though it had been struck by a punch from Tyson. His mind went blank, the scene froze, and time halted at that instant. As Yi Wuchang turned his head, he saw the woman in the passenger seat had become grotesque. Blood and saliva splattered everywhere. And suddenly, a sense of peace washed over him. Whether he lived or died no longer mattered. But he was certain he must perish. Yi Wuchang gasped sharply. His heart felt as if it were being squeezed by something. And after a brief pause, it began to pound violently. Before him lay a fleeting darkness, followed by a wash of gray, and then the blinding sunlight streaming through the window. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Cough, cough. A person was coughing. Why would someone be knocking while simultaneously coughing? Yi Wuchang was frequently jolted back to reality, confronted by the flickering Microsoft icon on the monitor before him. The desk, already cramped, was cluttered with rolls of blueprints. Yi Wuchang's heavy breaths gradually began to steady. Hadn't he just been in a car? Hadn't there been an accident? Was he now in a design institute? Was this all a dream? Surely he was in an operating room, battling for survival. Yi Wuchang began to slap his own face vigorously, the sound of his palms echoing. Awake now? I thought you looked too exhausted, so I didn't wake you. Here, I brought you some food. Yi Wuchang glanced at the lunchbox before turning to look at Lao Yuan. He could no longer call him Lao Yuan. He should now refer to him as Xiao Yuan, for he was still so young. Lao Yuan pulled up a chair beside Yi Wuchang and offered him a cigarette. Have you sorted out matters at home? Lao Yuan inquired. Matters at home? Yi Wuchang needed a moment to comprehend what matters. The calendar of the motorcycle's fierce sister indicated the date was June 5th, 2004. Yi Wuchang still appeared incredulous. Shaking the mouse to awaken the screensaver, the mouse was still a ball type, and the operating system was Windows 2000. The time in the lower right corner reaffirmed that it was indeed 2004. The icons of the penguin and the trumpet flashed alternately, the source of the coughing and knocking. Was this truly 2004? Yi Wuchang felt a gentle pat on his shoulder, I understand such news is hard to accept. Anyone would find it challenging to accept. I'm not sure how to console you. In any case, should you need anything, just call out. Lao Yuan's comforting words were soft and calm, akin to a gentle, hypnotic suggestion, repeatedly assuring him. Yi Buchang, do not doubt. You have been reborn. Go on, eat. The pig trotters from the cafeteria taste best when hot. They become greasy when cool. Lao Yuan exhaled smoke leisurely. Yi Buchang, feeling an odd compulsion, asked, were they cooked with yellow wine? Huh? Lao Yuan was evidently puzzled by Yi Buchang's sudden inquiry. Observing Lao Yuan's bewildered expression, Yi Buchang ultimately confirmed that he was indeed at the Yunxing Design Institute, a subsidiary of a central state-owned enterprise. This was where Yi Buchang's dreams began. Above him were double rows of fluorescent lights encased in metal, requiring not just new bulbs but the replacement of starters as well. The exterior walls were pockmarked red bricks. The greenery downstairs was not flat, but instead comprised patches of flower beds, knee-high, planted with the evergreen that would never lose its leaves. From the window beside Yi Buchang, one could see the side wall of the opposite residential building, completely overrun with climbing vines. In summer, the view was refreshing, a reminder to awaken the mind and relax the eyes in the winter and spring. It was vast expanses of deep red, making the warm sun warmer and the flowers more vibrant. Why Yi Buchang withdrew his gaze, turning his attention back to the pig trotter in the lunchbox. He picked up a piece of the trotter and scrutinized it once more. Every Tuesday, the cafeteria's chef prepared braised pig trotters, and the toe area often bore remnants of untrimmed hair. Yi Buchang observed intently. Indeed, they were still there. Old Yuan remarked, Old Li's culinary skills are commendable, but he consistently fails to clean them properly. Nevertheless, everyone still rushes for them, or they risk missing out. Old Yuan paused briefly. By the way, about your father's funeral arrangements. Yi Buchang did not exhibit any particular reaction, yet his Nokia 8210 continued to ring beside him. Glancing at the caller ID, he noted it was his uncle. Upon answering the call, a voice laden with urgency echoed in his ear. Yi Buchang, why haven't you been answering your phone? Your mother says she can't find you. Yi Buchang, what on earth have you been up to all day? As her son, can't you spare a moment for your mother? Are you just seeking an easy life, considering your mother a burden? The money and property your father left behind cannot be solely yours. I will help you manage it. Otherwise, how will your mother have any security in the future? The memories of the deceased assail me. Yet this time, they shall only serve to fortify my resolve. Yi Buchang bit into the hairy pig trotter. It was delightful even without the addition of rice wine. Chapter 0002. This time, I must indulge. First, the phone was not on speaker, yet the faint rustle of voices emanated from the receiver. Yi Buchang often tossed his phone amidst a pile of blueprints, which inadvertently acted as amplifiers, magnifying the stream of expletives significantly. Although Lao Yuan, sitting nearby, could not discern the exact words being uttered, he was certain they revolved around the myriad troubles plaguing Yi Buchang's household. However, Lao Yuan noticed a subtle shift in Yi Buchang's demeanor. This somewhat bashful young man, who typically concealed his affairs and refrained from confiding in others, appeared to be changing. Despite his youth, he bore the weight of familial loss alongside a plethora of relatives who could drain his spirit. Lao Yuan genuinely feared that Yi Buchang might succumb to the pressure. Yet, today, Yi Buchang surprisingly did not shy away from answering the call. He did not hang up but instead tossed the phone onto the table, seemingly indifferent to Lao Yuan's presence, as if he no longer cared about appearances. Yi Buchang even envisioned a tiny figure emerging from the blueprints, gesticulating wildly at the phone, lecturing him with fervor, exuding frustration. So what? The caller could vent his anger, while Yi Buchang remained unperturbed. When the caller seemed to realize that Yi Buchang was not listening, he hung up only to call back again, unbothered by the annoyance. Yi Buchang answered yet again, leaving the phone to the side as he polished off a box of food. His hunger was genuine. The exorbitant meal he had the previous night had left him unsatisfied. After finishing his meal, the phone fell silent. Yi Buchang glanced at it. Contemplating how to deal with those who feigned concern without taking action, he believed they ought to feel the sting of their words. At 4 cents a minute for the call, he mused on how long the caller would be willing to chat. Naturally, the current mobile plan charged for both incoming and outgoing calls, meaning Yi Buchang was effectively inflicting wounds upon himself while attempting to strike back. But so what? His mood was elevated. He rejected internal strife. In truth, The Design Institute reimbursed the phone expenses, rendering the costs negligible. Lao Yuan regarded Yi Buchang with a look of concern. Xiaoyi, I genuinely wish to advise you to take your annual leave. Your father has numerous matters to attend to. It would be wise to settle family affairs. Perhaps the higher-ups might offer you some comfort. After all, everyone at the organization has their duties. Lao Yuan pointed towards the blueprints before Yi Buchang, which depicted the design for an underground commercial complex in Yun City. Our department has been vying for this project for nearly half a year. Securing it would yield a bonus of no less than 15,000, and that's the bare minimum. If you leave now, that scoundrel Lu Lei will slash your bonus by 30%. The opportunity for recognition will vanish, and your intermediate defense at the end of the year may not even pass. Lao Yuan spoke the stark reality. Conveying such truths may seem harsh. However, you must understand that while the total amount of bonuses will not diminish, if you receive less, where do those deductions go? The quota for intermediate engineers remains unchanged. Yet if you fail to qualify, to whom does that opportunity ultimately fall? These matters should be clear in your mind. Years later, Yi Buchang finds these words to resonate deeply. In the past, he refrained from taking leave to care for his family and faced relentless criticism from relatives, burdened by a heavy sense of guilt. Now he believes old Yuan speaks the truth. Why should my bonuses be given to others? Why should my intermediate title be awarded elsewhere? What is rightfully mine shall remain intact. This time, there will be no scenario of lagging behind at every step. However, there are several pressing matters that require immediate attention. The design for the underground commercial complex, as it stands, is destined for failure. Finding a way to ensure its approval presents a significant challenge. The house left by my father must be dealt with expeditiously, yet the initial phase is exceedingly difficult. The middle stage is quite challenging, and the final stage is hellishly arduous. This is compounded by my mother's schizophrenia and her relatives seeking to exploit the situation, intent on dragging Yi Buchang down. The next 2 decades for Yi Buchang will be fraught with torment, much of it stemming from his mother, some from 2 uncles, and a portion from himself. His strong moral compass renders him incapable of severing ties, leading to significant internal conflict. Moreover, following his father's death, the inheritance issues have instilled a profound fear of marriage within him. The more wealth he accumulates, the more apprehensive he becomes about tying the knot. Eventually, these burdens and troubles will resolve, yet the psychological impact on Yi Buchang will linger, tormenting him like an invisible shackle. In his eyes, rebirth signifies the dawn of self-redemption. Lighting a cigarette, he asserts, Brother Yuan, I will not take leave. Any unfinished work at the office, I will bring home. Brother Yuan, may I borrow your laptop? This time, old Yuan is certain that Yi Buchang has indeed changed. Previously, he would have taken leave at the slightest family issue. But now he openly prioritizes his career, something unimaginable before. Suddenly, old Yuan recalls, Buchang, focusing on work is commendable, but do remember to rest as well. Regarding Daishi, if it's not meant to be, let it go. As a man, you stand to lose little. What can you expect from a woman who cannot share in hardship? By the way, Yi Buchang should still have a girlfriend, though it seems they've lost contact for a while. It's not merely due to his father's passing, but rather the news of his mother's mental illness that circulated at the workplace. Since then, Daishi has vanished from his life, even neglecting to express condolences upon his father's death. Old Yuan placed his notebook before Yi Buchang, suggesting that if he were yearning for a woman, he should peruse his D drive. There would surely be a suitable option. However, he cautioned, just don't soil my keyboard. Yi Buchang replied, I will ensure that your D drive remains pristine. In a moment of jest, as old Yuan tightened his grip around Yi Buchang's neck, he paused and remarked, Buchang, you seem to have truly changed. Changed? I suppose it's not too different. I merely wish to embrace a different way of living. To fulfill others often repulses oneself, and there is no guarantee of satisfaction from them. Yet, to fulfill oneself, even at the expense of others, brings at least personal joy. In his youth, Yi Buchang believed that if he compromised, yielded, and endured discomfort, everyone would find happiness. 20 years later, he comprehended that a single act of compromise leads to repeated concessions. Yielding once results in a cycle of yielding. Continually placing oneself in a position of discomfort only perpetuates that suffering. If one can endure hardship, one can indeed suffer for a lifetime. Thus, the happiness of others has no bearing on Yi Buchang. In this lifetime, he must prioritize his own contentment. Chapter 3. Confronting and resolving matters. As colleagues at the office gradually concluded their midday respite and returned to their workspaces, Yi Buchang stirred from slumber. Awake now? Have you had your meal? I didn't want to disturb your deep sleep, someone inquired. Noticing his improved demeanor, Yi Buochang recognized each person who greeted him, recalling their faces and names. However, the subsequent years brought such profound changes that they all diverged in different directions. Some reached retirement age, while others transformed their side ventures into primary occupations, enjoying enhanced incomes. Additionally, some succumbed to unfair treatment and simply opted to disengage. Most regrettable were those few who persevered until the end, once believing they would achieve greatness. Yet, the winner of the real estate sector had inflicted a blow on the design industry that far exceeded the imagination of outsiders. Observing the enthusiasm in their expressions and their hopeful outlook for the future, Yi Buochang pondered whether, had they foreseen the impending collapse of the real estate market, they might have regretted not amassing more wealth. He preferred not to dwell on their potential regrets. His own determination to acquire more resources was firm. Buochang, ensure you submit your work this afternoon. The manager indicated that the bid documents need to be reviewed in the upcoming meeting. Once finalized, we must submit them for evaluation and scoring at the institute, and subsequently, they will be sent to the city's engineering tender office, a senior colleague reminded him. The manager of the second department expressed great confidence in this design, and everyone eagerly anticipated winning the project, which could yield substantial bonuses. What does an average bonus of 15,000 yuan signify? In 2004, a villa in the suburban area of Yun City cost 450,000 yuan, inclusive of a garden and 2 parking spaces. That same villa's price had soared to approximately 10 million yuan by the beginning of the following decade. In a time when mere tens of thousands could secure a home, the purchasing power of that bonus was immensely potent. However, unbeknownst to them, this promised average bonus of 15,000 yuan was merely an unattainable dream. Yi Buochang was aware that the Yun City Research Institute ultimately did not win the bid. The design proposal for the underground commercial complex at Yun City Central Plaza was awarded to the Beijing Construction Design Institute No. 2. Consequently, the Yun City Design Institute required a scapegoat for their failure, and by unfortunate coincidence, that scapegoat was Yi Buochang. The reason? His absence from the final draft meeting of the second project department, which resulted in incomplete project design data. This oversight directly led to his failure to pass the intermediate defense at year's end. Having missed that crucial step, Yi Buochang found himself unable to keep pace thereafter. Ultimately, 3 individuals bore the brunt of his misfortune: Lu Lei, the manager of the second department, his mother, and himself. Yet, Yi Buochang's perspective had undergone a significant transformation. His attitude towards the other 2 responsible parties had shifted accordingly. Recognizing that this round of bidding was destined for failure, he perceived little value in the ensuing work. At this juncture, a bold idea began to take shape in Yi Buochang's mind. How could he ensure that the Design Institute secured the bid without allowing Lu Lei, the second department manager, to reap the benefits? Technical aspects were always minor issues. The true challenge lay in the human factors at play. As Yi Buochang pondered, he overheard whispers in the office. Last Friday, the secretary had dined out with the dean. The secretary proposed a toast, but the dean abstained. Those at their table remarked that their toes nearly tore through their socks. A woman in the office scoffed, suggesting that even 10 individuals could not muster a single pair of intact socks. In that brief exchange, the once somber office atmosphere lightened. Their gossip sparked a realization for Yi Buochang. The secretary and the dean were at odds. Such discord was commonplace in any central or national institution. The conflict between the political head and the administrative leader ultimately boiled down to a struggle for authority. In the Design Institute, the situation was even more intricate. The dean, possessing expertise in his field, had contributed to numerous large-scale projects throughout Yun City and the broader southwestern region over the years. His past successes led him to believe in a future of uninterrupted triumphs, fostering an authoritarian style that centralized decision-making. Major decisions were ostensibly to be voted on in meetings. Yet with a mere slap on the table, the dean would dictate outcomes. Occasional instances might be overlooked, but persistent disregard would inevitably draw the secretary's ire. The secretary, with his refined demeanor and amiable nature, was deeply caring towards the staff. While everyone criticized the dean, they still favored his authority. Conversely, although the secretary was regarded as a good person, he found himself in a subordinate position. Thus, an intriguing dynamic emerged. The dean, despite his poor reputation, wielded considerable influence, while the secretary, despite his excellent reputation, struggled to command respect. This psychological disparity prompted the secretary to take action. The conflict over authority became increasingly evident, escalating from subtle tensions to overt confrontations. In this context, the discord between the dean and the secretary presented an opportunity. Lu Lei, an ally of the dean, was the key figure. How could Lu Lei be sidelined, leaving the dean helpless? Yi Buchang recalled a conversation with manager Lu Lei during a previous scapegoating incident. The essence of Lu's message was clear. Yi Buchang needed to adopt a broader perspective. Accepting blame would demonstrate his commitment to the collective, while refusing to do so would mark him as a detractor among the masses. This time, however, he thought, what kind of broader perspective excludes me? I am the broader perspective. Yi Buchang felt he had discovered a potential solution. By submitting a new design proposal through the secretary, he could secure the bid for the underground commercial complex, thereby rendering Lu Lei powerless and denying him any advantage. This would also mark Yi Buchang's first significant breakthrough. The question remained, would he seize this opportunity? Before turning 35, Yi Buchang often hesitated, failing to act even when opportunities presented themselves. After 35, opportunities dwindled. And as he came to understand many truths, he realized he had missed too many chances. This time, what is there to hesitate about? Just act upon it. Yi Buchang continued to refine the existing design plans, which constituted the usual duties during working hours. The new proposal would be addressed after hours. Yet, come the end of the workday, Yi Buchang found himself wavering over the prospect of returning home. It had been merely 2 years of a peaceful existence. And now he was once again confronted with the oppressive weight of familial pressures. Yi Buchang was indeed experiencing a surge of anxiety. Firstly, it had been just a few days since his father had passed. Secondly, there was the chaotic trio comprising his erratic mother and her 2 sons, who exhibited a disconcerting lack of reasoning. Despite the discomfort, Yi Buchang realized he must confront them to address their concerns, was it not? The Design Institute remained the same as ever. This area was the oldest administrative and residential district in Yun City, although towering skyscrapers had yet to emerge. The slanting sun failed to penetrate the dense foliage overhead, rendering the skyline nearly invisible. The streets were shrouded in darkness, the passing vehicles and pedestrians appeared drab, and Yi Buchang's steps felt weighted down. The shops lining the street predominantly featured music stores and establishments renting performance costumes. Suddenly, the sound of a piano resonated from one of the music shops. Though Yi Buchang was no connoisseur of the piano, the delicate emotions conveyed through the melody lightened his pace, as if the oppressive feelings were being alleviated. The music smoothed out the furrows of his brow, as if the heavens themselves were expressing compassion for him, gradually restoring to him the pieces of what he had lost in a past life. Could this be the fabled personal BGM? Chapter 0004. The relatives with the accompaniment of this poignant background music. The monochrome memories that once lingered in the past began to crystallize into vivid reality, infused with the rich hues of Yi Buchang's presence. The world around him blossomed into vibrant life, the layers of color gradually revealing their depth. This was no longer a mere recollection, it was a reawakening of reality. In a residential building for officials of a certain agency in Cloud City, a woman was singing with fervor, her voice hoarse and relentless, indifferent to the sentiments of the neighbors above and below. As Yi Buchang entered the corridor, he was intercepted by an ant whose permed hair resembled instant noodles. Her expression was tempestuous, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. However, being a state official, she subdued her voice, saying, "Xiao Yi, I am not trying to make things difficult for you. You are a sensible child. Over the years, your mother's illness has been manageable thanks to your father. Now that he is gone, and you are busy with work, you cannot tend to her as before. Perhaps you should find a way to handle this situation more appropriately. In the mornings, we used to regard her singing as an alarm clock. During lunch, we could easily take a nap at work, and at night, it was tolerable. But recently, she has been singing in the middle of the night." The ant's face twitched unnaturally, unsure if it was due to a lack of rest or a sign of the pent-up frustration ready to explode. It was evident that she was under immense pressure. Not only was she distressed, but Yi Buchang himself was also nearing the brink of his own collapse. Reflecting on the years his father had devoted to caring for his mother, he realized that while outsiders could only express sympathy, he alone understood the full extent of the effort involved. "Auntie, I am truly sorry." Yi Buchang earnestly lowered his head in apology. The aunt patted his shoulder, and her simmering anger dissipated with his sincere acknowledgement of fault. She handed him a business card, saying, "This is a former classmate of my husband, a professional. Buchang, listen to Auntie. There are many ways to show filial piety, and sometimes what appears to be heartless may indeed be the correct solution." The card bore the name of Dr. Ping Yongkong, chief physician of the mental health department at the 4th Hospital of Cloud City. Yi Buchang accepted the card, responding, "Thank you, Andy. There may be some developments in the next few days, but please rest assured, I will resolve the matter within a week." In truth, this female official had long been engaged in psychological self-preparation. Had anyone else been in his shoes, they would likely have crumbled. After his father's passing, he did not hold a wake. He quietly managed all affairs within 3 days before returning to work. One might think that the neighbors should share some responsibility concerning his mother's situation, such was their sentiment when they were comfortably well. Yet, when the haunting echoes of her singing pierced the night, all thoughts converged on one sentiment: let it be over. Thus, this was Yi Buchang's family matter. Why should the neighbors bear any consequences? As he ascended to the 6th floor, the woman's singing sent shivers down his spine. Upon opening the door, her song ceased, and his mother cheerfully called out, "Son, you're back. My darling son has returned. Come, tell me. Should I have joined the art troupe instead of marrying your father?" Upon hearing these words, Yi Buchang felt a surge of anger rising uncontrollably within him. In the past, when comforting himself, he would merely say she was unwell. However, as time passed, Yi Buchang began to ponder whether, despite her illness, she might have expressed her most authentic thoughts. "Lin Sulan, until the very day of your husband's demise, he was still tending to your hair. Ultimately, he was merely a man you married by mistake." Years later, as old friends reunited, many of their parents had passed away. They would often lament how wonderful it would be if their parents were still alive. In this regard, Yi Buchang had never voiced any opinions. Even now, when he saw Lin Sulan exuberantly appearing before him, the only sensation he felt was a palpable oppression, devoid of any nostalgic sentiment. Everything within the old house remained strikingly familiar: the wooden-colored furniture, the bulky 30-inch color television, 3 stacked VCD players atop the amplifier, and a towering speaker flanking either side of the television. On top of the speaker rested a crimson landline phone. Yet, the most familiar sight was that of the man seated on the sofa, Lin Sulan's elder brother, Lin Hongtao, who was also Yi Buchang's maternal uncle. From the moment Yi Buchang stepped through the door, Lin Hongtao wore a scowl. "Yi Buchang, what on earth are you doing? I called you. Why did you not respond? Do you understand what it means to have a mother and an elder uncle? Do you even regard me as your uncle? Is your class that significant? Your father has passed away, yet you haven't even set up a mourning altar, nor have you burned any joss paper. Tell me, where is your semblance of a son? I suspect you might be lacking in brain power. After all those years of studying with your mother, I see you've absorbed nothing but nonsense. Do you understand what filial piety means? You simply let your father go without a proper send-off. Do you have any semblance of being a son? With so many acquaintances at the Iron and Steel Bureau, why didn't you notify anyone? You casually collect thousands in gifts, yet you can't even inform a single person. Are you out of your mind?" Yi Buchang reached out towards Lin Hongtao. "Where is your family's gift?" Lin Hongtao's expression faltered, evidently taken aback by his usually docile nephew's abrupt retort, which disrupted his thoughts and rhythm. Lin Sulan, frowning, shouted at her son, "I see you're looking for a beating. He is your elder uncle. How dare you speak to him like that? Let me tell you, your father is gone, and from now on, your uncle is your elder. If you don't behave, just wait and see if he won't discipline you." At this moment, one could begin to grasp the root of Yi Buchang's anguish. Even in her derangement, Lin Sulan regarded her natal family as paramount. Yi Buchang considered rebellion, yet he feared that resistance might fracture familial bonds. Upon further reflection, he concluded that endurance was necessary for the sake of family and peace. "They have never regarded my father as part of the family. Therefore, what is the significance of Yi Buchang's patience? I can endure nothing." Yi Buchang pays no heed to what Lin Sulan is saying. Instead, he casts a sullen glance at Lin Hongtao and states, "When my father passed away, you were absent. When he was cremated, you were also nowhere to be found. Why is that?" Although Lin Hongtao feels a sense of guilt, he refuses to bow to the pressure and defiantly replies, "I was attending to my grandson." Yi Buchang scoffs and gestures dismissively. "Since you couldn't even be bothered to show up when my father died, you needn't come around in the future." He asserts, from this point onward, "We shall have no further dealings with each other." Lin Hongtao's expression tightens, and he stands up, raising his hand as if to strike Yi Buchang across the face. Chapter 0005. The stench of this household. Yi Buchang had not been spared from the harshness of life. For instance, he endured the wrath of Lin Sulan. And in his school days, he faced the scourge of bullying. In confronting such adversities, he often chose silence. When Lin Sulan struck him, his father would offer comfort and companionship. Lin Sulan was unwell. His classmates from the Yuntai Bureau's affiliated school bullied him, similarly due to Lin Sulan's mental afflictions. The world is indeed peculiar. Life is already fraught with hardship. Why must additional suffering be inflicted upon it? Perhaps it is akin to the notion that the virtuous endure trials while the weak are preyed upon. Consequently, his uncle, Lin Hongtao, also perceived Yi Buochang as an easy target. In his childhood, when he was bullied, Lin Hongtao remarked that his lack of temper warranted such treatment. During high school, when Yi Buochang was not placed in the esteemed rocket class, Lin Hongtao dismissed him, stating that his academic performance was mediocre and that he was destined to be a mere follower. Upon gaining admission to university, Lin Hongtao remarked that a university degree held little value nowadays, as those from the Yuntai Bureau would still have to start from the bottom and would have to address him as master upon meeting him. Lin Hongtao's actions appeared to stem from his familial connection, but deep down, he recognized his own cowardice in the face of Yi Buochang's weakness. However, today, Lin Hongtao seemed to have lost his senses. Thus, he felt compelled to deliver a slap to awaken his feckless nephew. Yet, in the face of that impending slap, Yi Buochang did not flinch. He even stepped forward with an intensity that left his eyes unblinking, shouting, "Go ahead, strike me if you dare. Do you think this is some dilapidated housing area in Taibin City? Do you believe a pack of cowardly neighbors will come to your aid? If you lay a finger on me today, I will report you to the authorities, you scoundrel." Lin Hongtao had never witnessed such fury from Yi Buochang before. It was a defiance he had never shown. This was not mere bravado. It was a resolute determination to sever their ties. The slap Lin Hongtao had intended to deliver faltered in midair. Lin Sulan, standing nearby with hands on her hips, exclaimed, "Strike him. Let us see what he can do today." Isn't it quite normal for an uncle to discipline his nephew? Yi Buochang's face was fierce, but within, he lamented. "I have been bullied to this extent, and my mother feels no sorrow." Although he understood her madness, he still found it difficult to accept. Fortunately, after years of torment from her, Yi Buochang's heart had hardened like iron, cold and unyielding. As Lin Sulan fanned the flames, Lin Hongtao hesitated to act, not out of fear of Yi Buochang, but rather due to the potential fallout from their confrontation. Reluctantly, he admonished, "I know your father has just passed, and that you are feeling overwhelmed, but do not act recklessly. Moving forward, you must take good care of your mother. What of your class? What does it matter if you do not attend? You have your annual leave, bereavement leave, and weekends. You can rest for at least 20 days. Even if you choose not to go, I cannot believe your superiors would dare to dock your pay. In these past 20 days, you have taken good care of your mother at home. It is no small feat for her to have raised you." Lin Hongtao's ability to manipulate Yi Buochang stems from another reason. His sister, before her marriage, was also a soft target. Now, Lin Sulan has become Yi Buochang's Achilles heel. Thus, when it comes to discussing Lin Sulan, Yi Buochang has no choice but to comply and play the dutiful son. However, Yi Buochang turned to Lin Sulan and asked, "Mother, have you ever truly cared for me over the years?" Lin Sulan shook her head vigorously, asserting, "As a soprano, I must hone my craft daily. Marriage and motherhood would only impede my career. I cannot possibly manage the children. That is all on Yi Ping." Lin Hongtao's expression grew increasingly complex. He recognized that his sister was eccentric. Had Yi Buochang also lost his mind? Where had the obedient and dutiful Yi Buochang gone? As Lin Hongtao grappled with uncertainty, Yi Buochang looked back at him. "Did you hear that? She has never cared for me. So, do not lecture me further. Let me make myself clear. This house was purchased by my father. In the future, it would be best if you refrain from visiting without prior notice. I am laying down the law here. If you continue to come to my home and meddle, I will ensure that your family faces chaos." Lin Hongtao, trembling with anger, perhaps even fear, found this unfamiliar side of Yi Buochang unsettling. Yet, placing Yi Buochang alongside his mother, both eccentric in their own rights, seemed almost natural. Though Lin Hongtao felt distressed, the thought of his sister and nephew both being unhinged made him ponder the implications for the house. He pointed at Yi Buochang's face and declared, "I shall not stoop to your level." "Mind yourself," Yi Buochang retorted, "you should take heed as well." Lin Hongtao turned on his heel, not anticipating such resistance. Nevertheless, he did not regard this setback as significant. He departed silently, merely preparing for his next move to seize the property. Yi Buochang was acutely aware of this. "Elder brother, are you leaving already? Have dinner before you go. You all eat, I will sing for you. Young friends, let us gather." Lin Sulan had yet to close the door, her voice echoing through the stairwell, much to the dismay of the neighbors. Yi Buochang quietly shut the door. In the heat of the argument with Lin Hongtao, He had forgotten to set down his computer. On the desk lay his father's death certificate, ID, household registration, and bank card. A bank card? Yi Buochang hurriedly rummaged through the file, then turned and called out to Lin Solon. Mother, where is my father's bank card? In the evening, when Ong returns, the fish will be plentiful. Oh, do not interrupt me. Your uncle took the bank card. Lin Solon did not regard the bank card as significant. However, this was quite a blow to Yi Buochang. He implored, Mother, I am your son. With father gone, do you truly not consider my situation at all? The bank card contains the funds that your father entrusted to both you and me, yet you simply handed it over to Lin Hongtao. Lin Solon bellowed, You scoundrel! Have you lost all sense of decency? He is your uncle. How dare you utter his name? Do you believe I want to take your life? Yi Buochang chose not to engage with her, for he had long ceased to harbor any hopes regarding her. In the absence of the bank card, there remained the savings book. With your father's identification, one could still withdraw the funds. Mother, have you eaten today? Yi Solon rolled her eyes, displaying her disdain for her son. I must perform soon. If I eat and wear a gown, I might develop a belly, and that would be unseemly. Yi Buochang suggested. Mother, I will take you to study singing with a premier tenor in the country. Yi Solon's eyes sparkled, her pursuit of artistry having reached an unparalleled fervor. In the refrigerator's freezer compartment lay a piece of meat that father had placed there for preservation before his departure. The meat had spoiled, turning dark and foul, and the entire compartment was suffused with an unpleasant odor, mirroring the atmosphere of this household. Chapter 0006. The Optimal Way to Resolve Internal Strife. Son, which school are you attending? Or are you with the performing arts troupe? Is it a music academy? What is its name? Have I heard of it? Once the conversation veered towards singing and performance, Lin Solon simply could not contain herself. It had been her dream in her youth. Yi Buochang often heard his father recount tales of his mother's younger days, when the flag of war was raised and candidates were sought at the Yuntai Bureau. Lin Solon participated but was ultimately not selected. This was, in essence, a rather ordinary occurrence. However, Lin Hongtao and his companions incessantly claimed that someone had pulled strings, usurping the opportunity that rightfully belonged to Lin Solon. They were desperate to elevate her into a golden canary, a means to garner fame and fortune for their family. To earn more money. Setting aside the issue of fairness, could they not even offer solace to their own kin? Over time, their incessant remarks sowed the seeds of discord deep within Lin Solon's heart. While she could accept failure, she could not bear the thought of her rightful opportunity being snatched away. Consequently, she began to experience insomnia, vivid dreams, and auditory and visual hallucinations. Coupled with her histrionic personality, she felt like the center of attention wherever she went, often bursting into song at the slightest provocation. Now, the only way Yi Buochang could manage his mother was through matters related to singing. He softly noted, It's the 4th affiliated college of the Music Academy. Oh. Lin Solon stared blankly at her son. Such a college exists? Yi Buochang confirmed with a nod. Indeed, it only admits those with a solid foundation. Only individuals with considerable expertise in their respective fields are qualified to enter. Lin Solon promptly turned to rummage through her wardrobe in search of suitable attire. Son, help your mother choose which outfit is appropriate. Also, will there be an interview? Which song should I sing? Evenings in Moscow? Spring in the north? No. Perhaps I shall sing The Lonely Shepherd instead. A flourish would be splendid. Lin Solon's excitement spiraled beyond her control as she searched for clothes while singing. Soon, she turned to Yi Buochang. Son, how about you take me tonight? Yi Buochang replied, We can't go tonight. The professor needs to assess your performance over the next few days. You mustn't sing at night. It might disturb the neighbors. If not, you risk failing to meet the moral standards required, and they won't accept you. Lin Solon quickly covered her mouth. I want to sing. Yi Buochang continued. These days, you mustn't inform anyone about your intention to attend school. If word gets out, someone might seize your opportunity. Was that why you didn't make it into the performing arts troupe when you were young? Panic flickered in Lin Solon's eyes. She feared that someone might indeed come to claim her place. The incessant nagging from her family weighed heavily on her psyche, amplifying her delusions of persecution. Lin Solon shook her head vigorously, covering her mouth with her hands, whispering, I want to say a word. I'll tell no one. This was the only method Yi Buochang had found to ensure his mother did not disturb the neighbors. Indeed, the tuition fees are exorbitant, as he is a top-tier instructor in the country and does not accept ordinary students. Thus, the fees are unlikely to be affordable. Yi Buochang often solicits funds from Lin Solon, who readily complies, stating, Your father's savings account is with me. There is money to pay the tuition. This statement is precisely what Yi Buchang has been awaiting. Then hand me the savings account, and I shall withdraw the funds tomorrow to settle the tuition. If I delay, the queues are interminable, and if I acquire the funds too late, the spots may be filled, and you will miss out. Lin Sulan replies, then I shall go fetch the money. Yi Buchang points to the landline on the speaker. You must stay by the phone. The admissions office requires the call to be answered by you. What if they ask you to sing a segment over the phone, and I cannot sing? Should you falter during your telephone interview, what will you do? Lin Sulan glares at Yi Buchang, saying, I would throw you out the window. Just as I did when you were little. This is Yi Buchang's biological mother, who on several occasions nearly tossed the young Yi Buchang from the balcony. Fortunately, Yiping intervened and saved his life. Yi Buchang harbors no resentment. He once felt sorrowful but is now at peace. The anxiety and internal strife that individuals experience predominantly stem from an inability to find solutions to their problems. The inability to find solutions is not due to a lack of options, but rather a deficiency in execution. To resolve internal conflict, one must act decisively. This can eliminate over 90% of such strife. Yi Buchang remains tranquil in the face of his erratic mother because he has completely overcome his own internal turmoil. Lin Sulan rummages through the wardrobe and extracts a piece of lingerie, unravels the thread, and retrieves the savings account. Lin Hongtao has taken the bank card but lacks the password. The savings account is in Lin Sulan's possession, and despite Yi Buchang's inquiries about its whereabouts, he cannot ascertain the information. Ultimately, Lin Hongtao deceives Lin Sulan into producing the savings account and accompanies her to the bank with her identification to withdraw the funds. At that time, the more than 20,000 yuan did not significantly impact Yi Buchang. However, years later, he would recognize that this sum, if utilized wisely, could be considered his initial capital. With this initial capital, Yi Buchang would not have to endure frugality and hardship in his youth, ensuring Lin Sulan's future treatment and quality of life. Unable to sing or make a fuss, Lin Sulan became much more compliant. Moving a chair to sit before the red landline, fixated on the phone, fearful of missing any calls from the admissions office, Yi Buchang prepared dinner and urged her to join him at the table, but she was reluctant. He had no choice but to serve her food in a bowl, which she could barely consume due to her poor appetite. Individuals suffering from mental illness often lack an appetite during episodes. During the manic phase of schizophrenia, one might perceive themselves as a master chef, preparing an elaborate feast and inviting numerous guests, yet they remain unable to consume much themselves. The worse the appetite, the more rapidly the condition deteriorates. Yi Buchang later discussed this with a psychologist, who explained that it is not difficult to comprehend. Imagine an individual who is physically fit. At the conclusion of a muscle-building cycle, when they must reduce fat, control carbohydrates, and engage in intermittent fasting, what would their state be? Hormonal imbalances, poor sleep quality, insomnia, vivid dreams, and irritability are all likely consequences. When one places a burden upon an individual afflicted with schizophrenia, it becomes exceedingly comprehensible that their condition might deteriorate. Lin Sulan's temporary state of coercion will inevitably lead to an eruption of madness once the controlling influence is lifted. What she truly requires is professional treatment. Yi Buchang glanced at the business card in his hand, resolving to address this matter over the weekend. Instead of opening the D drive or succumbing to the life of a reclusive ruler, he activated his drawing software, embarking on the creation of an entirely new design blueprint for the underground commercial complex at the Cloud City Central Square. This undertaking was monumental, so vast that many would succumb to madness upon merely opening their computers. Yet for Yi Buchang, grasping the core conflict between the secretary and the dean and completing a fresh set of blueprints was paramount. Winning the bid held little significance. This endeavor represented a pivotal turning point in his life. Chapter 0007. The disdain for individuals lacking boundaries. The underground commercial complex is, in fact, the annual spectacle of the Design Institute. However, in the grand scheme of Yun City, its significance is rather diminished. Naturally, the municipal projects are a matter for them to boast about. Whether the Design Institute secures the bid is not solely contingent upon the design philosophy. Rather, it heavily relies on preliminary communications. If the groundwork has not been adequately laid, no matter how superbly crafted the proposal may be, it holds little value. In 2004, the scope for maneuverability was exceedingly vast. Government tender projects are evaluated by specialized teams with a scoring system out of 100, where the commercial proposal comprises a portion of the score and the technical proposal comprises another. The commercial aspects include pricing, construction timelines, personnel allocation, intellectual property, and so forth. The technical proposal encompasses the design scheme. The expert team assesses the proposals against established criteria, ranking them accordingly, and ultimately selects a final scheme from the top-ranked submissions, typically opting for the first place. After a setback for the Design Institute, the consensus among the individuals involved was that the design led by Liu Lei, the manager of the second department, was overly conservative. Only Yi Wuchang, with 20 years of hindsight, understood that Liu Lei's failure stemmed from a pervasive influence from above. They had capitalized on his oversight regarding another concurrent project, ensuring his clear arrangement. Given that it was a comprehensive evaluation, how could Liu Lei have been positioned? The answer lies in manipulating the expert team. Thus, from the outset, the Design Institute was inadvertently set up for defeat. Had Yi Wuchang managed to grasp both components, the likelihood of a turnaround would still be slim. However, if he undertook one additional task, the chances of a reversal would rise to at least 70%. The proposal preparation involved a task document that included project overview, positioning, planning indicators, and requirements. Yi Wuchang, disinterested in further examination, discarded the conservative design style and adeptly sketched a rough draft of the initial proposal. Why such haste? This design was, in fact, a piece he had crafted a decade later, which won him a gold medal in an urban design competition. Using it for this tender could be considered a form of self-replication. Thus, Yi Wuchang toiled at his computer until midnight, only to realize that he had been wholly unaffected by Lin Sulan that evening. Upon leaving his bedroom, he found Lin Sulan still fixated on her phone, utterly motionless. "Mom, why don't you go wash up and get ready for bed?" Yi Wuchang began to tidy the sofa. Lin Sulan shook her head, refusing to leave. Concerned about missing a call, Yi Wuchang replied, "The Fourth Institute does not accept students who cannot care for themselves. If you neglect your hygiene or sleep, it will disturb your classmates, and they will not appreciate you. The teachers will also be reluctant to assist you." After Lin Sulan shuffled off to wash up in her slippers, she returned to find Yi Wuchang had moved the phone line beside the sofa and placed the landline on a chair. "Mom, you should sleep on the sofa, keeping watch over the phone. If anyone calls, as long as it is not the admissions office, just hang up." Lin Sulan nodded earnestly, reclining on the sofa, her gaze fixed intently on the phone, her eyeballs scarcely moving. Yi Wuchang returned to his room, continuing to toil into the night over his blueprints. Before he realized it, the ashtray was overflowing with cigarette butts. Exhaustion overtook him, and he succumbed to a brief slumber over his desk. He was roused by the sound of knocking at the door. At that moment, Yi Wuchang naively wondered if he had awakened in a hospital. Upon seeing the laptop and the thick cigarette butts in the ashtray, he understood that the scene before him was the reality he had to confront. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 8 o'clock. The battery on his phone was down to a single bar. He gathered his notebook and casually grabbed the universal charger, intending to recharge it at work. The persistent knocking at the door urged him onward. Upon opening the door, he found a middle-aged woman cradling a 3-year-old child. A lollipop lodged in her mouth. The child, in a frenzy, lunged for the lollipop, tugging at her hair and scratching her face in frustration. She scolded, "What on earth is wrong with this little brat? He has been a handful all day. Ouch, that hurts. Here, take it." With that, she shoved the lollipop back into the child's mouth, lamenting, "I must have owed your family from a past life." Indeed, the child's mother was the middle-aged woman's daughter. She was Tang Jihua, the wife of Lin Hongtao, and thus Yi Wuchang's aunt. A woman with a dental issue severe enough to distort her upper lip. She inhaled sharply as she placed her grandson on the floor, producing a sound reminiscent of phlegm caught in her throat. Initially intending to spit on the floor, she noticed Yi Wuchang's displeased expression and instead spat onto the stairs outside. The child adeptly turned on the television, quickly locating a cartoon. Tang Jihua lowered her gaze to Lin Sulan, wide-eyed and staring at her phone on the sofa. "Sulan, why are you sleeping here?" "Wuchang, how can you just leave your mother on the sofa like this? It's easy to be a son, isn't it? You don't even care about your mother's well-being." She despised individuals lacking boundaries, unrelated to familial ties. Moreover, Yi Wuchang's relationship with her family had always been strained. She strode in unabashedly, reeking of halitosis and exuding an air of familiarity, entirely disregarding her status as an outsider. Yi Wuchang regarded Tang Jihua with a stoic expression, inquiring, "What brings you here?" The middle-aged woman rolled her eyes at him, retorting, "I see you've truly lost all sense of respect. Who do you think you are? You enter without a greeting, don't offer me a glass of water, and you show your mother that foul expression. Do you think you're so impressive?" Tang Jihua cast a glance at Lin Sulan, observing this deranged woman, and felt an inexplicable sense of superiority. When she married Lin Hongtao, Lin Sulan had been persistently critical of her. At that time, Lin Sulan was beautiful and fashionable, which had caused Tang Jihua considerable distress as the elder sister-in-law. And now, reduced to this state, Lin Sulan must have found great joy over the years. Had it not been for Yi Ping's death, Tang Jihua would have had no desire to cast a glance at Lin Sulan. Tang Jihua curled her lips in disdain, remarking that her elder uncle had mentioned her temper had become quite formidable. He believed she was incapable of caring for her mother in her current state and had sent her over to assist, without even a word of gratitude. The child regarded her with a cold demeanor. Whom was he scowling at? As Tang Jihua called out to Yi Buochang, she cradled her grandson, positioning him behind the coffee table to prevent him from sitting too close to the television. Her intent was not to care for Lin Sulan. Rather, she was there on behalf of her husband to seize control of the property. With her audacity and fierce disposition, she reveled in boasting to everyone about how she had completely ensnared the solitary mother and child. In a previous life, Yi Buochang had faced a choice between anger and helplessness, and he had chosen the latter. Admittedly, it was somewhat humiliating, but this time, Yi Buochang was prepared to introduce her to something entirely novel. Chapter 0008, A Descent into Treachery in the Face of Encroachment by Others. Yielding even an inch may one day render you homeless within your own abode. Kindness invites exploitation. Initially, Tang Jihua visited each morning. Soon, she began to stay overnight. Ultimately, her daughter and son-in-law moved in as well. Ostensibly, they claimed to care for Yi Buochang's mother, asserting that maternal affection outweighed all else. They contended that Yi Buochang was so consumed by his work that he neglected Lin Sulan. Though Lin Sulan's elder brother faced his own hardships, he could not abandon his sister. Thus, they positioned themselves upon the moral high ground. 3 years later, Lin Hongtao's grandson was set to enter primary school. This residential compound fed into an exemplary primary institution. Lin Hongtao insisted that Yi Buochang transfer the property into his name to facilitate his grandson's education. However, the inheritance process required Lin Sulan to relinquish her claim, or alternatively, Yi Buochang to forfeit his rights. Their subsequent intent was clear. Yi Buochang should abandon his claim to the inheritance. Lin Sulan, in a frenzy, relentlessly pressured Yi Buochang to sign notarized documents. Lin Hongtao maintained that it was merely a temporary arrangement for the sake of education. Ultimately, the property fell into Lin Hongtao's hands. Akin to Liu Bei's borrowing of Jingzhou, Yi Buochang could only blame himself. The harmonious family dynamic and mutual support among relatives were merely figments of his own naive aspirations. This time, Yi Buochang's attitude had shifted significantly. It was time for them to experience the torment they had inflicted upon others. He observed Lin Sulan, anxiously awaiting a phone call on the sofa. "Mother, I am going to the bank to withdraw some money." "The bank? Withdraw money?" Tang Jihua's eyes sparkled with scheming thoughts. Lin Hongtao always pretended to regard wealth as trivial, offering flowery reassurances, "Whatever you need, just ask, and our family will always be there to help." Yet, when genuine difficulties arose, his promises evaporated. Tang Jihua found the situation even more amusing. In her youth, Yi Buochang occasionally visited Lin Hongtao's home. When Yi Ping was still around, Tang Jihua would serve glutinous rice soup with eggs, seemingly intended for Yi Buochang. As soon as Yi Ping departed, she whisked the food away. Yi Buochang was left empty-handed. His cousin would plead, "Mother, I want an egg." To which Tang Jihua would glare fiercely, retorting, "What egg? There is none. Be gone." Yi Ping, consumed by his work, had no choice but to send Lin Sulan over to seek assistance from his brother-in-law, of course providing living expenses. Yet, after half a month, Lin Sulan was left emaciated. The money was accepted, but care was utterly absent. They were a family steeped in malice and avarice. Thus, when Tang Jihua heard of Yi Buochang's intention to withdraw money, her immediate assumption was that he sought to claim his deceased father's inheritance. His father's wealth equated to Lin Sulan's, which in turn was intertwined with her own father's, and ultimately, her brother's. So what right did Yi Buochang have to access Lin Hongtao's funds? Such a predatory and cunning individual could indeed construct this absurd logical loop. From this perspective, the wicked may not perceive their malevolent deeds as wrong in the least. Yi Buochang, unperturbed by Tang Jihua's lingering thoughts, deliberately incited them. After uttering this remark, Yi Buochang gazed at the child engrossed in the television, savoring a lollipop. He approached and snatched the lollipop from the child's mouth, exclaiming, "What are you eating?" He casually tossed the lollipop out of the window and turned off the television. No sooner had Yi Wuchang exited than the child erupted into a wailing cry, prompting Tang Jihua to chase after him. Was this the right course of action? Soon enough, she would face the consequences. Yi Wuchang retrieved his phone and dialed 110. Hello, I wish to report a crime. It appears a child trafficker is attempting to abduct a child. My address is on Changshun Street. The trafficker is wearing a dark linen top and floral wide-leg pants, looking quite menacing, and the child in her arms is crying fiercely, a bald head, dressed in yellow shirt, white pants, and gray sandals. After meticulously detailing the characteristics, Yi Wuchang exited the residential building designated for officials. The distance from there to the Old Design Institute was relatively short, with a bank and a vegetable market along the way. Moreover, it was conveniently close to the experimental elementary school. Although Yi Wuchang had not embraced fatherhood, during gatherings with colleagues, they frequently remarked on the advantages of living near a school, which could indeed alleviate many concerns. Lin Hongtao's family sought to have their grandchild attend a prestigious school and thus aimed to occupy Yi Wuchang's residence. I like money too. Why wouldn't I rob a bank? Yi Wuchang glanced back at Tang Jihua, who trailed behind him, holding the wailing child with a slow pace. They, too, were fond of money and indeed capable of theft. Such individuals are morally indefensible, and the law offers no recourse against scoundrels. Therefore, the only solution is to let them taste blood. Yi Wuchang walked at a leisurely pace, akin to fishing for shrimp, leading Tang Jihua along. Infuriated, she desired a mobile phone, but Lin Hongtao refused to purchase one for her, dismissing her needs with, "What does a housewife need with a phone? How about a little communicator?" Tang Jihua, undeterred, retorted, "Come on, let us see you handle it." In any case, had she possessed a mobile phone, she would have notified Lin Hongtao by now. Once he arrived, he could easily prevent Yi Wuchang from withdrawing money. Tang Jihua feared she couldn't stop him alone. Yet upon further reflection, she reassured herself. It's all right. In a bank, the security guards are quite formidable. If Yi Wuchang dares to withdraw money, I'll go in and create a scene, claiming the money belongs to both of us, and he has no right to it. If I can make enough noise, he won't be able to withdraw any funds today. With his meek disposition, I refuse to believe he can outsmart me. Tang Jihua had calculated her strategy. While the grandchild in her arms wailed painfully in her ears, passers-by stared at her, adding to her agitation as she shook the child vehemently, insisting, "No more crying. Do you hear me? Or I swear I'll smack you." Tang Jihua, uttering a few words, unceremoniously tossed the child onto the ground. With a swift motion, she struck the child's face with a resounding slap, sending him staggering back 4 or 5 steps before he fell onto the ground, dazed. After a brief moment of silence, the child let out a heart-wrenching wail, a piercing scream that echoed through the air. Passers-by, young professionals heading to work, elderly individuals shopping for groceries, couples escorting their children to school could not help but draw near upon witnessing this distressing scene. Why are you hitting him? Can't you speak to him properly? What is your relationship to the child? Are you trying to abduct him? As the accusations and inquiries flooded in from all directions, Tang Jihua began to panic. She glanced around the crowd and realized that Yi Wuchang had already departed. In a flurry, she scooped the child into her arms and shouted, "Get away. He is my grandson. I can do as I please. It's none of your business." With a contemptuous spit directed at the crowd, the old woman displayed her disdain. At that moment, a police officer emerged from the throng, addressing her, "Comrade, please put the child down." Upon seeing the officer, Tang Jihua's demeanor shifted, as if she had activated a passive skill, becoming even more agitated. Chapter 0009. Restraint. Comrade, please remain calm. Come now, gently set down the child. Take a deep breath and place the child down. Upon being halted by the police, Tang Jihua's initial response was not fear, but rather indignation. She felt that the police meddled in every aspect of life, even the most trivial matters. As a grandmother caring for her grandson, was she truly a criminal? Tang Jihua was not one to harbor grievances quietly. She was the type to confront issues head-on. As the officers attempted to restrain her, she began to resist vehemently, questioning their motives. "What do you want from me? Why are you pulling me? What business is it of yours? Am I a criminal? What law permits you to threaten me with your firearm?" With a sudden motion, she spat a thick phlegm onto the face of one of the officers. The initially composed policeman was left utterly dumbfounded, having only intended to restrain her, not to receive such an affront. The crowd, witnessing the scene, began to stir, adding fuel to the fire. "Comrade, look at her disheveled appearance. She must be up to no good. Arrest her, cuff her, and inquire about the child. This child is over 3 years old. How could they not recognize their parents? A quick inquiry would suffice. We must adopt a zero-tolerance policy towards human traffickers. Better to investigate and be mistaken than to let any slip through the cracks. Such remarks garnered approval from passers-by, some of whom loathed human traffickers so intensely that they charged into the throng, delivering kicks to Tang Jihua's midsection. Others tore at her headscarf, while a few struck her face, leaving her ears ringing. As the situation escalated, the police recognized they were losing control and ceased their restraint. 3 officers arrived, one cradling the child, another subduing Tang Jihua, while the third prepared the handcuffs. The officer holding the child gently asked, "Little one, don't be afraid. Can you tell me who this woman is?" The child responded with a wail, clearly distressed and exhibiting no sense of familiarity with the woman. It was evident that there was no bond of kinship. Suspected of being a trafficker, the lead officer declared, "We will take her in for further questioning." This decision was met with enthusiastic applause from the onlookers, who cheered loudly. Tang Jihua grew increasingly frantic. She was not afraid of being arrested. Rather, she had spotted Yi Buochang waiting outside the bank, preparing to withdraw money. If he took out his father's funds, then her brother's family would gain nothing. Losing that money would be more painful than her own demise. Despite being handcuffed, she seized the opportunity to bite the officer's hand fiercely, refusing to relent. The officer, in pain, found himself at a loss. The crowd, witnessing this spectacle, transformed from mere onlookers into a collective of passionate defenders. They surged forward, delivering furious kicks to Tang Jihua's head, back, and legs. Yi Buochang stood not far from the bank entrance, peering through the gaps between legs. Catching sight of Tang Jihua's anguished expression, the righteous fury of the people was far more beautiful than the frivolous antics of the privileged. Yi Buochang let out a long sigh of relief. Such a delightful mood so early in the morning suggested that the day ahead would unfold smoothly. Tang Jihua, while appearing somewhat logical, merely relied on shameless antics to clash with principled individuals. Yi Buochang had once been a person of integrity and moral standards. Now, he felt it necessary to preach morality to the morally upright, while employing ruthless tactics against the shameless. Why should kind-hearted individuals bear such indignities? Tang Jihua's assault on the police occurred in 2004, a time when there were no formal laws addressing such offenses. Thus, she did not fit the typical profile and would likely escape severe punishment. However, she would certainly face detention. This development afforded Yi Buochang a few extra days. Lin Sulan deserved more specialized treatment and should be entitled to some better days ahead. The Lin family would likely endure considerable distress in the coming days. As the bank doors opened, Yi Buochang retrieved his phone to call old Yuan. "Brother Yuan, I'm at the bank handling some matters and will be a few minutes late. My phone is about to die. Just wanted to give you a heads up." Old Yuan replied, "No worries. I've got things covered here. You take your time." In his earlier days at work, Yi Buochang believed that as long as he performed his duties well, he would eventually gain the appreciation of his superiors. However, he later realized that completing tasks meant he would be burdened with all future responsibilities. Of course, the benefits would circulate among others first, and those who worked would often find themselves at the end of the line. This was not to say that hard workers lacked status, but rather that they needed to articulate their needs correctly. For instance, when Yi Buochang faced personal matters and arrived late at work, his leaders would occasionally make rounds in the office. If they found him absent, they might casually inquire about his whereabouts. Someone might nonchalantly respond that he was not seen. While this may seem trivial, one could never be certain of the character of their superior. Upon returning, the leader might unconsciously assume that Yi had been absent all morning. If next time he happened to be absent again, the leader might habitually perceive him as tardy. Over time, this could lead to Yi Buochang receiving the lowest benefits in the department, such as a bonus of a mere 980 or 950 when others received 1,000 or 1,100. Some may dismiss the loss of a few dozen yuan as insignificant, but over time, it is not merely about the money. It reflects a lack of recognition. The feeling of being overlooked and ostracized can swiftly extinguish the motivation of those who diligently labor, ultimately leading to their exhaustion in the workplace. Now, Yi Buochang had matured and learned to express himself better. He presented his passbook at the counter, alongside his bank card. "Please deposit all the funds from this passbook into this card." He also handed over his father's identification. The bank staff did not ask any further questions and promptly deposited over 20,000 yuan from the passbook into Yi Buochang's bank card. The passing of a loved one brings a flurry of urgency, as one hastily cancels accounts only to later discover the complexities involved in accessing bank funds. The requirements are so intricate that it provokes an involuntary sense of frustration. Even without account cancellation, one cannot openly declare the demise of a relative at the bank. Rather, one must discreetly withdraw funds. Should the password be unknown, the exhaustive process could wear one down completely. The most disconcerting aspect is that banks seem designed to create obstacles, prolonging the process deliberately, so that if one grows impatient and ceases to pursue the matter, the funds remain elusive. Yibo, tormented by such affairs, once spent countless sleepless nights wrestling with these issues. Now, however, he approaches the tasks at hand with an air of detachment, devoid of any emotional display. A portion of the inheritance left by his father is reserved for his mother's medical treatment, while another fraction is intended for the purchase of a new residence. And it must be a property slated for imminent demolition. Chapter 0010. Leadership resembles training a dog. It is not the case that Yi Buochang's current residential complex is slated for demolition. Rather, it is another community he is aware of that is set to be reclaimed and redeveloped by the government. This undertaking encompasses projects such as a subway system and commercial real estate. Initially, no whispers of this plan were leaked, prompting the residents of that dilapidated area to hastily sell their homes upon hearing news of compensation for demolition. However, once the commercial complex and subway construction commenced, property prices surged to nearly 10,000 yuan. It is noteworthy that the average price in the Yun City area at that time was merely around 7,000 yuan. The original residents were nearly rendered faint by the shock. Interestingly, Yi Buochang's uncle also resided in that old community. Their dwelling, originally over 50 square meters, had been expanded to over 70 square meters. Due to the load-bearing walls, one bedroom could not accommodate an air conditioner, resulting in children suffering from heat rashes during the summer months. Water shortages were common, and without gas pipelines installed in the early years, they still relied on gas canisters for cooking. The residents' quality of life had been significantly impacted. Thus, when the announcement of demolition emerged, nearly everyone signed the papers and accepted the compensation without a second thought. Subsequently, as property prices soared in that area, Yi Buochang's uncle's family chastised him, claiming he was ungrateful for failing to inform them in advance of the impending redevelopment, which led to their financial loss. On that occasion, Yi Buochang was genuinely unaware. This time, however, he is fully informed yet chooses to remain silent. The wicked may seize advantages yet still feel insatiable. A kind-hearted individual like Yi Buochang, possessing nothing, is scolded as inferior to a dog. Later, when they sought to curry favor with him, they shamelessly remarked, "Look, you now have everything, don't you?" This remark remains a painful knot in Yi Buochang's heart. The funds left by his father, deposited into his account, along with his savings over the years, sum up to over 50,000 yuan. His mother set aside 10,000 for medical expenses, and with a steady monthly salary and bonuses, life bears no burdens. Should circumstances allow, he wishes to accumulate more wealth. If he could acquire 2 additional units in the area designated for demolition, he would do so. Presently, Yi Buochang may not place immense value on money, yet he feels a need to keep several million yuan on hand for peace of mind. Accustomed to a life of relative ease, the thought of returning to a time of scarcity remains unsettling. After all, he still does not own a car and has yet to obtain a driver's license. When reflecting on these myriad trivial matters, he finds solace in his newfound clarity of thought. He discerns the priorities of life with striking clarity. As he traverses the tree-lined streets, the once dull thoroughfare now radiates vibrancy. Passers-by are no longer mere names. They are distinct individuals. The world around him bursts with color, akin to a myriad of vividly colored flares illuminating Yi Buochang's previously hollow heart, restoring his world to its authentic brilliance. This is perhaps what it looks like after rejecting internal strife. As Yi Buochang entered the office, Lao Yuan leaned over and inquired about the progress of the task. Yi Buochang replied affirmatively. Lao Yuan glanced at the office door and lowered his voice, saying that just moments ago, Zhongyu, that wretched individual, had come by. He fabricated an excuse, claiming he had forgotten his computer at home and had to retrieve it. Be cautious in a while, he warned. Although Lao Yuan's excuse was plausible, for those intent on causing trouble, even one's breath could be deemed erroneous. Indeed, the assistant manager of the second project department, Zhongyu, soon approached, instructing Yi Buochang to head to the manager's office. Without even placing his computer down, Yi Buochang followed Zhongyu to the office of the second project department manager. The Design Institute was vast, encompassing numerous project departments, with some even located outside of Yun City, in regions such as Yuzhou and Shin City. Additionally, With the later establishment of personal studios, the entire organization had grown so large that even its own employees were unaware of its true magnitude. The main office of the Design Institute currently housed 7 project departments, along with administrative divisions such as human resources and project management. Above these lay the higher departmental levels, including the director's office, secretary's office, chief engineer, chief designer, expert office, and research and development office, among others. Yi Buqiang's department primarily focused on civil engineering, which included architecture, parks, and urban planning, with 2 particularly significant areas of emphasis: airports and subways. The importance of these 2 sectors was evident, though they remained beyond immediate reach. Nevertheless, it was clear that managing a project department was akin to overseeing a small world, with the manager wielding both authority and financial resources, becoming the very essence of the department. As Yi Buqiang trailed behind Zhongyu, the corridor was filled with the lingering scent of her perfume. Observing her swaying hips, she resembled a flirtatious fox, prancing about with an air of arrogance. Yi Buqiang felt discomfort and rubbed his nose, only to catch Zhongyu's eye as she turned, rolling her eyes in disdain, as if he had been lewdly objectified from afar. She pushed open the office door, and a rush of cool air mingled with the fragrance of floral tea greeted him. On Manager Lu Lei's desk lay documents sent over by other teams. Yi Buqiang stood before him, and as long as Lu Lei remained engrossed in the tendering documents, Yi Buqiang was obliged to stand. Zhongyu, the assistant, did not permit him to sit either, as she settled herself comfortably on the adjacent sofa, busying herself with text messages. Lu Lei employed this method of keeping staff in a state of waiting, akin to training a dog. Holding a treat, he made them wait, and once they complied, they would find themselves waiting even longer next time. This was one of the tactics employed in workplace obedience testing. In the past, Yi Buqiang might have stood for an extended duration. Lu Lei would likely not let him wait too long, eventually looking up and exclaiming, "Ah, I was just at a crucial point. Why are you standing? Come, take a seat." This would alleviate the awkwardness, leading Yi Buqiang to think, the manager isn't so bad after all. However, now, Yi Buqiang could only internally mutter, "What a ridiculous farce." Thus, Yi Buqiang withdrew a cigarette case from his pocket, extracting a single cigarette and tossing it onto the tender document before Lu Lei. Remember, it was a toss. This singular action interrupted Lu Lei, who, upon raising his gaze, was adorned with an expression of sheer incredulity. Meanwhile, Zhongyu, engrossed in texting, witnessed this spectacle, somewhat dazed. The expressions of both individuals mirrored one another. In Yi Buqiang's gaze, they perceived an air of lofty disdain. The act of tossing the cigarette resembled a person flinging treats to a dog. This scene held the 2 individuals captive for a full 10 seconds, at the very least. Yi Buqiang, with an air of nonchalance, remarked that the manager was busy, and he would return to the office. He added that once they were finished, they could discuss matters over the phone. Good heavens! The expressions on Lu Lei and Zhongyu's faces grew increasingly intricate. Was this truly that spineless individual? Was this still the submissive Yi Buqiang? Was he not supposed to obediently remain in place, refusing to reject or resist, merely at the whims of others? Why was he exhibiting such audacity now? Who had bestowed upon him this courage? Their faces flickered with astonishment and confusion, yet more prominently was a sense of indignation. Lu Lei, however, masked his fury with a smile that failed to reach his eyes. Chapter 0011. In life, one only has one life. And that is fair. It is entirely normal for Yi Buqiang to harbor a cold demeanor towards Lu Lei. Yi Buqiang, stationed in the 2nd project department, should have a promising future ahead. However, he had always been a diligent worker, believing that as long as he exerted effort and achieved results, his superiors would take notice. The unfortunate passing of Yi Buqiang's father occurred during the busiest period in the project department, causing him to lose valuable time. When the bid for the underground commercial complex failed, Lu Lei shifted a portion of the blame onto Yi Buqiang. Consequently, Lu Lei subjected Yi Buqiang to prolonged pressure, obstructing his professional title and promotion. Failing to keep pace led to Yi Buqiang's continual lagging behind. Yet, compared to his future prospects, Yi Buqiang found Lu Lei's psychological oppression to be the most daunting. He still vividly recalls Lu Lei's callous remark, "Just because you have a father, does that mean when he passes, you stop working? Should others do your work for you? Should someone else claim your earnings? Should your title be relinquished to others?" While devoid of compassion, there was an element of truth to it. Thus, Yi Buqiang refrained from blaming their oppression and did not voice his pain, merely hoping that when he retaliated this time, they would be able to withstand it without complaint. Zhongyu was the first to recover from her astonishment. Rising to approach Yi Buqiang, tilting her head as she scrutinized him with an expression that seemed to question his sanity. Yi Buchang, have you lost your wits? Do you even realize who you're speaking to? Yi Buchang fixed his gaze on Zhong Yu's alluring yet overbearing visage and replied, I am not certain. Would you kindly enlighten me? Zhong Yu was taken aback by Yi Buchang's audacity, feeling as though he had rendered her speechless, choking her words in her throat. In that moment, Zhong Yu sensed a severe blow to both her pride and authority. Her first instinct was to cast a red-eyed glance towards Lu Lei. This brings us to the nature of the relationship between Zhong Yu and Lu Lei. Zhong Yu was a socialite, oblivious to her own standing, having connections with a certain executive. Upon her arrival, she was assigned as Lu Lei's assistant in the second project department. This arrangement was, in fact, against regulations, as managerial assistants in the Design Institute's subordinate departments were required to possess professional knowledge and relevant qualifications, which necessitated rigorous examinations. Nevertheless, the operational latitude within state-owned enterprises was considerably vast, leading to a general disregard for such stipulations. More critically, everyone was aware of Zhong Yu's influential connections, and there were whispers of other associations, be they above, below, or alongside her. Thus, her role as an assistant was largely overlooked. Lu Lei cunningly utilized this oblivious woman as a buffer between himself and the employees of the second department. Zhong Yu would instigate conflicts while Lu Lei would soothe the employees' sentiments and, concurrently, attend to Zhong Yu's emotions. This back-and-forth dynamic led Zhong Yu to unwittingly fall under Lu Lei's influence. Naturally, such occurrences were far from newsworthy within the Design Institute, as there were far greater scandals to behold. Upon observing Zhong Yu's domineering demeanor before Yi Buchang, as well as her countenance of grievance when seeking solace from her superior, one can truly comprehend the situation at hand. Lu Lei, having never witnessed such assertiveness from Yi Buchang, found himself enlightened. He attempted to calm Zhong Yu, who retreated to sulk on the sofa. Lu Lei then regarded Yi Buchang, as if seeing him for the first time, and began to speak about the tender documents for the ongoing bidding process, which he knew had been quite extensive. However, Yi Buchang appeared disinterested in Lu Lei's preamble. He casually pulled out a chair and seated himself directly across from Lu Lei, seemingly inviting him to elaborate on his opening remarks. Lu Lei, who had initially exuded an air of confidence, now found his composure slipping away. Yet, he could not afford to lash out immediately. Noticing Yi Buchang's dismissive demeanor, Lu Lei chose to dispense with pleasantries and directly broached the subject concerning Yi Buchang's father. How are matters concerning your father progressing? Lu Lei inquired. Yi Buchang took a drag from his cigarette and replied, about as well as can be expected. There are still banks, notarization, property management, and the former workplace to deal with. Lu Lei waved his hand, indicating that he did not wish to delve into such intricacies. You need not elaborate so much, he retorted. With a smirk, Yi Buchang responded, you will find it useful sooner or later. Lu Lei's features contorted in anger, his temper flaring. What sort of attitude is this? I represent the company in expressing concern for you, and here you are, throwing a tantrum. Your father has passed. Do you expect the world to coddle you? You're behaving like a wretched fool, utterly lacking in gratitude. Zhong Yu, observing from the sidelines, felt a sense of triumph. She had wanted to vent her frustrations earlier but recognized that in this office, Lu Lei held the upper hand. It was clear that Lu Lei needed to take charge of the situation. Did Yi Buchang truly believe that Lu Lei would tolerate his insolence? As Lu Lei unleashed a tirade upon Yi Buchang, Zhong Yu was nearly ecstatic. Though she pondered how Yi Buchang would respond, would he bow his head in contrition or submit a written apology? Had she known this would transpire, she would have been more assertive earlier. Yet, while Zhong Yu reveled in her satisfaction, Yi Buchang remained impassive. Angry, he mused. When you invoked my father's death, I did not utter a word in retort. And now you lose your composure? Yi Buchang found some measure of satisfaction in Lu Lei's unrestrained nature. Such individuals thrive on confrontation. It presents opportunities aplenty. Yi Buchang recognized the moment as a pivotal opportunity to address grievances. Lu Lei's explosive outburst was precisely the opening he had been anticipating. Instead of retaliating hastily, Yi Buchang calmly reached for a tissue, covering the ashtray on the table before lifting it away. In that moment, Lu Lei was taken aback, his body tensing as he inadvertently toppled his chair, retreating against the wall in alarm. Buchang, what are you doing? Don't act rashly. I was merely a bit irritated moments ago. The words may have been somewhat harsh. You should set down the ashtray before continuing. At that moment, Zhong Yu's face turned pale. She had previously heard that one should never provoke honest individuals, for when they go mad, one truly cannot anticipate their actions. She swallowed hard, pressed against the sofa. yearning to flee outside and call for help. Yet, Yi Buochang would never grant her such an opportunity. With a stoic expression, Yi Buochang seized the ashtray and brought it down with great force. Lu Lei instinctively recoiled. After a sharp scream, Zhang Yu covered her mouth. Was he truly inflicting harm upon himself? What was this madness? Lu Lei initially believed that Yi Buochang was targeting him. However, upon witnessing Yi Buochang's reckless act of self-harm, he chuckled softly, thinking him foolish. As if he were still in junior high, self-mutilating to intimidate the delinquents of society. Blood streamed down Yi Buochang's face. The ashtray lay shattered on the ground, and a tissue was clenched in his hand. Wiping his face, he stained it crimson. He spoke deliberately. In this world, life is the only thing that is fair. Each person has but one life. How much one can acquire with this life depends solely on one's abilities. At that moment, Lu Lei seemed to grasp something profound, but it was too late as he rushed to pull Yi Buochang back. Chapter 0012. A handle with a face smeared in blood. Yi Buochang ambled past Zhang Yu, offering her a fleeting grin. The stark whiteness of his teeth contrasted sharply with the crimson splatter. As Zhang Yu's countenance paled in shock, she heard Yi Buochang utter a series of numbers. Shan Restaurant, B1304. The moment those digits registered, she froze momentarily, her eyes glazing over. The panic that enveloped her was far more profound than the instinct for self-preservation she had felt just moments earlier. At that juncture, Yi Buochang slowly exited Lu Lei's office. The entire floor fell into an eerie silence. Employees in the corridor leaned in, attuned to the commotion emanating from the manager's office. Where had the earlier shouts gone? Why the sudden hush? Some grasped their teacups, edging to the door under the pretense of fetching water, straining to catch the murmurs outside. Others inclined their bodies halfway out. What they witnessed was nothing short of astonishing. Good heavens, blood, quickly informed the boss. This matter must be escalated to the secretary. The corridor buzzed with increasing activity as they beheld Yi Buochang, his visage drenched in blood, emerging from the office of the second project department manager. Standing at the threshold of Lu Lei's office, Yi Buochang calmly stated, "Manager, I apologize. My father's sudden departure has caused me to squander too much time. Manager, I regret to say, regarding the bid for the underground commercial complex. Regardless of your temper, I firmly believe there are fundamental issues with the design concept, and I must oppose it." As he uttered these words, Lu Lei's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. This scoundrel was framing him? How audacious to employ such tactics. Did he think the Design Institute was comprised of fools who would believe his words? Lu Lei was now fraught with anxiety and confusion. The former Yi Buochang would never have resorted to such madness. This unexpected turn of events caught him entirely off guard. Listening to Yi Buochang's illogical remarks, he found himself utterly baffled by the latter's intentions. Was he truly being unjustly accused? How could that be? In a fit of rage, Lu Lei stormed out, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Buochang, shouting, "What nonsense are you spouting? I didn't lay a finger on you. You brought that ashtray upon yourself." The employees in the various offices were taken aback. Yi Buochang had not even insinuated that Lu Lei had struck him. Lu Lei's words seemed to reflect a guilty conscience. As he noticed the collective gaze of his peers, some wore awkward smiles while others seemed poised to speak, yet held back. Their expressions collectively conveyed a singular message. "Do you think we believe you?" Lu Lei realized that Yi Buochang had perhaps succeeded in his ruse. Just then, the phone on his desk rang, and upon answering, he was met with the dean's furious tirade. "Lu Lei, do you wish to court disaster? What on earth are you doing? Are you trying to cause a fatal incident?" Lu Lei's voice trembled as he attempted to explain, "Director, it's not what you think." The director, still on the phone, thundered back, "It's not about what you think. Get to my office immediately." With that, he slammed down the receiver and promptly called Secretary Ji Qiang. "Secretary Ji Qiang, are you aware of the situation in the second project department?" "No, I haven't heard," came the reply. "Young comrade Yi Buochang had a minor altercation with Lu Lei in his office, and it's escalated." The voice on the other end inquired, "Comrade Lu Lei has escalated?" The director bit his lower lip hard, exerting pressure. "No, it's young Yi who has escalated. Secretary Ji Qiang, we need you to assist him. The Institute is striving to become one of Asia's top architectural design firms. At this critical juncture, we cannot afford any mishaps." After hanging up, the director's face turned ashen, and the thought of the ensuing troubles sent his temper flaring. In the second project department, before Lu Lei rushed to the director's office, he anxiously glanced at Zhang Yu. "What are you daydreaming about? Hurry and take Yi Buochang to the hospital." "Me?" Zhang Yu hesitated. Lu Lei thought to himself, this girl is utterly useless. Such a trivial matter has her terrified. Yet, he gritted his teeth and said with strained patience, if he intends to frame me, you must keep a close watch on him. Otherwise, he'll be spreading baseless rumors. And then how will I explain it to the leadership? No matter the method. We must first stabilize the situation. Although Zhong Yu did not agree, Lu Lei truly had no time to spare. Exiting the office, he bellowed down the corridor. What are you staring at? Don't you have work to do? Keep your mouth shut. If today's incident affects the second department's quarterly bonuses, don't blame me for not warning you. The personnel in the second project department initially considered grumbling amongst themselves, but when their own interests were at stake, they grew silent. Stop spreading rumors. Let's wait until the quarterly bonuses are distributed. As Zhong Yu walked towards the design group, she felt a sense of resistance. Her mind was occupied with Yi Buochang's earlier words, which she heard clearly. Yi Buochang's transformation was stark, previously calm, gentle, and honest. He had even lacked the courage to look her in the eye. But today's Yi Buochang? The timidity was absent, replaced by a chilling determination. When facing a leader like Lu Lei, there was no trace of respect in his gaze, reminiscent instead of how Lu Lei had once regarded him. How had the roles reversed so suddenly? When he struck himself with the ashtray, Zhong Yu's first thought was that he had gone mad. Yet, observing each of Yi Buochang's subsequent words and expressions revealed a meticulously orchestrated scheme. And then there were his eyes. Zhong Yu found him terrifying. Had she known earlier, she wouldn't have dared to utter a word when passing the design group that morning. The large office of the design group was in chaos. Old Yuan was directing everyone to fetch tissues, towels, and basins to hold water. Yi Buochang felt a sense of calm amidst the bustling crowd, reminiscent of a throng of inexperienced individuals entering a delivery room. Among the panicked faces, he spotted a rather dazed Zhong Yu, a stark contrast to her usual haughty demeanor. Regaining her composure, Zhong Yu stepped into the office, exuding irritation as she pressed her hands down, exclaiming, "What are we doing? We need to head to the hospital. Make way. Yi Buochang, come with me." The manager had gone to see the dean. Matters should not be spread carelessly. As she spoke, Zhong Yu, in full view of everyone, assisted Yi Buochang to his feet and led him downstairs towards the parking lot. By the way, Zhong Yu owned a small sedan, a Honda Accord. Though it had numerous flaws, the most significant being its perpetually dead battery, only those who had driven it could appreciate its true worth. Zhong Yu took the wheel, while Yi Buochang initially considered getting in, but after a moment's reflection, opted for the back seat instead. The passenger seat held a shadowy memory for him. However, Yi Buochang's actions conveyed to Zhong Yu a sense of audacity, as if he held a significant advantage. Reluctantly, Zhong Yu acquiesced. Even if they were to bypass the hospital and head straight to a hotel, she found herself powerless to oppose him. Chapter 0013. A major revelation. Zhong Yu still preferred Yi Buochang to occupy the passenger seat. This way, she could observe the subtle shifts in his expressions and thereby gauge his innermost thoughts. However, with Yi Buochang now ensconced behind the steering wheel, she found herself unable to glean any insight from his countenance, which left her feeling quite anxious. Like a child who has erred, she longed to sneak a glance at her father's expression, seeking a way to navigate the situation. Yet, with no visibility into Yi Buochang's demeanor, what was she to do? "Buochang, are you all right?" Zhong Yu stammered, her tongue nearly tripping over itself. The sudden surge of familial urgency startled Yi Buochang, but he quickly discerned that Zhong Yu was in a state of considerable distress. His silence only intensified her trepidation. "Buochang, the manager isn't trying to make things difficult for you. As you know, the second project department has a chance to secure the largest project of the year from the Design Institute. This project has been a target set by the Institute since last year, thus the manager is under immense pressure." After reiterating this, Zhong Yu herself felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Despite being halted at a red light, she hesitated to start moving even when the light turned green, only doing so when the car behind her began honking incessantly. In an exaggerated motion, she glanced into the rearview mirror, hoping to catch a glimpse of Yi Buochang's expression. In the past, he had been like a refreshing young neighbor, easily read. Now, however, his erratic behavior was alarming, and his calmness was even more disconcerting. Shifting her focus away from Lu Lei, Zhong Yu began to concern herself with Yi Buochang. "I understand your family matters have taken a sudden turn, and I feel distressed as well. If there are any difficulties on your end, please don't hesitate to let me know. I will do my utmost to assist you." Yi Buochang managed to maintain an atmosphere of tension that was palpable for Zhong Yu, skillfully controlling the situation. As for Lu Lei throwing the ashtray at me, Zhong Yu gasped, "But you broke it yourself, Buochang? You cannot make such accusations lightly. I can help you, but I cannot let you wrong Manager Lu." It was as if Yi Buochang suddenly recalled something significant. Right. When Lu is under pressure, how did you alleviate it back in 1304? 1304? Zhang Yu's heart skipped a beat. The mention of 1304 was indeed alarming. With her pent-up frustration spilling over, she exclaimed, "What do you mean by 1304? Wuchang, you must take responsibility for your words and actions. If you tarnish my reputation, I will take action against you. Who will you inform? The dean, perhaps? By the way, regarding the CCTV footage, did you go to 1304 with Lu Lei or with the dean? I couldn't quite see clearly. I can present it to the dean later." Zhang Yu's lips trembled. Her legs quaked beneath her. It dawned on her that Yi Buochang's sudden outburst that morning was driven by a deliberate intent. Any display of anger on her part would only escalate the situation further, spiraling it into chaos. With a tissue pressed against the wound on his head, Yi Buochang exhibited no signs of pain or anger. He spoke as if discussing a mundane task. "The dean fears your entanglement. Hence he has relegated you to the second department. Lu Lei is using you as a pawn to sow discord among the employees there." He played the mediator, exercising comprehensive control. "In truth, I informed the dean about the affair between you and Lu Lei, but it bore no fruit. However, I could certainly inform the dean's wife." Of course, the dean's wife is a dignified woman and would not cause a scene. Yet, her family has connections in construction and earthworks. One might wonder if, years down the line, a skeleton might be unearthed at some construction site. With a sudden screech, Zhang Yu slammed on the brakes, halting at the hospital entrance. Her face ashen, she turned to Yi Buochang and announced, "We have arrived at the hospital." Yi Buochang glanced at the entrance of Yunqi Hospital. Indeed, they had arrived. But there was no parking available. "Let us park inside Yunqi Medical University." Zhang Yu parked the car and took Yi Buochang to the emergency room. The nurse, seeing Yi Buochang's bloodied face, promptly took him to treat his wounds while instructing Zhang Yu, "Family members, please queue to register for emergency care." Without a hint of complaint, Zhang Yu efficiently attended to all necessary procedures, registration, pricing, and payment. Throughout this time, her phone continuously buzzed with calls from Lu Lei, which she chose to ignore. It was not out of fear, but rather a decision she had made. In comparison to her own life, Lu Lei was insignificant. Moreover, her relationship with Lu Lei was merely transactional, devoid of any romantic ties. Upon returning to the nursing room, she found that Yi Buochang's wounds had been treated. "Buochang, the secretary has arrived. I'll go greet him," Zhang Yu stated, as if seeking Yi Buochang's approval. In the past, she had acted on her whims without hesitation, even in front of Lu Lei. But now, she seemed to acquiesce to Yi Buochang's direction. Truly, it echoed the adage, one must first appear mad to achieve success. Yi Buochang instructed Zhang Yu to welcome the secretary, maintaining an air of calm. Liao Jiqiang had finally arrived, indicating that the value of the ashtray incident was significant. To drag someone down, one must possess the worth to do so. Madness is not merely irrational behavior. Without a deeper purpose, prior actions seem utterly foolish. What Yi Buochang sought was Liao Jiqiang's proactive appearance. Why was Yi Buochang so certain that the secretary would come? In public institutions, the secretary wields considerable power. In corporate settings, the secretary often plays a low-profile role, typically assigned by the CEO, to mediate disputes. At the beginning of the year, a 100-day safety education campaign. By year-end, a 100-day safety inspection. The banners displayed on construction sites proclaim, "If you don't wear a safety harness at work, your wife will belong to another." Ensuring safety equates to ensuring production. Safety responsibility outweighs all else. What can we glean from these slogans? Stability and safety are the prevailing themes. In the event of a workplace incident, employees might rally together. The initial reaction of leadership is often exasperation. "Damn it, more deductions." After venting, they will inquire, "Is anyone dead? How serious is it? Can we keep it quiet?" Meetings will be held to enforce strict confidentiality and prevent information leaks. Thus, Liao Jiqiang would undoubtedly come, whether to assist the dean or to represent the institution. He would aim to contain the situation swiftly, restricting its spread. The doctor has just finished bandaging Yi Buochang, advising him to avoid water for the next few days. He will need to return in a couple of days to assess the wound, and it seems the stitches may need to remain for about 7 days. At that moment, Liao Jiqiang entered, his demeanor particularly grave upon hearing about the sutures. Yi Buochang was not surprised by Liao's appearance, but he felt a peculiar mix of amusement and bewilderment upon seeing a familiar woman beside the secretary. Her name seemed to be Dai Qian. Indeed, she was the matchmaker introduced to him by a senior sister when he first joined the unit. In Dai Qian's world, Yi Buochang had merely been absent for a little over half a month. However, in the tapestry of Yi Buochang's life, 2 decades had slipped by without a glimpse of her. Regardless of contemporary or future aesthetics, Dai Qian's beauty remained striking, yet her character. Chapter 0014 Don't wash it. Hey, Buochang, I'm still uneasy about just this treatment for the wound. Liao Jiqiang exclaimed. Zhongyu, come with me. We need to find someone to properly examine Buochang. Dai Qian, stay here and keep him company. We shall return shortly. Liao Jiqiang aimed to soothe Yi Buochang. Yet the root of the issue must be clarified. He beckoned Zhongyu aside in the bustling corridor of the emergency room and inquired, how did Yi Buochang sustain that injury on his head? Dai Qian was aware that the secretary would pose such a question, and she had contemplated her response. However, the authenticity of her spontaneous answer was rather tenuous. Moreover, she hesitated. Today, Yi Buochang could leverage these matters to threaten her. Would it imply that he could wield such power over her in the future whenever he pleased? Zhongyu had previously been the one to grasp others' weaknesses. Today, the sensation of being cornered by Yi Buochang was decidedly unpleasant. Liao Jiqiang did not press Zhongyu for an answer, patiently waiting nearby. Although the situation at their workplace was precarious, it also harbored potential opportunities. The second department was currently engaged in the technical bidding for an underground commercial complex. Liao Jiqiang was also biding his time for an opportunity. Zhongyu ultimately resolved to align with Yi Buochang, taking things one step at a time. At worst, she could end up in bed with him. She cast a glance at Liao Jiqiang, who had been struck by a cigarette ashtray. Liao Jiqiang appeared somewhat exhilarated. The reason? Zhongyu shook her head, uncertain. It seemed to pertain to the bidding documents, with indications of some disagreement. This was what Yi Buochang had conveyed in the corridor. And following his lead to weave a narrative would likely not lead her astray. Liao Jiqiang gathered the gist. You go check on Yi Buochang first. I will call a friend at the hospital to come examine him. Liao Jiqiang had numerous calls to make, such as informing the hospital to notify the director that Yi Buochang's condition was stable, and so on. The doctors and nurses in the nurses' station busied themselves. Only Yi Buochang and Dai Qian remained. Considering Yi Buochang's current situation, they had not seen each other for nearly 20 days this year. It was not that Yi Buochang wished to avoid her. Rather, it was Dai Qian who had chosen to distance herself. This estrangement had begun before Yi Buochang's father passed away. The reason? Dai Qian's family had likely inquired at the Railway Bureau about Yi Buochang's family background, discovering that Lin Sulan suffered from schizophrenia. Consequently, Dai Qian began to withdraw from Yi Buochang. At this juncture, Yi Buochang did not perceive any fault in this. Marriage is a lifelong commitment. One should not jeopardize a lifetime for a fleeting whim, which was a protective instinct on his part, and hence, he could not blame Dai Qian. Yet subsequently, rumors spread throughout the Design Institute that Yi Buochang's mother was insane. Soon after, Yi Buochang's father passed away. Dai Qian did not appear, nor did she reach out via phone or text. The correlation was evident. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could discern it. Dai Qian distanced herself from Yi Buochang, making her presence in the emergency department of Yunqi Hospital exceedingly illogical. With a look of disdain and a tone brimming with impatience, she remarked, if you haven't resolved your own family matters, please refrain from coming to the workplace. You arrived at the workplace burdened with emotion, perhaps hoping to elicit sympathy from those around you. This is a professional environment, governed by merit and connections. Your display of vulnerability only serves to disrupt the morale of others. Do you truly believe that Manager Lu's reprimand has left you feeling wronged? Allow me to be candid. Few will extend genuine compassion to the weak. Rather, they may perceive you as a hindrance, exacerbating their own frustrations. Might you consider tempering your irritability? Yi Buochang found himself at a loss for how to respond to her. He pondered, had he reverted to his former self? He might have engaged in self-reflection by now, but this is not the past. Yi Buochang regarded Dai Qian with earnestness, questioning the relevance of his personal matters to her. Who do you think you are? Dai Qian stood frozen, her gaze fixated on a particular spot on the ground. The scene was not stagnant. Yet her thoughts seemed suspended as she grappled with whether what she had just heard was a figment of her imagination or a sign of Yi Buochang's madness. When she finally turned her head to meet his gaze, she noticed that his once warm expression had morphed into one of derision, tinged with a hint of malice. Dai Qian felt a twinge of fear. Fear of Yi Buochang's newfound clarity, his reckless abandon, and the potential for unpredictable actions. She couldn't help but wonder, was this still the honest and straightforward Yi Buochang she once knew? Certainly not. Yi Buochang had upturned the table, his resolve unyielding. If you were to see me at the workplace and claim I affected you, I might concede that point. But if I come to the hospital and you follow me there to berate me, whose issue is that? Yours or mine? Do you truly believe yourself to be so captivating that without you, I would be utterly helpless? Dai Qian's face flushed with indignation. She had never before encountered such scathing words directed at her. What did he mean by suggesting that without her, I would be diminished? Was she merely an object? Dai Qian was not one to be rendered speechless after a few harsh words. She was well-read and possessed the tenacity to stand her ground. Suddenly, she rose to her feet, scoffing derisively, and retorted, Yi Buchang, why the bravado? Your father has only been gone for a few days. And yet here you are at work? The mourning period has barely begun, has it? Are you merely seeking to pressure everyone into pitying you? Hoping to rekindle what we once had? Let me be clear, there is no possibility of that. You may appear straightforward, but the faade has begun to crumble. Hasn't it? Concealing your true familial circumstances, with your mother having suffered from mental illness for over 20 years. If it hadn't been for others bringing this to my attention, would you have remained silent indefinitely? Waiting until the irreversible had transpired, only to regret it when it was too late, correct? You are a duplicitous individual. Feigning helplessness to solicit sympathy from others. To ensure I would meet you, you even went so far as to offend Manager Liu. You bleed profusely. Hoping to evoke my sorrow? Do you think I would mourn your father's passing, yet be distressed by your mere injuries? Why do you care so much about me? Why don't you leap from the upper floors of the building? You might just make me feel guilty. Before the words had fully left her lips, Daishi's hair was seized and yanked back, followed by a resounding slap that rang across her face. Daishi felt as though the world had turned dark, with countless little stars swirling chaotically around her. As she covered her face and took a moment to recover, she finally caught a glimpse of her assailant through her fingers, none other than Zhong Yu, the assistant manager of the second project department. This revelation left Dai Shi somewhat bewildered. Zhong Yu stood between Dai Shi and Yi Buchang, assuming the role of a protector for Yi Buchang, which only added to Yi Buchang's confusion. What on earth are you talking about? Chapter 0015. The addiction of being blackmailed. Dai Shi covered her face, genuinely feeling wronged and incredulous. Why did Zhong Yu stand up for Yi Buchang? What was her position? The women in the Design Institute were all haughty, and young women sought partners among either established officials or promising candidates, all from families deeply entrenched in this system for years. Dai Miao's interest in Yi Buchang stemmed from her belief in his potential for future success, especially since several members of Dai Shi's family were part of this organization. Perhaps in the future, they could lend a hand to Yi Buchang. However, Yi Buchang's mother was mentally unstable, prompting Dai Shi to withdraw her investment. She wouldn't partake in it herself, nor would she allow others to either. She overturned the table, making it known throughout the unit that Yi Buchang's mother was unhinged. Consequently, even the lowliest dog in the Design Institute would scorn Yi Buchang. Yet, what did Zhong Yu mean by getting so close to him? Zhong Yu glared at Dai Shi, questioning whether she was overthinking things. Did Yi Buchang seek your sympathy or pity? What were you even worth? Don't think I'm unaware of how you've belittled him within the unit. Did you spread rumors about his mother's condition? The secretary is just outside. This matter is far from over, and you will be held accountable sooner or later. With a mouthful of nonsense, get out of my sight, or I'll tear your face apart, you wretched creature. When Zhong Yu berated Dai Shi, she dared not retort. Dai Shi was indeed frightened. Her intent in spreading the news about Yi Buchang's mother was to incite disdain towards him, hoping everyone would empathize with her. This way, no one would think that her breakup with Yi Buchang was due to any fault of her own, thus not jeopardizing her future prospects. But now what was happening? Why was Zhong Yu siding with Yi Buchang? What was it about him? The jealousy of women is formidable. What I reject, others must not possess. If everyone scorns him, it proves my choice was correct. If someone were to take him up, it would cast doubt on my judgment. If that person turned out to be superior to me, it would be more painful than death. Daishi felt exactly like that now. Regrettably, she did not dare confront Zhong Yu directly. Hearing the secretary's words outside only made Daishi feel even more intimidated. Did I wish to spread this? His mother is, after all, mentally ill. Must I endure a lifetime alongside him to be considered virtuous? Even if I remain silent, Yi Buchang's uncles would ensure the news spread throughout the Design Institute. Why did my parents inquire at the Yuntai Bureau? It was his uncle who approached our family first. Zhong Yu turned to glance at Yi Buchang. He seemed fine, though somewhat surprised that Lin Hongtao and his brother could escalate matters to such heights. However, Yi Buchang had anticipated all of this. They would never allow his father to find a formidable in-law nor permit Yi Buchang to lead a respectable life. Only in this manner can they validate their family's initial judgment Yiping would never achieve anything in his lifetime, and his offspring were destined to be as useless as mud that could not be propped up against a wall. Liao Jiqiang stood at the doorway, having clearly overheard the preceding conversation. Upon turning to see the secretary, Dai Qi was struck with a mix of shock and fear, her conscience weighing heavily upon her, rendering her unable to greet him. Liao Jiqiang spoke in a grave tone. Dai Qi, you may return now. Your presence is not required here for the time being. Dai Qi swallowed nervously, feeling both sorrow and trepidation. The sorrow stemmed from the reality that she, the true victim, had suddenly morphed into the perpetrator. The fear arose from the fact that the secretary had specifically summoned her to stabilize Yi Buochang's situation. In that moment, she felt as though she was destined to be the unattainable fairy for Yi Buochang, who could not let go of her. Though she found him repulsive, she simultaneously felt a sense of superiority. But now, having failed to fulfill the secretary's instructions and aware of her recent cruel actions, she pondered the potential repercussions she would face upon returning to her workplace. With a heavy heart, Dai Qi exited the nursing room, contemplating that perhaps had she shown restraint earlier, the outcome might have been different. Once she departed, Liao Jiqiang's demeanor softened, and he resumed his usual gentle smile. He remarked, "Young Yi, I must apologize. It seems I have put you in a difficult position. My intention was to have Dai Qi check if you required any assistance. Considering your recent closeness, it appears I failed to grasp the situation beforehand." Yi Buochang, unaffected by Dai Qi's words, replied, "Secretary, I have no issues here. The company is exceedingly busy at present. I feel guilty that you have to concern yourself with my emotions." He regretted having raised objections to Manager Lu's proposal, which had incited a reaction. "Goodness, you truly dare to place the blame on Lu Lei?" Zhong Yu was repeatedly astonished by Yi Buochang's demeanor. Acting one way in the office and then another in the hospital, was he attempting to ruin Lu Lei? Although Zhong Yu felt that was excessive, she was nonetheless surprised by Yi Buochang's sudden, extreme measures, which were undeniably ruthless. However, truth be told, this version of Yi Buochang exuded a certain masculinity. Zhong Yu mused. Could it be that the formerly docile Yi Buochang was merely playing the fool to deceive the strong? Liao Jiqiang exhibited considerable interest in Yi Buochang's objections to the proposal, but he refrained from expressing this in front of Zhong Yu. He felt a surge of excitement. Could this be an opportunity to contend with the director? The director had been excessively domineering, consistently disregarding his position as secretary. Had he been waiting for a chance? Could it be Yi Buochang? Maintaining his composure, Liao Jiqiang quickly redirected the conversation. "Buochang, I have contacted a friend at the hospital. He is bringing colleagues from relevant departments to conduct a thorough examination. After all, it is a head injury, so we must proceed with caution." Indeed, Liao Jiqiang's medical friend soon arrived with 2 physicians from different departments. Simultaneously, he instructed Zhong Yu to return and collect Buochang's belongings from his workplace, as he would certainly not be returning today. Yi Buochang remarked that it would be troublesome for Assistant Zhong to bring him old Yuan's notebook. The progress of work at the unit must not be compromised. Zhong Yu glanced back repeatedly, her concern evident in Liao Jiqiang's eyes. He wondered if Zhong Yu might have feelings for Yi Buochang. In reality, Zhong Yu was anxious that Yi Buochang might disclose her relationship with Lu Lei, the dean, during their private conversations with the secretary. If it were to come to that, what could she possibly do? She certainly could not resort to sleeping with Liao Jiqiang. Zhong Yu's heart raced. She could hardly fathom that Yi Buochang had discovered her liaison with Lu Lei and was aware of her dealings with the dean. If Yi Buochang chose to keep her secrets, she would be willing to comply with any demands he might make. Chapter 0016. An apparent understanding. The crowd at Yunqi Hospital is truly overwhelming, transforming the area outside into a bustling marketplace. Vendors sell boxed meals, umbrellas, balloons, and even appointments with specialists. Essentially, anything that patients and their families require can be found here. Families, in their desperation for their loved ones to receive treatment, seem willing to exhaust all their resources. Yet, Yi Buochang finds it perplexing why, when his mother fell ill, she was not taken to the hospital. Buochang. Liao Jiqiang called out to him. Yi Buochang snapped back to reality. "Secretary, am I in any trouble?" A few of Liao Jiqiang's doctor friends examined the X-rays and assured him that there were no serious issues. All he needed was to rest. They reminded him to return for a dressing change and to have his stitches removed in 7 days. After offering a few words of advice, they bid farewell to Liao Jiqiang and returned to their duties. Yi Buochang expressed his gratitude, but they scarcely acknowledged him. To them, time was a precious commodity, reserved for someone of Liao Jiqiang's stature. As for Yi Buochang, he was deemed unworthy of their time. In that moment, The value of life had become starkly apparent within the hospital's confines. It seemed that Liao Jiqiang could read Yi Buochang's thoughts, as he remarked. The doctors at Yunqi Hospital attend to an overwhelming number of patients daily. Their indifference towards you is, in fact, a positive sign. They only extend their special attention in two scenarios. Either your condition is dire, or you have become their patient through admission. This insight resonated with Yi Buochang. Acting as an invisible hand pulling him from the depths of despair, they made their way to a more spacious area of the building. The current situation was a result of Yi Buochang's gradual guidance. He needed a channel to express his concerns to Liao Jiqiang in a more straightforward manner. In a workplace setting, Liao Jiqiang might have humorously listened to Yi Buochang's issues, subsequently offering vague reassurances as if nothing had transpired. However, at this moment, Liao Jiqiang appeared genuinely invested in Yi Buochang's concerns. Liao Jiqiang inquired about the design project for the underground commercial complex in the second department, which had been personally approved by the director at the beginning of the year. Your opponent is the director, he noted. And this project is a top priority for the Design Institute this year, essential for the performance metrics of the entire hospital. Your department has devoted considerable effort to this endeavor. If you mismanage it, you will be seen as a traitor to your department. Previously, Yi Buochang had not grasped the underlying implications of Liao Jiqiang's words, perceiving them merely as idle chatter. Now, however, he recognized them as a cautionary signal. It was akin to an FBI warning. Yi Buochang replied, "The work in the second department is proceeding as planned. I have been diligently working on the new design scheme during the evenings." He looked earnestly at Liao Jiqiang. "This project in our department will not win the bid." Liao Jiqiang slightly raised an eyebrow, for a designer must not rely solely on imagination. One must also consider reality and data. It cannot simply be conjecture. Liao Jiqiang smiled and encouraged Yi Buochang. "Buochang, you must have confidence in your project in the second department. The significant projects secured by the Design Institute over the years owe much to your department's contributions." Yi Buochang had no intention of beating around the bush with Liao Jiqiang. Those engaged in political work typically spoke in grandiose terms, hinting at ideas without fully committing to them, rarely placing themselves in an awkward position. Ultimately, their approach boiled down to this: should success arise, it is attributed to their guidance. Should failure occur, they would claim no responsibility. Perhaps this is what they refer to as an art form. Yi Buochang, however, had little appreciation for such artistry. "Secretary, I share this with you because I know you. 2. Wish for the second department's project to succeed." Liao Jiqiang's expression shifted repeatedly, caught between laughter and ire. Unable to find the right emotion to respond to Yi Buochang's boldness and candor, he recognized that this young comrade was highly competent, diligent, and typically modest. The type who preferred to toil quietly. He simply did not anticipate Yi Buochang's audacity. Was his prior understanding of him too superficial? Reflecting on the ambitious, materialistic assistant Zhong Yu, who had seemingly aided him, Liao Jiqiang pondered if Yi Buochang possessed undisclosed exceptional qualities. After all, having navigated the system for many years, Liao Jiqiang understood the importance of subtlety. With a light-hearted tone, he replied, "Buochang, my responsibilities lie in party building and daily affairs. Administrative and professional matters are determined by the dean." Yi Buochang nodded. "Secretary, I am confident that the dean will ultimately support my proposal. Yet, I still hope for your unwavering backing." Liao Jiqiang's feelings grew increasingly complex. How could Yi Buochang be so certain that the dean would support him? On what grounds? If the dean were indeed backing him, why would he still seek reassurance from Liao Jiqiang, the secretary? In the workplace, one might hear the advice to align oneself with the right people. However, to truly distinguish oneself, narrow paths and overlooked opportunities often present the greatest chances. Those bustling avenues rarely leave room for you. What have you contributed? What have you achieved? People often forget, yet they certainly remember who has done nothing. A lack of effort signifies a problematic attitude. Those adept at mahjong understand that skill can mitigate poor luck. However, when fortune smiles, it can lead to substantial rewards. Conversely, poor players may win when luck is on their side, yet not enough to make a difference. When fortune turns against them, they may find themselves in dire straits. Yi Buochang, now a master of mahjong with favorable fortune, saw a pivotal opportunity in Liao Jiqiang. The latter sensed a strong premonition that Yi Buochang could be of great value. Yi Buochang might also serve as a crucial pawn in his dealings with the dean. Liao Jiqiang firmly believed in the strength of Yi Buochang's alternative design proposal. Yet he could not fathom why the seemingly unassuming individual appeared to have him thoroughly figured out. In a lowered voice, Yi Buochang uttered a pivotal remark. Yunqing is about to construct a subway, isn't it? Liao Jiqiang's expression abruptly changed. Yi Buochang. In that moment, even the seasoned Liao Jiqiang felt his heart race. How did he come to know of this? From this moment on, Liao Jiqiang found himself compelled to support him, albeit with the condition of reviewing Yi Buochang's design proposal. However, Liao Jiqiang's primary interest lay in Yi Buochang as an individual. At this juncture, Zhang Yu returned with Yi Buochang's belongings, including his laptop. With great enthusiasm, Zhang Yu presented the laptop before Yi Buochang, stating, "Secretary, I can escort Engineer Yu back." Liao Jiqiang's gaze oscillated between Yi Buochang and Zhang Yu, akin to observing a couple in affection. Zhang Yu displayed no reluctance, while Yi Buochang, on the other hand, felt a tinge of aversion. Though he did not possess a particular aversion to physicality, he found little allure in a woman like Zhang Yu. Chapter 0017. Awareness. As Yi Buochang prepared to leave the hospital, he observed an intriguing scene. A police car arrived, and two men and a woman chased after it for quite some time. They eagerly welcomed a small child from the vehicle, with the woman embracing the child tenderly. Another woman, battered and bruised, stumbled out and seemed on the verge of collapsing onto the ground. The older man beside her did not offer assistance but instead pointed an accusatory finger at the police, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Assaulting innocent citizens? You are supposed to be public servants, yet you behave like bandits." The young woman, still clutching the child, charged towards the officers, demanding, "On what grounds did you strike my mother? Go ahead and kill me too, just kill me." Meanwhile, the woman on the ground wailed in despair, "I'm dying. You're killing me. I don't want to live anymore." In the face of such unruly behavior, even officers sometimes felt the urge to call for backup. One officer, unable to tolerate the scene any longer, brandished his baton and handcuffs, warning Lin Hongtao, "Step back, or I shall not hesitate to act. Your family was not assaulted by the police. She was involved in a conflict with a civilian. If it weren't for our intervention, would she have the strength to cry?" He admonished them for the first time, "Do not confront public officials." Lin Hongtao's frantic gestures appeared utterly ludicrous in front of the police. This was a matter of lawful enforcement, with surveillance in place and proper procedures to follow. Should any incident arise, should they find themselves detained, the surveillance might just happen to lose power. According to the law of energy conservation, when the cameras go dark, the electric batons are fully charged. Yi Buochang scoffed at how quickly they were released and chose not to linger on the unfolding drama. He found Tang Zhihua rather foolish. Despite her grandson's distress, she had still slapped him. A simple lollipop could have resolved the situation, yet she chose to complicate matters. Had she truly comprehended the gravity of the situation, Yi Buochang would not have been able to retrieve his money so effortlessly. Observing Tang Zhihua's injuries, it was evident she was in considerable pain, while Yi Buochang felt quite pleased, anticipating he could enjoy a few days of respite. With Tang Zhihua undergoing treatment, there was no one to care for the child, leaving Lin Hongtao to shoulder the responsibility, as both his daughter and son-in-law were occupied with work. Consequently, Yi Buochang found himself unbothered. It was fortuitous that he had sustained an injury, allowing him to resolve the housing matters in a single go. Zhang Yu, sitting nearby, whispered, "Do you know them?" The overwhelming scent of perfume almost assaulted Yi Buochang's senses. Naturally, he distanced himself from Zhang Yu, who seemed eager to expose his mother's mental health struggles to the world. "Is it him?" Zhang Yu scoffed. "Their family surely deserves their misfortune." Yi Buochang smiled knowingly at Zhang Yu, who felt an inexplicable anxiety rising within her, accompanied by a hint of embarrassment. According to her beliefs, wrongdoing warranted retribution, which made her ponder her own fate. Yi Buochang continued to sit in the back seat, refusing to occupy the front passenger space while Zhang Yu drove, attempting to fill the silence that enveloped them with awkward conversation. Indeed, there exists a considerable number of such relatives. Speaking of which, there is a blood relation. When you are mired in misfortune, they offer you insipid consolation, as if everyone shares a similar plight. Behind your back, they indulge in gossip while mocking your predicament, not hesitating to utter a word of deservedness. Conversely, if fortune smiles upon you and you amass wealth, they either respond with veiled sarcasm or turn a blind eye, secretly cursing you and wishing for your imminent downfall. Yi Buochang often chuckles at the absurdity of it all. Recognizing the reason behind Zhang Yu's ability to navigate various men and thrive, perhaps she perceives her own physicality as the least valuable aspect of herself. Upon hearing Yi Buochang's laughter, Zhang Yu remained unperturbed and recounted, in 99, My father was hospitalized due to a cerebral infarction, and many friends came to visit, presenting over 2,000 yuan in red envelopes. When my father and I returned after seeing them off, those envelopes had vanished. It was my second uncle who took them. When I confronted him, he claimed my father had consented. That wretched scoundrel. My father was still in the intensive care unit. How could he have consented? Subsequently, it wasn't just the envelopes. He also laid claim to our ancestral home. My grandparents offered no assistance to my mother and me, having resigned themselves to the belief that my father would not survive. Oh, so Zhang Yu harbors such a pitiable background. Does that not evoke a sense of shared suffering with Yi Buchang? One might ponder whether Yi Buchang believes this to be true. Zhang Yu refrained from discussing her family further, stating, Yi Buchang, I will assist you in contacting Dai Qian and share my family's matters with you. Additionally, I will help you deceive the secretary, not out of fear that you might divulge our affairs, but because I understand that at times one can find it quite challenging to navigate alone. If I can lend a hand, I shall. Zhang Yu paused. The hotel surveillance. Is it truly in your possession? She inquired, laughter escaping her lips. I thought you were unperturbed by it all. What with the shared animosity, empathy, and the struggles each family faces, merely fabrications on your part. Yi Buchang, with a slight movement of his lips, replied, I have no surveillance. Truly. Zhang Yu, in her excitement, diverted her gaze from the road to scrutinize Yi Buchang's face. What about you, Yi Buchang? She queried, only to be met with his dismissive counter. Do you suppose it to be true or false? Zhang Yu's exhilaration abruptly ceased. The Yi Buchang of today was no longer the mild-mannered man she once knew. It was as if he had unsealed something within himself. Zhang Yu felt a pang of discomfort. She could not fathom this new version of him, nor discern his thoughts or intentions. This sense of insecurity mirrored the uncertainty of engaging in intimacy without protection. Caught in the gamble of whether the fertile moment would arrive before the onset of menstruation, her emotions oscillated like a turbulent indoor sport reaching its climax. Ultimately, Zhang Yu conceded that it mattered little whether Yi Buchang could articulate these matters with accuracy or what he held in his grasp. Thus, she softly uttered, Yi Buchang, should you ever require my assistance, do inform me. I shall acquiesce to any request. To anything? Yi Buchang reiterated with emphasis. Zhang Yu, her throat parched, affirmed, indeed. To anything. If you doubt my sincerity, perhaps I should escort you to the hotel for a moment of respite. The woman who is typically known for her constant nitpicking in the second project department has now surprisingly taken the initiative to request a rendezvous with Yi Buchang. Although the women in the second project department secretly disparage Zhang Yu, who among them has not entertained thoughts of him in their hearts, the allure is an immediate and undeniable phenomenon. This situation undoubtedly highlights that Zhang Yu's beauty is unparalleled, far exceeding that of ordinary women. In the presence of Zhang Yu, Dai Qian's appearance seems to lack any semblance of confidence. It is hardly surprising that the director and Lu Lei have been ensnared by such a woman. However, this also serves as a timely reminder for Yi Buchang to maintain his distance from individuals like her. Before exiting the vehicle, Yi Buchang remarked, Please refrain from using such strong perfume. It is quite unpleasant. Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback but instinctively nodded in understanding. Hearing his acknowledgement brought Yi Buchang a subtle sense of satisfaction. Chapter 0018. At last, the belongings return to their owner. What kind of master-servant game has commenced? Yi Buchang strode into the residential compound with great determination, barely casting a glance at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu pondered why Yi Buchang ignored her. The reason was quite simple. Someone of his stature would never deign to look at someone he deemed beneath him. It was both a principle and a matter of decorum. Though Yi Buchang appeared oblivious to Zhang Yu, the question remained, why was she captivated by his retreating figure? The answer lay in the resolute demeanor Yi Buchang had cultivated. Suddenly, Zhang Yu recalled Yi Buchang's words as he departed Lu Lei's office. In this world, life is the only thing that is equitable. Each person has but one life, and the rest is a matter of seizing what one can with that life, dependent upon one's abilities. What a man Yi Buchang seemed in that moment. The singing from the women had ceased. The neighbors upstairs and downstairs finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, one neighbor returned from the market, lamenting, usually, I find her singing bothersome, but last night, I waited all night for her to sing. As Yi Buchang returned home, he happened to overhear these remarks. The neighborly women offered him awkward smiles before noticing the blood on his forehead and hurriedly approached with concern. Young Yi, what has happened to your forehead? Oh dear, you're bleeding. Is it serious? Have you been to the hospital? What on earth is going on with your family? Why do you always encounter such misfortunes? You should go home and rest. By the way, is your mother at home? I haven't heard a peep from her since last night. In truth, the neighbors in this residential compound were quite amiable, often bringing over chicken soup and such. Although they also used these gestures to persuade Yiping to seek treatment for Lin Sulan, their concern for her well-being was genuine. Yi Buochang expressed his gratitude to them and, upon entering his home, found Lin Sulan staring intently at the phone. "Mom, how are you feeling?" Yi Buochang ventured to ask. Lin Sulan erupted in anger. "Don't speak. Why are you making noise? I need to take a call from the admissions office. If I can't hear it, I'll make you regret it." With a deep sigh, Yi Buochang reminded himself that she was his mother. In his memories, he could hardly recall what Lin Sulan was like when she was lucid. Her bipolar disorder had always leaned heavily towards mania, which necessitated the administration of sedatives primarily aimed at aiding sleep. However, these medications had begun to lose their efficacy. Lin Sulan hardly slept at all. When she did, it was for mere moments before she would be energized for hours. She truly embodied the concept of charging for 2 minutes and functioning for 2 hours. If only electric vehicles were half as remarkable, the streets would be devoid of gasoline-powered cars. Yi Buochang offered no comfort to Lin Sulan, nor did he seek solace for himself. He retreated to his room, retrieved his mobile phone, and dialed the landline at home. "Is this Lin Sulan?" "This is the admissions office of the 4th Institute of Yun City Music Academy." Lin Sulan nearly exploded with excitement. Yes, it's me," Yibo often said. "This afternoon, you and your son should attend to the pre-enrollment formalities. Listen to your son, maintain decorum, and respond diligently to the staff's inquiries. If they ask for your signature, do not hesitate to sign. Until the weekend registration, you must abide by the regulations of the surrounding community. Refrain from causing disturbances or inconveniencing the neighbors. Failure to comply will result in your disqualification as a student of our institution, and you will forever forfeit the chance to become a true soprano." Lin Sulan exclaimed, "That won't happen. Please trust me. I will definitely listen to my son and cooperate." Yes. Yibo casually ended the call and stepped outside. "Mom, what do you want for lunch?" Lin Sulan rushed over. "Son, the admissions office called, asking you to take me this afternoon to complete some formalities and to sign." Yibo responded, "Is that so? Then we shall go this afternoon." Lin Sulan's eyes sparkled with dreams of enrollment. She had lived her entire life in a fantasy, albeit one that could never materialize. She harbored resentment towards her parents, her elder brother, and younger siblings, as well as towards Yiping and their son. Chasing her dream, she felt betrayed by her family. They bore the blame. Yet, why should Yiping be burdened with the consequences? Why must Yibo endure the repercussions as well? Yibo ultimately realized that, like his father, he possessed an overwhelming sense of morality. The honest are destined to bear the weight of everything. Yibo had no work that morning. Knowing that the technical proposal currently being prepared by the 2nd Project Department would not succeed, he seized the opportunity in these 2 days to resolve the housing issue and planned to work late into the night to finalize the drawings. The bid meeting in 2 days would likely be the 2nd Project Department's moment of reckoning. Yibo went to buy some groceries before returning home. From a young age, he had been taught by Yiping to partake in household chores as his mother was unwell, thus the father and son shared the responsibilities. Yibo recalled when he lived near the railway bureau, where everyone used to cook in the hallway. He was taller than the stove, but the stove was elevated with a pot atop it. He had to place a stool beneath his feet to cook. Yet, when he would serve the meal to Lin Sulan, she would often smash the plate in frustration. Now, Yibo merely needed to remind her. "When the staff asks you if you've eaten, how will you respond?" Lin Sulan replied, "I have." Yibo said, "Then you would be lying, and if you lie, you cannot learn to sing." Lin Sulan, with a glimmer of cleverness, countered, "But if I have eaten now, then it's not a lie." Yibo's cooking skills could rival those of a modest eatery, though perhaps the appearance lacked aesthetic appeal due to his fondness for dark soy sauce. Yet, the flavor was undoubtedly commendable. However, as Lin Sulan consumed Yibo's dishes, she would retch between bites. This was not due to poor taste, but rather a manifestation of her schizophrenia, characterized by a lack of appetite. Nothing seemed palatable. Nevertheless, for the sake of her singing aspirations, she forced herself to eat, regardless of how repulsive it felt. Yet, the staff did not inquire about her meal that afternoon. She cooperatively accompanied Yi Buochang to the notary office. There, they engaged in a series of tasks, examining identification cards, reviewing household registration documents, taking photographs, making copies, and signing forms. The notary office required not only Yiping's death certificate, but also the cancellation certificates of Yi Buochang's grandparents. It seemed as if Yuping had anticipated the events that were to unfold, as she had meticulously prepared her parents' cancellation certificates in a single bag. Surprisingly, alongside the provincial-level property deed, Lin Sulan maintained a demeanor of calmness and composure, appearing much like an ordinary person. However, her occasional moments of evasion and distraction did arouse a hint of curiosity among the staff. Nevertheless, they understood that this woman had just lost her husband, rendering her behavior entirely reasonable. Consequently, the property that had been unjustly taken from Yi Buochang by the Lin Hongtao family in a previous life, along with an old house that Lin Hongwen had occupied for decades, finally returned to Yi Buochang's name. It was, after all, something that rightfully belonged to him. Thus, one might wonder why a sense of joy accompanied its return. Chapter 0019. Neighbors better than family. The two property certificates felt light in Yi Buochang's hands, yet they bore an immense weight upon his heart. These were the final remnants bestowed upon him by his father. One property belonged to Lin Sulan's brother, while the other had already captured the attention of her maternal family. Lin Sulan leaned closer to her son, her voice tinged with mystery. "What is this?" Yi Buochang replied. "Your admission notice." Lin Sulan needed a moment to process this revelation, desperately suppressing her joy as she nearly cried out in exhilaration. Nevertheless, she clamped her hands over her mouth, resolute in her silence. "I will not sing, nor disturb the neighbors. There will be ample opportunities to sing at school. Your father has passed away," she exclaimed. "Now that he is gone, no one can hinder my desire to sing." Though her words were those of a madwoman, not to be taken seriously, Yi Buochang felt a profound sorrow. Observing the bustling street around him, he steeled his resolve, wishing to leave her behind, to not look back, to allow her to fade eternally from his life. In that moment, Yi Buochang felt as if his breath had been stolen, his eyes bloodshot with emotion. He inhaled deeply, choosing to cease his internal struggles, refusing to become a person devoid of morals. He glanced at the blissfully smiling Lin Sulan and said, "Let us go home." Lin Sulan whispered, "Quickly, put away the admission notice." Yi Buochang tucked away the two property certificates, recently updated in 2002. They were purchased with the frugal savings and extra earnings from night work that Yuping had managed to accumulate. Life in the Yun Railway Bureau was dismal. The northern gate of Yun City was often referred to as Iron Half City, a moniker not lacking in truth. Many may be unaware of the absurdity of the Railway Bureau. Official correspondence from the capital would typically address various provinces, autonomous regions, and the Xinjiang Production and Construction Corps, followed by a mention of the Railway Bureau. Now it becomes clear that the Yun Railway Bureau effectively operates as a unit independent of Yun City. It exists as a closed-off world, mirroring the administrative departments of the city, with the same entities present within Iron Half City. The most outrageous aspect was the police bureau. If someone committed a crime and fled to the railway, the city bureau would retract upon realizing they had entered the jurisdiction of the Yun Railway Sub-Bureau. This sub-bureau also oversaw the largest train station in Yun City, a significant contributor to the station's high crime rate. Everyone was connected to the Railway Bureau. Even if workers and their families did not know each other, they had likely heard of one another. Lin Sulan's mental illness was common knowledge within the Railway Bureau. Yi Buochang attended the affiliated school throughout his elementary and middle school years. When the railway children bullied him, they would first target Lin Sulan, taunting him with, "Your mother is insane." In those moments, Yi Buochang would erupt in fury, engaging them in fights. When teachers caught them and brought them to the office, Yi Buochang would emerge battered and weeping, lamenting their cruel words about his mother. The homeroom teacher would coldly retort, "Your mother is indeed insane." From that day forth, Yi Buochang no longer harbored any expectations of sympathy. At that time, he even felt a sense of shame regarding Lin Sulan's schizophrenia. However, upon further reflection, he questioned why one should feel shame. Why should illness evoke such sentiments? It is they who ought to feel ashamed. Yuping was unwilling to witness his wife and son suffer indignities. Furthermore, Yi Buochang consistently achieved excellent results. He did not wish for his son to ultimately perish within that confined world, akin to those of his peers. In the family compound, an elderly cadre had retired and moved to America to join his son. Yuping seized the opportunity to purchase the property. That year coincided with the housing reform. And given the home's age, the price was relatively low. Others were eager to sell, and he managed to secure a fortunate deal. The property's value resided in two aspects. First, it was situated within the district of an esteemed experimental primary school. Second, the overall quality of the neighbors was considerably high. Yet, after moving in, their family became the least reputable among them. Lin Sulan would often sing opera. causing quite a disturbance for the residents below, who were on the verge of their patience. At times, Yi Buchang felt genuinely remorseful towards these neighbors. Nonetheless, he could not allow himself to be soft-hearted. It was sufficient to be intermittently morally deficient. An aunt from upstairs descended, spotting the mother and son. "Ah, I just knocked on your door, but no one was home. How fortuitous to run into you now." Lin Sulan shot a glare at the aunt, her intention to intimidate unmistakable. Lin Sulan believed her words were the most significant. However, the aunt carried a bag of sausages and cured meats. Each year, she prepared an abundance of sausages and cured meats. "Just consider it a favor, help me consume a bit. Otherwise, by mid-year, when winter arrives, I'll have to prepare more, and I'll be anxious, losing sleep over it." This aunt also introduced Yi Buchang to doctors at the 4th hospital, sometimes bringing food or drinks, fostering a profound sense of camaraderie. Yi Buchang did not decline her offerings. When he reached out to accept, the aunt waved her hand, insisting, "Let me take it upstairs." "Sulan, take your time going up the stairs. Buchang, do assist your mother." Upon reaching the top floor, Yi Buchang opened the door as the aunt placed the meat into the refrigerator. The entire freezer was devoid of any frozen goods. As one ages, witnessing others suffer becomes increasingly unbearable. Upon returning home, Lin Sulan dashed into her room to select a beautiful outfit for the music academy. The aunt emerged from the kitchen, glanced into the inner room, and gently pulled Yi Buchang aside to the staircase, looking around before speaking softly. "Your mother is." Yi Buchang replied, "I will take her there this weekend." The aunt remarked, "I understand your internal conflict and sorrow. Encountering such circumstances is no easier for anyone else. Professional matters should be entrusted to professionals. Ignoring illness and avoiding hospitalization will only exacerbate the situation. You are still so young. Do not allow yourself to be worn down. Are there any good people among your mother's family? If you do not take care of yourself, who will your mother rely on in the future? The money, the house, all that your father left you, grasp it tightly and trust no one. In this world, one can only rely on oneself." Yi Buchang used to dismiss this notion entirely, always believing that relatives should unite, should strive towards a common goal. It was only later that he realized the source of Lin Sulan's afflictions, the cause of her illness becoming a household topic. The reason for Yi Ping's enduring hardships, and the lack of better days for Yi Buchang himself, was it not the so-called maternal grandparents and uncles? Now, every word spoken by his aunt resonates deeply within him. With a hint of melancholy, she remarks, "In a moment, I shall prepare some meat. There is also a chicken in the bag. Let us cook it as well. Today marks the 7th day since your father's passing. Please go to the back and burn some paper for him. You have entered university, and as a government official, I do not subscribe to superstitions. This is merely an expression of our profound love and remembrance for our dearly departed. Rest assured, everyone understands your position and will not voice any objections." As his aunt prepares to descend the stairs, her steps uneven, she turns to Yi Buchang and says, "Little Yi, you must stay strong." Beneath his stoic exterior, Yi Buchang feels a flicker of emotion stirring within him. Chapter 20. The Wrath of General Liu in the bag delivered by Andy, alongside the sausages and cured meats. There indeed lay a meticulously plucked chicken, its skin a delightful golden hue. It was evidently freshly slaughtered today, singed over an open flame and prepared with great care. Yi Buchang often placed it into a large pot to simmer. He then used a frying pan to cook 2 segments of sausage and a piece of cured meat. Soon, the house was enveloped in the rich aroma of broth and cured delicacies. However, Lin Sulan was entirely oblivious to the enticing scent. She had donned every one of her beautiful dresses over the years, yet none of them were particularly flattering. Many of those dresses were crafted from fabrics that Yi Ping had torn and sent to the tailor. Yet in the eyes of Yi Buchang, they represented Yi Ping's utmost affection. Lin Sulan, not knowing hunger, prompted Yi Buchang to prolong the cooking of the chicken. The resulting broth would later be complemented by some leafy greens, with dinner postponed for a while. As he returned to his room to continue working on design sketches, he received a call from old Yuan. "How are you? Is there anything amiss? Now, you can rest easy at home. No one at work would dare say anything." Yi Buchang replied, "Brother Yuan, I will still come by when necessary. It's just that the meeting the day after tomorrow." The meeting aimed to finalize the project's ultimate proposal. Typically, the Design Institute would conduct a simulated review meeting for the various project departments, led by the chief architect, who would form an expert panel to evaluate the bids. It was merely a procedural formality, with no surprises expected. The scores would invariably be high before being sent directly to the bidding entity, awaiting the results. In truth, all outcomes were predetermined prior to the review. Thus, Lu Lei felt confidently assured that he was the star contributor of the Design Institute this year. Upon hearing that Yi Buochang would attend the bid finalization meeting, Old Yuan seemed to sense something and asked, "Buochang, are you truly prepared to oppose Lu Lei?" Yi Buochang responded, "Brother Yuan, let's not phrase it that way. It's about the project, not the person. The design approach is outdated and does not align with the future development trends of Yunqing. It is said that Yunqing is among the nation's top slow-paced cities. Our unit has engaged in municipal planning and design for many years. Do you recall when the first draft of the Third Ring Road and Bridge design was created? Without a forward-thinking proposal that anticipates at least a decade ahead, it simply cannot be presented." Lu Lei, having become the manager of the second project department, had relied on past successes. Following his proposal, the Municipal Engineering Bureau might grant the Design Institute a respectable score and a top 3 ranking. But what does a high ranking matter if one is not first? Old Yuan, perplexed by Yi Buochang's unwavering certainty that the second department's proposal would falter, remarked, "Didn't everyone contribute to it together?" With a sigh, Old Yuan continued, "Buochang, whatever you choose to do, I cannot stop you. However, you must understand that this approach will isolate you." "Isolate? Why should I be the one to isolate them all?" Yi Buochang inquired with a smile. "Brother Yuan, would you truly distance yourself from me?" Old Yuan replied, "You scoundrel, don't speak to me at work in the future. However, after work, one can still call me for a drink." Just the words from Old Yuan suffice. "Thank you, Brother Yuan. Since an internal mock review is to be conducted, it is prudent to devise a backup plan rather than merely simulate one." Liao Jiqiang is an astute secretary. Beneath his cheerful demeanor lies a visage brimming with ambition. I trust that Yi Buochang's words today have resonated with him, and he is already in the process of rallying support, preparing to make a significant impact at the mock review. Should old Liao wish to preserve his reputation, it matters little. Yi Buochang has issued a timely warning, thus achieving his objective. Henceforth, in the Design Institute, no one will dare dismiss his words as mere jest. As for finances, profits from demolition are assured. With this money, merely acquiring old buildings will yield substantial returns, leaving no room for scarcity. Furthermore, the real estate sector is on the verge of a rapid developmental surge. Yi Buochang intends to register a company externally, taking on private contracts, ensuring that monetary concerns will not plague him. After hanging up with Old Yuan, Yi Buochang resumed working on the proposal, periodically checking the pot to ensure the water did not evaporate. As 9 o'clock approached, he plated chicken, cured meat, and sausage, and took a basin with some prepared paper money to the back of the residential building. This area, a spacious alley, sees little foot traffic aside from children playing in the afternoons. Yi Buochang took a piece of paper money to ignite, but after pressing the lighter multiple times with no success, he called out in frustration, "Do you wish to ignite?" After a brief pause, he pressed the lighter again, and this time it sparked to life, igniting the paper money, which he fed into the flames one by one. The heat rose, stirring the air, creating a breeze in the alley that formed a vortex over the fire, extending the flames like a small fire tornado. Under the glow of the flames, Yi Buochang's eyes sparkled with myriad stars. "Father, did you bring me back?" In that moment, tears streamed down Yi Buochang's face. Meanwhile, Lu Lei, burdened with pent-up frustration, drank at the clubhouse. The hostess had come to toast him 2 or 3 times. "Mr. Lu, how about selecting a sister first? The business is thriving. I fear we won't retain them. After all, they must be chosen. Otherwise, let us keep a few here. When your friends arrive, they can take their pick, and the unsatisfactory ones, I'll take away. They're all old acquaintances, and I want to charge a diamond tips." Lu Lei was quite exasperated. He slapped 10,000 yuan from the boss's bag onto the table. Will they stay or not? The hostess hesitated to accept the money. "Mr. Lu, you're not being distant. We're all family here. Just say the word, and tonight, the sisters from several groups will stay without earning a penny." As the hostess exited, a man in his 30s or 40s entered, casually pinching the hostess's chin. She, not one to be outdone, returned the gesture, laughing and scolding. The man settled beside Lu Lei, apologizing for his tardiness. "I was just dining with the folks from the design department. The subsequent activities were delayed." Lu Lei poured a glass of beer for Huang Changshun, raising it in a toast of respect. Huang Changshun took a sip from his glass, unbuckled his belt before finishing the remainder, and communicated effortlessly with the municipal construction team. The internal simulation evaluations have concluded, and now it is simply a matter of submitting the bid documents. This time, the team of experts comprises familiar faces. We have no concerns. The second project department has once again secured a substantial advantage this year. Prior to the submission of the bid documents, the comprehensive project department within the Design Institute had already established connections with the relevant tendering departments. Some information has inevitably leaked, such as the focal points of the project's scoring criteria and the approximate cost pricing. Consequently, there exists a dedicated department within the Design Institute to handle these matters. In private enterprises, this department is referred to as the Public Relations Department, whereas in the Design Institute, it is called the Comprehensive Project Management Department, tasked with the coordination and liaison of projects. What does liaison and coordination entail? Essentially, it involves public relations and hospitality. By the way, Yibo often mentions that Dai Shi, a former girlfriend of his, works in this department. Suddenly, Huang Changshan inquired about Lu Lei's apparent irritation. Wondering why he had engaged in a confrontation with Yibo, Lu Lei's frustration intensified. Chapter 21. The woman's two lips. Lu Lei, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, abruptly withdrew it upon hearing the comment, sending ash flying haphazardly, some landing in the fruit bowl, others in the wine glass. Lu Lei exclaimed in frustration that it was indeed he who had smashed the ashtray. His mother had lost her mind, and he too felt like a lunatic. A wretched bastard. Huang Changshan remarked that the office had been buzzing that afternoon, claiming Lu's assistant had said he was the one who caused the ruckus. Lu Lei, equally curious about her thoughts, was too irate to engage further. He glanced at the clock, wondering why Zhong Yu had yet to arrive. Huang Changshan pressed on, inquiring if Lu was aware of Zhong Yu slapping Dai Qian earlier that morning at the hospital. Lu Lei admitted he had not heard of it and asked for details. Huang Changshan shrugged, indicating the situation was delicate. Only Zhong Yu could truly explain, and any outside commentary would be inappropriate. Their friendship was robust. Allowing for a brief acknowledgement of the matter, they clinked their glasses together, indifferent to the ash floating within. Just then, Zhong Yu pushed open the door to the private room, taking a seat on the single sofa to the side with an air of impatience. President Huang, she greeted. Neglecting to acknowledge Lu Lei, he frowned, questioning her choice to sit so far away. Zhong Yu retrieved a mirror to inspect her face. She wore no makeup that evening, revealing her natural complexion. She checked to see if her skin had suffered from cosmetics and evaluated the effectiveness of her sunscreen. Despite Yunqing's reputation for lacking sunlight, the sun's rays still managed to harm. Zhong Yu was particularly wary of developing dark spots. Inadequate sun protection could lead to unsightly blemishes. However, her primary motive for the mirror was to avoid engaging with Lu Lei. When he called out to her, she continued to ignore him, further igniting his irritation. Did you slap Dai Qian when you took Yi Buchang to the hospital today? He asked. Zhong Yu had no reservations in admitting it. She had done so right in front of the secretary. Lu Lei and Huang Changshan exchanged silent looks. Zhong Yu, embodying a champion of justice, explained that Secretary Liao had sent Dai Qian to comfort Yi Buchang, believing she could soothe him given their workplace connection and to prevent the situation from escalating. Dai Qian, however, had been inappropriate in the treatment room, stating that Yi Buchang's father had barely been buried before he returned to work to elicit her sympathy, asserting that she felt no pity for him. The fact that Yi Buchang's mother suffered from schizophrenia had been spread by Dai Qian herself. The secretary had overheard all of this. In such circumstances, Lu Lei felt compelled to slap her, lest it appear they were driving Yi Buchang to despair. President Huang, I'll leave it at that. Dai Qian is from your department. You are well aware of the potential repercussions of this situation. If you do not handle it properly, you will not satisfy the secretary. Huang Changshan thought bitterly of Dai Qian, labeling her a foolish woman. Seeking an honest individual, one found such a person, only to subsequently express disdain. This has led to the entire unit becoming aware of her questionable character, a predicament of her own making. Huang Changshan initially intended to seek justice for Dai Shi from Zhong Yu, but now finds himself at a loss. Dai Shi's public apology to Yi Buchang has not resolved the matter. Observing Lu Lei's prolonged gaze on Zhong Yu, Huang Changshan surmised they had matters to discuss. I shall find a phone, he declared, departing the private room, which prompted Lu Lei to shift closer to Zhong Yu. By all that is sacred, how have I offended you? You informed Liao Jiqiang that I was behind the incident with Yi Buchang. What is your intent? Zhong Yu retorted. And what of your intentions in sending me to see Yi Buchang? The secretary arrived, stating firmly that whatever Yi Buchang said was to be taken as truth, and that the integrity of the unit's harmony must not be compromised. Now, tell me, how should I respond to this? Lu Lei's expression soured as he squinted and muttered curses about Liao Jiqiang, perceiving this as an opportunity to undermine him. Hearing this, Zhong Yu felt relieved. realizing the situation had been navigated successfully. In any case, Lu Lei would not seek validation from Liao Jiqiang regarding such claims. Lu Lei remarked that Liao Jiqiang seemed intent on opposing the director. He must be oblivious to the fact that the Design Institute thrives on technical prowess. What business does he have meddling? Once this project is secured, he shall witness how I subtly undermine him at the celebration. Zhang Yu felt increasingly agitated. Having stumbled earlier in the day, she was now at the mercy of Yi Buochang, who had seemingly sought to take advantage of her. Yet, she was of no interest to him. Now she found herself compelled to help him maintain the facade of the day. It seemed that everything was going awry. I am going home, utterly exhausted, Zhang Yu announced as she prepared to leave. Lu Lei reached out to detain her, suggesting they continue the evening's revelries. Zhang Yu, you can take your leave, she snapped, departing the room without a backward glance. Lu Lei sensed something amiss about Zhang Yu, though he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. Upon her exit, Huang Changshan returned, accompanied by a group of strikingly tall women. They bowed in unison, greeting. Good evening, boss. Huang Changshan pointed to a particularly fierce-looking woman, instructing, You, accompany our general manager Lu. He has a penchant for basketball. This remark elicited laughter from the group. Lu Lei temporarily set aside his frustrations to unwind before the upcoming finalization meeting in 2 days. That morning, after an all-nighter, Yi Buochang had completed the design section of the tender documents. Today marked the finalization meeting for Project Department 2. Yi Buochang was prepared to overturn Lu Lei's proposal, signaling to all that, moving forward, Lu Lei's words would hold no weight in the second project department. Even if he was the manager, his authority would not prevail. As Yi Buochang departed for work, he called to his mother, Lin Sulan, who was engrossed in a television program. Mom, I am off to work. I will escort you to school tomorrow. Lin Sulan nodded vigorously, her mouth tightly covered, assuring, Rest assured, I shall refrain from singing, or I risk disqualification. Yi Buochang had already been in contact with the director from the Fourth Institute. He remarked that in cases like Lin Sulan's, had she received proactive treatment in her early years, the issues would not be significant. However, with the passage of time, the treatment methods may become somewhat extreme. And for those of an older age, the recovery process tends to be sluggish. He suggested that Yi Buochang should prepare himself mentally. Yi Buochang had indeed been mentally prepared, having anticipated this for a lifetime. Upon opening the door, he found a couple standing outside. The man forcefully pushed Yi Buochang aside, appearing determined to defend his sister, and then crouched down before Lin Sulan. Instead of the expected sight of a haggard and unkempt sister, he was met with a sister who was elegantly adorned and impeccably groomed. For a moment, he was at a loss as to how to express his outrage. Yi Buochang, with drooping eyelids, regarded him with a look that seemed to convey, Your Highness, it appears I have spared you the opportunity to lose your temper this time. My apologies. Chapter 22. The Honest Man, whom everyone seeks to undermine nonetheless, Lin Hongwen was still able to find an excuse. He crouched for a few seconds before Lin Sulan, then sprang up to shout at Yi Buochang. Yi Buochang, look at how emaciated your mother has become. What manner of son are you? He was Lin Hongwen, the younger brother of Lin Sulan. Initially, Lin Sulan merely suffered from intermittent mental disturbances, and as her brother, he had once thrown her out of the house. Yes, thrown her out. Now, he was playing the role of a caring brother, seemingly erasing the memories of his past actions. The woman at the door was Pang Xiaoru, Yi Buochang's maternal aunt. Adorned with a jade bracelet on her wrist and a gold necklace around her neck, she was nearing 40 but maintained her appearance well. As she walked, her figure swayed enticingly. On her way to attend her son's parent-teacher meeting, she often found herself amused by the fathers of other students. Following Lin Hongwen inside, she sat beside Lin Sulan, affectionately draping her arm around her sister-in-law. With a semblance of deep familial affection, she remarked, Oh, I saw some fruit vendors by the roadside on my way here. I intended to buy some, but Hongwen said Buochang had already gotten some. And we shouldn't be so polite among family. Upon closer inspection, she realized there was nothing. Buochang, this is not me speaking ill of you. If you're a bit stern with your uncle and me, we wouldn't mind. But surely you cannot neglect your mother, can you? The couple exchanged knowing glances, one rolling their eyes at Yi Buochang while the other glared at him, as if he were indeed the cause of Lin Sulan's gauntness. Yi Buochang, unlike before, was no longer too embarrassed to stand his ground. He calmly replied, Please, lower your voices. Do not disturb the neighbors or affect my mother. The television in Lin Sulan's room was set to a low volume, and her expression shifted slightly upon hearing her son's words. Lin Hongwen, perhaps unaware of the gravity of the situation, yelled at Yi Buochang, Who do you think you're speaking to? Do you even know who I am? Yi Buchang smiled at Lin Hongwen and replied, Who are you? Go ask your mother. Why are you asking me? I will say it once more. Keep your voice down and do not disturb the neighbors. This residential area housed officials from the Public Security Bureau. Whether it was a quarrel or a physical confrontation, one ought to consider that this was not a place where one could act with impunity. Lin Hongwen had enlisted at 18. Indeed, as all adults advised, when nothing else could be done, he was sent to the military. Thus, the army, in a sense, became a refuge. The children of the Yuntai Bureau would enlist and, upon returning, be arranged to work back at the Railway Bureau. Currently, Lin Hongwen served as a train attendant, often away from home. Therefore, when Yuping passed away, he did not attend the funeral. Neither he nor his wife showed up. Why now? Naturally, it was to seize money, property, and territory. He had initially thought he was late, fearing his elder brother had gotten there first. Returning to Yun City in the dead of night, he had not even rested before hastily making his way here in the morning. If it were not for his son needing to attend school today, he would have followed his parents to bolster their spirits. Lin Hongwen was at any ne'er-do-well in his youth. Even after returning from military service, he had not significantly improved. They were acutely aware that they were merely muddling through life. However, with the added identity of a veteran, their demeanor and conduct became increasingly arrogant and overbearing. This shift contributed to the military's declining reputation over an extended period. Lin Hongwen played a considerable role in this decline. Lin Hongwen was on the verge of exploding with anger, yet he suddenly noticed that Yi Buchang, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, was markedly different from before. In the past, when Lin Hongwen raised his voice, Yi Buchang would lower his head, lacking even the courage to meet his gaze, let alone confront him as he was doing now. Lin Hongwen assumed Yi Buchang was merely bluffing, but observing his calm demeanor, speaking methodically, without haste or breathlessness, his voice steady, hands and feet composed, there was no trace of fear about him. At that moment, Pang Xiaoru rose and wandered into the kitchen. Initially, she intended to find fault. Upon opening the refrigerator, she discovered meat in the freezer and vegetables in the fresh compartment, along with rice and oil adequately stocked. Oddly enough, with a madman in the house and Yi Buchang preparing for work, following the death of Yi Pinger, their household was still functioning and had not collapsed. Pang Xiaoru had intended to uncover some issues, but she found herself momentarily at a loss against Yi Buchang. As she re-entered the kitchen, she adopted a tone of concern for her sister-in-law, saying, Buchang, have you not prepared any food for your mother from the vegetables in your fridge? Just look at her complexion. It's truly poor. You must take care to nourish her. I had intended to bring her a hen. Let me tell you. They have specially sourced free-range mountain chickens from Jianguo, which are excellent for stewing and very nourishing, beneficial for your mother's health. Had I known earlier, I would have brought one. Yi Buchang merely grunted. Then why don't you go buy one now? Pang Xiaoru was taken aback. It was the first time her once timid nephew had spoken so bluntly to her. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, Yi Buchang, what do you mean by that? Is this how you speak to your elders? Yi Buchang, with a smile on his face, replied, In truth, I have great admiration for individuals like Lin Hongwen and yourself. When you express concern, it's akin to an old sow donning a bra, so many layers of pretense. But perhaps you should reflect on what you have contributed to our family over the years. Your usual phrases, I had intended to, had I known. You should. Which of these have you actually fulfilled? Anyone can utter sweet words. I had planned to offer you 1,000,000, but I feared you might indulge too much and suffer from it. So I reconsidered. Lin Hongwen, pointing at Yi Buchang, shouted, You insolent brat, whom are you speaking to? Your father has passed away, and I am here today to properly educate you. Yi Buchang, unfazed, met Lin Hongwen's gaze without flinching and asked, What are you two here for today? A good question indeed, one that thoroughly jolted the couple into clarity. Pang Xiaoru tugged at Lin Hongwen's shirt, casting him a disapproving glance. She stepped in front of him, her expression stern. Yi Buchang, you may act with such irreverence, but we, as your elders, shall not hold it against you. It is only for the sake of your sister that I feel disheartened. Her health is frail, and here you are, behaving like an unfilial son. My husband and I are concerned for your mother. Go wherever you please. We shall not interfere with her, and you shall manage her. Will you? Lin Hongwen retorted. Very well then. Today is the final draft meeting, so there is no need to return home for lunch with mother. With a huff, Yi Buchang turned on his heel and strode away. As the door clicked shut, Lin Hongwen muttered to himself, If you don't pull me back, I swear I'll make him regret it. Pang Xiaoru leaned closer to Lin Sulan, whispering, As for the money and the house left by Yiping, Chapter 0023. You did not seek me, yet you arrived first. Yi Buochang had successfully procured 2 property certificates. One pertained to the Cadre family compound, while the other was for the apartment allocated by the Yuntai Bureau, which he later partially purchased. However, this latter property had been usurped by Lin Hongwen and his wife. After Lin Hongwen's military discharge, he was assigned work, and new employees were not entitled to housing. This situation persisted until the year of housing reform, when individuals were allowed to buy and sell properties freely. Lin Hongwen claimed that his son had grown and required a separate room for study, asserting that it was imperative not to hinder his future academic pursuits. Consequently, his parents convened the family, proposing to pool resources to purchase a new apartment. Alas, they soon discovered that everyone was financially strained. They eventually realized that their sights were set on the apartment vacated by Yi Ping. The elderly couple was so desperate that they contemplated kneeling before Yi Ping, frequently seeking out Lin Sulan. Lin Sulan's health continued to deteriorate. With no other recourse, Yi Ping reluctantly consented to lend the apartment to Lin Hongwen for temporary accommodation. This arrangement has persisted for a decade. The audacity of Lin Hongwen's family to cling to the old Yuntai Bureau property stemmed from their perception of Yi Ping as a docile individual, one disinclined to pursue disputes. With Yi Ping's passing, they believed no one would dare claim the property from them. They had already secured one apartment, and their current target was the one occupied by his sister. The acquisition of the property seemed inconsequential. Upon Yi Ping's death, the inheritance would rightfully belong to his sister. It was unimaginable that she would sell the apartment and withhold any portion of the proceeds from her brothers. As for Yi Buochang, his timid disposition rendered him no match for the assertive Lin Hongwen. However, they were entirely unaware that the present Yi Buochang would exhibit no leniency towards them. He was acutely aware of their motives for visiting today, to scheme over the properties and finances left by Yi Ping. Recognizing their intentions, Yi Buochang intended to utilize them as mere tools and free labor. Otherwise, he could have easily dismissed them without a second thought. For the next few days, Yi Buochang planned to address matters at his workplace and, once resolved, would settle accounts with them meticulously. Yi Buochang's forehead was bandaged, drawing considerable attention upon his arrival at the office. The incident involving Lu Lei assaulting Yi Buochang had swiftly circulated throughout the Design Institute. The assault had been clearly defined in its nature. Curiously, those who were aware of the incident either remained silent or attributed blame to Yi Buochang. Why had manager Lu chosen to strike Yi Buochang? It must have been Yi Buochang's fault, they reasoned. Why had Lu not targeted someone else? This reflected the insidious victim-blaming mentality that Yi Buochang had long since become accustomed to. Consequently, upon entering his office, no one dared approach him to inquire about his well-being. At that moment, isolating Yi Buochang was deemed politically correct. The second project department was still under Lu Lei's dominion. Yet, deep within, Yi Buochang silently vowed that soon this would no longer be Lu Lei's domain. At this juncture, only old Yuan raised an eyebrow at Yi Buochang, later sending a message through QQ. Yuan, how's your injury? Phone. No major issues. Yuan Lai is you. Everyone is quite concerned about you. But Lu Lei has issued a stern warning. Anyone who gets too close to you will no longer be considered one of their own. Feng Wang Bei Chue. I understand. It's fine. Yuan Lai is you, so? Are you still planning to attend the final draft meeting? Feng Wang Bei Chue, why wouldn't I go? I've already prepared the new blueprints. Yuan Lai is you. I'm not sure how to advise you, but if you're determined to proceed, then go ahead. While the two were chatting on QQ, other colleagues exchanged glances. Although it was manager Lu who had made a mess of things with Yi Buochang, the public revelation of the conflict would only lead to increasingly difficult times for Yi Buochang. The youth is too impulsive. What's wrong with bowing to the manager? As the office colleagues expressed their sympathy for Yi Buochang, a middle-aged man dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt and high-waisted slacks entered the office and approached Yi Buochang. Yi Buochang closed the chat window and glanced at the graying-haired man but did not speak. The man said, Yi Buochang, as a man, you should be more magnanimous. Yi Buochang, with a puzzled expression, looked at the middle-aged man, perhaps wanting to say, what on earth are you talking about? However, the middle-aged man was unfazed by Yi Buochang's expression and continued, Yi Buochang, I don't know what transpired between you and Dai Shi, but I believe you both should part amicably. As a man, shouldn't you make some concessions? Can't you be a little less petty? We sympathize deeply with your plight. However, your family's misfortune does not justify your actions in abducting my niece, does it? In summary, 1. I do not know what happened, but it must be your fault, Yi Buochang. 2. What Dai Shi did is irrelevant. The moment it is questioned, it is you, Yi Buochang, who appears petty. 3. I feel pity for your parents, but this is your own doing. 4. I have come here to swiftly seize the moral high ground and confront you. I ask you, can you withstand this? Observing the reactions of the colleagues in the office, it was evident they were on the verge of joining in a collective denunciation of Yi Buchang. Previously, Yi Buchang would only blush and apologize, taking on all the responsibility, believing that would ease the situation for everyone. In reality, it would not alleviate anything. They would merely find him easier to bully. The fact that Dai Shi's uncle dared to confront Yi Buchang so brazenly was not merely a display of audacity, but rather a signal that Lu Lei had conferred with him. In the second project department, who would dare to speak on Yi Buchang's behalf? He would no longer be considered a brother. Instead, the matter was to be addressed directly, clarifying the situation publicly. In truth, this would further cement Yi Buchang's reputation as a petty and clingy man. If Yi Buchang dared to implicate Lu Lei in wrongdoing, it would be entirely reasonable and effortless for Lu Lei to target him. Last night, Daishi returned home and recounted the incident of being slapped to her father. However, feeling guilty, she did not wish to apologize publicly to Yi Buchang. Her father contacted her uncle, who directly reached out to Lu Lei. As a senior architect in the institute, his words carried significant weight. Moreover, within the courtyard, the simulation review team included Dai Shueyo as one of its members. In an effort to gain more influence among the expert group, Lu Lei sought to do a favor for Dai Shueyo. Consequently, Dai Shueyo glared at Yi Buchang with an air of aggression. As I mentioned earlier, I am unaware of the circumstances that transpired between you. However, I believe it would be prudent for you to personally apologize to Dai Qian. What are your thoughts? Heh. Yi Buchang pushed the group paper on the table aside, lit a cigarette, and exhaled a cloud of smoke towards Dai Shueyo's face. What do you think? Allow me to express my own opinion as well. Although I am not privy to your past accomplishments, I am inclined to believe that your certification as a senior architect at the Design Institute was acquired through connections rather than merit. You ought to apologize to the junior and intermediate architects, as you have taken a position that rightfully belongs to them. The office fell into a profound silence, perhaps exacerbated by the slightly low temperature of the air conditioning. Everyone remained absorbed in their tasks, their bodies trembling. Dai Shueyo's lips quivered noticeably, likely a reaction to his agitation. Chapter 0024. An unexpected ally within the office, the collective emotions had shifted away from Yi Buchang. Consequently, as they observed the unfolding drama, their subjective focus leaned towards Dai Shueyo. While they found some amusement in Dai Shueyo being reprimanded, they harbored an inherent bias against Yi Buchang gaining the upper hand. Thus, upon witnessing the pallor on Dai Shueyo's face, their thoughts echoed discontent. Isn't Yi Buchang going a bit too far? Dai Shueyo was taking deep breaths, perhaps attempting to maintain the demeanor and composure befitting a seasoned elder. It is said that Yi Buchang is a diligent worker, often enduring grievances without complaint, an image they deemed to be a mere doormat. Yet, Yi Buchang's retorts were substantiated and impeccable, leaving no room for criticism. As Dai Shueyo's complexion grew ashen, he feared that he might faint from the pressure. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Dai Shueyo pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Buchang and bellowed, Yi Buchang, I see you have become utterly unruly. Even if I am not your superior, I am your senior, an elder within the Design Institute. Do you understand the meaning of respect? Are you aware of what constitutes decorum? You, with no upbringing or refinement. Yi Buchang allowed the tirade to unfold, casually smoking a cigarette, his heart steady and his expression unperturbed as he awaited the end of the outburst. Once the storm had passed, he calmly replied, Though you have scolded me at length, I shall not delve into your upbringing or refinement. Let us discuss decorum. This is the second project department. If you have grievances against me, you ought to address them to Manager Lu Lei or my team leader, Old Yuan. You should not come to me. This is called following protocol. If you cannot adhere to the process, then what authority do you have to speak of decorum? He continued. Regarding respect, if you wish for my respect, must you not first extend respect towards me? Respect is inherently reciprocal. In the absence of your respect, I might as well express my disdain for your ancestors. Should I discover the location of your ancestral grave, I might even pay a visit during festive seasons to celebrate atop it. An elder of the Design Institute? Elders belong in retirement homes. The Design Institute is a workplace, not a domain for you to wield your age as a weapon. As for your upbringing and refinement, I cannot say. However, I can assert with certainty that you lack common sense. You have no knowledge of the circumstances surrounding my encounter with your niece, yet you demand an apology from me? On what grounds? I had thought you were the chief designer or chief engineer of the institute. Yi Buchang's logic was unassailable. inciting old Yuan to stifle a cheer of encouragement for him. Meanwhile, Dai Shueyo's face twitched, his breath quickening, and a sense of dizziness began to envelop him. He had heard that Yi Buochang was a pushover, someone who would apologize under pressure regardless of fault. This would ostensibly serve as a means to vindicate his niece and release pent-up frustration. However, no one had informed him that Yi Buochang was such a formidable adversary. Had he known, he would have refrained from confronting this thorny issue. Now caught in a predicament, his embarrassment was palpable. He was unsure of how to proceed. Should he unleash his temper, he could not predict Yi Buochang's next move. If he chose to remain silent and turn away, it would signify defeat. A shameful retreat that would haunt him in future endeavors. In the office, the usually early-leaving lady suddenly remarked, "Yi Buochang, that's enough. There's no need to speak so harshly. Dai Gong is a veteran of the Design Institute. He merely came to inquire about the situation. There's no need for you to get so worked up. If he is right, you ought to apologize to his niece. If he is wrong, simply endure it. It's not a significant matter. As a young person, you should be magnanimous." With her leading the charge, the other colleagues quickly chimed in to support Dai Shueyo, urging Xiao Yi, "Don't be overly vindictive. It isn't a big deal. If your relationship with Dai Qian is meant to be, it will flourish. If not, there's no need to hold a grudge and vent your frustrations on his uncle." Yi Buochang chuckled. "So, should I unleash my anger on all of you instead? Dai Shueyo's office is somewhat distant from mine, and I find it taxing to seek him out for a chat daily. However, I can certainly make a point to greet your entire family every day at work. Would you like to experience what it's like for me to check your attendance at 8 in the morning and 5:30 in the afternoon?" Old Yuan secretly relished the moment. While the group of office colleagues stood bewildered, what happened to the honest and agreeable Yi Buochang? Who is this unpredictable individual? If one were to label him as mad, he presents valid arguments and has made his intentions clear. Yet, if he is not mad, his aggression and combativeness are palpable, especially with that bandage on his head. Beneath his refined exterior lies a gaze filled with disdain and mockery for everyone in the office. That look unmistakably conveyed, "Those present are nothing but a bunch of rubbish." Dai Shueyo was left speechless, and even those who had spoken in his defense dared not intervene further. Drawing a sharp breath, Dai Shueyo declared, "Just wait. I will go find the secretary." "Find the secretary? Huh. Even if you summoned the Buddha himself, it would amount to the same." Yi Buochang finally released the pent-up frustration. Feeling a surge of relief, the others began to realize that someone like Yi Buochang, who disrupts unity, would certainly face repercussions from the Institute. While they might be at a loss as to how to handle Yi Buochang, surely the Institute would not turn a blind eye. They awaited the moment when Yi Buochang would be reprimanded. As Dai Shueyo turned, he spotted Zhongyu standing outside the door. The employees from the design team immediately recognized her, their excitement palpable. Zhongyu, being the manager's associate, had accompanied Yi Buochang to the hospital yesterday in an attempt to mediate. In truth, she likely harbored dislike for Yi Buochang. Now, one could expect her to side with Dai Shueyo, perhaps even taking the opportunity to reprimand Yi Buochang. Upon seeing Zhongyu, Dai Shueyo's anger intensified, and he let out a heavy huff, intending to leave. Zhongyu, dressed in a sheer nude silk top that revealed her white undergarment, paired with white cropped pants and high heels, held a Chanel lambskin handbag in her hand. "Dai Gong, where are you going?" she called out, stopping him at the door. "I'm going to find the secretary," Dai Shueyo replied. Zhongyu stated, "Dai Gong, please wait here. I will go find the secretary." She strode into the office in her high heels, boldly retrieving her phone in front of everyone. The design team, with the exception of old Yuan, was on the verge of excitement. It seemed that Zhongyu intended to take this opportunity to reprimand Yi Buochang. Once her call connected, she said, "Secretary, this is Zhongyu. Dai Qian from the General Management Department has summoned her uncle, Dai Shueyo. Will you be coming over?" After receiving a confirmation, she added, "All right. I will have Dai Gong wait here." Dai Shueyo, with his hands clasped behind his back and chest out, turned and entered the office. However, in the next moment, Zhongyu cast a glance at Yi Buochang and dialed a second number. "Mr. Huang, is this how your people apologize to Yi Buochang? Bringing her uncle to our design team to flaunt his seniority? The secretary is on his way. If you do not call Dai Qian to the design team of the second project today, this matter will only be addressed at the General Assembly of the Design Institute. You will bear the consequences." In mere seconds, Dai Shueyo's mood plummeted from anticipation to despair. The entire design team was bewildered. Why was Zhongyu assisting Yi Buochang? Chapter 25. An uncommon apology from the senior engineer. Zhongyu could never be aligned with Yi Buochang. Yet, at this moment, she was genuinely assisting him, driven by her own motivations. Dai Shuyo found himself in an awkward predicament. He had come to seek justice for his niece, only to find himself ensnared in the situation instead. The irony was palpable. He had conferred with Lu Lei, who had clearly stated that no one in the second project department would support Yi Buochang. And now, what did Zhong Yu, the assistant manager of the second project department, mean by her actions? Dai Shuyo had already been humiliated by Yi Buochang and now awaited an apology from his niece. It was possible that he might even find himself at the mercy of Secretary Liao. Indeed, misfortunes often come in waves. Once they start, they seem relentless. Meanwhile, the crowd paid little heed to Dai Shuyo. Their curiosity was piqued by Zhong Yu's unexpected support for Yi Buochang. Had they overlooked some crucial detail? Or had Manager Liu and Yi Buochang reconciled, leaving them out of the loop? Even Old Yuan was casting furtive glances at Yi Buochang, but Yi Buochang steadfastly ignored him. Old Yuan inwardly cursed, wondering if that scoundrel had some illicit connection with Zhong Yu. Such thoughts, while seemingly unfounded, were not entirely unreasonable. After all, Zhong Yu was both beautiful and alluring. Her ambition could easily lead one to view her as a good girl with her own struggles, but if she withheld her charms, she would be deemed shameless and contemptible. Old Yuan's musings about a possible clandestine arrangement between Zhong Yu and Yi Buochang were not without merit, as Zhong Yu's appearance had become increasingly appealing. Nevertheless, the true reasons behind their current predicament were known only to themselves. The secretary has arrived. As Liao Jiqiang entered the office, Dai Shuyo swallowed hard, his face betraying his discomfort. Yet, Liao Jiqiang greeted him warmly. Dai Gong, you're here. Dai Shuyo managed a forced smile. Secretary, you've come. Liao Jiqiang approached Yi Buochang and advised, you could rest at home. Perhaps visit the doctor tomorrow to decide if you should return to work. Sensing Liao Jiqiang's subtle suggestion to avoid a confrontation with Dai Shuyo, Yi Buochang politely replied, thank you for your concern, Secretary. I am fine and must attend the final draft meeting today. Liao Jiqiang recognized Yi Buochang's determination. At that moment, Manager Huang Changshan from the Project Comprehensive Management Department brought Dai Qian into the room. Upon seeing her uncle, both uncle and niece experienced a shared moment of embarrassment. Their faces flushed. Dai Qian was undoubtedly in a more uncomfortable position. The secretary was aware of the prior day's events. The slap from Zhong Yu weighed heavily on her mind. To her dismay, the very person she least wanted to be associated with, Yi Buochang, stood before her. Surrounded by numerous members of the second project department, the thought of being the subject of gossip and speculation from this day forward filled her with despair. Huang Changshan felt equally distressed. Having spent the previous night drinking with Lu Lei, he reeked of alcohol. Yet, despite his attempts to support his subordinate, Dai Qian's uncle had failed to handle the situation appropriately, drawing the attention of the secretary. If one does not swiftly express their stance, it would be tantamount to opposing secretarial yell. While the immediate repercussions may not be evident, what about future promotions and evaluations? Huang Changshan gestured towards Dai Shi, suggesting she apologize to Xiao Yi, thus allowing the matter to be laid to rest. The expressions of those present momentarily froze. Was Dai Shi truly going to apologize? Had the secretary come solely to uphold justice for Yi Buochang? Yi Buochang, it appeared, was not as isolated as one might think. Dai Shi's face flushed crimson, and she struggled to lift her gaze. However, with the departmental manager and the head of the college committee present, she could not afford to remain obstinate. The consequences would likely extend beyond her alone. At this moment, even Dai Shuyo felt powerless to intervene. Dai Shi, averse to the sight of Yi Buochang, felt a wave of disgust and focused intently on her shoes, gritting her teeth. Yi Buochang, I apologize to you. Yi Buochang calmly interrupted, apologize for what? Dai Shi, I expect you to clarify our relationship in front of Secretary, Engineer Dai, Manager Huang, Assistant Zhong, Team Leader Yuan, and all our colleagues. In a hurry to disassociate herself, Dai Shi shook her head vehemently, insisting, there is no relationship between us. Yi Buochang's gaze swept around the room, landing on Dai Shuyo. Did you hear that? Your niece claims there is no relationship between us. Why have you come to our design group to ensure a peaceful resolution between me and your niece? If there is truly no connection, why insinuate that I have done something wrong to her? Even if you disregard your niece's dignity, shouldn't you consider my integrity? Is a man as face not worthy? Is a man as integrity to be dismissed? Engineer Dai, you hold a position of respect, your words hold weight, and a single remark could tarnish my reputation. Shouldn't there be a reckoning for that? Colleagues who had previously sought to play peacemaker were left bewildered. Yi Buochang's argument was so coherent that they found no fault in it, leaving only the acknowledgement of his unwavering stance. The transformation of Liao Jiqiang, Zhongyu. And Huang Chaochuan's perception of Yi Buchang was stark. His newfound aggressiveness was palpable. They all understood that such a personality would prove challenging. And he could no longer be underestimated as a simple man. Although Dai Shuiyo's demeanor had softened, he found himself rattled by Yi Buchang's logic, finally losing his composure. Why should I owe you an explanation? Yi Buchang glanced at Liao Jiqiang, and then at the others. You all heard it. Slander comes at no cost. So why hesitate? At that moment, Yi Buchang's clear and unblemished face turned towards Dai Shuiyo, and in his gaze, Dai Shuiyo could distinctly perceive a hint of mockery. Having navigated this institution for many years and mentored numerous young talents, he never anticipated that he would genuinely fear a younger individual. In that instant, the entire office held its breath, as if they all knew that Yi Buchang was poised to craft a rumor against Dai Shuiyo. Yi Buchang spoke deliberately, each word resonating. Next, the Design Institute will hear rumors about a certain director maintaining an inappropriate relationship with a female student, a certain manager Huang colluding with manager Lu for collective favoritism, and a certain engineer Dai perpetually receiving bribes from construction units. A palpable silence enveloped the room. Huang Chaochuan, Zhongyu, Dai Shuiyo, and others were momentarily rendered speechless. Huang Chaochuan's jaw began to quiver. How dare that manager Huang not just directly name him? The turmoil within him ignited. He glanced at the secretary, silently imploring him to intervene. Yet, Liao Jiqiang had no intention of halting the proceedings. He relished the escalating drama. Yi Buchang. Dai Shuiyo interjected, his voice halved in volume. I apologize. It was my failure to clarify the situation that led to this unfortunate misunderstanding. I sincerely regret any negative impact caused and hope for your forgiveness. The assembly was left in a state of disbelief. An engineer apologizing to an employee who had yet to attain a mid-level professional title? Such a scenario had never before transpired within the Design Institute. Chapter 26. Why have you stopped wearing perfume? Dai Shuiyo not only apologized for himself, but also turned to Dai Qian, urging her to make amends with Xiaoyu. Dai Qian trembled, bewildered by her uncle's harshness. Why was he being so fierce? With her grievances unaddressed and new resentments piling on, she felt as though she might be driven to despair. Yet, even if she felt unwilling, what could she do? I'm sorry. Dai Qian coldly tossed the words at Yi Buchang. Yi Buchang retorted, sorry for what? Clarify the situation. This inquiry deepened the gravity of the matter. If Dai Qian denied any relationship with Yi Buchang, then why should she apologize? Gritting her teeth, she shouted, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spread rumors about your mother being insane. Dai Qian was determined, willing to inflict self-harm to hurt Yi Buchang in return. She could tolerate being labeled as morally questionable, but it was far better than letting others think his mother was mad. Humph. Yi Buchang nodded. My mother has schizophrenia. That is a fact. So what? This last question felt as if he was addressing everyone present. In that moment, Yi Buchang had boldly exposed a truth that others found difficult to articulate. It indicated that Lin Sulan was no longer Yi Buchang's Achilles heel. He would only grow stronger from here on. At that moment, whether Yi Buchang's mother was perceived as mad was irrelevant to the onlookers. Instead, it was Yi Buchang who appeared more like a lunatic. In their minds, a singular thought prevailed. Keep a safe distance from Yi Buchang. One could never predict what he might do next. Where were those who sought to uphold justice? Those who wished to mediate? Those who intended to make a joke out of Yi Buchang's suffering? They had all vanished, their gazes now particularly clear and markedly friendlier. Dai Shuiyo, embarrassed, hurriedly exited the office, head bowed. Dai Qian, tears still in her eyes, chased after him, asking, Uncle, why do we have to apologize? Why fear Yi Buchang? Dai Shuiyo, voice strained with frustration, replied, You're in your 20s, yet you lack any sense. If you don't want to be with Yi Buchang, just break it off. Why drag his mother's illness into this? You're not making any valid points. No intelligence, no reasoning. And you ask me why to apologize? I'm kind. If Yi Buchang spreads rumors about me, all the higher-ups will stand by my side, and everyone will condemn him. But if he drags the leaders down with him, who will they blame? Our entire family, including you, will suffer the consequences. You still refuse to apologize. Are you trying to ruin the entire family for your own satisfaction? In the future, if you seek a partner, do it elsewhere. Your reputation may be tarnished. But don't bring us down with you. Dai Qian felt her face flush with embarrassment from his scolding. Simultaneously, Dai Shuiyo had to concede Yi Buchang's formidable nature. When one cannot resolve an issue, dragging those in power down with you ensures that someone will swiftly come to your aid. This is also an expression of Liao Jiqiang's profound admiration for Yi Buchang, the small overcoming the large. This case is indeed somewhat classic. Liao Jiqiang glanced at Huang Changshun and later advised the members of your department to proceed without burdens. Huang Changshun left first, casting a fierce glare at Yi Buchang and then exchanging a meaningful glance with Zhong Yu. Liao Jiqiang smiled at Yi Buchang, encouraging him to communicate any issues with the organization. The organization is quite concerned about you and your family matters. Yi Buchang replied, "Thank you, Secretary. I will handle my family affairs myself, and I will strive in my work." Liao Jiqiang was quite pleased with Yi Buchang's demeanor. He does not encroach upon the interests of others, yet is ready to fiercely defend his own when threatened. This is advantageous for Liao Jiqiang at present. He told Zhong Yu to inform their manager that he and the dean would be attending the final meeting of your department shortly, casting Yi Buchang a significant look. Yi Buchang understood clearly that a pivotal strategic opportunity had arisen in his life. As Zhong Yu was leaving, she specifically mentioned to Yi Buchang that there was nothing further to attend to here, and she would proceed ahead. She left behind an alluring silhouette. But the others were too preoccupied to appreciate her beauty. They were more concerned with why this captivating individual would assist Yi Buchang. Zhong Yu headed to Lu Lei's office. As she approached, Lu Lei had his back to the door. Once the door closed, he turned and scolded, "Are you out of your mind? Why should you play the good person? Who told you to bring the secretary and Huang Changshun here? When did you start siding with Yi Buchang? Have you forgotten who you are?" Zhong Yu stepped forward, grasping Lu Lei and pulling him toward the door, insisting, "Come on. Say what you just said in front of everyone." Lu Lei resisted like a pig trying to escape its pin. Zhong Yu disdainfully shrugged him off. "Useless. Scold me? You think you're worthy?" She continued, "If you didn't you want me to help Yi Buchang, why did you ask me to take him to the hospital? If you don't resolve Yi Buchang's issues, Liao Jiqiang will directly bring up the second department with the dean. Do you still want to keep your position as manager? Are you still trying to save Huang Changshun's face? Is that worthless wretch Dai Qian's reputation so important? Did you sprinkle gold on her face, making her so precious?" Lu Lei was caught off guard, unable to retort, as it seemed Zhong Yu had a point. He was disoriented by Yi Buchang's maneuvering and had been blinded by brotherly loyalty to Huang Changshun. After a few sharp words from Zhong Yu, he regained his senses. Realizing it was indeed a foolish move, Lu Lei then reached to embrace Zhong Yu, saying, all right, I'm not angry anymore. It was my fault. I shouldn't have snapped at you." Zhong Yu raised her elbow to push him away, exclaiming, "Get lost." Lu Lei, undeterred, simply sniffed and asked, "Why aren't you wearing perfume anymore?" Zhong Yu's heart tightened, and she snapped back, "Mind your own business. You should contemplate the finalized draft for a while." As both the dean and the secretary will be attending, Lu Lei felt an immediate surge of pressure. Damn it, despite not having implicated Yi Buchang, this fool has managed to entrap him. Now the entire institution believes he is responsible. Has Yi Buchang, like his mother, succumbed to madness and delusions? While Lu Lei vented his frustrations vocally, Zhong Yu felt a sense of relief. She could have remained indifferent towards Yi Buchang. Yet upon witnessing that nearly everyone stood in opposition to him, she recognized that her allegiance to Yi Buchang was as precious as a rare gem amidst a snowy landscape. She could only hope that Yi Buchang would not expose her. As for perfume, if Yi Buchang does not favor it, what can be done? By the way, what is Yi Buchang actually like? Sensual lingerie? Black stockings? Fishnet tights? Or perhaps uniforms? Surely, he must have preferences. Chapter 0027. I oppose Yuan Laisher and I, damn. Are you involved with Zhong Yu? Speak honestly. Feng Wang Bei Chue her? How could she be worthy? Yuan Laisher and I, you've truly become inflated. Yet, I must admit, you were rather impressive just now. It stirred something within me. Feng Wang Bei Chue, leader, let us not chat. It's time for work. Yuan Laisher and I, Bo Chang, you seem different now. Moments ago, you were filled with fervor, and now you exhibit such calmness. The ability to switch between these two states is admirable. Feng Wang Bei Chue, I shall take you as my apprentice. Yuan Laisher and I am your leader. You are courting danger. Feng Wang Bei Chue, let us discuss it separately. I shall call you leader, and you shall call me master. Yuan Laisher and I, you truly have an itch for mischief. Joking aside, old Yuan genuinely believes that the current Yi Buchang is remarkable. He has entered an entirely new state of being. How to describe it? It is akin to watching a historical drama. Previously, he was timid and restrained, but suddenly, having received the legacy of a predecessor, he has become enlightened and poised, exhibiting the grace of a seasoned individual. Why does this feeling arise? Simply put, he no longer engages in self-inflicted emotional turmoil. Why should one bear the negative emotions and consequences brought upon by others? If someone displeases him, he confronts them. When faced with the strong, he outmatches them. When encountering goodness, he exceeds it. When confronted with malevolence, he becomes even more formidable. In one moment, he may share a jest, and in the next, if his interests are threatened, his demeanor shifts without hesitation. He acts decisively, and if a confrontation is necessary, he embraces it. If he is courteous, so shall I be. Yu Bochang now embodies his current state authentically, fierce as a wrathful deity, yet tranquil as a benevolent figure. Even the benevolent possess their methods and fierce resolve. If one is excessively kind without boundaries for self-protection, they risk becoming a target for the malice of the world. Why is Yi Bochang so perceptive now? His father, Yi Ping, exemplified a lifetime of kindness and honesty, yet met his demise at an age most deserving of happiness. During his life, he compromised endlessly. In death, few remember him. Such a lesson is profoundly etched in Yi Bochang's consciousness. Yuan Laisher and I, let us proceed. The final meeting is upon us. Yu Bochang stowed his laptop, slinging it over his shoulder. Upon witnessing this, old Yuan could not help but quietly advise, "What are you doing with that laptop?" "It's heavy." Yu Bochang replied, "I do not trust others." The intrigue and competition within the workplace can be far more ruthless than the average person might imagine. Valuable items are unlikely to be lost, but their contents may be erased, leaving one without a means to lament. No one will empathize with you. They will merely say, "Why didn't you secure your belongings? Isn't this your own doing?" Such experiences are lessons paid for by others. The most extreme incident at the Design Institute involved a female employee who contracted a sexually transmitted infection and had it confirmed through a sample from the women's restroom tissue. When the employee sought to report it, the entire institute underwent DNA testing. However, the repercussions were so severe that the upper management sought to suppress its dissemination. It is unclear how much was spent to persuade that unfortunate female employee to agree to a settlement. This incident clearly illustrates the diverse personalities present within the Design Institute, prompting Yi Bochang to remain vigilant in his work. The new proposal for the underground commercial complex holds significant importance for Yi Bochang. The success or failure of the project is beyond his control. He cannot forgive himself for any errors stemming from his own subjectivity. Each department within the Design Institute possesses its own independent meeting room, apart from Manager Lu Lei and Assistant Zhong Yu. Today's finalization meeting includes two prominent figures, Secretary Liao Jiqiang and Dean Fu Yang. Fu Yang, with a closely cropped hairstyle featuring a small patch of white hair that appears dyed, is dressed in a horizontally striped polo shirt adorned with a logo of a long-eared rabbit on the left side of his chest. He sits rigidly, his expression somewhat grim, exerting considerable pressure on Lu Lei. In contrast, Liao Jiqiang maintains a cheerful demeanor, seemingly present to ease the tension. The design team, led by Old Yuan, has prepared a comprehensive bid document, which includes key personnel such as project leaders and cost estimators. The small meeting room is rather crowded. As Lu Lei scans the room and notices that most attendees have arrived, he inquires, "Is everyone here?" The group looks around, and Lu Lei turns to Dean Fu. "Dean." Yu Fu Yang interrupts, "Secretary, please proceed." Liao Jiqiang straightens his posture, resting his hands on the table. "Well, before we finalize the meeting for the second department, I need to address an issue that requires a few minutes of our time. A few days ago, when Xiao Yi was discussing issues with the second department, there may have been some misunderstandings that led to an unpleasant situation. As secretary, I must take some responsibility for not promptly expressing concern for our colleagues and for failing to recognize the problems within our team. However, after further understanding and care, along with constructive criticism and education directed at the related colleagues, this incident did not result in any further negative consequences. In summary, each party has its own issues. So let's consider this matter resolved." Resolved? Old Yuan was the first to feel indignant on behalf of Yi Bochang. How could such a serious incident, involving someone being struck with an ashtray, simply be brushed aside? Surely, after verifying the injuries and assessing the situation, one should report it to the authorities. Would Lu Lei escape unscathed from this? This sentiment was a genuine reflection of Old Yuan's perspective on behalf of Yi Bochang. Meanwhile, everyone else present seemed to think that being hit with an ashtray was trivial. After all, it struck the forehead, a hard area that would likely only bleed but not prove fatal. Surely, they could not expect Manager Lu to apologize? Only Old Yuan felt compelled to advocate for Yi Bochang, while the rest, from the dean to the key personnel, regarded the incident as entirely reasonable. Old Yuan glanced at Yi Bochang, initially expecting him to appear disheartened. However, Yi Bochang remained remarkably calm. fully aware that Secretary Liao's current attempt at damage control would manifest in another form of compensation. The copies of the bid document were distributed before everyone. Lu Lei took control of the proceedings. The director and the secretary were presented with an overview of the underground commercial complex project at Cloud City Central Square, including its positioning, requirements, and primary planning indicators. Lu Lei, in his discourse on the design philosophy, claimed it to be unprecedented and unparalleled, exuding an air of superiority. However, in Yi Buchang's view, the design from the second department was merely a matter of copying, pasting, and altering the title. In conclusion, Lu Lei asserted his confidence that, through the collective efforts of our second project department, securing this landmark project for urban construction would be without any unforeseen complications. At this juncture, one would expect the director to offer a few remarks. The project would then proceed directly to the expert review panel within the institute, followed by a review meeting, and ultimately be submitted to the bidding entity. Yet, Fu Yang remained silent. Liao Jiqiang did not speak either. They refrained from applause, and others were reluctant to join in. In that moment, Yi Buchang took out his laptop and addressed the director, the secretary, and manager Lu, stating his opposition to the project design and expressing concerns about its future prospects. This declaration sparked a wave of astonishment. Whispers of discontent filled the room. He has lost his mind. Yi Buchang has gone mad. He is truly insane. Bang. Lu Lei, unable to contain himself any longer, slammed his palm down on the table. Chapter 28. Unexpected turn. Yi Buchang, you have gone too far, Lu Lei shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Buchang. The conference room fell into a profound silence, the attendees momentarily stunned by Lu Lei's outburst. Yet, apart from old Yuan, it seemed that each individual present harbored a belief that Yi Buchang had brought this upon himself. The project in question belonged to the second project department, presided over by Lu Lei. But was it truly Lu Lei's project? No, it was the brainchild of Dean Fu Yang. Regardless of how many projects the institute secured, the ultimate credit always rested with Dean Fu Yang. The first, third, and fourth project departments all had the right to partake in the design of the underground commercial complex. However, the Design Institute eschewed internal competition. Fu Yang could assign the project to whomever he wished. The fact that the second project department secured the tender for the underground commercial complex was well known to be Fu Yang's decision. What was Yi Buchang doing at this moment? Was he simply slapping Lu Lei in the face? No, he was striking at the very authority of the dean. This was the reason many perceived Yi Buchang as a madman, and why he was often regarded with derision. Seated at the table were Secretary Liao Jiqiang and Dean Fu Yang, making it seemingly inappropriate for Lu Lei to pound the table. Yet, Fu Yang displayed no inclination to pacify Lu Lei's actions, indicating that Lu Lei was enacting what Fu Yang himself wished to do, albeit constrained by his position. Consequently, a singular thought pervaded the minds of the attendees. Yi Buchang's career at the Design Institute was surely shrouded in darkness. Yi Buchang faced the mocking, scornful gazes and disdainful gestures of his colleagues. In response to Lu Lei's explosive temperament, he calmly approached with the ashtray in hand. A collective gasp echoed through the room, as goosebumps prickled the skin of those present, startled by Yi Buchang's audacity. The chair behind Lu Lei creaked ominously, betraying a subconscious retreat on his part, as the fierce bravado he had just exhibited diminished significantly. As Yi Buchang lifted the ashtray, Lu Lei instinctively shielded his face, swift and dramatic. Yet, Yi Buchang merely placed the ashtray before Lu Lei, suggesting, "If you are displeased, feel free to use this ashtray against me. You may strike my head with it. But please refrain from targeting my hands, for I still require them to contribute to the Design Institute." The atmosphere in the conference room became utterly silent. This calculated exchange effectively solidified the notion of Lu Lei's potential aggression. Moreover, it elevated Yi Buchang's seemingly deranged demeanor to an unexpected height. Initially vexed and somewhat repulsed, Fu Yang found it increasingly difficult to harbor disdain for Yi Buchang's self-assuredness. Though under duress to assist Yi Buchang, Zhong Yu began to recognize this man, who held leverage over her, as embodying true masculinity. At that moment, she even contemplated that, even without any leverage against her, she might still be inclined to support Yi Buchang in some endeavors. Clearing his throat, Liao Jiqiang interjected, "Now, let us not act impulsively. We are still in the midst of a meeting. By Chong, the Design Institute has never really engaged in any internal competition. However, it does encourage everyone to innovate and express differing opinions. Since you have already developed a second proposal, why not present it for everyone to see? Director, what do you think?" Fu Yang nodded slightly, while Lu Lei's expression shifted subtly, rendering him reluctant to voice further objections. Nevertheless, the moment Lu Lei took his seat, resentment was palpable. This incident had irrevocably escalated the conflict between the two. Yi Buochang connected his laptop to the projector. Zhong Yu stood to draw the curtains and extinguish the lights in the conference room. Yi Buochang's design blueprint was clearly displayed before all attendees. Yet, as he elaborated on his so-called design philosophy, modern elements, and the unique cultural characteristics of Cloud City, no one paid attention. Indeed, no one wished to listen. They merely wanted him to finish quickly, not to squander their time. Fu Yang couldn't even muster the interest to glance at it. And as for what bizarre creation Yi Buochang had designed, he was indifferent. If he cared not, why endure this tedious meeting? Upon concluding his presentation, Lu Lei scoffed. Is this your second proposal? What is this? Yi Buochang, do you believe yourself to be fashionable? Do you consider yourself innovative? You are wasting the director's time and hours. The personnel responsible for structural design immediately chimed in. If the plan changes, we must redo the structural design. This will inadvertently increase our workload. Lu Lei's loyal subordinate from the cost estimation team added, Yi Buochang, do you think we are idle? The original plan was already established, and now you wish to alter it. Do you think we have an abundance of time? Without needing Lu Lei to set the tone, they knew what steps to take next. It is a winner-takes-all society. Individuals like Yi Buochang, who are earnest, are expected to follow orders without voicing dissent. The moment he expresses an opinion, it is seen as opposing leadership, a lack of broader perspective. Is your broader perspective devoid of me? If your grand vision excludes me, then it bears no significance for me. Why should I care about your sentiments? At this moment, Yi Buochang stood resolute. Liao Jiqiang glanced at Fu Yang, and seeing him remain silent, he chuckled and raised his hand to calm the room. Since Yi Buochang has voiced dissent and presented a design proposal, and with some time left before the bidding deadline, this project is an annual undertaking for the Institute and will be reviewed by the Institute's experts. The Institute wishes to nurture the enthusiasm of the youth. Therefore, I propose we submit both proposals for evaluation at the expert review meeting. Whichever proposal scores higher will be the one we adopt. Lu Lei was taken aback. Secretary, why didn't you consult me beforehand? In the presence of the core members of the second department, the secretary suggested that Yi Buochang compete against me with an alternative plan. Is the secretary serious? The core members were taken aback. Was this a public affront to Lu Lei? A challenge to Dean Fu Yang? Is the secretary deliberately opposing the dean? Where is the dean? Why has he not responded? As the crowd collectively turned their gaze toward the dean, Fu Yang stood up and remarked, let it be so. He then turned and exited the conference room. The core members of the second department were left in stunned silence. Did the dean actually agree? Lu Lei's brow furrowed tightly, resembling a flame flickering fiercely, filled with rage. Meanwhile, Yi Buochang calmly packed away his computer, maintaining his composure. Although it was difficult for the core members of the second department to accept this outcome, it was evident that, regardless of the results or the circumstances, Yi Buochang had achieved an unexpected victory under conditions that were decidedly unfavorable to him. Chapter 0029. You may not await the review meeting. The dean has departed. Yet someone must bring closure to the proceedings. Liao Jiqiang chuckled lightly and turned to Lu Lei, inquiring about the upcoming basketball match next week. Lu Lei, are you still able to play? Lu Lei chuckled awkwardly, responding, of course. Is there no talent in the secretary's team this year? Prepare to be trounced. Liao Jiqiang waved his hand with a smile, merely hoping that the match would not end in utter humiliation. Before Liao Jiqiang could finish his sentence, Lu Lei hastily exited the conference room. The secretary had shown Lu Lei no favor today, and naturally, Lu Lei reciprocated the sentiment. Liao Jiqiang patted Yi Buochang's shoulder, advising him to cherish the opportunity given by the dean, and to consult the senior colleagues in the second department if any issues arose, as it is a team effort. If difficulties were to arise, he encouraged them to seek him out without hesitation. The workload is significant. Let them share the burden. Who wouldn't he want to? Just come to me directly. After Liao Jiqiang concluded his remarks, he too departed the conference room. Yi Buochang, having packed up his computer, displayed no trace of emotion. He had just struck Lu Lei and Fu Yang, leaving everyone in the room astounded by his calm demeanor. As Yi Buochang walked past Zhong Yu, he didn't even spare her a glance. Yet, Zhong Yu's emotions had been tumultuous since before the meeting, observing the elder members of the second department, who were envious of Yi Buochang's prominence, yet simultaneously loathed the troubles he brought them. Deep down, they harbored a certain fear of Yi Buochang's newfound authority. Zhongyu believed that men like Fu Yong and Lu Lei were inconsequential in Yi Buchang's eyes. When Yi Buchang had walked past her, Zhongyu had even contemplated calling out to him, wishing to convey, "I heed your words. I have not embarrassed myself by wearing perfume. Am I not obedient?" She did not shy away from these emotions. In that moment, she even anticipated Yi Buchang using her vulnerabilities to manipulate her. Feeling a perverse thrill at the prospect of being compelled to perform menial tasks, a sense of shame surged within Zhongyu. How brazen I am. Lu Lei scrambled to reach the dean's office, desperation evident in his pursuit. At that moment, Fu Yong had no inclination to engage with Lu Lei. Yet Lu Lei, frantic, called out, "Dean, Dean. Why was it approved? What is Yi Buchang? Does he have the right to propose a plan? The Design Institute has explicitly stated that we must not compete against ourselves. Yi Buchang, that scoundrel, is openly violating company regulations. The second project department cannot accommodate such a person. Dean, let him go." Fu Yong, poised to light a cigarette, was incensed by Lu Lei's words and crushed the cigarette, hurling the remnants at Lu Lei's face. "You should be using the ashtray to smash him. Why the hell would I need to compromise with Liao Jiqiang? You insufferable fool. Compromise? Indeed." Liao Jiqiang had leveraged Yi Buchang's injury to preemptively discuss matters with Fu Yong. The crux was this: disagreeing with Yi Buchang's proposal would not suppress Lu Lei's action of assaulting him with the ashtray. Lu Lei could forego an apology, but he could neither refuse to yield nor avoid compromise. At that moment, old Yuan was in an intensely heightened state, typing away furiously. "Yuan lies you. My goodness. Did you see Lu Lei's expression? Yuan lies you. I have never seen him suffer such a significant setback. Yuan lies you. The secretary actually intervened on your behalf. Yuan lies you. It is utterly satisfying." This is the intricate game among the higher-ups, where every step taken is a meticulous calculation of gains and losses. However, this is the nature of Yi Buchang's struggle. One can only advance, never retreat. Satisfaction? Why should Yi Buchang endure indignities? Ultimately, it boils down to a lack of strength. If one is not strong, then one must strive to become stronger. When the new proposal eclipses Lu Lei's, when the new plan enables the Design Institute to secure the underground commercial complex at Yunqing Central Square, who will dare to underestimate oneself? Yuan lies you. It is exhilarating, yet finding someone to assist you may prove challenging. Just look at the disdainful expressions of everyone in this office. Yi Buchang genuinely wishes to see if they will still wear such faces when the project is secured. Wind blowing north. If no one is available, I can manage on my own. Yuan lies you. Don't consider yourself omnipotent. Can you handle structural and cost matters by yourself? Yuan lies you. Never mind. I will find a solution for other matters. Yi Buchang knows that old Yuan possesses the ingenuity to navigate challenges. In fact, old Yuan is somewhat of a mentor to Yi Buchang. He operates his own small company outside, and during the true golden era of the real estate industry, he achieved financial independence through it. In the Design Institute, anyone with a modicum of intelligence in the technical field will never lack for resources. However, after the golden period, earning money became increasingly difficult. But now, the golden age has only just begun. Yuan lies you. Are you participating in next week's basketball match? Yuan lies you. If you find it distasteful, then do not join. The Design Institute holds a basketball competition once or twice a year. Fu Yong has loved basketball since his youth, hence he organizes it annually. There are only two teams. The dean's team is vigorous and formidable, while the secretary's team is composed of the elderly and frail, routinely defeated by the dean's team. Yi Buchang, known for his accurate outside shooting, has often been substituted to take a few shots when the dean's team has found the secretary's team to be excessively foul-ridden in previous years. This year, given Yi Buchang's current situation, he undoubtedly lacks the qualifications to join the dean's team. However, he could join the secretary's team. Yet this time, it is not for playing basketball, but for confronting adversaries. If Yi Buchang were to appear on the secretary's team, he could foresee Lu Lei's reaction as a member of the dean's team post-stress. Let us set aside the basketball match for now. The project design must be completed before the Institute's review meeting. This is the primary task at hand. Just then, Lu Lei rushed into the design team's office, approached Yi Buchang, hands on hips, chin raised, and shouted, "My goodness, do you think you are so remarkable? Do you believe that the second department would come to a standstill without you? Do you think you are exceptionally powerful?" Qi Lei pointed directly at Yi Buchang's face, declaring, "I am telling you plainly. The review committee deemed your design unacceptable. Resign on your own accord, or face dire consequences. You are well aware that I possess countless methods to make your existence unbearable. You may wish for my mercy, but I assure you it will not be granted. Given Lu Lei's temperament, he was on the verge of striking Yi Buochang. However, he exhibited restraint, uncertain of Yi Buochang's forthcoming reaction. Moreover, should Yi Buochang truly become enraged, Lu Lei could not bear the repercussions of being dragged down with him. Yi Buochang regarded Lu Lei with a chilling smile, suggesting that you might not even survive until that moment, and would find yourself in a fate worse than death. Lu Lei felt a tightening in his core, as the fury that had surged within him was significantly quelled by Yi Buochang's icy demeanor. Both the office personnel and Lu Lei genuinely perceived that the once docile Yi Buochang had transformed into a predatory beast, ready to devour. Chapter 0030. What is meant to come will come. Lu Lei nodded repeatedly, his expression unmistakably indicating that he would not let this matter rest. In the confines of the office, he pointed at each individual and declared, "If any of you dare to meddle, I swear, I will make you regret it." The atmosphere in the office was rife with schadenfreude, with expressions that conveyed a single sentiment: "You deserve it." How could they possibly extend a hand to Yi Buochang? Yuan Lai advised it would be unwise to confront Lu Lei directly. The expressions of their colleagues, coupled with old Yuan's apprehension, underscored a singular truth: Lu Lei's societal connections were formidable. Yi Buochang harbored no doubts about Lu Lei's influence beyond the office walls. This year, the Design Institute wielded considerable power. From construction materials to industry standards, it held the reins. To illustrate, the Fire Safety Department had yet to detach from the military and transition to civilian oversight. Their expertise in various aspects of fire safety remained rudimentary. While it appeared that the fire department was scrutinizing others, in reality, they first needed to consult with the Design Institute. For instance, regarding construction materials. If the Design Institute approved their use, then they were permissible. Conversely, should the Institute disallow them and the client proceeded to utilize them, any ensuing inspections would not bode well for the client. This chain of events highlighted the extensive entanglements of vested interests. Given that Lu Lei, the manager of the second project department, possessed such an abundance of resources, there were many eager to serve him in the external realm. Yi Buochang did not question Lu Lei's capabilities based on the latter's earlier remarks. However, what of it? Previously, Yi Buochang believed his mother to be his Achilles heel. Now, he recognized that he had no vulnerabilities. At this moment, Yi Buochang rose and surveyed his colleagues, his seniors, and mentors. Lu Lei is the manager. You should heed his words. And I have no objections. Nevertheless, I hope you will join me in this project design. If you are willing, please send me a message on QQ. Rest assured, I will keep your involvement confidential and ensure you remain unaffected. If you choose not to assist, I harbor no resentment. However, let me be clear, should this project succeed, any desire to join later will be met with indifference, even if the highest authorities intervene. As Yi Buochang uttered these words, every colleague in the office regarded him either as a source of amusement or as if he were an eccentric. Assist him? They were not foolish enough to offend Lu Lei for his sake. The notion was laughable. Yi Buochang could have compelled them to publicly declare their support, thereby cutting off any avenues of retreat. Yet, a significant dilemma remained. Who would execute the work? While he could dismiss their contributions, the workload was too vast for him to shoulder alone. Thus, he left room for maneuvering. There was no need for appeasement or self-pity. If one flourishes, the butterflies will inevitably come. The realms of workplace and romance are governed by similar principles. Throughout the morning, Yi Buochang's QQ remained silent, devoid of any notifications. As the afternoon approached the end of the workday, Yi Buochang received a call from Lin Hongtao. On the other end, Lin Hongtao shouted, "Yi Buochang, you wretched creature. Have you withdrawn all the money from the bank? What kind of despicable person are you? That was the money your father left for your mother. By taking it, do you not care about your mother's well-being? Let me be clear, unless you return the money, I will make your life unbearable." Lin Hongtao's words, while harsh, did seem to carry some semblance of rationale. The audacity with which he demanded the appropriation of another's wealth was striking. In the past, Yi Buochang would either endure such insults or attempt to engage in reasoned discourse with them. However, through deeper understanding, he recognized that these individuals possessed no sense of morality or integrity. Notions of ethics and law were merely tools for their gain. For instance, if you were to marry, they might block your wedding vehicle and demand 1 million. You would have no choice but to comply, or else your marriage would be thwarted. If you were offered a free meal, not only would you be expected to eat without charge, but they would also demand utensils, or else they would resort to violence. Such examples were countless. Lin Hongtao and his brother, Lin Hongwan, epitomized this mindset. believing that through tantrums and physical intimidation, they could force Yi Buochang into submission. After answering the call, Yi Buochang chose silence, allowing Lin Hongtao to vent his frustrations while he focused on project designs, unperturbed. As the afternoon wore on, good news arrived from old Yuan. I found some people for you. They are available tonight to assist. Thank you, Yuan Gu. Tell your brothers that once the task is accomplished, I will ensure they are well rewarded, Yi Buochang replied. Don't be so formal with me, once it's done. Just treat those lovely ladies at the club, Yuan said with a chuckle. Yi Buochang did not mind the idea. He found the fruits at the club particularly delightful. Old Yuan sighed in relief, sensing that Yi Buochang had been under immense pressure lately. He worried about Ye's emotional state. But the chat records indicated that he was managing well. Ultimately, it seemed that he had endured Lu Lei's oppression for far too long and was now unwilling to tolerate it any longer, a sentiment not unlike old Yuan's own situation. However, old Yuan was more cautious in his approach, preferring to work quietly without the flamboyance that characterized Yi Buochang's methods. During midday, Yi Buochang made a call to the home landline. Lin Sulan answered, "Hello, is this the admissions office of the music academy?" "Mom," Yi began. But Lin Sulan abruptly shouted into the phone, "What are you calling for? Don't jeopardize my future. If you delay my matters, I will make you pay. You're just like your father, trying to trap me. Now that your father is dead, why don't you follow him into oblivion?" Yi Buochang was acutely aware that her words stemmed from illness, yet he felt a chill in his heart. However, what good was this chill? He resolved to remain steadfast in his thoughts, translating them into action, and to refuse internal strife. Yi Buochang said, "If I die, who will take you to school?" Lin Sulan paused on the line, suddenly adopting a soft tone. "My dear son, I have been quite obedient today. I felt like singing, yet I refrained." With a heavy heart, Yi Buochang inquired, "Mother, have you eaten?" At that moment, the phone was seized by Pang Xiaoru. "Buochang, it's your aunt. Rest assured, I am taking care of your mother. Oh, by the way, could you pick up some braised beef when you return? I had planned to go myself, but I worry about your mother being alone at home and dare not leave. When you come back, please bring some. It's what your mother desires. And do avoid the artificially colored kind, as it would be detrimental to her health." It seemed that Pang Xiaoru intended to linger at their home indefinitely. They had already arranged to admit Lin Sulan to a psychiatric facility the following day. Now, how should this situation be navigated? Chapter 31. Who doesn't feel oppressed on a Friday afternoon? As people strolled along the streets, there was an unmistakable air of lightness about them. However, Yi Buochang walked with an unusual heaviness. Each day, he passed by the shops selling musical instruments. On this occasion, he once again heard the familiar sound of a piano, compelling him to pause and listen a while longer. If memory served him correctly, the piece was titled "Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence," an anti-war melody. The sunlight outside was rather intense. Although the piano room was lit, it appeared too dim from the outside, rendering the window a reflective surface. Yi Buochang could merely catch a glimpse of his own reflection, while the long-haired girl inside could likely only see a mere silhouette. He faintly discerned her flowing hair and the natural, carefree manner in which she played. Yet, she could clearly perceive Yi Buochang's expression, perhaps sensing his confusion and sorrow. The girl's playing unconsciously softened, becoming more tender, like a gentle ribbon caressing Yi Buochang's face, winding around his arm, and soothing his troubled spirit. Taking a deep breath, Yi Buochang finally turned towards home. At that moment, the girl suddenly smiled, as if to say that this was truly her reason for loving the piano, rather than aimlessly repeating Chopin's compositions. That day, she practiced with an extraordinary sense of ease and contentment. Yi Buochang did not purchase the marinated beef. Upon entering the family compound, he overheard a familiar voice. "You have no idea. She caused quite a bit of trouble for the family back then. Her younger brother, he is my husband, and he truly had no words for his sibling. He took it upon himself to help her, caring for her and taking her to see doctors. My family works on the trains, so whenever we encountered a doctor of this sort, we would inquire about how to treat her ailment. We did everything possible to ensure her recovery. But you know, my brother-in-law was always worried that people would find out our sister was mentally ill. In truth, what is there to hide about such conditions? Early treatment leads to early recovery. In the end, my brother-in-law moved out of the railway housing and bought a place over here. Dear sister, you cannot imagine how furious my in-laws were about this. They had to stay in the hospital for quite some time. They initially thought if he passed away, it would be easier for us to care for our sister. Yet, this nephew of ours is truly ungrateful. He did not weep at his father's death, nor did he care for his ailing mother, only clinging to his own affairs, with only himself in his heart. When Yi Buochang returned home after a long day at work, He heard his relatives gossiping with the retired residents of his neighborhood, without differentiating right from wrong. They painted his father as a villain of the utmost depravity, branding Yi Buochang himself as a disobedient and ungrateful wretch. How would Yi Buochang feel in that moment? Previously, he would have experienced a profound sense of helplessness, feeling both distressed and compelled to prove that he was not the person they described. Yet, it became evident that no matter how much Yi Buochang achieved, his reputation could be obliterated by mere words. To create or maintain a flawless persona, one merely needs to engage in idle chatter with the elderly residents of the neighborhood daily. In the past, Yi Buochang often believed that by exerting himself a bit more, his relatives would take note and offer their support and acknowledgement. It was only later that he realized that doing more was simply expected of him. The more he accomplished only emphasized his capabilities, prompting the need to do even more. No one regarded Yi Buochang as exceptional or filial. Instead, they deemed him deserving of his plight, even labeling him a fool. Now, how should Yi Buochang navigate the tide of gossip? How should he manage his relationships with the neighbors? Approaching Peng Xiaoru, he remarked, "Your husband is on the verge of a breakdown. Your in-laws are aging, and yet you are not by their side to care for them. What exactly are you doing here?" Upon hearing his words, the elderly woman momentarily detached herself from her previous dramatic reverie, glaring at Peng Xiaoru with her mismatched eyes, replaying the statement she had just made in her mind. She soon recognized that many of her previous assertions were indeed unfounded. Yi Buochang left a remark and ascended the stairs without a backward glance. Peng Xiaoru observed that the elderly woman's expression had shifted from one of superiority to one of disdain and disgust. This reaction was understandable. She too had a son, and her relationship with her daughter-in-law was far from harmonious. Yet, the daughter-in-law boasted incessantly about her filial piety while simultaneously denigrating her mother-in-law. If one were to consider the situation from her perspective, it would be difficult to view Peng Xiaoru in a favorable light. With a scowl, she retorted, "Mind your own family affairs. This is a family matter, and it has nothing to do with you." Peng Xiaoru's countenance twitched, caught between a smile and a frown, her expression more sorrowful than tears could convey. Yi Buochang's sudden shift in demeanor left Peng Xiaoru perplexed. This formerly submissive individual now seemed less easy to intimidate. Embarrassed, she chased after him upstairs. Upon entering his room, Yi Buochang discovered his bed in disarray. Textbooks lay strewn across the desk, and the drawers bore signs of having been rummaged through. When Peng Xiaoru arrived, she found Yi Buochang lost in thought, staring at the mess. Realizing that he was likely aware of her search, she hesitantly said, "Buochang, I didn't have much to do here. I intended to tidy up your room and change the sheets, but I feared you would accuse me of meddling with your belongings. I started to do a little, but ultimately, I didn't dare to proceed." Without a word, Yi Buochang turned and exited the room, locking the door behind him. Peng Xiaoru's expression shifted slightly, but she refrained from showing too much emotion. After all, she intended to remain here. Enduring was her best strategy for now. Once she had established her claim to this residence, she would see who would dare challenge her. Yi Buochang, fully aware of her intentions, chose not to acknowledge her at all. Meanwhile, Lin Sulan sat watching television, where a replay of a young singer competition was being aired. She could sing along to every song, her lips moving in rhythm, but she quickly shut her mouth each time, fearing that her voice might be too loud and result in the loss of her educational opportunities. Lin Sulan thought the female singers on the screen were mediocre, far inferior to her own singing abilities. Had she been selected by the performing arts troupe back then, it would have been her gracing the television screen, rather than these reasonably skilled young singers. As she pondered this, she lifted her hand to mimic the gestures and expressions of the performers on the screen. Meanwhile, Peng Xiaoru, feeling awkward, busied herself with her feet, muttering under her breath about madness. Yi Buochang crouched beside Lin Sulan, inquiring, "Mom, what did we have for lunch?" Lin Sulan chose to ignore him. Peng Xiaoru interjected, "Oh, I was tidying up the house this morning. There was enough time to cook, so I made just 2 bowls of noodles, adding some vegetables and beef. Don't worry, your mother enjoyed it immensely." Yi Buochang entered the kitchen, discovering oil floating atop the broth, while the remnants of the oil had dried on the stove, leaving a crusty stain. 2 unwashed bowls lay abandoned in the sink, and the nearby trash bin was filled with 2 packages of Master Kong braised beef noodles. At that moment, Peng Xiaoru's voice rang out from behind. "Huh? The marinated beef I asked you to bring, you forgot it?" This who could witness such a scene without feeling a pang of distress? Chapter 32, all about indulgence prey. Who would not crumble in the face of such circumstances? Yet, if Yi Buochang were to truly fall apart or explode, would it not serve the very purpose of Peng Xiaoru? Pang Shiru was acutely aware of her own repulsiveness, just as she comprehended the annoyance she instilled in Yi Buchang. Yet, why did she persist in this manner? This relentless entanglement was nothing more than a means to compel Yi Buchang into submission, to coerce him into retreating, and, in a state of utter helplessness, conforming to the desires of Lin Hongwen and Pang Xiaoru, thereby maximizing their own gains. Should Yi Buchang refuse or remain unresponsive, they would relentlessly torment Lin Sulan. By inflicting suffering upon Lin Sulan, Yi Buchang would ultimately become the victim. They truly understood the dynamics at play. In the past, Yi Buchang would have succumbed to pressure, yielding for the sake of Lin Sulan. Yet now, he merely shrugged off the situation with a casual remark, stating that he had seen braised beef upon his return. He even went so far as to inhale its aroma, proclaiming it delightful and devoid of artificial coloring. He had intended to request 2 pounds from the vendor, having overheard that the beef sold outside was sourced from cattle afflicted with mad cow disease. Unhealthy, indeed. The vendor had prepared his order, yet in the end, he opted not to take it. As he uttered his final words, Yi Buchang turned to Pang Xiaoru and smiled, a challenge evident in his expression. Pang Xiaoru, with her thick skin, could maintain her composure, but the moment Yi Buchang employed her own tactics against her, her facade began to falter. The embers of her ire flared up, yet upon witnessing Yi Buchang smirk, she realized that any display of anger would play directly into his hands. Thus, she begrudgingly retorted, "Your mother merely wishes for beef. Yet you are too stingy to procure it for her. How could you possibly be filial? If your mother follows you, she shall know true misery." Yi Buchang proceeded to wash the pot, igniting the flame, and broke 2 eggs into a bowl, whisking them together. As the pan heated and oil shimmered, he poured in the beaten eggs, the sizzling sound accompanied by the enticing aroma of fried eggs wafting through the air. A few deft strokes with the spatula followed, before he added water for the soup. In the midst of retrieving vegetables from the refrigerator, Yi Buchang remarked to Pang Xiaoru, "You are quite filial. Why not return to show your parents some respect?" Once again, Pang Xiaoru was caught off guard, her face twitching as she let out a forced laugh. "Yi Buchang, regardless of what I say, I am still your aunt. Do you not fear that such an attitude towards me will lead others to say you lack proper upbringing?" While washing the vegetables, Yi Buchang replied, "Your promotional efforts in this community were already accomplished by this afternoon. Is there still a need for further dissemination? I would not be surprised if you had informed everyone about the holes in my underwear." Pang Xiaoru persisted in provoking Yi Buchang, targeting his vulnerabilities. He should have explained himself, should have denied her claims, allowing her to lead him by the emotions she stirred. The outcome would have been one where Pang Xiaoru's words reigned supreme. However, the current reality was such that regardless of Pang Xiaoru's attempts to stoke the flames, Yi Buchang remained unrepentant and silent. Each of Yi Buchang was not feeling irritable, but Pang Xiaoru was struggling to contain herself. However, the true piece de resistance lay in the bowl of noodles he had just prepared. After cooking a handful of dry noodles from the drawer, he had managed to fill a pot. By the stove, 2 bowls were set, into which Yi Buchang placed a generous portion of noodles and ladled some broth. Upon witnessing this, Pang Xiaoru felt saliva pooling in her mouth and a sense of anxiety in her stomach, worried that Yi Buchang, in a fit of pique, might not share any noodles with her. She instinctively rose onto her toes to peer into the pot, discovering that there was still a substantial amount remaining. Finally, her heart settled. She thought to herself, "This fellow is indeed tough on the outside but soft-hearted underneath. At worst, he would simply not serve her any." Yi Buchang called out, "Mom, serve the noodles." Lin Sulan, somewhat reluctant, replied, "I am busy grading those who are singing." Yi Buchang countered, "If you don't eat, you'll lose your breath and won't be able to sing tomorrow during the interview." The sound of Lin Sulan's slippers scuffling across the floor echoed in a hurried rhythm, and in no time she entered the kitchen, taking away the bowl of noodles Yi Buchang had prepared for her. Pang Xiaoru stood at the kitchen door, waiting for Yi Buchang to finish serving his bowl, so she could pour the remaining noodles from the pot into a basin and devour them. "Huh? Did you cook too much?" Yi Buchang glanced into the pot, lifted it, and unceremoniously dumped both noodles and broth into the trash bin. "You!" Pang Xiaoru exclaimed in shock. Yi Buchang raised his chin slightly, disdainfully flaring his nostrils at her. "What is wrong with that? Did you think I would cook noodles for you?" With a mocking tone, he sneered. "Who do you think you are to deserve my noodles?" Pang Xiaoru stood stunned, her eyes vacant, as she realized he was no longer the pushover she once manipulated without consequence. Yi Buchang tossed the empty pot into the sink and, as he walked past her with his bowl of noodles, added, "Want to eat? Dig into the trash can. After all, you never liked washing dishes. Pang Shiru remained frozen, staring blankly at the steaming trash can for an indeterminate time. Even this shameless person found her composure shattered by Yi Buchang's actions. She turned and left his home. Yi Buchang merely snorted. In dealing with such shameless individuals, humiliating and toying with their emotions was the way to go. Although her skin was thick, could her stomach endure the hunger? With no one at home to provide even a sip of water, all the excess noodles had been discarded, leaving her with nothing to eat. If she had the guts, she could face him here. Yet, Yi Buchang was aware that today's incident was merely a minor interlude. They would not let it rest. They would surely eat their fill and devise an even harsher and more torturous plan to torment him. Nevertheless, as he saw Vo hiding inside, she dialed the living room phone. It rang once before Lin Sulan's cautious voice came through. Yi Buchang, with an air of solemnity, stated, "Student Lin Sulan, I would like to reconfirm your enrollment details. Are you capable of self-care?" Lin Sulan hurriedly replied, "Yes, I can." Yi Buchang continued, "Then why is it that you do not even wash a bowl at home?" Lin Sulan, flustered, insisted, "I can wash, I can." Yi Buchang added, "You are to report to the 4th hospital at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you are late, you will not be admitted. Should anyone attempt to obstruct you, confront them without hesitation." Lin Sulan declared, "Rest assured, who would dare stop me? I shall deal with them." Yi Buchang advised, "Then make sure to rest early tonight." After ending the call, he stepped out of the bedroom and said, "Mom, put down the bowl. I will wash it." "I will." Chapter 33. Interests as the adhesive of interpersonal relationships. As Pang Shiru entered, she rushed into the kitchen only to find the pot cold and not a morsel of food in sight. With a heavy thud, she hurled the pot into the sink and stormed out, pointing an accusatory finger at the father and son duo, who were absorbed in devouring watermelon. "You take care of your crazy wife. I refuse to go back." They continued munching on watermelon while watching television. Lin Hongwen inquired, "What now?" Pang Shiru retorted, "That scoundrel Yi Buchang cooked noodles, clearly enough for 3. He and his mother each had a bowl, yet he threw the excess noodles and broth into the trash, expecting me to retrieve it from there." Lin Feng, leaning on his knees, spat out watermelon seeds into the trash can while glancing at Pang Shiru. "Impossible. Yi Buchang is utterly spineless. He wouldn't dare do such a thing." Pang Shiru was instantly enraged, shouting at Lin Feng, "What the hell? Why would I lie to you? That scoundrel is quite brazen now. I've been busy all day without even a drop of water. I endure the humiliation there, only to return and find you two haven't even saved me a bite to eat. I truly don't understand why I have to suffer this torment. After all these years married into the Lin family, I have not enjoyed a single moment of happiness." Lin Hongwen, "You just stand by while that little wretch Yi Buchang bullies me, and you don't even utter a word?" Lin Hongwen tossed aside the watermelon rind. "I'm eating." "Why are you yelling? You suffer and come back to vent your anger. Do you even have a right to that house? Want to claim the house without investing time or effort? Just incessantly complaining." After a few harsh words from Lin Hongwen, Pang Shiru found herself momentarily silenced, though her anger still simmered beneath the surface. "It's fine, Mom," Lin Feng reassured her. "Tomorrow I'll deal with Yi Buchang. Let us see how fierce he really is. I want to let him off easily." Lin Hongwen took out his phone and called Lin Hongtao. "Elder brother, have you eaten? I want to ask about that house Yi Ping left behind. What is the situation?" Lin Hongtao replied, "What is there to discuss? Yi Buchang will definitely not get it. His mother's condition is already dire. What if Yi Buchang occupies the house and forces her out?" Lin Hongwen agreed. "That's a valid point. Look, this is my thought. Your sister-in-law is looking after the second sister alone, and she is exhausted. How about we have the eldest sister-in-law and your sister-in-law take turns? Once everything is settled, we can send our parents over to live there. They're getting older, and that environment is better for them." "Exactly. That is what I was thinking too," Lin Hongtao concurred. Thus, Lin Hongwen and Lin Hongtao arranged to confront Yi Buchang the following morning. Once the call ended, Lin Hongwen, feeling hungry, decided to cook for himself, wondering who he needed to impress. When faced with issues, all you do is complain, solving not a single problem. How fierce can Yi Buchang truly be? If he refuses to vacate the house, you and the eldest sister-in-law should just keep pressing him. If the second sister goes mad, he'll be in for more trouble. If he still won't budge, we can make a scene at his workplace. Seek out their superior. If he does not vacate the premises, he may find his job in jeopardy. Do you believe it?" Lin Hongwen, while verbally confronting Yi Buchang, is secretly devising a plan to wrest the house from his parents and transfer it to him. With such machinations, Lin Hongwen is practically soaring in the stratosphere. As Lin Sulan hurriedly rushed to the sink to wash the dishes, Yi Buochang stepped out with his laptop bag. It was not a matter of distrust towards Lin Sulan, but rather the numerous troubles she had caused him during her more volatile moments. Upon arriving at his workplace, Yi Buochang took the time to photocopy both property titles. Armed with the copies, which served as a key to potential surprises, he secured the originals in a locked drawer at the office, bringing only the duplicates home. As he prepared to leave, he noticed some commotion at the entrance. Looking up, he saw Zhong Yu, clad in a short skirt with bare legs. Yi Buochang, you still haven't left at this hour? Zhong Yu had become noticeably more courteous towards him. Having leverage over him was one thing. Yi Buochang's current demeanor took her by surprise. Thus, whether in public or in private, it was only natural for her to wish to engage him in conversation. Zhong Yu brushed her curled hair back, revealing her smooth, elegant neck and well-defined collarbone, tilting her head slightly. You seem rather tense lately. Why not join me for a drink tonight? I've arranged for a few friends at the bar. A little madness might do you good. A woman capable of manipulating both Dean Fu Yang and project manager Lu Lei was certainly no ordinary adversary. Yi Buochang shook his head. You all go ahead. I have no time. As he attempted to walk past Zhong Yu, she blocked his path, a hint of irritation in her voice. Yi Buochang, have I offended you in any way? When Dai Shuio wronged you, I stood by your side. It was I who compelled Dai Qian, that wretched woman, to come forth and acknowledge her faults. Is a simple thank you too much to ask? Yi Buochang glared at her. Thank you for what? What kind of altruist do you fancy yourself? You can rest assured, as long as you do not provoke me, you shall remain safe. Should you choose to instigate, that is a predicament of your own making. After being rebuked, Zhang Yu's expression shifted, her voice softening. I am not seeking to stir trouble. I merely noticed your troubled demeanor and hoped to assist you. I informed the secretary that it was Lu Lei who had wronged you, and I advised Lu Lei to endure this slight. You forbade me from wearing perfume, and I complied. Why be angry? Zhong Yu nodded, tilting her head slightly, cautiously suggesting, if you have any concerns weighing on you, feel free to share. I might be able to help. If you prefer silence, let us find a place to drink. Purely for the sake of drinking. Yi Buochang too had intentions of visiting a bar, partaking in revelry was indeed on his agenda. However, he resolutely refused the notion of sharing a drink with Zhong Yu. Yi Buochang was initially set to leave, but after a moment's contemplation, he asked, do you merely wish to be Lu Lei's assistant? Zhong Yu was perplexed by Yi Buochang's inquiry. Yi Buochang elucidated further. If the project I possess requires a team, and you are to lead it, do you believe that if Fu Yang supports you, you could ascend directly to the level of the Institute? A look of delight spread across Zhong Yu's face. Can I truly? Yi Buochang replied. Why not? Zhong Yu paused for a couple of seconds, but Lu Lei would never agree. He has no authority to refuse, Yi Buochang remarked thoughtfully as he walked out. When opportunities arise, you must seize them. After Yi Buochang had departed for quite some time, Zhong Yu took a deep breath. His previous action struck her heart profoundly. Transitioning from the second project department to the institute level was precisely what she yearned for. Yi Buochang would never share a drink with a woman like Zhong Yu. If given the chance, he would prefer to enjoy a meal of skewers with his father. The barbecue was prepared on a charcoal grill placed atop a tricycle, with a large wooden board accommodating numerous plates brimming with skewered delicacies. Yi Buochang vividly recalled how his father would, on summer nights, soothe Lin Sulan to sleep before venturing out to procure some barbecue and a bottle of beer, pouring it into 2 bowls. The father and son would share little conversation. Yet in their silence, a multitude of unspoken words flowed between them. Yi Ping would feel he had shortchanged his son, while Yi Buochang would sense the burden on his father. Alas, such moments would never return. Chapter 34, The Madman with a Knife that Evening. Yi Buochang prepared some barbecued delicacies and purchased a bottle of beer. Upon returning to his room, he placed them beside his computer, while engrossed in his design work. Each time Yi Buochang lifted his gaze, he anticipated that the skewers would diminish and the beer would be half empty. Yet, they remained untouched, their enticing aroma permeating the entire bedroom, fading only as they lost their warmth. Yi Buochang toiled until the early dawn before finally succumbing to a brief slumber. Not long after, he was stirred by the sound of rummaging nearby. When a cacophony of knocking erupted outside his bedroom, Yi Buochang was already awake, though his eyes remained closed. Evidently frustrated after failing to find what he sought in Yi Buochang's computer bag, a man exclaimed, "You seem to be living quite the carefree life. More barbecue, more beer. Have you ever considered what your mother eats in a day?" Yi Buochang, "It's one thing to disregard us elders, but what about your mother? With such irresponsibility, how can we trust you to care for her?" Finally, the conversation shifted to the crux of the matter. Yi Buchang opened his eyes, stretched his neck, and adjusted his expanding waistband. Uncle Chen, typically youthful in demeanor, today bore witness to the indignation of Lin Hongtao and Ji Er. Yi Buchang packed his laptop into his bag and slung it over his shoulder as he headed to the bathroom. At that moment, the living room was already teeming with people. There was Tang Jihua, bruised and battered, Pang Sharu, who had nearly stormed out in a fit of rage the previous day, Lin Hongwan, casting cold glances, and Lin Hongtao, who seemed to fancy himself the head of the household. The already cramped space felt even more constricted, making it difficult to turn around. The bathroom housed a toilet, which Yu Ping had modified from a squat toilet, considering Lin Sulan's future needs as she aged. However, when Yi Ping noticed footprints on the toilet, with toes pointing outward, Yi Buchang tilted his head back, swallowed hard, and suppressed the anger ignited by this scene. After splashing water on his face for clarity, he exited the bathroom. A row of figures occupied the sofa. Lin Sulan gazed dreamily at a fixed point, smiling. To her left and right were Tang Jihua and Pang Xiaoru, the two sisters-in-law, each entwining their arms with Lin Sulan as if cherishing her dearly. Lin Hongwen stood by the window, bracing himself against the sill, flicking ash outside, while Lin Hongtao let the ash fall directly to the floor. Today, Yi Buchang intended to escort Lin Sulan to the psychiatric hospital. He had no intention of wasting time with them. He shut the window and the door, urging them to speak softly to avoid disturbing the neighbors and to ensure there were no delays for his mother. Lin Sulan's eyes sparkled with a smile, feeling understood by her son. Meanwhile, Yi Buchang's demeanor prompted a glance of mutual recognition between the brothers, Lin Hongtao and Lin Hongwen, as they perceived the once timid nephew. Indeed, a coward remains a coward. He would never transform into a wolf. Lin Hongwen flicked the cigarette, but, exhaling a thin wisp of smoke while casually blowing the ash from his clothes onto the ground. With a hint of bravado, he remarked, "I heard you tossed the noodles into the trash can yesterday, leaving nothing for your aunt." Lin Hongtao and Tang Jihua exchanged glances at Pang Sharu, smirking, their eyes brimming with mockery. Unable to tolerate the insult, Pang Sharu retorted with a look that conveyed, "You've been humiliated beyond measure, yet you dare to mock me?" Lin Hongwen stood at attention before Yi Buchang, extending one leg far out, his back hunched as he shook his leg, tilting his head to gaze at Yi Buchang. "Are you in need of some education?" Yi Buchang scoffed in response. "Why don't you give it a try?" Lin Hongwen's expression shifted subtly. Just as Lin Hongwen's emotions fluctuated, Yi Buchang spoke softly. "Lin Hongwen, how long do you intend to keep our house? If you have time in the next couple of days, please vacate it. I need to prepare it for re-rental." In those few words, Lin Hongwen and Pang Sharu realized that Yi Buchang was indeed acting unusually. Lin Hongtao and Tang Jihua also sensed the change. Yi Buchang had never dared to speak to Lin Hongwen in such a manner before. Unfazed by their astonishment, Yi Buchang continued with a smile, "For a year, I'll charge you 1,000 yuan in rent. For 10 years, just 10,000 will suffice." Lin Hongwen's authority was fiercely challenged, his composure slipping away. "You think I'll just return the house and pay you rent? You're barking up the wrong tree, you wretched cur." Yi Buchang smiled at him and reiterated, "Just remember, don't disturb the neighbors or interfere with my mother's singing practice." Yi Buchang then produced 2 copies of an A4 sheet from his bag, handing one to Lin Hongwen and the other to Lin Hongtao. "My father's 2 properties are now under my name. His money has also been transferred to my account. You think you can seize the house or my father's money? You're not worthy." Lin Hongtao and Tang Jihua glanced at the paper, their faces drained of color. Lin Hongwen and Pang Sharu crowded together to read the document, their brows twitching in agitation. Lin Hongwen's fingers clenched into a fist, raising his hand to strike Yi Buchang, growling, "Do you believe I could end you?" Lin Sulan, no longer watching television, stood up rigidly from beside Pang Sharu and approached Lin Hongwen's side. With a powerful swing, she delivered a fierce slap across Lin Hongwen's face. As darkness descended, countless stars and swirling lights danced before him, causing him to stumble back, nearly falling had it not been for Pang Sharu's support. Fuming, Pang Sharu glared at Lin Sulan, shouting, "You lunatic! Why did you strike my husband? You deranged hag!" Lin Hongtao waved the document in front of Yi Buchang, demanding, "What does this mean? Have you forfeited your mother's inheritance? You think you can monopolize it? I swear, I'll fight you in court till the end." In a fit of rage, Lin Hongtao tore the paper and hurled the pieces at Yi Buchang. Lin Sulan remained silent as she bent down to pick up a piece of torn paper and glanced at it. Without uttering a word, she turned and entered the kitchen. Pang Sharu continued her tirade, exclaiming, "Why don't you just die? Lin Sulan? Are you hitting me? You lunatic, do you even know who I am? Yi Buchang, standing nearby, lit a cigarette, and in the next moment, he witnessed Lin Sulan wielding a gleaming kitchen knife aimed directly at Pang Sheru's head. Tang Jihua collapsed onto the ground, hastily rolling away. Lin Hongtao took 2 steps back, only to be tripped by Tang Jihua, tumbling and scrambling. Ah! Pang Sheru screamed, losing control and leaving a large puddle behind her as she fled, the liquid streaming down her legs. Meanwhile, Lin Hongwen's voice echoed from downstairs, declaring, "You all better wait for me." Lin Sulan, knife in hand, was ready to pursue, but Yi Buchang interjected, "Mom, let us go to the music academy." At that moment, Lin Sulan tossed the knife aside, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "I'm going to change my clothes." Those 2 photocopied property certificates were merely instruments to drive Lin Sulan into a frenzy. A lunatic against a rogue, such a dynamic proved to be exceedingly effective. Chapter 0035, Mother's Isolation. Why not retain the erratic mother when my own mother is so capable? In the future, the shameless Lin Hongtao and Lin Hongwen will undoubtedly return. And at that time, what will Yi Buchang have to confront? If they were to create a scene at the workplace, what recourse would he have? It is astonishing how those who are clearly in the wrong can, through sheer audacity and uproar, twist white into black and black into white. Faced with such circumstances, Yi Buchang had long prepared a contingency plan, just as he had made 2 copies of the property certificates last night, and as he inquired whether Zhong Yu wished to ascend to the upper echelons of the institution. Each of these actions was a strategic preparation for the events that were about to unfold. Do not fear, maintain your principles and your integrity, do not waver. Take decisive action. On this day, Lin Sulan adorned herself in what she deemed her most exquisite dress as she entered the 4th hospital of Yunqing. Yi Buchang bypassed the outpatient department and went directly to the inpatient ward. In contrast to the patients clad in striped hospital garb, Lin Sulan resembled a resplendent flower. Disheveled, pallid, and vacant-eyed, the patients instinctively gravitated towards her as they passed. Some even reached out as if to touch her attire. Lin Sulan glared fiercely, roaring at them to leave her be. The nurses, recognizing this eminent VIP patient, seemed already aware of her fate. Director Ping, who typically refrained from working on weekends, made an appearance today. With glasses perched on his nose and a refined demeanor, he spoke softly. Upon seeing Lin Sulan, his attitude was notably gentle. "Lin Sulan, come. Let us first assess the situation." However, Lin Sulan was reluctant to follow him to the consultation room, retreating behind Yi Buchang, as if she were a wild beast poised to pounce. This was not the music conservatory. This was a psychiatric ward, a place of confinement. "You wretched creature, you were even more beastly than your deceased father." Yi Buchang turned to Lin Sulan with a smile, harboring dreams within. "Life is a grand stage. Mother, I recall you often saying that without you, the performing arts troupe would falter. You are so formidable. Perhaps you could transform this hospital into the 4th Music Academy of Yunqing?" Without hesitation or mercy, Lin Sulan lunged to strike Yi Buchang, her fury palpable. As if he were her adversary rather than her son, she projected all her life's misfortunes and tragedies onto him. Thus, the process of understanding her condition was rendered unnecessary. Witnessing this scene, Director Ping remarked, "I shall prepare the admission documents. You may stay with your mother for a while longer through the Iron Gate." Lin Sulan was ushered into the intensive care unit. Adorned in vibrant attire yet pacing back and forth behind the imposing Iron Gate like a provoked wild tiger under the scrutiny of onlookers, Yi Buchang felt as though a vast pool of blood lay before her. At any moment, she could leap up and stab Yi Buchang. Lin Sulan's incessant tirades never ceased. "You wretched soul, may you meet a miserable end. Your deceased father has already faced his retribution, and you too shall not escape a dire fate. You are merely envious of my singing. You wish to confine me within these walls, preventing me from appearing on television or joining the arts troupe. You all deserve to perish. I shall never forgive you in this lifetime." Is it truly sorrowful? Yi Buchang found it hard to say. In such matters, whether one feels anguish or not is irrelevant. The issue remains, and confronting it leads to resolution, bringing a sense of ease. Much like the last time, Yi Buchang had made numerous attempts to admit Lin Sulan to the hospital. He felt guilt, yet upon seeing the hospital's environment, his heart ached. The outcome? His work faltered, and Lin Sulan's condition worsened. Sometimes, being soft-hearted can genuinely be detrimental. Suddenly, Yi Buchang, standing behind the Iron Gate, inquired, "Mother, if Dad forbade you from singing, what then is the purpose of the speakers at home? Indeed, what are the speakers for?" Lin Sulan seemed to drift into memories, and a hint of melancholy appeared on her face. Tears welled up as she gazed at Yi Buchang. Son, I now remember. You and your father only wished for my well-being. It feels as if I have awakened all at once. Son, will you take your mother home? You work so hard every day. You still need someone to care for you. However, Lin Sulan's illness had transformed her into a dramatic figure, compounded by her delusions. She could at any moment envision herself embodying any character. At present, she assumed the guise of a gentle and virtuous mother. Yet, it seemed Lin Sulan had forgotten that she had never been virtuous throughout her life. Dr. Peng approached with the consent form, glancing at Lin Sulan behind the iron gate. Take good care of yourself, adhere to your medication, and your son will visit regularly. Lin Sulan appeared to grasp that she had utterly lost hope of leaving, shaking the iron gate with a resounding clatter. You wretched dog, release me. Yi Buchang, may you meet a miserable end. Yi Buchang, you are just like your father. Retribution awaits you. Do you know why he died? A heart attack, and I did not call 120. Ha ha ha. I watched him die right before my eyes. You too shall meet the same fate. I will watch you perish. Doctor. Peng continued to sift through the medical notices and admission papers, muttering, do not dwell on it. Your mother's condition is quite complex. Some of her thoughts are mere fabrications. It's best if she accepts that. Yi Buchang shook his head. She speaks no falsehood. She indeed witnessed my father's death without calling 120. Dr. Peng paused, momentarily halting his perusal of documents, and lifted his gaze to the remarkably serene young man before him. He could not fathom the trials Yi Buchang had endured over the years, but it surely must have been difficult. Yi Buchang was required to sign numerous documents, various consent forms. Among the most striking impressions, it must be noted that if patients do not actively cooperate with their treatment, coercive measures may be taken when necessary, including confinement and injections. Of course, there is also electroconvulsive therapy. These are all forms of compulsion in treatment. Beneath the inpatient building lies a vast expanse of lawn. Yi Buchang often sits on a chair, lighting a cigarette. A man in his 60s squats beside him and poses a question. If you can't answer correctly, you'll owe me a cigarette. Yi Buchang glances at him and replies, go ahead and ask. The man inquires, why can rats fly? Yi Buchang asks, why? The man beckons with his finger, and after receiving a cigarette from Yi Buchang, he chuckles, because the rat consumed a magical pill. And why can snakes fly? Yi Buchang responds, did they also consume a magical pill? The man beckons again, winning another cigarette, because the snake ate the rat. Why can eagles fly? Yi Buchang remarks, because they eat snakes? The man scoffs, fool, one cigarette in his mouth, another tucked behind his ear. Eagles can fly by nature. Yi Buchang. Chapter 0036. Focusing on the main business while nurturing the side hustle, Yi Buchang remained unperturbed. Responding to the man, if you refrain from calling me a fool, you might earn an extra cigarette. The man retorted, no need, shortly. Another fool will bring me some to smoke. With a scoff, Yi Buchang replied, you're so clever, yet here you are, confined. The man, wearing a mocking expression, countered, I am here due to my mental illness, not because I am a fool. Such logic was strikingly sound. Yi Buchang stood up, brushed off his trousers, and left the hospital, feeling lighthearted and devoid of self-reproach. He made another call to Director Yuan, saying, Director Peng, my mother's situation is rather intricate. If I do not personally come to fetch her from the hospital, they will not permit her discharge. He continued, we reside in the old cadre's residential compound. Should anything occur to her in the neighborhood, it could escalate into a serious issue. Director Peng seemed to grasp the essence of Yi Buchang's words. If Lin Sulan were to step outside and cause any trouble, people would blame the hospital for failing her, while ordinary individuals might be held accountable. The hospital would find it difficult to defend itself. However, although the neighborhood was primarily inhabited by retired officials, what of their offspring? Director Peng assured him, rest easy. We conduct professional evaluations. Without your personal presence, we shall not release her. The primary reason why Lin Hongtao and Lin Hongwen, along with their parents, could exert control over Yi Buchang was Lin Sulan herself. As long as she was deemed mentally unstable and remained under their influence, Yi Buchang appeared powerless to resist. Yi Buchang was determined to prevent them from prematurely retrieving Lin Sulan. He surmised they would soon block his doorstep, disrupting the tranquility of both himself and his neighbors. Aware of their intentions, he resolved to take preemptive action. Having just exited the hospital, Yi Buchang received a call from Old Yuan, inquiring about his location. If you have the time, come by Nanchuang Road. I have gathered everyone, he said. Glancing at the time, Yi Buchang noted it was still early. With Lin Sulan's issue resolved, it was time to concentrate on his career. He took a taxi to Nanchuang Road, where Old Yuan had arranged a meeting at Liang Weiyuan, reputed to be a Western restaurant favored by the locals of Yunqing. Yi Buochang could not recall when he had his first Western meal, but many claimed that it typically occurred at this establishment for the residents of Yunqing, with tea and set meals costing several dozen yuan. A casual gathering could easily amount to a couple of hundred, which was rather steep for the average person. However, for Old Yuan, it was akin to dining in an employee cafeteria, making no significant difference. Old Yuan had brought along 3 individuals, 2 women and 1 man. The man was a structural engineer, highly proficient and experienced in his field. Yi Buochang recognized the 2 women. They were part of Old Yuan's core team focused on cost estimation. Subsequently, Old Yuan's company had been built upon this foundation. The younger woman was likely still pursuing her master's degree and was, in fact, Old Yuan's mistress. It was worth noting that Old Yuan was already married. During the divorce, the couple proceeded quietly, devoid of any histrionics. It was only later, amidst a drinking session, that Lao Yuan confided in Yi Buochang about his long nights of overtime, neglecting his family, and how his wife had spent nights with another man. Lao Yuan refrained from divorce at that time due to their young child. Staying together was for the child's sake, and parting would also be for the child's benefit. This sentiment was difficult to grasp in the past, yet Yi Buochang now comprehended it. Lao Yu's reluctance to admit Lin Sulan to the hospital was also for her well-being. Just as Yi Buochang's decision to take Lin Sulan to the hospital was motivated by the same concern. The passage of time altered perspectives, leading to different approaches in addressing issues. Yi Buochang distributed cigarettes to the men and handed the menu to the women. Lao Yuan remarked, "Don't trouble yourself. I've already instructed them to order. Would you like to drink?" Yi Buochang replied to the waiter, "I'd like a cup of black coffee." The waiter tilted her head, as if she had never encountered such a request. However, upon noticing Yi Buochang's equally puzzled expression, she hastily approached the bar. She queried the bartender, "The customer over there wants black coffee. What on earth is that?" The bartender explained, "It's black coffee, rarely ordered, and not listed on the ticket. It's just espresso with water, no sugar or milk. It also goes by another name, Americano. Generally, no one drinks such an unpleasant concoction." Even if this bartender had returned from Binhai, she would not indulge in it, merely curious that someone in Yunqing had begun to consume such a distasteful beverage. Americano, an essential stimulant for the weary. Just how repugnant is this drink? It bears the taste of burnt rice boiled in water, bitter, astringent, and sour. Nevertheless, it invigorates. Lao Yuan observed Yi Buochang carrying his laptop. "Why are you toting a computer around on the weekend?" Yi Buochang replied, "I carry it for peace of mind." Those who have navigated the corporate landscape of a big city likely understand the necessity of password protecting their computers, shutting them down when leaving, and backing up their work, remembering to create multiple copies. Otherwise, one might encounter the disappearance of files, whether due to a virus, formatting, or having one's work inexplicably transformed into someone else's. Yi Buochang first presented them with the project design, then provided each of them a copy. "This is urgent. The departmental review meeting is scheduled for next Friday. As long as there are no significant issues, the scores in this review will surely surpass those of the initial proposal." The others were unaware of the internal dynamics within the Design Institute. Yet, Lao Yuan, being a veteran, understood that Fu Yang treated Lu Lei like a son. He would not delegate projects that were not guaranteed to succeed to Lu Lei. "Buochang, I am undoubtedly in your corner. However, you must prepare yourself mentally. The secretary is backing you, but that does not imply he can ensure your victory over Lu Lei." Lao Yuan expressed, "If Lu Lei were to falter, then the director would also face defeat. The director cannot afford to lose." Yi Buochang smiled and inquired, "Brother Yuan, if you believe I will lose, why are you assisting me?" Lao Yuan replied, "My efforts to support you are aimed at earning your trust. My dear friend, I shall not hesitate to confide in you that I possess a small company engaged in architectural design. I have always held your talent in high regard. This time, it seems you were unable to outmaneuver Lu Lei, and I fear your future at the Design Institute may not be particularly promising. One can only muddle through in the primary profession for so long. Why not join me in pursuing a side venture? What do you say?" In the past, it took Old Yuan quite some time to extend an olive branch to Yi Buochang, who ultimately declined due to his overwhelming commitments. This time, we must focus on our primary endeavors while not neglecting our secondary pursuits. Yi Buochang readily nodded in agreement, saying, "Brother Yuan, I shall heed your advice." After enjoying a meal at Liangmu Yuan at noon and discussing the project in the afternoon, Yi Buochang's phone rang incessantly, resembling a death knell. Upon answering, he was greeted by an aged voice demanding, Where have you taken your mother? Come back at once. Instantly, the visage of that old and malevolent face surfaced in Yi Buochang's mind. Chapter 0037. This is of your own making. Old Yuan sat relatively close to Yi Buochang, allowing him to overhear the conversation on the phone quite clearly. However, with outsiders present, Old Yuan refrained from speaking too freely, merely stating, "If you have something to attend to, I shall accompany you." Yi Buochang did not decline, after exchanging farewells with Old Yuan's loyal associates. He descended the stairs with Old Yuan to retrieve the car. Old Yuan owned a Citroën Elise, a model that younger generations may not have even heard of. Yet, in contemporary times, it remained one of the four legendary vehicles: the Alto, the Shenlong Fucong, the Xiali, and the Elise. Currently, an Elise costs around 100,000. To possess such a vehicle made Old Yuan quite a distinguished man. In this day and age, merely having a four-wheeled vehicle, even a dilapidated Alto, would ensure that the legs of a female passenger were deemed more valuable than Yi Buochang's life. Family sedans have begun to permeate households on a large scale this year, prompting Yi Buochang to contemplate enrolling in driving school. Old Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Yi Buochang and remarked, "I shouldn't pry, but as a brother, I dislike seeing you in such distress. If there is anything at home requiring assistance, do let me know. If it becomes unbearable, let us have a drink tonight, and perhaps find a couple of lovely ladies to cheer you up." Yi Buochang regarded Old Yuan with an impassive expression, replying, "I suspect your idea of cheering up is not quite the conventional kind." Old Yuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Ah, your spirits seem to be lifting. You can still jest. And why not jest? Should one merely wallow in melancholy?" At Yi Buochang's age, one could easily dispel all worries with a fleeting moment of indulgence. There was nothing that could truly sap his vitality. "Turn right here," Yi Buochang directed. "Right? Where are we headed?" Old Yuan pondered, but as Yi Buochang handed him a lit cigarette, they rolled down the windows and drove south along the ring road. The car was engulfed in a thick cloud of smoke, and although it was merely an Elise traversing the streets, it resembled a steam locomotive whistling along the tracks, leaving passers-by momentarily stunned. "I dropped my mother off at the 4th hospital this morning. They can't do anything about me now," Yi Buochang stated nonchalantly. Old Yuan was well aware of the troubles plaguing Yi Buochang's family and the immense toll it had taken on him. Upon hearing Yi Buochang make such a choice, he surprisingly exhaled a sigh of relief. He also marveled at the changes Yi Buochang had undergone recently. His demeanor and approach to situations had shifted. He was now more direct, decisive, and relaxed. This new version of Yi Buochang was quite refreshing to behold. Yi Buochang did not return home. Instead, he led Old Yuan to a dilapidated neighborhood outside the South Ring. Following Yi Buochang's guidance, Old Yuan parked the car by the roadside, surveying the surroundings. "What are we doing here?" he inquired. "We are here to make money," Yi Buochang declared, as he leaned against the car door. Yi Buochang gazed at the rundown old community. Who would believe that in a few years, this place would transform into a district for the affluent? Undoubtedly, the locals could never have imagined it. Once this area underwent redevelopment, the newly constructed mid-rise buildings and elevator-equipped apartments would predominantly be sold to wealthy outsiders and affluent individuals from various cities within the province. They are indeed the first wave of domestic migrants and a significant part of the new elite at Southgate. Old Yuan, perplexed, inquired of Yi Buochang, "What profit can be made in this wretched place?" Yi Buochang, however, chuckled with delight, asserting that it is precisely because everyone perceives it as dilapidated and worthless that there exists ample room for appreciation. Currently, properties here are priced at approximately 20 to 30,000 per unit. I possess enough funds to acquire 2 units. I intend to sell my current residence in the old cadres community and purchase 2 more here. Old Yuan frowned, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? You would invest all your money in this old, shabby place? It is not even in a desirable school district. Wouldn't that be a folly?" Yi Buochang replied, "The 3rd ring road has been opened, Old Yuan. Are you unaware of how desirable the city center will become? You are still with the Design Institute. Here is my proposal. I will use my property in the old cadres community as collateral, whether you choose to buy it or lend me the funds. I simply need 60,000. Old Yuan's expression reflected disbelief. "Yi Buochang, surely you jest." Yet, Yi Buochang gazed at him with a smile, devoid of any jesting demeanor. In truth, Old Yuan was also involved in real estate, being in that profession. However, they would certainly refrain from making hasty decisions without concrete information. Yet, Yi Buochang's unwavering confidence suggested he had already received some insider news. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Old Yuan offered, if you need cash. I can lend you 60,000. As for that property, you should keep it for yourself. Yi Buochang proposed, how about this? Instead of borrowing, you join me in purchasing a unit. We can find a buyer for the property my father left me. Old Yuan observed Yi Buochang's resolute determination to invest in this old community, realizing that there was no stopping him. Ultimately, Yi Buochang would be working alongside him. And even if they lost all their money here, they would surely recoup it within a year. Old Yuan said, then I shall buy 2 units, at worst. I can rent them out. Yi Buochang waved his hand dismissively. No rentals. What if the tenants move in only to face demolition? We wouldn't want such a troublesome situation to ruin our spirits. Old Yuan grew increasingly perplexed as to why Yi Buochang was so certain that this area would indeed face redevelopment, since Old Yuan also intended to acquire properties here. The matter became straightforward. He would purchase them under the company's name, facilitating future negotiations. They conversed a while longer before Yi Buochang's phone rang again. Upon answering, a youthful voice erupted through the receiver, cursing, Yi Buochang, you bastard, where are you? I'm coming for you. Are you bullying my mother? Have you even bothered to cook for her? Your lunatic mother dared to wield a knife at mine, leaving me terrified and crying at home. Come on. Let me see just how fierce you are. Your mother is crying at home? I fear she is rather enjoying herself. When Yu Bo often heard such harsh words, he neither felt anger nor fear. Instead, he calmly inquired, Lin Feng, if your mother is being bullied, you intend to seek retribution for her, correct? Lin Feng shouted from the other end of the line, yes, I will beat you to death, you dog. Yu Bo replied, then what should I do? Considering my mother has been mistreated by your family? Lin Feng retorted, that's your own fault. Yu Bo nodded and said, Lin Feng, remember the words you are uttering now. Don't shed tears later. After hanging up, Yu Bo told Lao Yuan, take me to Wukuai Shi. Lao Yuan asked, aren't you going home? Yu Bo chuckled. The entrance to my home is blocked by them. Is it necessary to return only to compete over who can shout louder? No. I will deal with them in my own time. Lao Yuan wanted to laugh, but felt it was somewhat excessive, nonetheless. He had to admit that this side of Yi Bo was quite refreshing. Chapter 0038, Capturing the Cat. Old Yuan remarked, Buochang, at this moment. You exude a certain coldness reminiscent of the title of that song. He quickly added, do not misconstrue my words. I do not perceive this as a flaw, rather. It is commendable. What was Yi Buochang like in the past? As he reminisced, he reflected, I have endured and compromised where necessary, yet in the end, others failed to acknowledge my efforts, taking them for granted. He continued, I have extended my kindness wholeheartedly, yet now I can retaliate with unwavering resolve, devoid of any moral encumbrances. In a world devoid of retribution, virtuous individuals suffer greatly. With a heavy thump on the steering wheel, Old Yuan exclaimed, by heavens, you speak with such profound insight. It was high time for this change. Old Yuan shouted, let us head to the club. You must accompany me. In conversation. You are quite captivating, and those ladies are particularly fond of men like you. Each visit, you request the same lady, perhaps with a few more visits. You may even enjoy complimentary services. He chuckled. Ah, men truly are all alike. Old Yuan drove Yi Buochang to Taibancheng in the northern part of the city. This area, adjacent to the North Station, serves as the largest hub in Izhou. It is a crossroads for those entering and exiting the province, with a transit population ranking among the top 8 nationwide. Consequently, the security in Taibancheng is notoriously poor. Due to its unique system, the residents here have some affiliation with the railway sector. As employees, it seems that all matters can be resolved internally, whether it pertains to finding a partner, seeking employment, or accessing education and healthcare. Life and death are all intertwined here, creating a veritable independent kingdom. In earlier times, workers enjoyed generous benefits, stable employment, and the security of a steel rice bowl with a sense of assurance that jobs would be available for generations. This fostered a sense of superiority among the employees and their families. When conversing with locals from Yunqing, they would often delineate the distinction between their railway community and the local populace. However, during the rapid development of Yunqing, efforts to demolish properties in Taibancheng faced significant challenges. An elderly woman, demanding an exorbitant price, halted the demolitions, leading the Yunqing government to adopt a firm stance. If one individual represents the sentiment of Taibancheng, we shall not proceed northward, but will instead develop towards the south. Thus, the urban development strategy of Yunqing evolved into a focus on southern expansion, western stability, eastern outreach, and a refusal to move north. As the city underwent a transformation, the northern gate fell into disrepair, earning the nickname Northern Syria. This moniker reflected the dire state of Taibanching during that period. Yet, the current appearance of Taibanching is not markedly different from its future state. However, it seems more palatable in the present era. Yi Buqiang recalled the last time he decided to reclaim the old properties in Taibanching, which involved reporting to the police station under the jurisdiction of the Yutai Sub-Bureau. At that time, a rather unrefined officer was mentoring a novice. Yi Buqiang has never forgotten the officer's demeanor as he sipped tea, spitting out the froth. Yi Buqiang reported that his house had been occupied and requested their assistance in vacating the premises. The old schemer gazed at Yi Buqiang as if he were a fool, questioning, "Who are you? Who are we? What gives you the right to ask us to vacate the premises? How much face do you have?" Yi Buqiang could only weakly inquire, "What about the fact that my house has been unlawfully occupied for so many years?" Upon learning that the individual who had usurped Yi Buqiang as property was Lin Sulan's younger brother, their response grew even more bureaucratic. "This is merely a family dispute. Essentially a domestic matter. We cannot intervene." At that time, upon hearing such words, Yi Buqiang was rendered powerless, even with the subsequent enactment of the Civil Code. The issue of property transfer rendered any recovery impossible. Yi Buqiang's past helplessness did not imply his current inability. According to Lin Feng, his mother was so frightened that she wept, reluctant to step outside her home. Lin Sulan's parents led the charge, with Lin Hongtao and Lin Hongwen making their grand entrance. Pang Xiaoru, who relished watching Lin Sulan make a spectacle of herself, would certainly not miss today's grand performance, unless, of course, she had her own agenda at home. In a few years, Lin Hongwen would divorce Pang Xiaoru. She would betray him. Initially, it was during Lin Hongwen's racing days that she strayed, but later, even when he was away for extended periods, she continued her infidelity, often on their shared bed. It was perplexing why she felt the need to do so within the confines of their home, on Lin Hongwen and Pang Xiaoru's bed. This speaks to the peculiarities of certain men. Some revel in wearing the green hat of infidelity, others in swapping partners, and yet others, like Pang Xiaoru's lover, derive pleasure from trysts on the marital bed of his mistress. This notion of theft cannot merely be described as intense. It might better be characterized as explosive. Yi Buqiang knocked on a family's door, inquiring, "Is Shan Xueli home?" The woman who opened the door was stout and formidable, capable of pinning Yi Buqiang to the ground. She replied, "He is not here. What do you need him for?" Yi Buqiang responded, "Do you have his phone number? A friend of his asked me to bring him something. I'd like to contact him to arrange a time." The woman provided Yi Buqiang with Shang Xueli's mobile number. He casually inquired about their landline, and after apologizing for the intrusion, he stepped outside to find a public phone. Yi Buqiang dialed Shan Xueli's mobile, and upon hearing someone breathlessly answer, he wedged the phone between his shoulder and ear, freeing his hands to dial the landline of the old house that Lin Hongwen had occupied for years. Shang Xueli was still responding, but amidst his words, the landline rang. Yi Buqiang hung up both the landline and his mobile, preparing to catch a chicken. Pang Xiaoru, growing impatient, asked, "Which one?" Shang Xueli, frustrated, noted that no one was speaking while the landline continued to ring. Pang Xiaoru snapped, "Oh, just ignore them." Beads of sweat dripped from Shang Xueli's forehead as he sensed something was amiss. "Your man has been gone for quite a while," Pang Xiaoru retorted. "That lunatic has gone to deal with his insane sister. Until he resolves the issue with that house today, they want tea return. It's still early." Shang Xueli chuckled, "Come back, come back." Pang Xiaoru finally felt content. Meanwhile, Yi Buqiang stood beneath Building 45, gazing up at the window of the second floor. A cat, helplessly meowing, was being tugged at by 2 or 3 children by its tail. 4 elderly ladies were fervently arguing over a few coins won and lost in mahjong, their faces flushed with excitement. Meanwhile, 7 or 8 middle-aged women had been engaged in conversation about trivial family matters since 9 in the morning, eager to continue until 10 at night. As Yi Buqiang surveyed this familiar environment, he chuckled and dialed the phone number of Shang Xueli's household, informing them that her husband was at Unit 201 of Building 45, engaged in a playful pursuit of the cat with Pang Xiaoru. Chapter 0039. The grand performance begins. Arrest the cat is a colloquial expression unique to Yun City, comprehensible only to its locals. It is believed that Shang Xueli's wife will hasten to the base of Building 45, Unit 3, at the speed of light. In a short while, this place will be abuzz with activity. Yi Buqiang ended one call and proceeded to dial Lin Hongwen. Lin Hongwen, growing increasingly impatient in the old cadres community, erupted upon receiving Yi Buqiang's call, shouting into the phone that if he did not return soon, he would ensure that the elderly residents of their community would come to understand exactly what kind of scoundrel Yi Buqiang truly was. He accused Yi of being disrespectful, lacking filial piety, and failing to honor the memory of his deceased father by neglecting the funeral rites. He berated Yi for not caring for his sick mother, instead hiding away at work, and for inciting his mother to violence, oblivious to the consequences of her actions. Previously, upon hearing such accusations, Yi Buochang would cower, bending in submission and offering apologies, questioning whether he truly deserved such treatment. The more he acquiesced, the more they regarded him as a target for relentless bullying. However, the current Yi Buochang felt nothing upon hearing these words, merely responding with a light, dismissive inquiry, "Have you finished your tirade?" Lin Hongwen let out a cold laugh, noting that Yi now bore the demeanor of a pig unperturbed by boiling water. He warned that if you did not intend to return, he would take matters into his own hands and pay a visit to his workplace on Monday, promising to make Ye's life difficult. Lin Hongwen, brimming with malice, vowed to make it impossible for Yi to remain at his job, relishing the prospect of putting him under pressure. Yi Buochang, with a scoff, demanded Lin Hongwen pass the phone to his mother, wishing to speak with her. Lin Hongwen, filled with disdain, insulted Yi before handing the phone to the elderly woman. On the line, the old lady spoke gently, inquiring where Yi had taken his mother and urging him to return so they could discuss how best to care for her. She attempted to placate the situation, acknowledging that Lin Hongwen's earlier demeanor may have been less than ideal, though it stemmed from concern for his sister. She suggested that they consider how to manage the care for Ye's mother, proposing either that two of his aunts take turns staying at his home or that she and Ye's grandfather move in. Ultimately, their intentions were clear: to seize control of the household and later find a way to divide the spoils. This family, adept in manipulation and relentless in their pursuits, knew that should Yi Buochang show any sign of defiance, their subsequent actions would leave him feeling utterly humiliated and unable to face his colleagues or the world. In the past, the only way to resolve issues had been through coercing Lin Sulan to comply with whatever demands they made of Yi Buochang. If Yi Buochang were to refrain from action, they would drive Lin Sulan to the brink of madness. Yi Buochang, unwilling to see Lin Sulan suffer, found himself with no choice. Now, however, their ideal circumstances have vanished, leaving only Yi Buochang's ruthless and comprehensive counterattack. Calmly, he addressed the elderly woman on the phone, advising her to tend to her younger son and daughter-in-law first. Meanwhile, Peng Xiaoru and a man were entangled on the bed in my old house. This pair of scoundrels had now been cornered. Some claimed Peng Xiaoru was having an affair, while others asserted she was engaging in illicit activities. I did not believe such allegations, thus I summoned the police to prove their innocence. You two will become the esteemed figures of Taibin City. Anyone who sees you will give you a thumbs up. Don't. The elderly woman, nearly breathless, shouted into the phone, "Buochang, please, I beg you." At that moment, Yi Buochang had already hung up. Begging me? It was too late. The weather today was splendid, perfect for the community to witness the unfolding spectacle. On the other end, the elderly woman trembled, her lips turning pale as she clutched Lin Hongwen, exclaiming, "To the North Gate, your wife is having an affair." An affair. In her agitation, she stomped her foot, her eyes rolling back as she nearly fainted. A crowd quickly gathered to support her, though their expressions were a complex mix of shock and intrigue. What had they just heard? Peng Xiaoru engaging in an affair at home? Lin Hongwen's face turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably, caught between anguish and fear. Tang Zhihua, though outwardly composed, felt an inner mirth. This wretched woman, who often dressed provocatively, was indeed a disgrace to her marital vows. This was bound to be entertaining. With newfound determination, Tang Zhihua pushed through the crowd, displaying unprecedented filial piety as she hoisted the elderly woman onto her back. "Let us go. Let us return to the North Gate." Lin Hongtao remained in disbelief, unable to fathom that his sister-in-law could be such a person. If she wished to betray, why not do so with someone closer? I wouldn't have opposed it. Only Lin Feng dashed away with urgency. He could not allow any scandal to tarnish his mother's reputation. If news of her indiscretions reached the school, he would never hold his head high again. Who was behind this? Who was orchestrating this chaos? Yi Buochang. Lin Feng suddenly realized that it must be that wretched father of his. "If I catch you, I will make you pay dearly." Yi Buochang, unconcerned about the possibility of being harmed, craved an even larger spectacle. He dialed the local police station, declaring, "Hello. I wish to report a crime at Building 45, Room 201. There are illicit activities occurring. Please respond immediately." It was now set in motion. The victims' alliance was assembled, and the police were ready to dispense justice. With a multitude of onlookers below, the captivating tale unfolding here would soon be spun into countless versions, spreading throughout Taibin City. Yi Buochang, too, could not afford to put himself in jeopardy, Thus he sought the aid of a couple of enforcers, both for his protection. Moreover, it was also an opportunity for Lin Feng to seek out a few father figures. Thus, he reached out to a friend he had not been in contact with for the past couple of years. However, it would be more accurate to say that they were not quite friends. During their time at the secondary school, he often copied Yi Buochang's homework. After graduating from junior high, that individual ventured into a life of recklessness, and tales of his exploits would frequently reach Lin Feng's ears. For instance, it was said that he had engaged in violent altercations in Kakadu, excavated hot springs in Washuiwen, and participated in brawls with laborers from Guanghan over construction sites. There were even rumors that he had met an untimely demise at the hands of others. In truth, Yi Buochang was aware that he had been faring reasonably well, serving as a foreman for a boss, with perhaps dozens of wayward companions under his command. Suddenly, a portly woman barreled through Building 45 like a bulldozer. Followed by the sound of doors being smashed on the second floor, the performance was about to commence. Chapter 40. The real performance. The children no longer tease the cats, and the elderly refrain from playing cards. The group of women, who once engaged in trivial gossip, seem to have lost interest in their mundane conversations. They have discovered a new target. The portly woman's voice is not only loud, but startlingly shrill. Sheng Xueli, come out. I know you are inside. She bellows. Which wretched woman is hiding in there? Come out. If I don't tear her apart today, I want to bear the surname Guan. The weight of her words is so profound that various interpretations have already emerged beneath Building 45. Is that the home of Lin Hongwen? He left today. And it seems his wife, Pang Sharu, didn't accompany him, did she? One whispers. You wouldn't believe it. I saw a man leaving Pang Sharu's place last time. Another adds. So, Pang Sharu must be entertaining someone at home, and the other woman has blocked her way? What was mere speculation a moment ago has swiftly morphed into undeniable truth in the chatter of these aunts and grandmothers. Gradually, they converge from all directions toward this scene. The local populace of Yun City has a fascinating trait. When one person gazes skyward, another soon follows, and within minutes, a crowd will be looking up. Some even narrate the events unfolding above with great enthusiasm. However, they may not realize that the first person to glance upward merely saw it to stifle a sneeze and, upon being blinded by the sunlight, quickly moved on. Thus, one can imagine the commotion below Building 45, stirred up by the portly woman. Yi Buochang's friend found him at the fringes of the gathering. Upon seeing Yi Buochang, he was taken aback, for over the years, he had assumed he would no longer seek him out. His surprise was mingled with excitement and a touch of awkwardness. After all, Yi Buochang was likely the only one among his friends who had excelled academically, gaining admission to a prestigious university and securing a position in a state-owned enterprise, which others regarded as quite impressive. In later boastful tales, he would say, I have a brother, a brilliant student from a certain university, now working as an engineer at a design institute. At that time, he was unaware that engineer referred not to a job title but a professional designation. When Yi Buochang laid eyes on him, he too felt a surge of happiness, reminiscing about the few instances in his life when he had openly acknowledged and praised himself before others. Perhaps only Li Dong had ever been part of that select group. Li Dong, Yi Buochang stated, I am here to reclaim the property. Li Dong glanced up at the second floor. Ah yes, this was the house your father was allocated back in the day. If I recall correctly, it was occupied by your uncle's family, wasn't he it? Indeed. Yi Buochang replied, I intend to retrieve this house. Are you currently assisting a construction contractor on a site? Li Dong asked, a hint of embarrassment evident in his nod, feeling somewhat diminished in the presence of an educated man like Yi Buochang. Yet Yi Buochang encouraged him, saying, why not inquire with your employer if he would be interested in taking over this property? Li Dong's initial reaction was one of perplexity. He already owned a house and questioned the necessity of purchasing another in this location. Yi Buochang advised him to inform his superior that he was currently at the Design Institute, and after the bidding for the underground commercial center at Yun City Plaza concluded at year-end, there would be work available. Beyond that, he need not elaborate, for the subsequent matters were well within his superior's grasp. Li Dong was aligned with a contractor, whose older brother was a construction magnate. He had been working under this contractor for a considerable time. When the contractor sought work, particularly during festive seasons, the van that ferried workers to the sites was often filled with an array of tobacco and spirits, intended as gifts to foster connections. This was not merely to secure business, but also to facilitate payments. Engaging in construction was lucrative, albeit demanding. However, those like his boss, who had firmly established themselves, were enjoying a rather prosperous existence over the past 2 years. As for Li Dong, he managed to earn around 2,000 yuan a month. And should the contractor be in good spirits at year-end, he might even receive a bonus of 2 to 3,000 yuan as a New Year's gift. The most opulent experiences arose when the contractor's elder brother invited friends to exclusive clubs or spas, occasionally taking them along. On certain evenings, they could indulge in the luxuries of the establishment, reveling in the experience. After discerning the intricacies of this arrangement, Li Dong grasped the substantial weight of Yi Buochang's earlier remark. He diligently noted it, intending to call his boss shortly thereafter. Yi Buochang then inquired if he remembered his cousin, Lin Feng. Li Dong replied affirmatively, recalling that Lin Feng had recently befriended an elder brother figure outside of school and was rumored to be quite audacious on campus. He noted how this elder brother would avoid them, despite the fact that during their school days, such individuals would not dare to utter a word. Now, they could command a following among students. Yi Buochang observed not disdain on Li Dong's face, but rather a composed demeanor shaped by the trials of society. Thus, while reflecting on Lin Feng's newfound association, he appeared to assume the role of an elder. Observing a naive junior, Li Dong, with a cigarette in hand, gazed upward and suddenly remarked, "Isn't it true that the individuals squatting on your family's property are his parents?" Yi Buochang's silence implied acquiescence to this assertion. Li Dong surmised that the task Yi Buochang was about to assign him might be related to this Lin Feng. He continued, "Such petty thugs in school, unafraid of teachers or parents, seem impervious to their own families. The family quarters of the Yun Railway Bureau and its affiliated school had long been steeped in a culture of gangs, reminiscent of similar phenomena in various provinces abroad. They exhibited a particular fascination with brawls, violence, and gathering in large groups, convinced that uniting a crowd signified the potential for great accomplishments. Of course, the crux of it all lay in the allure of posturing." Yi Buochang inquired with a smile, "What do they fear then?" Li Dong replied, "Their greatest fear is the local toughs. The moment a particular elder brother is mentioned, their eyes light up. Even if they have only exchanged a greeting with such a figure, they can boast in school of having fought alongside them. Once confronted by these ruffians, no matter how imposing they may appear within the school, conceding defeat becomes an instantaneous affair." Yi Buochang cast a sidelong glance at Li Dong, remarking, "Aren't you just one of those thugs?" Li Dong waved his hand dismissively, retorting, "What nonsense. I am now a person of respectable employment." However, he soon perceived that the once dignified Yi Buochang, who had made him feel inferior, now radiated an unsettling aura. Suddenly, a youthful figure burst forth from the encirclement, shouting vehemently, "Get away! What are you doing here? If you don't leave, I'll make you regret it." Yi Buochang and Li Dong turned their gaze towards the source of the voice, where Lin Feng was sprinting towards the building. Amidst the crowd, someone yelled, "Lin Feng, your mother is." After cupping his hands to amplify his voice, Li Dong called out, then turned to Yi Buochang, feeling an unfamiliarity wash over him. Chapter 41. Chaos and turmoil. The shout that Li Dong had just uttered was a phrase taught to him by Yi Buochang. As soon as the sound reverberated, the family members of the Railway Bureau employees standing in the courtyard erupted in a cacophony of realization. Some experienced an epiphany, understanding that Pang Shiru was not merely a wayward woman but rather engaged in the trade of vice. Others, with prophetic fervor, exclaimed that they had long suspected her ostentatious display of wealth. Always adorned in gold and silver, her summer attire leaving little to the imagination. "I told you she was no virtuous woman. Isn't she selling her body?" cried one, while another lamented their own misfortune. "Had I known she was so close, I would have indulged myself. What a loss!" Lin Hongwen, Lin Hongtao, and Tang Jihua made their way through the throng of gossiping voices. The murmurs made their skin crawl, akin to a myriad of ants scuttling beneath it. They may not have comprehended that this was a natural physiological reaction to their mounting anger. They yearned to shout at the crowd, yet the sheer number of people stifled their voices. They contemplated engaging the onlookers physically but feared that their fists would stand little chance against a multitude. As they breathed, their bodies trembled, fervently hoping that the truths spoken by Yi Buochang had not transpired above them. Simultaneously, they dreaded the thought of their disgraceful acts being revealed for all to witness, questioning how their family could ever maintain their standing within the Railway Bureau afterward. As they pondered this dire outcome, the elderly matriarch, weakened, leaned heavily against her son for support. Lin Feng, swift of foot, ascended the first flight of stairs in mere strides, and with a few more, he beheld the door to his home flung wide open. Figures stood above, while those below pursued the Lin family up the staircase, peering around the corner at the unfolding scene. The atmosphere was suffocating, both inside and out, as the sound of a woman's furious voice pierced the air. How could you betray me after all I have done for you, bearing your children? You wretched creature. Today I shall drag you into the sunlight to expose your foul deeds. Throughout his hurried journey, Lin Feng had consoled himself with the notion that it was all a fabrication, a cruel jest spun by Yi Buchang, whose own life was riddled with despair. A mad mother and a deceased father had led him to believe that others should suffer as he did. It was all a lie. However, upon bursting through the threshold of his home, he was met by the formidable form of a corpulent woman blocking the entryway. As he squeezed past her, he glimpsed within a flimsy blanket shrouded two bodies. One was his mother, while the other was an uncle who had visited their home on numerous occasions. A fact Lin Feng had never dared to contemplate until now. And now, they lay together on the bed, undraped in clothing. The air was thick with a scent reminiscent of shameful encounters, evoking memories of furtive pleasures once indulged in. In those moments, he had laughed foolishly, wiping his hands clean while finding amusement in his secret. Yet now, that same aroma filled him with revulsion. Lin Feng's eyes, once wide with disbelief, narrowed sharply as the woman's voice grew ever more distinct, his heart sinking further with each word. He clearly saw the corpulent woman furiously tearing at the bedsheet, intent on stripping away the last vestige of modesty that remained between them. The man named Sheng Xueli turned his head away. The woman clutched the sheet tightly, concealing her face with both hands. Lin Feng was engulfed in rage, yet he found himself at a loss as to whom he should direct this fury. Should he strike the overweight woman? Just as he hesitated, the woman yanked the sheet away from Pang Xiaoru, exposing her completely. In that moment, Lin Feng beheld his mother in all her vulnerability, as well as the repulsive expression of Sheng Xueli. Unable to withstand the shock any longer, he leapt onto the bed, lunging at Sheng Xueli and unleashed a barrage of punches upon him. However, Sheng Xueli was no pushover. He forcefully shoved Lin Feng aside, regardless of his own state of undress, and delivered a kick to Lin Feng's face, stomping on his chest and viciously striking his head. At that moment, Pang Xiaoru was not concerned for her son's safety, but was desperately seeking to cover herself. The instant she managed to find her bra and secure it around her chest, the corpulent woman seized it and flung it into the living room. Among the onlookers, someone audibly remarked on the size of her bosom. The overweight woman then yanked Pang Xiaoru by her hair, dragging her into the living room, urging everyone to come and witness this disgrace. She unleashed a torrent of slaps and blows, obscuring Pang Xiaoru's face with her own hair. In her frantic state, Pang Xiaoru was only able to cover her chest with one hand and her groin with the other, yet each time she attempted to shield herself, the woman would pry her hands away and force her legs apart. The crowd at the door was in a frenzy, shouting for the violence to cease. As Pang Xiaoru endured the blows, she felt no pain, her mind empty and disoriented. She was at a loss for how to end this nightmare, and even more bewildered as to how events had spiraled so out of control. Yet she understood that her immediate priority was to find a place to hide, to deal with the aftermath later. However, each time she attempted to crawl toward the sofa, the corpulent woman would grasp her leg and drag her back toward the entrance, leaving her unable to preserve her dignity in any form. Just then, Lin Hongtao and Lin Hongwen entered the room. Greeted by the sight of Pang Xiaoru in such a state, one wide-eyed and the other seething with fury, the elderly couple, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of blood rush to their heads, stomping their feet in distress, shouting for her to cover herself, lamenting how they could possibly endure living like this. The overweight woman seized Pang Xiaoru by the hair, forcing her chin up to present her to Lin Hongwen, exclaiming, "Is this your wife? What sort of wretched establishment did you pull her from? You all are a disgraceful lot. The upper beam is askew, and the lower beam is crooked. With treachery and betrayal, the entire family is steeped in disgrace." The elderly woman, who had seemed on the verge of fainting moments ago, suddenly sprang to life, lunging at Pang Xiaoru with a fierce intensity. Her hands, adorned with half-centimeter-long nails, clawed mercilessly at Pang Xiaoru's face, tearing and scratching. As she assaulted her, she hurled insults, lamenting the misfortune of having birthed such a calamity, threatening to extinguish her wretched life. The old man joined in, spitting and stomping, seemingly intent on trampling her chest. As if he had been waiting for this moment, Pang Xiaoru had initially maintained her composure, contemplating escape, but now, where could she hide? The pain drove her to wail helplessly. No one showed her compassion. No one could comprehend the reasons behind her desperate actions. Countless days and nights spent in solitude. Her heart left unfulfilled. Who could fathom that anguish? Was there a fault in seeking solace in another? "Stop hitting me, please," as Pang Xiaoru collapsed to the ground, Amidst her disheveled hair, she caught a glimpse of a familiar face, Yi Buchang's smile. In that moment, Peng Xiaoru seemed to grasp that all that had transpired today was intricately linked to Yi Buchang. Chapter 42. This is your retribution. Yi Buchang was unperturbed by the possibility of being seen by her or the Lin family. What of it? Those who meddle in the affairs of others all day long do so because they have too few matters of their own to occupy their time. Now, the consequences are upon you. A shattered family, parents on the verge of debilitating ailments like cerebral palsy, strokes, and coronary heart disease. Children too terrified to attend school due to abuse. When a multitude of problems comes crashing down upon you, I hope you muster the strength to endure. For I have weathered the storm alone. Yi Buchang offered a faint smile to Peng Xiaoru, a gesture that plunged her deeper into despair. She yearned to voice the truth. But what is the truth? Was Sheng Xueli introduced to her by Yi Buchang? Did Yi Buchang force her legs apart? Or was he behind Sheng Xueli, pushing him forward? Every action she took was voluntary. Thus, even if her heart ached, she had no choice but to swallow her bitterness. Bitterness can be swallowed, but what of the pain? The pain was unbearable. Peng Xiaoru cried out, "Hongwen, save me. Hongwen, I was wrong." She clung to Lin Hongwen's leg. Yet he merely regarded the battered Peng Xiaoru with indifference, his expression devoid of emotion, cold as ashes. He shook her off and strode into the house. Upon witnessing his son being pinned down by Sheng Xueli, Lin Hongwen seized any object within reach and struck fiercely at Sheng Xueli's head. He then tightened his grip around Sheng Xueli's neck and dragged him into the living room, using whatever he could find to mercilessly beat him about the head, body, and groin. In that moment, Lin Hongwen was consumed by rage, heedless of the consequences as he unleashed his fury. The police, as expected, arrived late, their first inquiry being, who was selling silver? Who was the ticket holder? In the throng of people, there were always those eager to reveal the truth. Peng Xiaoru sold silver, while Sheng Xueli was the ticket holder. The officers were no strangers to such incidents. In recent years, many had attempted to report similar offenses to the police. However, few escalated to the point of an official report. Today's event, with its overt accusations and cries for help, compelled their intervention. Upon entering the scene, they were met with a chaotic tableau. Lin Feng, still brimming with fury, continued to assault Sheng Xueli, who writhed on the ground, howling in agony like a slaughtered pig. Peng Xiaoru, bloodied and battered by a corpulent woman and her own grandmother, cried out for mercy. Faced with the tumultuous scene, the police could only order, "Take them all back. We will sort this out later." Sheng Xueli, clutching his groin, bellowed, "Take me to the doctor. It hurts so much." The gruesome scene was momentarily lightened by his exclamation, drawing laughter from the onlookers. The Lin family, amid the rising laughter, gradually emerged from their fury, their expressions shifting to confusion and then despair. The elderly couple would henceforth be the subject of whispers when they ventured outside. While Lin Feng would endure mockery from his peers at school, Lin Hongwen is a man of little merit. While Peng Xiaoru has utterly succumbed to the life of a silver woman, whether through infidelity or selling herself, her fate is sealed. She is destined never to hold her head high again. The most distressing aspect is that men who indulge in reckless behavior will incessantly hover around her, inquiring about her prices. When Peng Xiaoru was dragged away, she no longer felt aggrieved or sought forgiveness. Instead, she cursed Lin Hongwen, calling him a turtle, a man of no ambition. 10 days out of 10, he is absent from home. What worth does he have? After all these years, has he ever even touched her? If he does not, there are plenty of others who will. His mother is no better. They are all despicable creatures. Despite marrying into his family, even if only for a day of comfort, she finds no solace. No house, no money. He possesses nothing of value. What, then, was the purpose of marrying him? When she is beaten by other women, he doesn't even cast a glance her way. They're a heartless and ungrateful family. She scoffs, declaring that many will come to settle the score with them. Did he think she was caught today because of him? It was his cunning cousin Yi Buchang who orchestrated this mess. She warns them that they will soon reap what they have sown, eagerly anticipating their chaotic downfall. Yi Buchang? The crowd searched for his figure. Was the young man who had moved out of the Railway Bureau's family quarters with his father and mad mother during his teenage years present here? Upon spotting the upright, confident young man among the throng, it dawned on them that Yi Buchang had been there all along. Simultaneously, they pondered a pressing question. If Yi Buchang was behind today's events, what could his intentions be? The Lin family glared at Yi Buchang, who regarded them with an indifferent expression. Lin Hongwen and Lin Feng recalled that their return was prompted by a call from Yi Buchang, which had set the current events in motion. The sight of Yi Buchang calmly observing the spectacle incited Lin Hongwen's fury, veins bulging as he shouted, "Yi Buchang." Yi Buchang responded from within the crowd, "I am here." Lin Hongwen gritted his teeth, threatening, "Wait until I get out. I will end you." Yi Buchang retorted, "Were you not already planning to do so before you went in?" Lin Hongtao and Lin Hongwen. Recently, I had someone introduced to me at the Design Institute. Their parents had even inquired about our family background, yet you two rushed to announce that my mother is mentally ill. How terrified are you two of me marrying a woman of good family standing? At this moment, Lin Hongtao and Lin Hongwen's expression shifted dramatically, momentarily at a loss for words. The elderly couple, referred to as grandparents, gazed at Yi Buchang, exclaiming, "You wretch, you treat your own grandparents and uncle this way. Matters within the family can surely be resolved behind closed doors. Witness the chaos that has unfolded today. How shall we find resolution? How shall our family continue to reside here?" Yi Buchang often remarked, "What is there to live for? In your quest to secure a favorable price for my mother, you barred her from joining the arch troupe, driving her to madness, concealing her illness, and ultimately marrying her off to my father. You went so far as to proclaim her a lunatic at the Railway Bureau. During my school days, my classmates mocked and bullied me, while teachers publicly labeled my mother as insane, subjecting me to relentless humiliation. Where was your voice then? You compelled my parents to abandon Taiban City, all to bestow this residence upon your youngest son, without a thought for our family's well-being. Your daughter-in-law was caught in her illicit dealings. Was it her own choice? Or was she coerced by me? Now you seek to salvage your dignity? What kind of principle is this?" Furthermore, Pang Xiaoru, diligent in her household, resorted to selling herself to contribute to the family finances. What if this was orchestrated by your entire clan? Regardless, my father's house shall not be lent out for your nefarious purposes. Lin Hongwen, in a fit of rage, attempted to charge at Yi Buchang but was firmly restrained by the police. He shouted to Lin Hongtao, "Eldest brother, kill him, kill him." Yi Buchang approached Lin Hongtao amidst the crowd, his face twisted into a cold smirk. "Dare to lay a finger on me?" Lin Hongtao's face twitched, akin to a dog held firmly in place. Lin Hongwen, like a chained dog yearning to bite, struggled against his bonds. Meanwhile, the elderly couple, visibly agitated by Yi Buchang's words, turned pale, their lips turned blue, trembling all over, and they immediately began to roll their eyes, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Chapter 0043. He feels a bit unfamiliar as the elderly couple appeared on the verge of fainting. Yi Buchang turned to Lin Hongtao with a smile and posed a question. "What shall we do? Should we rescue them or let them be? If we do nothing, they might simply close their eyes and pass away, leaving everyone to feast without a burden. Conversely, saving them could be even simpler." Yi Buchang regarded the frail old souls, contemplating that if they wished to survive, it would inevitably lead to a half-life of dependence on Lin Hongtao and Lin Hongwen, who would dutifully care for them. Throughout their lives, they had bestowed all their affection and goodness upon their sons, ultimately expecting those very sons to ensure their comfort in old age. All of us are eager to witness whether Lin Hongtao and Lin Hongwen will fulfill their filial duties or simply escort them to their final rest. Yi Buchang finally expressed all the pent-up thoughts he had harbored for years. He felt an overwhelming sense of relief, devoid of any moral guilt. Meanwhile, the Lin family members present were infuriated, feeling humiliated, yet they found themselves powerless against Yi Buchang. They were acutely aware that today's events had been orchestrated by him. But so what? What could they do about it? "Lin Hongwen, I am reclaiming the house. It is not yours to occupy without cost. The rent is 1,000 a year. For 10 years, that totals 10,000. Should you refuse to pay, I will gladly entrust it to someone else to collect the rent. Out of respect for you as my mother's brother, I refrain from engaging in a hard confrontation. However, should someone else come to collect and you refuse, then you shall bear the consequences." Suddenly, Shang Xueli shouted, "Have you finished talking? I need to see my child. It's urgent." In the midst of the anger, seriousness, and frustration, this untimely outburst provoked laughter among the onlookers from the Railway Bureau families. The police then proceeded to escort away those involved in the brawls and disturbances. Yi Buchang simply cast a glance at Lin Hongtao, his gaze steeped in mourning. Throughout the earlier scuffle involving Lin Hongwen, he and Tang Jihua had abstained from participation. He understood that while it was not illegal to steal, physical violence was, and engaging in such acts might lead to arrest. Thus, only the families of Lin Hongwen and Shang Xueli were taken into custody. Lin Hongtao met Yi Buchang's gaze, hesitating to react. Simultaneously, he was astonished by Yi Buchang's newfound ruthlessness. This version of Yi Buochang was both unfamiliar and frightening. Lin Hongtao then inquired loudly, "Where have you taken your mother?" Yi Buochang replied, "She has been sent to a psychiatric hospital. You all kept her confined at home for so many years, claiming she was insane while preventing my father from seeking treatment for her. Now that my father has passed away, do you still wish to use my mother to bind me? Lin Hongtao, your mother now requires a caretaker at the psychiatric hospital. Are you not planning to summon your wife to look after her? She may go to the hospital. Tang Jihua, will you go?" With a face full of injuries, Tang Jihua shouted, "Damn it." Lin Hongtao's face twitched, wishing to stop his wife from making lewd comments, but he was a moment too late. Given such family dynamics, who could possibly believe that Lin Hongtao's family harbored any good intentions? In just half a day, Yi Buochang had reduced the Lin family to shambles. This served as Lin Hongtao's final warning. If that fool dared to approach him again, it would be his family next. As he distanced himself from the crowd in the old family compound, Yi Buochang felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Onlookers had been keenly observing him, astonished by the upheaval he had orchestrated today. He appeared remarkably calm, seemingly at ease, and even joyful in dismantling the Lin family's reputation. It was evident that Yi Buochang still had reserves of strength. If his two shameless uncles and biased grandparents continued to act ungratefully, they might truly find themselves in dire straits at his hands. However, in the neighbors' memories, Yi Buochang was not the person he was now. Once, he was the type to shy away from conflict, lowering his head in silence, exuding insecurity, and lacking any temper. But the Yi Buochang before them now held his head high, exuding confidence and unflinching authority, showing no regard for his uncles or grandparents. His gaze was akin to that of a predator surveying a herd of dying beasts. Yi Buochang had departed. Someone in the crowd was the first to react, realizing that Yi Buochang had become quite unforgiving. After all, they were still family. His actions seemed excessively harsh. This young man was truly ruthless. Yet, at that moment, some spoke out against those who liked to moralize from a lofty standpoint, expressing a wish that their own relatives were just as despicable as Lin Hongtao and Lin Hongwen. They smiled awkwardly in response, insisting, "No, our family is quite harmonious. My uncles and brothers get along well." Seeing this, they believed their own familial ties were exemplary, thinking the world was filled with similar relationships. Those with poor family dynamics deserve their misfortunes. You can't feel the pain while standing there, can you? As they moved away from Building 45, dusk began to settle in. Yi Buochang found a barbecue restaurant, feeling it was imperative for the two of them to share a drink that evening. Throughout this, Li Dong had been intently watching Yi Buochang. He glanced at Li Dong beside him and smiled. "What's wrong? Do I seem unfamiliar to you?" Li Dong nodded. "I think you're incredible now. You're not like your former self at all." Yi Buochang inquired, "Which version do you prefer?" Li Dong replied, "I believe the current you is more carefree and better. You should be like this. Why should anyone endure hardship?" Yi Buochang asserted, "That apartment needs to be vacated in the next couple of days. The rent must remain unchanged. I'll take 70%, and you can treat your brothers to a nice meal with the rest." After pondering for a moment, Yi Buochang added, "We won't need to ask Lin Hongwen for the rent. During your free time, just wait by the school gate for Lin Feng and handle it from him." Li Dong knew exactly what to do. "I would recruit a few offspring from the Railway Bureau to deal with him. Every day, I would take the opportunity to give him a hard time. After all, if it came to an investigation, it would merely be a few children causing a ruckus. The internal authorities would trivialize the issue and not take it seriously." Indeed, Lin Hongtao and Lin Hongwen had previously favored this tactic, pushing Yiping into a corner. When approached for resolution, the organization would merely claim it was a family matter. Whenever Lin Hongtao and Lin Hongwen resorted to violence against Yiping, the police station would downplay the situation, citing the fact that they were all internal employees, making it difficult to address. Therefore, any incidents involving Lin Feng in the future would be treated as mere student altercations, with parents being bureau employees, making it unnecessary to escalate matters. Mediation would be the approach taken. To combat magic with magic, and to respond to violence with violence, is the only way to avoid feeling wronged and to find satisfaction. Chapter 0044. The past and the present. Yi Buochang is resolutely determined to reclaim what rightfully belongs to him. Li Dong wholeheartedly supports Yi Buochang's actions, believing it is long overdue. He is well aware of the injustices Yi Buochang has endured over the years. However, after Yi Buochang entered university, Li Dong, fearing he might hinder his progress, deliberately maintained a distance from him, even refraining from mentioning Yi Buochang's name during casual conversations. Over the years, He has intermittently received updates about Yi Buochang, his elevated educational status, respectable employment. Yet, amidst these achievements, his mother's health has not improved, and he often finds himself affected by his uncle and aunt's moods. His grandparents favor their two sons, leaving Yi Buochang and his father with little standing in their family. Relying solely on oneself is one thing, but being held back by others is another. Just the thought of such a life is suffocating. Nevertheless, Yi Buochang has persevered. Upon observing Yi Buochang's current state, Li Dong is convinced that he has emerged from his struggles and has unleashed his true self. No longer the reclusive individual who quietly bore his grievances. Li Dong poured a glass of beer for Yi Buochang, remarking, "When I saw your family, I thought you were going to confront them. How could you possibly win that argument?" Yi Buochang chuckled. "Do you know where they started? They were blocking me at the old Cadre Communities apartment, waiting for me to return home, leaving those two shameless individuals at my place. They simply moved in and took over my father's house." Li Dong felt a surge of indignation. Is there truly such a shamelessness in this world? If I were you, I would storm back home and evict them all. Yi Buochang scoffed. If you confront them at the door, they would relish the chaos. The more aggressively you push them, the more they would gather the neighbors, and with your irate demeanor, in mere minutes, you would be painted as an unfilial and heartless person. Goodness. Li Dong had not considered the situation so profoundly. So they spread rumors about you, and you have no way to counter it? Yi Buochang clinked his glass with Li Dong's and sipped his beer. When dealing with individuals like them, do not let them lead you by the nose. They may strike at their whim, while you strike at yours. If they claim there is filth in your trousers, your response should not be to remove them to prove otherwise, but rather to reveal that their household is a veritable circus. Li Dong chuckled. Is that truly an option? Yet, he acknowledged that Yi Buochang was fortunate today. Lin Hongwen's wife was indeed caught in the act of infidelity, which provided an opportunity to undermine their entire family. Yi Buochang sighed. Does it matter whether she is unfaithful or not? What I desire is for everyone at the Railway Bureau to be aware of her indiscretions. Whether she cheats or not has no bearing on me. If she refrains today, I will still distribute flyers at the Railway Bureau, ensuring that her reputation as a disgrace becomes common knowledge. Li Dong inhaled sharply, realizing that the beast within Yi Buochang had been unleashed. If Lin Hongwen and his wife were aware of Yi Buochang's ruthlessness, would they still dare to be so shameless? The answer was a resounding no. Such a Yi Buochang was not someone to provoke lightly. As the barbecue was served, several skewers of chicken wings were placed on the iron platter. Yi Buochang held a chicken wing, momentarily lost in thought. Li Dong recalled that he used to ride a tricycle, selling grilled skewers from a charcoal grill mounted on it. Li Dong glanced at the familiar face of the owner, reminiscing about his school days when he would see those from well-off families enjoying skewers of chicken wings every night for a mere 1 yuan and 50 cents each. During that time, his weekly allowance barely amounted to that sum, leaving him to salivate while watching others feast. Later, Li Dong paused, recalling that one time when your father treated me to barbecue. Buochang, I only just heard about Uncle's passing from you. He poured a drink on the ground, appearing somewhat melancholic, which made Li Dong feel a twinge of sadness. Yi Buochang remarked, what is there to be sorrowful about? Look at you now, sitting here enjoying barbecue and beer, unlike before when you stubbornly insisted that barbecue was terrible and foul-smelling. Li Dong, cigarette in mouth, suddenly chuckled, realizing only now the meaning behind the saying that the grapes one cannot reach are sour. Yi Buochang preferred not to dwell on the matter of Yi Ping for him. It was a scar from half a century ago, one he wished not to reopen. He flicked the ash from his cigarette and advised, pay attention to the housing project at the Central Square. There should be some profit to be made. Do not miss this opportunity. Li Dong understood the gravity of the situation. They were now adults, and the most significant difference in adulthood was the relentless pursuit of a livelihood. Clearly, Yi Buochang was a mentor capable of guiding Li Dong towards financial opportunities. Li Dong raised his glass to toast Yi Buochang, saying, Buochang, I must confess, I never truly regarded you as a brother before. Back then, your academic prowess led my parents to believe that associating with you would keep me on the right path. I could rely on you for homework. However, when you left for high school, I suddenly realized your importance in my life. I hesitated to reach out, fearing it might disrupt your studies. Over the years, I have genuinely come to see you as a friend. Yet, your academic success and career achievements made me hesitant to approach you, not wanting to be a burden. Your willingness to seek me out today and entrust me with tasks is a testament to your faith in me. Buochang, if you do not mind, I would like to consider you my elder brother. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to command. Having spent considerable time working with the foreman at the construction site, Li Dong had grown somewhat accustomed to the ways of the world. He understood that Yi Buochang could not fully trust his words, but believing half of them was reasonable. Firstly, Yi Buochang needed someone to run errands and handle matters that were inconvenient for him to address personally. Secondly, Li Dong was inherently dedicated to making money. Although he had a rough exterior, he possessed a strong sense of responsibility. Yi Buochang clinked glasses with him, suggesting that after the house was sold, they should invite his boss for a conversation. They could engage in a deeper discussion then. Li Dong hurriedly poured another drink for Yi Buochang, expressing concern that Lin Hongtao might not let him off easily. With his busy work schedule, he had little time to entangle with him. Should he take care of Lin Hongtao together? Yi Buochang replied, I brought you here because I consider you a brother, to guide you toward a path of prosperity, not to see you drift further down a reckless road. If Lin Hongtao seeks trouble, I have plenty of ways to handle him. Just ensure your hands remain clean. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to grasp the substantial fortunes that lie ahead. Li Dong felt immense gratitude. Yet his limited education left him feeling adrift amidst the intoxication of the liquor. Chapter 0045. The situation is not so easily resolved. Lin Hongtao would not let Yi Buochang off the hook. However, his methods to undermine Yi would transition from overt actions to covert schemes. He would invariably create scenarios that would compel you to endure the consequences in silence, preventing any escalation of the situation. For instance, Lin Hongtao was certain to visit the Design Institute. As the leaders there always believed in downplaying significant issues and minimizing minor ones, allowing a placid individual to bear the brunt of the repercussions. This unflappable individual was, of course, Yi Buochang. Yet, would Yi Buochang allow Lin Hongtao to achieve his malicious aims this time? There was a chance that he might face dire consequences. Seeing Yi Buochang's calm demeanor, devoid of any trace of worry, Li Dong realized that Yi had transformed into a person of remarkable emotional stability, marked by an exceptionally ruthless streak and decisive actions. He appeared to be someone destined for greater endeavors. Li Dong felt assured that his choice to align himself with Yi Buochang would prove to be the right one. As dusk fell and streetlights illuminated the surroundings, the post-dinner hours marked a peak time for the families of Railway Bureau employees to stroll. Amidst the throng of people, children dashed about, weaving through the crowd, occasionally resulting in a few unrestrained curses exchanged after collisions. These jovial and carefree individuals, overflowing with a sense of superiority, were oblivious to the changes occurring in the world outside. Li Dong remarked that the outside world had undoubtedly transformed. Yet the denizens of Taiban City seemed unaware of the nature of these changes. Yi Buochang noted that only those who ventured beyond could perceive the shifts taking place. By the time the others became aware, it would be too late. In a few years, they might find themselves unable to smile or feel at ease, beginning to inquire about when the residences of Taiban City would finally be demolished. Yi Buochang refrained from elaborating further. For how could the inhabitants of Taiban City fathom that while Yun City was embarking on a grand development, flourishing with infrastructure projects, none of it bore any relation to their own lives? In the future, their refrain would shift to, we have grown accustomed to living here. Moving would be disorienting. They would extol the convenience of their surroundings, noting that a market was right downstairs. What could possibly compare to the low cost of living here? Even if the outside world appeared appealing, yet, they would gaze longingly at the towering buildings outside, their faces filled with yearning, only to mutter venomous curses. Let us see how you fare when disaster strikes. In the old cadre community, no women sang. Occasionally, some neighbors would glance up, straining to listen, then tug at their husbands, saying, do you hear that? Is Lin Solon singing again? Her husband would tease, are you yearning for Lin Solon? Why not go keep her company? Following such jests, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Some families would bring up the troubles caused by the Lin family seeking out Yi Buochang. Their curiosity piqued by why those who had been gathered at U.S. doorsteps suddenly departed, apparently in a state of urgency. The men of this household usually possess keen insight into matters. I heard that teacher Shui recently passed on a business card from her spouse's old classmate to Yi Buochang, who happens to be a psychiatrist. I initially believed that Yi Buochang would not admit his mother to the hospital. However, according to reports from teacher Shui, this morning, after confronting his relatives, Yi Buochang indeed took his mother to the hospital. The couple fell into a sudden silence, possibly tormented by Lin Solon's mental strain. Yet at times they could truly empathize with Yi Buochang. I fear that this young man might be overwhelmed by the weight of his entire family. Fortunately, he has managed to extricate himself from this quagmire with clarity of mind. Otherwise, the days ahead would be exceedingly difficult for him. The family compound in the old cadre community had been relatively quiet for many days, but starting today, the residents finally felt a sense of peace, as if Yi Buchang had sacrificed his mother to bring them this comfort. Although such a thought seems somewhat absurd, there lingers a sense of guilt. Around 9 o'clock, Yi Buchang looked up from below, noticing that the top-floor room was devoid of light. His heart was not filled with sorrow at all. In this moment, he felt both serene and solitary. Entering the disheveled house, he cleared away the shredded documents from this morning and splashed soapy water on the grease-stained floor. He dusted the furniture and meticulously mopped the floor until it gleamed. It had only been a few days since his father's passing, and the tasks that were once his father's responsibility had left the home in disarray. Yi Buchang now inherited the burden of this household, which he must shoulder alone from now on. In the living room, Yi Buchang lit a cigarette, relishing his solitude and the tranquility of his surroundings. Life, at last, belonged solely to him. That night, he chose not to work late but instead took an early shower and enjoyed a restful sleep, rising only at 10 the next morning. After a late breakfast, he commenced his work. The second project plan was due for review at the Institute next week, akin to a mock bidding session. Should the evaluation fall short of the first project led by Lu Lei, the underground commercial complex would be entirely out of Yi Buchang's reach. Yi Buchang's opposition to Lu Lei would inevitably offend the entire second project team. For a considerable duration ahead, Yi Buchang would face isolation from colleagues and suppression from Dean Fuyang. This situation effectively closed off his prospects for advancement in his primary career. Yi Buchang had already lost 2 decades of precious time, much of which stemmed from disappointments at work. If given another chance, he felt a pressing urgency to succeed. The upcoming review meeting next week was crucial, and he placed his hopes entirely on Liao Jiqiang, the secretary, who also had his own reasons not to fail. On Sunday afternoon, Lin Hongwen and Lin Feng returned from the hospital. Both parents had been admitted, and the doctors assured them there was no significant concern. However, due to their advanced age, they needed to be monitored for 2 days. This situation raised the issue of meal delivery, leaving Lin Hongwen with a sense of powerlessness that made him want to erupt in anger, yet he could not. His wife's infidelity was exposed, rendering him the subject of ridicule at the Railway Bureau. She was scantily clad, her shame laid bare for all to witness. Outwardly, their laughter was lighthearted. Yet behind closed doors, their words were laden with disdain. Lin Hongwen found himself disinclined to return to work. After confronting the man involved, he believed his actions to be justifiable. However, when brought to the police station for mediation, he faced demands for compensation. Failure to comply would result in detention. Lin Feng, equally incensed, exclaimed in frustration, "Just yesterday, they were not police. I would have made Yi Buchang regret his actions." After a night of replaying the confrontation in his mind, he felt he had not performed well, unable to find solace in sleep. "Father, this matter is far from over. I will ensure Yi Buchang regrets crossing paths with me. Rest assured, I will uphold our family's honor." Observing his son's dedication, Lin Hongwen nodded in approval. "In the meantime, you should deliver meals to your grandparents." "I cannot," Lin Feng replied earnestly. "While filial piety is commendable, actions speak louder than words. Any effort beyond mere words would undermine the respect owed to our convictions." In this regard, Lin Feng bore a striking resemblance to his mother, who had betrayed him. As father and son arrived at the courtyard, they were met with chaos. Discarded furniture littered the ground. Lin Feng shouted in outrage, "Which imbecile lacks the decency to keep our public space clear?" Upon ascending the stairs, they discovered their door ajar, the interior of their home stripped bare. It appeared that Lin Hongwen and Lin Feng had become the very fools they derided. Chapter 0046, Retaliation with Integrity. Just moments ago, Lin Feng had been vehemently proclaiming his intent to drive out Yi Buchang. Fueled by anger, he found himself in a state of heightened bravado. 2 factors contributed to his audacity. Firstly, they were within the confines of a residential compound, surrounded by acquaintances who would undoubtedly lend their support in times of trouble. Secondly, it was broad daylight, and the individuals discarding furniture downstairs dared not confront Lin Feng, as this was his home, and they were in the wrong for intruding. Emboldened by this sense of justice, Lin Feng approached one of the men and gripped the back of his neck, demanding, "What are you doing?" However, the man offered no explanation and, lacking any inclination for idle threats, discarded the furniture onto the ground. He swiftly countered Lin Feng's grasp, delivering a slap to his face followed by a kick to his abdomen, sending Lin Feng reeling. It dawned on him that those who truly intended to engage in violence seldom waste words. When they strike, it is without hesitation. "Lin Hongwen, Having been a soldier himself and possessing a fiery temperament, witnessed his son being assaulted and felt compelled to intervene. Yet, as he stepped forward, several individuals emerged from the room, encircling him. Li Dong, holding a photocopy in his hand, presented it to Lin Hongwen, stating, "This property belongs to Yi Buchang, and he has entrusted us with its reclamation. I'm here, quite courteously, to assist in moving your belongings downstairs. Should you feel aggrieved and wish to cause a scene today, we shall oblige." Though Lin Hongwen's temper flared, he was not a fool. His face twitched with suppressed anger, but he managed to contain his rage. "Young man, Yi Buchang is my nephew. This apartment was granted to us by my sister. Yi Buchang himself cannot make unilateral decisions. You should return and clarify the matter with him to avoid any misunderstandings." Li Dong, tucking the paper away, replied, "Am I unaware of any misunderstandings? I grew up alongside Yi Buchang. In the late 90s, your family occupied his property for a decade. Lin Hongwen, your audacity as an uncle is quite remarkable, even by our Railway Bureau standards. I have no desire to engage in further dialogue with you. Do not obstruct our path. Should you provoke us, do not blame us for our overwhelming response." Li Dong advanced and forcefully pushed Lin Hongwen aside. Infuriated, Lin Hongwen retorted, "I refuse to believe you can harm me today." With a resounding thud, the sound of a fist striking flesh echoed in the air. Lin Hongwen's sentence was abruptly cut short as he received a solid punch to the face, leaving him momentarily stunned. Li Dong continued, "You may not realize that I am also a product of this institution. Internal matters should be resolved internally, trivializing the significant issues at hand. Your family's shamelessness in clinging to Yi Uncle's property is evident, so why should I not employ similar tactics to expel you from here? You may choose to report me, but I will refuse mediation. In just a few days, I shall emerge, and I will be here to entertain you daily. If you are absent, then I shall amuse your son." Lin Feng felt the piercing gaze of Li Dong, and in that moment, he became acutely aware of the fundamental difference between these professional thugs and the mere delinquents he and his peers had encountered in school. Li Dong straightened up, gesturing to those beside him to continue their work, cautioning them not to damage anything. The brothers Li Dong had brought along discarded the last few pieces of furniture down the stairs. At that instant, Lin Hongwen and Lin Feng seemed to comprehend that they were utterly powerless against this gang of ruffians. Li Dong summoned a locksmith to replace the locks. Turning to the still-dazed Lin Hongwen and ominously remarked, "If my lock is damaged, your son's health will suffer too." Lin Feng trembled in fright. He had initially been able to meet Li Dong's gaze, but now he dared not even glance in his direction, burying his head low, shaking like a leaf. Once Li Dong completed his task, he glanced back at Yi Buchang and stated, "The rent is 1,000 a year, 10,000 in total. I will collect it on behalf of Yi Buchang. If you choose not to pay, that is entirely your concern." The courtyard was cluttered with the furniture they had moved out. Lin Hongwen was taken aback by how so much could be accumulated in such a small house. He suddenly found himself at a loss as to where to put all this furniture. As the crowd around him grew, the relentless blows to his psyche left him feeling dizzy and disoriented. Once fearless, Lin Hongwen now realized his own fragility amidst the piled belongings. Without a home, he felt stripped of all security and certainty. He had no idea where he would sleep that night, nor where all these items should be placed. The bravado he had previously boasted was rendered utterly meaningless in this critical moment. He felt like nothing more than a complete failure. Amidst the myriad of scornful remarks and derisive laughter, Lin Hongwen sniffled, the sunlight harsh against his eyes, making him reluctant to look up. He brooded over where he had gone wrong, tracing it all back to the death of Yi Ping. Had he been too harsh on Yi Buchang? Was it only when he had pushed him to the brink of desperation that Yi Buchang began to fight back? Regret washed over Lin Hongwen. Had he not pressured Yi Buchang so relentlessly, or had he waited until the pain of his father's death was less acute before claiming that apartment? Would the backlash have been so severe? Lin Hongwen pondered whether bowing to Yi Buchang now might earn him forgiveness. With a hint of hesitation, he placed his hand on the leather holster at his waist, but ultimately withdrew his phone from it. He dialed Yi Buchang's number, and as before, silence greeted him on the other end. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed hard and said, "Buchang, it's your uncle." Yi Buchang responded with a faint acknowledgement, urging him to speak. Lin Hongwen continued, "In the past, I was in the wrong. I didn't treat your parents or you well enough. Can you find it in your heart not to hold it against me?" Yi Buchang replied simply, "I do not blame you." A glimmer of hope flickered within Lin Hongwen, and the quivering of his throat became notably more pronounced. "Borchang, may I stay in the house for a few days? I have yet to find a new place to move into. Once we secure a new residence, we can relocate, can we not?" Yi Borchang replied, "No. Lin Hongwen's heart plummeted into despair, and in a fit of frustration, he shouted, "I have already apologized to you. What more do you want from me?" Yi Borchang retorted, "Lin Hongwen, your apology holds no value for me. You think a mere apology can absolve a decade of occupying my family's home? 20 years of tormenting my parents can be erased with a single utterance of regret? Besides, it is my father you owe an apology to. He is no longer alive. Perhaps you should descend and personally express your remorse to him?" Lin Hongwen's voice trembled with rage. "Yi Borchang, do not push your luck." Yi Borchang continued, "Lin Hongwen, you do not recognize your wrongdoing. You are merely terrified, afraid of being homeless. When our family departed from Taibin City, we held our heads high. And you? How is it that you are even less than a dog?" Lin Hongwen's complexion turned ashen, and a wave of dizziness caused the world around him to blur. Chapter 0047. Reluctant surrender. Lin Hongwen's temper evaporated in an instant. Despite his previously fiery disposition, one must ultimately return to the essence of life. The pressing issue at hand demanded resolution. Gazing at the scattered furniture, he felt utterly humiliated. The more he did, the more embarrassment he incurred. Silently, Lin Hongwen lowered his head and trudged towards his parents' home. His wife had betrayed him. He had compensated the paramour. With his parents in the hospital, his elder brother Lin Hongtao had merely paid a brief visit, indifferent to their fate. During a discussion about delivering meals, Lin Hongtao audaciously declared he was too busy with his grandson to attend to their elderly parents. Previously, whenever their parents fell ill, it was Yuping who shouldered the burden. Now, with Yuping deceased, a wave of frustration surged within Lin Hongwen, and he inwardly cursed. Why did she have to die at such a time? Now, their home had been seized by that scoundrel Yi Buchang. In that moment, Lin Hongwen felt as though the sky had collapsed, leaving him bereft of everything. Lin Feng, standing beside Lin Hongwen, reassured him, "Father, do not worry. I will certainly make that scoundrel Yi Buchang pay for this. Our family has been brought to this state by him. If I do not avenge this grievance, am I still a man?" He recalled he still had a son, who, despite poor grades, was obedient and filial. Lin Hongwen replied, "There is no need for you to confront Yi Buchang. Tomorrow or the day after, you must deliver meals to your grandparents. I want tea." Lin Feng shook his head earnestly. "I have school and no time for that. I can seek revenge and feign filial piety with words, but delivering meals is out of the question." In this regard, Lin Feng bore a striking resemblance to his mother, who had betrayed him. Lin Hongwen truly felt as though the sky had fallen. However, Lin Feng did not perceive any fault in his stance. He was determined to remember the animosity between him and Yi Buchang, to make him kneel in supplication, rendering him without a place to rest. The following morning, at 8:30, Lin Feng knelt at the school gate, his face marred with injuries. By 4:30 in the afternoon, he was again at the school gate, blood streaming from his nose. On Tuesday morning, during recess, he was carried out of the restroom with a broken leg. By Tuesday noon, Yi Buchang received a call from Lin Hongwen. On the phone, Lin Feng wept, "Brother, I was wrong. I deserve this. I shall never speak disrespectfully again. Brother, it is my parents who have wronged you. I bear no grudge against you. Please, can you spare me any further torment? You were the one who helped me with my studies in elementary school. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry." Immediately after, Lin Hongwen's voice emerged, "Yi Buchang, I will return the house to you, with a rental fee of 10,000. It may be delayed. Tell your friends to cease their assaults on Lin Feng. After all, he is your cousin. From now on, I shall no longer trouble you. Buchang. I apologize." Yi Buchang hung up the phone, and Lin Hongwen's family was carried away. Next hero, please. Yi Buchang mused to himself, bemused by the turn of events. He had never anticipated such an outcome. He had thought they would be resilient, ready to confront him head-on. Yet, in less than 4 days, they had capitulated? Father, rest assured, I have learned to take care of myself. However, my mother has been ill for many years, and her treatment has become quite complicated. Yi Buchang often feels a pang of longing for his father. This yearning serves as both his strength and his indignation. Li Dong called to inform him that everything has been arranged. Thank you. Yi Buchang remarked that there was no need to pursue matters with Lin Feng. The rent owed must be collected in full, leaving not a single cent behind. Li Dong sensed the ruthless determination in Yi Buchang, a coldness devoid of sentiment that even left him feeling somewhat intimidated. Li Dong mentioned that the Railway Bureau's property was purchased by their foreman for 30,000 yuan. While the market price barely reaches 20,000, if anyone would even buy it at that. The foreman's investment of 30,000 was motivated by potential future collaborations. Yi Buchang suggested they finalize the paperwork next week. After all, what if he suddenly decided against selling? It wasn't a matter of reluctance to sell. But the results from the upcoming mock evaluation meeting would determine whether the second proposal would pass. If it did not, any discussions of collaboration would be redundant. Yi Buchang could not afford to owe anyone favors before matters were settled. The colleagues in the office had all gone to lunch. Only old Yuan moved his chair closer to Yi Buchang, asking if everything at home was resolved. Yi Buchang nodded, assuring him that all was well. And he need not worry. Old Yuan observed Yi Buchang's seemingly ordinary demeanor, which held an underlying strangeness, and felt both surprised and comforted. He sighed, stating that much of the project design had nearly been completed. If you have time this evening, take a look and see if there are any details that need revising. I'll help you review them. Old Yuan retrieved 20,000 yuan in cash from his bag and handed it to Yi Buchang. Yi Buchang promptly printed a loan receipt, signing his name and imprinting his seal. Old Yuan did not indulge in pleasantries and proceeded as necessary. Yet, with an air of mystery, he inquired, "By the looks of you, are you genuinely considering purchasing a few more units in that old, dilapidated complex?" Yi Buchang nodded. "Do I appear to be joking?" Old Yuan gritted his teeth. "All right, I'll buy 2 as well. It only requires 20 to 30,000. Let us go eat." Old Yuan, still cautious about appearing too close to Yi Buchang at work, headed to the cafeteria first. As Yi Buchang prepared to shut down his computer, he noticed the QQ icon in the lower right corner flashing. Upon clicking, he saw, "Qingqing He Bianxiao requests to add you as a friend." After accepting, a message swiftly arrived. "Qingqing He Bianxiao, shall we go out for lunch together?" Feng Wang Bei Chui, who are you? Qingqing He Bianxiao, Zhongyu. Upon realizing it was her, Yi Buchang fell silent. "Qingqing He Bianxiao, I know you want to join me for lunch. Qingqing He Bianxiao, please don't harbor such animosity towards me. Qingqing He Bianxiao, we are, after all, in the same boat now. Qingqing He Bianxiao, this afternoon, we will select players for the basketball match. Lu Lei used to include you. But this year he explicitly stated he does not want you. By the verdant banks of the river, Qingqing remarked, I believe you should still participate. Old Fu has a penchant for basketball. If the proposal is approved, he will ultimately require your assistance. It is wise to cultivate a good rapport now." Qingqing continued. "Shall I extend greetings to Old Fu on your behalf?" However, despite her numerous attempts, Yi Buchang remained unresponsive. She shut down her computer and proceeded to dine. Zhongyu, fixated on the screen, her fingers resting at the corner of her lips, noted the stillness of her QQ avatar. No notifications emerged. Yi Buchang, what right do you have to act so disdainfully? At that moment, Zhongyu felt a surge of frustration. Even if Yi Buchang were to leverage his hold over her as a means of coercion, it would provide Zhongyu with a semblance of comfort. This disregard and rejection, coupled with his indifference, posed a challenge to Zhongyu's feminine allure. It was also the first instance where she began to question the value of her own physicality. In the afternoon, Lu Lei entered the design team, clapping his hands to gather the attention of the office staff. Tomorrow, there will be a basketball match. Those wishing to participate should sign up. Chapter 0048. Enemies with the entire world at this moment. All eyes instinctively turned towards Yi Buchang. In the past, Lu Lei would specifically call out, Yi Buchang, I have signed you up. However, observing Lu Lei's reaction today, he didn't even spare Yi Buchang a glance. This indicated that Yi Buchang had offended Lu Lei irreparably, eliminating any possibility of reconciliation between them. Although Lu Lei's basketball skills were mediocre, the dean favored him, which compelled Lu Lei to participate some years ago despite his reservations. After playing for several years, he began to believe that his understanding and control of the game rivaled that of NBA players, often presuming to give advice. Nonetheless, due to winning every scrimmage, he managed to keep the dean pleased, and no one dared to criticize him. Most importantly, when the dean's team won, the bonuses for that quarter would increase by a couple of hundred yuan, a mutually beneficial situation that everyone was content with. Simultaneously, it was clear to all that the dean's team had 2 main advantages in their victories. 1, the players were relatively young, and 2, they had a consistently performing player, Yi Buchang. It wasn't that Yi Buchang was exceptionally skilled at basketball. Rather, during high school and college, whenever he faced unpleasant situations, he would practice shooting hoops on the playground. Over time, his jump shot became notably accurate, allowing him to score the most points in games. However, Yi Buchang was well aware that, in terms of basketball skills, he was merely an amateur. Being an amateur was inconsequential. Both the dean's team and the secretary's team were filled with novices. They all engaged in friendly competition, so it hardly mattered. Yet today, Lu Lei intertwined personal grievances with the game, choosing not to include Yi Buochang. In his mind, Lu Lei scoffed, believing that without Yi Buochang, the dean's team could still emerge victorious. He had specifically come to the design team, where Yi Buochang was the only participant, the others merely cheered from the sidelines. What was Lu Lei's intention in shouting out? Was it not simply to vex Yi Buochang? According to Yi Buochang's usual demeanor, even if he sensed the malice, he would not exhibit any overt emotions, merely bowing his head to focus on his own matters. At that moment, the crowd looked on with disdain, believing that Yi Buochang's current predicament was entirely of his own making. Someone muttered under their breath, "Damn it, this was supposed to be an easy win. Now that he is not participating, if the dean's team loses, the bonuses will be reduced. What the hell, can't he be a bit more low-key? What else with the pretense? Ugh, it's truly infuriating." Old Yuan discreetly cast a glance at Yi Buochang, genuinely feeling sympathy for him. It was unjust that Yi Buochang was blamed for this situation, which had nothing to do with him. Would they also blame him if they faced difficulties in the future? However, Old Yuan could only harbor these thoughts in silence, too timid to speak up for Yi Buochang. He could only hope that Yi Buochang's spirits were not too severely affected. Lu Lei's objective was achieved. As his gaze swept across Yi Buochang's face, he let out a cold snicker, reveling in his moment before preparing to turn and leave. Suddenly, the crowd witnessed Yi Buochang rise to his feet. He picked up the landline phone on the main table and dialed a number. Initially, the onlookers might have assumed Yi Buochang was merely making a work-related call. However, they soon heard him say, "Secretary, is your team full for tomorrow's competition? If there are still spots available, I would like to join you." In that instant, Lu Lei, who had just turned away, froze, his profile stiffening as he shot a fierce glare at Yi Buochang from the corner of his eye. The two locked eyes across the astonished crowd. The competition had yet to commence, yet it seemed as though animosity was already palpable. What had begun as a routine visit to observe the match, a situation that had previously seemed tedious and unbearable, suddenly gained significance, a compelling reason to determine a victor. This was what made a competition truly engaging. Yet after the initial excitement, a wave of trepidation swept over the crowd. They understood better than anyone Yi Buochang's remarkable shooting ability. He was undoubtedly a game-changer. Wherever he played, victory was assured. The colleagues, regaining their composure, found themselves at a loss. If Yi Buochang joined the secretary's team, victory would be theirs, while the dean's team would face defeat, not that they couldn't endure it. But the financial implications during the bonus distribution would be less favorable. Ordinary staff, assistants, and engineers could lose 200 to 300 yuan. For those in temporary positions, the loss could reach 600 or 700, even 1,000. The thought of such consequences sent shockwaves through the design team of the second project department, prompting an uproar. Some even shouted directly at Lu Lei, "Manager, rise to the occasion." Once one person took the lead, many others rallied in support of Lu Lei. "General Lu, we are counting on you to win. Go, General Lu." Previously, there had been a distinct lack of enthusiasm for the competition. Yet today, an unexpected surge of fervor swept through the ranks, uniting everyone in a common cause. Lu Lei finally felt the weight of collective expectation resting upon him. He clenched his fist in Yi Buochang's direction, pointed at his face, and with a downward gesture of his thumb. It was as if he had thrown Yi Buochang's name to the ground, stomping on it with disdain. His fierce gaze seemed to convey, "If you dare to step onto that field, I will ensure you are carried off in disgrace." Coincidentally, Yi Buochang had similar thoughts. Just last week, he had been contemplating how to minimize Lu Lei's influence on the upcoming work of the second project department. The solution he arrived at was to have Zhong Yu lead the team. To facilitate this, Lu Lei needed to be removed. Conventional methods would not suffice. Hearing the secretary chuckling on the phone, Yi Buochang realized that if he were to join the team, they would have to make room for him. Regardless of whether it was full, "We welcome you to our team, and I sincerely hope you lead us to victory," the secretary said with enthusiasm. Yi Bo often remarked, "Under the leadership of the secretary, I firmly believe we shall shatter records and triumph in this competition." A heavy silence fell upon the listeners. It seemed Yi Bo had resolutely decided to align himself with the secretary. The entire office, the project department, and the design institute, after an afternoon of brewing tensions, were thick with an unmistakable atmosphere of conflict. Whispers circulated regarding one matter: Yi Bo had joined the secretary's faction. The prospects for the dean's team to win appeared increasingly bleak. Yet, everyone harbored a desire to witness Yi Bo's defeat, wishing nothing less than his utter downfall. Should Yi Bo emerge victorious, all 7 project departments would likely succumb to despair in the restroom. Yi Bo was not merely opposing the dean or Lu Lei. He was challenging the entirety of the Design Institute. "Even if the world doubts me, I shall strive to prove my worth to you all. Chapter 0049. Which hotel shall I choose? Shortly after Yi Buochang announced his intention to join the basketball team, the logistics personnel approached him to record his jersey and shoe sizes. By the time the afternoon drew to a close, a complete set of Nike gear was delivered to him. The jersey was inconsequential, but upon opening the shoebox, Yi Buochang was greeted by a pair of Nike basketball shoes with their cushioning. In 2002, while perusing the Nike store at Yunqing Square, he had caught a glimpse of the price, 1,288 yuan, an amount that exceeded a month's salary at that time. The fact that such high-end equipment was provided for a mere friendly basketball match illustrated the financial prowess of the Design Institute. Wei Yuping, an ardent admirer of Lu Lei, observed Yi Buochang trying on the new shoes while sipping from his teacup. He mused that had he known it was this easy to get involved, he would have signed up too, if only to acquire a full set of gear. Yi Buochang placed the jersey and shoes on his desk and jestingly offered, "You can have them. Go ahead." Wei Yuping's face twitched, and he grumbled under his breath, cursing the luck of the draw. The insidious remarks had become habitual for him, and Yi Buochang was in no mood to indulge such foolishness. Later, Liao Jiqiang made a special visit to the design team's office, cheerfully inquiring about Yi Buochang's head injury. Yi Buochang assured him, "It's nothing, don't worry." "Secretary, it won't affect tomorrow's match." Liao Jiqiang appeared nonchalant, yet he was keenly aware of the stakes involved. Instead of spouting platitudes about friendship taking precedence over competition, he expressed concern. "Having you on the same team as us old-timers makes me worry about holding you back." Yi Buochang calmly replied, "Secretary, if the youth don't take the initiative, who will?" None of the colleagues in the office dared to interrupt their exchange, yet internally, they couldn't help but express their disdain, muttering, "Damn, he is like a dog." Unbeknownst to them, Liao Jiqiang wore a look of relief and satisfaction, oblivious to the fact that his inquiries had little to do with basketball. Yi Buochang's response transcended the sport. It represented a challenge to the dominance of Fu Yang within the Design Institute. In this moment, Yi Buochang was the vanguard. That evening, as Yi Buochang dined with Lao Yuan and his crew at a modest eatery, Lao Yuan remarked, "You're brazenly aligning with the secretary. Regardless of the outcome of tomorrow's match, everyone will have something to say. Should you win, you'll be deemed the villain responsible for the deduction of bonuses. If you lose, it will be seen as a triumph of evil over good, a fate destined by the heavens, and they'll ridicule you for a year." Yi Buochang smiled at Lao Yuan, replying, "I've been the subject of their laughter for years. Haven't they had enough yet?" Lao Yuan pondered Yi Buochang's words, recognizing the truth in them. In the past, whenever work needed to be done, it was always entrusted to Yi Buochang, and when issues arose, he bore the brunt of the blame. Though he was regarded as an honest man, whispers and criticisms were not uncommon behind his back. The events surrounding Yi Buochang and Dai Shi quickly spread throughout the Design Institute, along with the revelation of Yi Buochang's mother's mental illness. Undoubtedly, Yi Buochang has endured his share of harsh words. Yet, despite the mounting pressure, he remained composed. A basketball game seemed insignificant in comparison. Old Yuan, suddenly curious, inquired, "Buochang, why do I feel that your aspirations lie beyond basketball?" Yi Buochang merely responded with a mysterious smile, offering no further explanation. Were it not for pressing matters to resolve on the court, he would prefer to dedicate his extra time to refining the second project design proposal. In the afternoon, Fu Yang had a meeting in the city. Before departing, he instructed Lu Lei to take the team members to find a decent court for practice. Although he did not explicitly mention the outcome of the upcoming match, it was evident that Fu Yang was determined not to lose the game scheduled for tomorrow. Lu Lei led the younger players to an indoor basketball court, where they engaged in drills, warmed up, and practiced shooting, showcasing his precise free throw skills in the process. During a layup, Engineer Liang quipped, "Manager Lu, is that Yi Buochang from your department mentally unstable? Damn it, he has been on our team. So why is he joining the secretary's team this time? Seems like you, the manager of the second project department, can't keep things in order." Lu Lei replied, "He has his own ideas. What can I do about it?" Liang retorted, "People like him just need a lesson. He thinks he is all grown up." Lu Lei wiped the sweat from his brow and handed Liang a bottle of water, knowing that Liang would cause trouble during the institute's evaluation scoring. After taking a sip of water, Liang remarked, "With Yi Buochang's skill level, what achievements can he possibly attain? Rest assured, he'll receive a 0 from me." Lu Lei chuckled, planning to relax later with a foot soak. Liang, cautious, glanced at the sidelines where Assistant Zhong Yu was present. Lu Lei understood. Assistant Zhong had other commitments and would leave after dinner. Liang finally allowed himself a smile. A junior from the first project department asked Manager Liu. Yi Buchang's shooting is still a major concern. Who will defend against him? He can easily score from the perimeter. Liu Lei, experienced in street basketball, often played with younger players at outdoor courts. When they attempted to drive past him, he would pull them back. When they aimed for a layup, he would hold them. And if they tried to break through, he would use his elbow. If a young player attempted a jump shot, he would. However, he couldn't be criticized. If one accused him of playing dirty, he would simply retort that if they disliked physicality, they could always play tennis or golf. Basketball and soccer demand both physical confrontation and refined technique, coupled with teamwork. Thus, for Liu Lei, defense was hardly a concern. He clapped his chest and declared to his team, "If Yi Buchang can shoot tomorrow, that will be my responsibility." Liu Lei held a cigarette between his lips, dribbling a ball in his hand, striking a quintessential shooting pose, while inwardly vowing vengeance against those who revel in servility, declaring he would render them incapacitated. He released the ball for a mid-range shot, which hit nothing but air. Before heading out for dinner that evening, Liu Lei discreetly conveyed to Zhong Yu, "After we finish eating, you should leave first." Zhong Yu, well aware that their dinner would precede other activities, understood that her presence was deemed a hindrance by the group. In truth, she had little inclination to partake in their gatherings, finding them rather dull. A memory of her midday conversation with Yi Buchang on QQ surfaced, leaving her feeling somewhat stifled. Moreover, she had just overheard their discussions about Yi Buchang, laced with unsavory implications, though she initially wished to remain uninvolved. A recent encounter in the office had ignited her intrigue when Yi Buchang had inquired if she would consider visiting the campus department. After dinner, Zhong Yu dialed Yi Buchang's number, asking, "Where are you?" He replied, "At the hotel." For a moment, she paused, then, adopting a teasing tone, inquired, "Yi Buchang, you're not with some woman in a hotel room, are you?" He retorted, "Even if I were with a woman, it's quite normal. What is so strange about that?" Zhong Yu, eager to engage further, responded, "Well, then it's perfectly normal if you were with me, too. All right, I won't just any longer. Which hotel are you at? Share the room number with me." I'd like to observe what kind of demeanor can soften your usually aloof disposition. Though her words dripped with sarcasm, deep down, she seemed to harbor a genuine curiosity. Chapter 0050. Are you adding a blanket? After finishing their meal, Yi Buchang and Lao Yuan, along with a few others, sought accommodation at a nearby hotel, securing several rooms. Taking advantage of the assembled team, they aimed to finalize the design for the underground commercial complex project by nightfall. It is not uncommon for designers to work either at the office or in a hotel during such late-night endeavors, particularly for projects located out of town, where working overtime in hotels becomes even more frequent. Zhong Yu's eagerness to meet Yi Buchang was certainly not motivated by a desire for frivolity in his room. Yi Buchang had matters he needed Zhong Yu to attend to, hence he conveyed the room number where he intended to rest that night. As soon as the call ended, Lao Yuan inquired, "Who was that?" Yi Buchang candidly replied, "Zhong Yu." Lao Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. "I can't believe you dared to confront Liu Lei directly. Turns out you were already flirting with Zhong Yu." Yi Buchang mused that indeed, Zhong Yu had been seeking trouble that day, but since then, it was he who had been the source of her complications. Nevertheless, he found little interest in elaborating on that. At this juncture, everyone had nearly completed their respective tasks. Lao Yuan briefly reviewed the sections each was responsible for, while Yi Buchang planned to delve into the specific data at a later time. Lao Yuan meticulously checked the business license, corporate qualification certificates, power of attorney for the legal representative, credit records, and audit reports or bank credit proofs. However, when he examined the preliminary analysis in the technical section, he noticed that Yi Buchang had included an extensive array of analytical reports. Confused, Lao Yuan asked, "In old Liu's design, there was hardly any effort put into the preliminary analysis. Why have you made yours so detailed? Could it be overly cumbersome?" The evaluation criteria for the tender were based on a 100-point scale. Pricing accounted for 20 points, while business considerations garnered 30 points, and technical aspects commanded 50 points. The preliminary analysis, though included in the technical score, constituted a minor fraction of the total. Thus, in most project designs, the preliminary analysis is seldom regarded as a focal point. After all, if the decision was made to construct a shopping mall, the preliminary investigations and future commercial prospects conducted were likely no less extensive than Yi Buchang's. Hence, who would invest so much effort into the preliminary analysis? In the technical realm, the emphasis typically lies in design and presentation quality. Superior blueprints and effective visual expressions are far more likely to please the client and secure additional points than laboring over preliminary analyses. Was Yi Buchang perhaps misguided in his focus? Lao Yuan refrained from voicing his doubts. Yet Yi Buchang replied, "Brother Yuan, trust me, there is reason behind my approach. By the time we attend the review meeting this weekend and receive the results, you will understand. If the decisive factor indeed rests within the preliminary analysis, who among us would believe that?" The tender design for the brand-new underground commercial complex was nearing completion. In the forthcoming days, Yi Buchang merely needed to make a few adjustments before awaiting the weekend meeting. The team worked tirelessly until nearly midnight when Yi Buchang finally received a call from Zhong Yu. He turned to Lao Yuan and inquired if there is nothing pressing here. "May I retire to my room?" Lao Yuan, still somewhat concerned for Yi Buchang, accompanied him to the door and quietly remarked, "I'm not privy to the nature of your relationship with Zhong Yu. However, there are whispers around the institute suggesting that her connection with the director is rather significant. Enjoy your pursuits, but be cautious not to jeopardize your future." Yi Buchang replied, "Brother Yuan, once this proposal passes the institute's review, we will have a substantial workload if we secure the project. Without an intermediary, no one will collaborate with me to see it through. Would you prefer to watch as Fu Yang hands this golden opportunity over to another department?" He continued, "With Zhang Yu involved, the project will remain with our division, and we can distribute some credit to her. You can graciously heed her directives. The team may not listen to me, but they will listen to you. Later, you can help share the workload." Lao Yuan's expression grew increasingly animated. "You've truly had an epiphany." "I once thought," Yi Buchang interjected. "Thought what?" Lao Yuan waved his hand. "Never mind. Go meet Assistant Zhong." Though Lao Yuan found Yi Buchang's sudden clarity somewhat perplexing, he felt a greater sense of relief. When Lao Yuan first joined the organization, he had traversed many a misguided path. Encountering a younger colleague he admired, he often wished to impart his workplace wisdom. Yet, Yi Buchang had previously exhibited a rather reserved and overly honest demeanor, evoking a sense of pity for his misfortunes and frustration at his lack of ambition. Now, however, Yi Buchang appeared sharp and more aligned with Lao Yuan's expectations. Yet, he still pondered the peculiarities of Zhong Yu visiting Yi Buchang at the hotel. Having consumed alcohol during dinner, she did not come directly. Instead, she returned home, took a shower, and applied body lotion. She chose not to wear makeup. Save for her eyebrows, a touch of moisturizing cream, and a hint of lip gloss, enhancing the contrast of her complexion. The dress she wore was a recent purchase. Too short for office attire, but suitable for a bar, albeit with the risk of unwanted advances from lecherous patrons. Zhang Yu contemplated when the dress would be most appropriate to wear. Suddenly inspired, she retrieved it from her wardrobe, gazed into the mirror, and deliberately posed to accentuate her figure. Torn between wearing or foregoing leggings, she ultimately opted for a beautiful pair of panties to avoid any wardrobe malfunctions. As Yi Buchang exited the elevator, he caught sight of her long legs from a distance. At that moment, he was quite conscious of whether any eyes around him were observing. Fortunately, with no one in sight, he confidently approached the door to his room. As Zhong Yu deliberately inched closer to him, she playfully asked, "Brother, would you care for an additional blanket?" Yi Buchang turned to look at Zhong Yu, inquiring, "Are you adding one?" Zhong Yu's initial reaction was to assume that Yi Buchang was asking if she wished to join him under the blanket. However, she suddenly recalled the local dialect she often heard during her travels to Qianzhou, with its frequent phrase, your mother. Was he insulting me?" Zhong Yu's face flushed with embarrassment as she stood at the doorway, glaring at Yi Buchang's retreating figure. Yet, she quickly suppressed a laugh, entered the room, and closed the door behind her. Leaning against it, she gently tapped her head against the surface, as if resolutely making a decision. Her high heels made no sound on the carpet as she climbed onto the bed, curling up without removing her shoes. The sheets were white. The soles of her shoes were red, and Zhong Yu herself was clad in yellow. Chapter 51. Our agreement. Zhong Yu appeared quite fatigued, propping her pillow high and lying on her side with her eyes closed, indulging in a moment of respite. Such an enticing posture surely would not escape Yi Buchang's notice. Although her eyes were shut, it felt as though they were gazing directly at him, as if inviting his attention. It was only when she heard the rustling of a bag and the sound of the computer booting up that a frown creased her brow, revealing her displeasure. What was Yi Buchang up to? She felt a surge of irritation, thinking to herself that she had returned home, freshened up thoroughly, with the ends of her hair still slightly damp. The alluring scent and sensation that accompany a post-bath state hold a potent allure for men. A miniskirt paired with red-heeled shoes was hardly deserving of his scrutiny. Zhong Yu experienced a pang of disappointment, feeling that her efforts to beautify herself had been in vain. After a moment of restless breathing, she murmured, "Can't you skip your performance tomorrow?" Yi Buchang, while verifying technical design parameters on his computer, retorted, "Why should I not participate?" Zhong Yu replied, "Are you so eager to assist the secretary in defeating the dean?" Yi Buchang responded, "Just because I joined the secretary's team doesn't mean I'm obligated to defeat the dean." At this, Zhong Yu finally opened her eyes. Resting her elbows on the soft pillow, propping up her head at an oddly contorted angle, casting a glance at Yi Buchang over the undulating lines of her body. "I thought you joined the secretary's team merely to trample on Lu Lei's face and humiliate the dean," Yi Buchang countered. "The upcoming project will still require the dean's full support. What purpose is served by humiliating him?" Zhong Yu continued, "If that is the case, why not join the dean's team? If you wish to perform tomorrow, I can certainly speak to Lu Lei on your behalf. Regardless, the dean will win. By assisting him, you will also have the opportunity to converse with him." Yi Buchang patiently explained to Zhong Yu, when a group of people presents gifts to the dean, he may not remember who gave what, but he is acutely aware of who did not. I'm merely using this as an analogy. The dean has too many Prot.GS in the Design Institute. For someone like me, striving to make a name for myself, I must adhere to the hierarchy. If I encounter a superior like Lu Lei, who takes credit for my contributions while placing the blame on me, achieving recognition becomes exceedingly difficult. Thus, there exists a narrow path, a cold stove. Only by traversing a route that others are reluctant to take can the odds of success be marginally improved. It was at this juncture that Zhong Yu realized Yi Buchang's decision to join the secretary's team seemed not to be driven by the desire to win the competition. If not for victory, then what was Yi Buchang's motive, risking the ire of the dean? Zhong Yu set aside her concerns and recalled one of her purposes for visiting today. "By the way, during practice today, they specifically mentioned you. Lu Lei might target you." Yi Buchang paused, retrieving a box of rectangular matches from the polished ashtray. He struck a match, lighting a cigarette. "Target me? What does that entail? Isn't it merely pulling and tripping?" Zhong Yu was slightly taken aback, wondering if someone had discreetly informed you. Yi Buchang remarked, "Is there really a need for someone to notify me?" Lu Lei's style of play was inherently domineering, bolstered by his position as the captain of the dean's team. His exaggerated movements rendered the referees hesitant to make calls against him. The moment Lu Lei approached for defense, the opposing players instinctively sidestepped. Zhong Yu exhaled in relief, acknowledging that as long as you were aware of this matter, her concerns about you getting injured were alleviated. Yi Buchang suddenly let out a chuckle, which jolted Zhong Yu back to her senses, prompting her to realize that her previous statement might have been amiss. Yi Buchang continued, "Considering your affiliations, whether with the dean or Lu Lei, if there is any worry to be had, it should be for them. Why are you concerned for me?" As he uttered this last sentence, he turned to face Zhong Yu, who was reclining on the bed in a miniskirt, an image that seemed to encapsulate the beauty of all landscapes and valleys. Yi Buchang exhibited no signs of discomfort or unease, nor did he avert his gaze in a lewd manner. Zhong Yu's earlier comment had been a casual remark, and it wasn't until Yi Buchang pointed it out that she realized her stance had indeed wavered. She couldn't fathom why she had suddenly found herself considering the issue from Yi Buchang's perspective. Upon meeting Yi Buchang's gaze and reflecting on the effort she had put into her appearance, Zhong Yu's cheeks flushed a deeper shade as she declared, "It is only natural for me to worry about you, especially since you hold my secrets." As she spoke, her legs moved restlessly, the glimmer in her eyes rife with implications. A mere prolonged glance seemed to invite audacious thoughts. Yet, within Yi Buchang's eyes, she discerned no trace of desire. He calmly asserted, "You must remember the following two matters clearly. First, should Lu Lei be unable to oversee the second project department due to unforeseen circumstances, you must promptly approach the dean to assume responsibility for the daily affairs of the second project department. Second, during the review meeting on Friday, once the second design proposal is approved, I will propose to the dean that you become the project leader. You will assign Lao Yuan to handle the specific tasks. Once this collaboration succeeds, should we share the accolades, we shall. If not, we will ensure the monetary rewards are rightfully claimed. After this endeavor, the matters concerning you, the dean, and Lu Lei will remain sealed within me, never to be mentioned again." Zhong Yu was perplexed as to why Lu Lei would suddenly be unable to oversee the work. However, she noted that the two matters Yi Buchang urged her to remember positioned her as one of the primary beneficiaries. What truly astonished her was the apparent meticulousness of Yi Buchang's plan, leaving her with no rationale to decline. Raising her hands high and stretching languidly, she playfully murmured, Yi Wuchang, I used to think you were simply grounded, a man of few words, diligently devoted to your work. If it weren't for our recent conversations, I would have never realized how intriguing you truly are. Zhongyu swept her long hair from her chest to her back, revealing her graceful neck, collarbone, and partially exposed décolletage. Her hand rested upon the curve of her waist and hips, her fingertips seemingly tracing circles upon her thigh, whether intentionally or not. Zhongyu's delicate calves intertwined, and as she lightly shifted her weight, one of her high-heeled shoes slipped off her heel, precariously dangling from her toes. Swaying irregularly with her movements. With a languid tone, she inquired, Yi Wuchang, may I spend the night here with you? Chapter 0052, Life and Death of Victory and Defeat No. Yi Wuchang's response was unequivocal, devoid of even a hint of hesitation. Zhongyu's voice and demeanor. All her efforts were aimed at enticing Yi Wuchang to cast a glance her way, hoping that he would be irrevocably drawn into her orbit. Yet, after uttering his resolute reply, Yi Wuchang turned his back once more to face the computer, as if the allure of the screen surpassed that of Zhongyu entirely. Little did she realize, the treasures contained within the D drive paled in comparison to her own worth. The significance of the homebody's talents was lost on her. Zhongyu silently observed Yi Wuchang's silhouette, thinking to herself, Yi Wuchang, you are mistaken. I should be the one to spend the night there. You ought to say you wish to stay with me. If only Yi Wuchang would glance back once more. Zhongyu was certain that this recently domineering man would be unable to tear his cold, fierce gaze away. Yet, how could he possibly restrain himself? The muted thud of a high heel dropping onto the carpet echoed in the room as Zhongyu kicked off the other shoe. She approached Yi Wuchang from behind and placed her hand on his shoulder. Yi Wuchang, she called softly. Came his casual acknowledgement. Zhongyu's hand glided down to his chest. Do you desire this? Yi Wuchang nodded, affirming, indeed. Zhongyu leaned closer, her breath warm against his ear as she whispered. What do you wish for? I wish for the prosperity and flourishing of our nation, Yi Wuchang declared. Zhongyu, having summoned up her emotions with great difficulty, found herself momentarily taken aback by his unexpected response. After a deep breath to regain her composure, she pressed, quickly tell me, where are you most sensitive? Yi Wuchang replied. The stance of the Orthe is quite sensitive. Zhongyu's lips quivered as she responded, Yi Wuchang, must you be so cheeky? Are you not aroused? He nodded, yes. The second design proposal for the underground commercial complex is quite robust. You ought to take a look. With her entire being leaning against his shoulder. Zhongyu wrapped her arms around his neck, her nose brushing against his ear. You may coerce me. I am willing to comply with whatever you desire. Is that so? Yi Wuchang chuckled lightly. Then, could you kindly leave? At those words, Zhongyu's dreamy gaze sharpened, and all her emotions evaporated in an instant. She pushed him away with force and, fuming, returned to the edge of the bed, arms crossed. Her demeanor suggested she was prepared to employ the silent treatment against him. Yi Wuchang shut down the computer, packed his bag, and shouldered it as he exited the hotel room. If you choose to stay here, do so. Remember to reclaim your deposit and return my money when you check out tomorrow. With that, he left the hotel, though Zhongyu was clearly upset. Upon hearing the door close, she did not erupt in fury. After a few moments of stunned silence, she covered her face and suddenly burst into laughter. Yet, after only a few chuckles, she fell into a deep well of self-doubt. Am I not beautiful? Not enticing enough? Why does he not approach me? Yi Wuchang is quite ordinary. If he were to address his physiological needs, he would prefer to spend money rather than rely on Zhongyu. Women like Zhang Jing are too avaricious, demanding far too much. Fu Yang and Lu Lei serve as prime examples. Zhang Jing, in pursuit of her own interests, readily sold both men without hesitation. Did Yi Wuchang truly believe she could cleanse her reputation? Such a notion is utterly implausible. The basketball competition is an annual event organized by the Design Institute, occurring multiple times throughout the year. For instance, at the beginning of the year, a spring outing is arranged, and prior to the arrival of summer, a basketball match is held. In winter, various activities such as tug-of-war and shuttlecock kicking take place. In recent years, these events have evolved to include more sophisticated games like bowling. Yet, the basketball match remains a perennial fixture, as Fu Yang is genuinely fond of the sport. Before 9 in the morning, Fu Yang was already donned in a red jersey, positioned within the three-point line of the basketball court. Retired employees and their families from the residential area gathered, creating an atmosphere that was previously absent. However, today's turnout was particularly significant, driven by the personal vendetta between Yi Wuchang and Lu Lei. The scar on Yi Buochang's forehead was a result of Lu Lei striking him with an ashtray. Allegedly because Yi Buochang had raised concerns about the design flaws in the key technical aspects of this year's focus project in the second department. When he voiced his opinions in the office, Lu Lei retaliated violently. Such behavior is regrettable. The youth, in their eagerness to show off, seem oblivious to the fact that both success and failure ultimately reflect on the director. Major projects are assigned to individuals whom the director trusts. After prior consultations with the municipal construction department, ensuring they are projects likely to succeed. If the institute's chief architect, chief engineer, and chief designer have not voiced any objections, who is he to disagree? Today's youth exemplify a lack of organization and discipline. As Fu Yang prepared to shoot, someone assisted him by passing the ball. When he missed, Lu Lei seized the rebound and shouted, "Try again." He then fed the ball back to Fu Yang. When Fu Yang succeeded, applause and cheers erupted. The director's team was determined to win, as it aligned with public sentiment. Upon seeing Yi Buochang appear in his white work uniform, the expressions of the onlookers were rife with disdain. Derisive glances and murmurs filled the air. Liao Jiqiang, aware of the immense pressure Yi Buochang faced today, patted him on the shoulder and inquired about his state of mind and confidence. Yi Buochang affirmed, "Rest assured, Secretary, we will win today." This declaration was met with incredulous scoffs from the crowd, yet there lingered an underlying concern. Yi Buochang's shooting accuracy was notable, while both teams struggled with stamina. In a state of unfitness, with vices like smoking and drinking, enduring the full game would be arduous. After a few back-and-forths, their lungs felt as if they might burst. Under such circumstances, possessing stable shooting skills indeed offered a significant advantage. While laughter and mockery persisted, when the topic turned to Yi Buochang's shooting, no one could muster a smile. The crowd at the sidelines began to shout, urging not to let Yi Buochang have the ball, insisting on marking him closely. This outcry signified the immense pressure Yi Buochang exerted on the dean's team. Lu Lei fixated his gaze on Yi Buochang, whispering to the dean, "Boss, rest assured. If he scores today, it will be on me." As the dean, Fu Yang still needed to maintain appearances, emphasizing that friendship comes first and that actions should not be overly aggressive, as they were all colleagues. However, his intentions contradicted his words. Dai Qian, who previously had no interest in basketball, had come solely to prevent Yi Buochang from winning. Zhong Yu also arrived, likely having changed into a vibrant athletic outfit after returning home from the hotel that morning. Some young ladies from the office joined in, forming a lively cheerleading squad. The referee blew the whistle at center court, calling the two teams together. "Dean, Secretary, I shall officiate today. We will proceed with this friendly match under the principles of friendship first and competition second. Let us greet one another." The secretary led the way, urging the dean's team to learn from him. The dean followed suit, calling for his team to learn from the secretary's squad. Lu Lei's face twitched in anger as he heard Yi Buochang's voice from the crowd taunting him. Damn Lu Lei. The nature of this match had transformed in official matters. Victory would be paramount, while in personal matters, it would be a battle for survival. Chapter 53. A consequence of your own making. The match commenced with an overwhelming atmosphere of support for the dean's team. The audience erupted in cheers and applause, creating an exuberant scene. Men, particularly sensitive to the sounds of encouragement amidst the competition, demonstrated that ample motivation indeed catalyzed extraordinary combat prowess. Hence, it was imperative to uplift spirits rather than utter disheartening phrases like, "Can you even do it? Or is this all you've got? What else can you offer apart from drenching me with saliva?" Instead, one should extol praises and raise their voices. Much like Lu Lei, who charged fiercely across the court, carving a bloody path before passing the ball to Fu Yang. "Dean, shoot." Clang. The ball hit the rim. No worries, Lu Lei could snatch the rebound and pass again, prompting the dean to shoot once more. Upon the dean's successful basket, a chorus of fervent cheers erupted. Naturally, Lu Lei could also shoot. When the dean returned the ball to him, he would surge into the fray like a cannonball, colliding with anyone in his path. Even when faced with Liao Jiqiang, he would not hesitate to crash into him and complete the layup. Liao Jiqiang glanced at the referee, who responded with a grin, indicating that no foul had occurred. Although Liao Jiqiang generally possessed a good temperament, such unjust officiating gradually ignited his frustration. Conversely, any slight overreach from the secretary's team would promptly incur a foul call. The tide of the game swiftly turned, with the dean's team surging ahead with a 10-0 run. Liao Jiqiang and his teammates quickly realized they needed to pass the ball to Yi Buochang. However, every time they sought to deliver the ball to him, they found themselves unable to locate him. The spectators, initially eager to witness Yi Buochang being subdued by Lu Lei, began to forget his presence altogether. During the secretary's team's offensive possession, Yi Buochang remained beyond the three-point arc, positioned behind the secretary. "Give it to me." The secretary passed the ball back, and Yi Buochang leaped high, releasing a shot that swished through the net. The earlier cacophony of cheers and encouragement fell silent in an instant. A splendid shot. To everyone's surprise, the first to clench her fist in triumph was Zhongyu, though she refrained from vocalizing her joy, secretly cheering within. Despite her indifference to basketball, she found Yi Buochang's jump shot somewhat stylish. She feigned nonchalance, casting a few extra glances his way. Dai Qian scoffed, turning her head away, feeling that even a fleeting look at Yi Buochang dirtied her eyes, showing off like a fool. Yet, she suddenly felt something was amiss. The Yi Buochang of your never sought the spotlight. What had changed recently? He dared to voice dissent against Lu Lei's plans, and on the basketball court. He now basked in the limelight. Had he been provoked in some manner? Though Dai Qian seethed with irritation, she found herself begrudgingly acknowledging that this new version of Yi Buochang was indeed quite appealing. But what could she do? She wished for nothing more than for Yi Buochang to suffer a debilitating injury and vanish from her sight. Dai Qian, filled with regret and anger, silently cursed him while outwardly merely huffing dismissively. It was luck, nothing more. Those around her nodded in agreement, echoing her sentiments. If it weren't luck, could he truly be a sharpshooter? What a joke. Amidst the vibrant atmosphere, the voices of Liao Jiqiang and his companions resounded with praises for Yi Buochang. "Buochang, splendid shot. That ball went in beautifully. Such a morale booster." Meanwhile, a player from the secretary's team jested, "I can already feel our victory." Their laughter echoed, yet the dean's team, led by Fu Yang, remained solemn, as did the spectators, who merely hurled insults at Yi Buochang. Fu Yang exchanged a glance with Lu Lei, who was aware that their earlier antics had allowed Yi Buochang to score. Such fortune would not repeat itself. As Lu Lei dribbled past half-court, he raised his hand vigorously, inciting the crowd. They enthusiastically cheered, "Go, Dean's team." Yi Buochang had merely been lucky before. "Don't be afraid. Score again. Crush them." While this may have sounded like jest, everyone understood the gravity of the match. Victory for the secretary's team would diminish the prize money, and Yi Buochang's triumph would bring embarrassment to Lu Lei. This time, Lu Lei did not pass the ball to the dean. Instead, he advanced to the three-point arc, bending slightly, the furrows on his brow deepening as he fixed his gaze on Yi Buochang, flauntingly beckoning him forward. This gesture was laden with provocation, signaling his intent to challenge Yi Buochang one-on-one. He then waved his teammates aside, indicating he would take on Yi Buochang alone. Yi Buochang remained stationed inside the three-point line, refusing to approach. "What a coward!" Lu Lei muttered, charging into the paint against Yi Buochang. Yi Buochang merely retreated, backing towards the baseline. Lu Lei executed a layup with ease, scoring 2 points, landing triumphantly before Yi Buochang and taunting, "Aren't you fierce? You won't even dare to defend." Like an old man's weakling, the sidelines erupted with thunderous cheers and chants, proclaiming Lu Lei their hero. Yet, Yi Buochang remained remarkably composed amidst the fervor. If Lu Lei was a grand hero, then he, Yi Buochang, was the destined arch-nemesis, eagerly anticipating Lu Lei's continued arrogance. Yi Buochang seized the ball and quickly initiated play as the secretary's team crossed half-court. From that moment, Lu Lei focused solely on Yi Buochang. No sooner had Yi Buochang gained possession than Lu Lei was upon him, slapping and striking at the ball, the sound echoing sharply. Yi Buochang halted, raising his hand to signal the referee. "He.S. red marking my hand. Isn't that a foul?" The referee, holding the whistle between his lips, shook his head slightly, showing no intention of calling a foul. This lack of enforcement reminded Yi Buochang of a certain prominent CBA star, whose presence echoed the tune of Only Mama Loves You. At that moment, Lu Lei bore a striking resemblance to that star. As Yi Buochang protested to the referee, Lu Lei forcefully knocked the ball from Yi Buochang's waist, scolding, "If you want to play, then get lost, fool." Following his insult, Lu Lei snatched the ball and executed a fast break, scoring yet another 2 points. In that instant, the atmosphere on the sidelines erupted into chaos. In a fervent display, the leader of the dissenters, Dai Shi, shouted loudly, "Manager Lu is so handsome." Zhongyu cast a disdainful glance at Dai Shi before returning her gaze to the court, puzzled as to why Yi Buochang, if not an adversary, would willingly subject himself to humiliation. Liao Jiqiang patted Yi Buochang on the back, reassuring him, "It's all right, just come back again. After all, it's merely a friendly match. So relax and enjoy." Liao Jiqiang approached the referee, emphasizing the need to maintain control over the game to prevent any injuries. The referee nodded, replying, I can only guarantee fairness and impartiality. Yi Buochang happened to overhear this statement, a promise indeed made by the official, as Yi Buochang prepared to serve. The referee received the ball, passed it around, and then returned it to the three-point line. At that moment, amidst a chorus of boos, Yi Buochang seized the ball. Pausing momentarily as if to aim for the hoop, Lu Lei reacted swiftly, rushing to Yi Buochang's front in 3 strides just as the latter leaped and released the ball. Lu Lei did not jump or reach out with his hands. Instead, he extended his foot to intercept Yi Buochang's landing. Unbeknownst to anyone, Yi Buochang's focus was not on the basket, but rather on Lu Lei's leg. In midair, Yi Buochang turned sideways and forcefully stomped down on the knee of the outstretched leg. Chapter 0054. The competition continues with a crisp sound that resonated through the air, albeit faintly. The atmosphere, previously charged with excitement, abruptly fell into a chilling silence. The cheers and encouragements faded into oblivion, and no arms were raised in fervor. Countless gazes fixated on Yi Buochang and Lu Lei. Yi Buochang collapsed heavily on the ground. Lu Lei's extended leg twisted grotesquely in the opposite direction. Standing on one leg, Lu Lei sensed something amiss. A fleeting sensation of numbness coursed through him, followed by an excruciating pain that made his entire body tremble, compelling him to cry out in agony. Ah, my leg. At that moment, a collective shudder rippled through the crowd as they realized that the preceding dull thud must have heralded the sound of Lu Lei's leg fracturing. Lu Lei had indeed broken his leg? How could Yi Buochang have struck so mercilessly? Why was Yi Buochang not suffering a similar fate? What? Yi Buochang was also writhing in pain. The staff from the Design Institute, regardless of the ongoing competition, hurried toward the scene of the incident. Yi Buochang rolled on the ground, clutching his foot, his reaction seemingly more pronounced than Lu Lei's. While a throng of people rushed to attend to Lu Lei, they found themselves unable to restrain Yi Buochang. The elderly man, face pale from agony, stood rigid, tears streaming down his cheeks. Eventually, a few individuals managed to pin him down, assessing his leg, and immediately shouted, "It's broken. Get him to the hospital." At that moment, Zhongyu stood nearby, contemplating whether to check on Yi Buochang's condition. However, with so many eyes upon her, she hesitated to express undue concern. Only old Yuan, crouching beside Yi Buochang, quietly inquired, "Are you all right?" Yi Buochang grasped old Yuan's collar and whispered in his ear, "I'm fine. Tell Zhongyu not to halt the competition. She should call for an ambulance and take Lu Lei to the hospital." Old Yuan's expression shifted slightly as understanding dawned upon him. Without a moment's delay, he rose and whispered a few words to Zhongyu, who promptly reacted by dialing emergency services. Meanwhile, voices of outrage began to surface. Did Yi Buochang deliberately foul him? To strike so brutally in a basketball game? This is outrageous. A leg is shattered. Shouldn't we call the police? That voice belonged to Wei Yuping, a colleague from their design team. Although he and Yi Buochang had no deep-seated enmity, he was fiercely loyal to Lu Lei. During project discussions, Wei Yuping had often opposed Yi Buochang's dissent regarding Lu Lei's leadership, as he bore significant responsibility for the technical design aspects. Now, witnessing his superior in such distress, he felt compelled to defend Lu Lei. He stormed up to Yi Buochang, his voice laced with accusation. "Are you pretending? You did this on purpose. I assure you, this matter will not be brushed aside. Call the police. Call the police." However, he could never have imagined that Liao Jiqiang was standing expressionless behind Wei Yuping. "Step aside," Liao commanded. Startled by the voice, Wei Yuping turned to the side as Liao approached him, gazing directly at him. It is commonplace to encounter bumps and bruises while playing. One must be prepared to endure such injuries to participate in the match. If you do not understand, it is better to remain silent. Could you please stand aside and observe without causing disruption? Wei Yuping dared to scold Yi Buochang because he was backed by the dean. Yet, he did not have the courage to provoke the secretary. Uttering another word would likely lead to a troublesome future for him. Ultimately, Wei Yuping had no choice but to retreat into the crowd, silenced. Liao Jiqiang's timely assist served as a warning to Wei Yuping, effectively quelling their voices. But the crowd's resentment lingered. Liao shouted, "Referee, what did I just tell you? I said to pay attention to the rules. You claimed you wanted fairness. Is this the outcome you desired?" The referee, shrinking within the throng, fervently called upon all deities, hoping for protection from scrutiny. Now, someone had to take the blame. If the referee would not, should I have my top enforcer, Yi Buochang, bear the burden? Liao pointed at the referee, asserting that if anything happened to Lu Lei or Yi Buochang, he would hold the referee accountable. The referee dared not respond, smoothly transferring the blame and animosity away. alleviating Yi Buichang's pressure. Then, Zhang Yu made an entrance, calling out to the crowd, "Everyone, please step aside. Do not crowd the center." Dean. The match is ongoing. To interrupt now would not be ideal. I have already called for an ambulance. It is on its way. And these are members of our second project department. I will take them to the hospital. Could I trouble two of you to assist in moving them to the sidelines? Fu Yang remained silent, partly because the secretary had taken the initiative, and partly due to his frustration over the match's interruption. As for Lu Lei's fate, it mattered little to him. His ire was directed at Yi Buichang, not because of the severity of Ye's foul on Lu, but because Yi Buichang's actions had disrupted the game, ruining his enjoyment of basketball. However, Zhang Yu's suggestion brought Fu Yang a sense of relief. Articulating sentiments he had been unable to express himself, the court was cleared, and the ambulance arrived. Lu Lei had fainted several times before being lifted onto the ambulance. When Yi Buichang boarded the second ambulance, he did so under his own power. Everyone saw him glance back at them, their hearts racing as they collectively interpreted a crucial message in his expression. "I did this on purpose. What can you do about it?" Those from the Design Institute understood that Yi Buichang's behavior stemmed from his mother's insanity. As for his character, they had mostly only heard tales of his honesty. However, those who truly interacted with Yi Buichang from the second project department knew him to be a genuinely honest person, one who would neither retaliate nor respond to insults. However, the aggression and desire for vengeance displayed by Yi Buichang today bear little resemblance to the past. Lu Lei, lying in the ambulance, wore a visage of profound anguish, his hand resting over his eyes, uncertain whether it was sweat or tears that adorned his face. At that moment, he could no longer feel pain. Instead, a deep-seated fear gripped him, the fear that he might lose his leg entirely. Why did he extend that foot? Would it have made a difference had he refrained? He had always played with such tactics on the basketball court. They either evaded him or ended up twisting their ankles. Yet, no one ever dared to inflict such severe harm upon him. Why did Yi Buichang feel entitled to treat him in this manner? When he heard the medical staff declare that his leg was fractured, he was consumed by a mix of regret and fury. He shouldn't have attempted to defend against that lunatic, Yi Buichang. Now, it was all over. Not only was he powerless against Yi Buichang, but he would also be sidelined for at least 2 months. In that moment, Lu Lei felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. Chapter 0055. She clutched Yi Buichang's thigh at this moment. The sentiments of the crowd were profoundly intricate. Those who had earlier wished for Yi Buichang to meet a calamitous fate now found themselves trembling at the sight of Lu Lei's near demise. They realized that Yi Buichang had indeed acted with lethal intent, yet within the bounds of the rules. One could only wonder if Yi Buichang had overheard their earlier vitriol directed at him. Would this unpredictable individual treat them with the same severity as he had Lu Lei? Among them, Wei Yuping felt a chilling dread. Yi Buichang had first crushed President Lu's leg, but this was merely a contest. Is it not commonplace for injuries to occur in the heat of competition? Yi Buichang would not face repercussions for injuring someone during the game. Yet, Wei Yuping's recent words had offended the secretary, and he now feared the consequences of that folly. Why did I have to insult Yi Buichang? Regret consumed him. Similarly, Dai Qian, who had hoped to witness Yi Buichang's downfall, instead bore witness to the breaking of Lu Lei's leg. Reflecting on her own actions towards Yi Buichang, she felt a deep unease, uncertain of how he might respond to her in the future. After all, if Lu Lei could be so easily dealt with, what might a woman like her expect? Who could predict what peculiar actions Yi Buichang might undertake next? Many others shared the sentiments of Dai Qian and Wei Yuping. From this moment onward, they silently resolved to keep their distance from the unpredictable Yi Buichang and to avoid any conflicts with him. Meanwhile, the match continued unabated. In Lu Lei's absence, the Dean's team still had ample talent to assist their captain. The Dean's shooting was remarkably accurate. Conversely, the Secretary's team faltered without Yi Buichang, suffering a 30-point defeat. Yet, Liao Jiqiang displayed no bitterness or sorrow at the loss. Instead, he greeted the Dean with a smile. He remained unaffected by Yi Buichang's departure and remarked that while today's events had presented minor disruptions, the overall significance of the match had not been compromised. It had strengthened the collaborative spirit of our Design Institute. It had reinforced the trust between leadership and employees. The only shortcoming, he noted, was that the referee had been somewhat negligent, resulting in a minor mishap during the match. Upon hearing Liao Jiqiang's words, Fu Yang's spirits lifted. He waved dismissively, declaring that injuries are an inevitable part of competition. They would simply wait for the secretary to organize a visit to the injured at the hospital. Liao Jiqiang chuckled, realizing that by defending the referee, he could no longer hold Yi Buichang accountable. This was a fair exchange. With his spirits buoyed, Lao Jiqiang thought, even if your design were of the lowest caliber, I shall ensure it passes the review at the upcoming assessment. Lu Lei was swiftly ushered into the operating room. Zhong Yu accompanied him to the door, exhaling deeply. Still preoccupied with thoughts of Yi Buochang, she hurried off to find him. Yi Buochang was merely undergoing a routine examination. The emergency room doctor gently manipulated his ankle, cautiously inquiring if he felt any pain. Yi Buochang was completely unaware of his surroundings, his fingers furiously dancing across the keyboard, typing as if he were composing an essay rather than sending a message. The doctor had assured him that his foot was fine, suggesting that if he felt any discomfort, he should take it easy during movement, or if he remained concerned, he could consult an orthopedic specialist for an X-ray. At that moment, Zhong Yu, clad in athletic wear, entered the room. Let me schedule an orthopedic appointment for you and have it thoroughly examined. It will be reimbursed by the company. And it's better to check than to leave it, she offered. After the doctor exited, Zhong Yu leaned closer to Yi Buochang. He continued his messaging, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Zhong Yu bent slightly, examining his ankle where he had twisted it, noting that it did not appear swollen. She questioned, "Isn't this where you injured yourself?" Almost immediately, she caught herself and shot Yi Buochang a sidelong glance, adding, "I thought you were a respectable person." "Humph. Your words are quite sharp." Yi Buochang did not even bother to lift his eyelids. Zhong Yu inwardly scoffed, thinking all men were the same. Yet she remained focused on his ankle. "Doesn't it hurt?" she inquired. "Not at all, but it does have a bit of an odor," he replied. Zhong Yu wrinkled her nose and inhaled, but realizing it was unpleasant, she rolled her eyes and straightened up, asking, "Are you suggesting that the opportunity is to bring Lu Lei to the hospital?" Yi Buochang responded, "Bring him to the hospital? If his leg is broken, he will be absent for at least 2 months. By the time he returns, it will be too late. The review meeting on Friday will see the secretary staunchly supporting my project design for high marks. Following that, with my proposal, someone from the second project department must lead the team in Lu Lei's absence. The dean won't choose me. His reasoning will be my youth and inability to command respect. So, who will he select?" Zhong Yu was exhilarated, her spirit ignited by Yi Buochang's words, which sent shivers down her spine. "That sounds amazing. I will proactively apply to the dean to lead this project," she exclaimed. After a moment of dizzying excitement, she suddenly regained her composure and asked, "How can you be so certain that the secretary will ensure your success?" Yi Buochang replied, "It is an open secret that the secretary and the dean are at odds. If someone were to undermine Lu Lei, it would weaken the dean as authority. The secretary appreciates my strong execution and decisive actions, always knowing when to stop." Yi Buochang's message finally sent, spanning several pages. With a smile, he clarified, "Do not misunderstand me. When I say knowing when to stop, I do not mean to break Lu Lei's leg. Rather, I am willing to withdraw gracefully to ensure the Dean's team wins the competition, maintaining a semblance of unity." Ding! Zhong Yu's phone chimed, revealing a new message. It was the very text Yi Buochang had just sent. The internal basketball tournament at the Design Institute was reaching its climax, and the dean was about to take a crucial shot. As he stepped to the free throw line, he exuded a robust demeanor, his steps steady. Before shooting, he dribbled the ball 3 times and then 4, symbolizing a firm commitment to executing 3 actions and adhering to the 4 essential principles, embodying a spirit of responsibility. Each detail was meticulously attended to as he dribbled, leaving nothing to chance. With both hands engaged, one meticulously focusing on technological design and the other adhering to fundamental principles, a vibrant and serious demeanor is expressed to perfection. This basketball event not only showcases the diversity of cultural and athletic development in Mingguang, but also symbolizes the promising future and growth of our design institute. The pivotal projects for the second half of the year hinge upon the splendid shot made by the director. Yi Buochang let out a sigh of relief. This statement would be featured in the institute's internal newsletter. You are the author, as well as the deputy manager of the second project department and the project leader of the second design scheme. Meanwhile, Zhong Yu's grip on the phone was tense and forceful, reflecting her intense emotions. Chapter 0056. The awkward ones always seem busy. Zhong Yu, lost in thought while clutching her phone, suddenly snapped back to reality, her gaze fixed on Yi Buochang's face. How foolish she had been. The true pillar of support was Yi Buochang, not the device in her hand. At that moment, all she desired was to entwine herself with him. "I will take care of it right away," she exclaimed as she turned to leave, only to be momentarily distracted by Yi Buochang's bare feet. Was everything truly all right? Should she suggest a thorough examination to avoid any lingering issues? Yi Buochang responded, "There may be lingering effects, but not from my feet. In the coming days, someone may cause a disturbance at the office, lead them to Lu Lei's ward and subtly encourage Lu Lei to assist me." Although Zhong Yu was unaware of who intended to stir trouble at the office, she would never refuse Yi Buochang's request for help. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Yi Buochang had practically resurrected her. At that moment, Yi Buochang reached out his hand toward her. Zhong Yu was momentarily taken aback. Was he attempting to take her hand? As she witnessed this gesture, her heart raced with confusion. Was this an alliance? Or had he developed feelings for her? Taking a deep breath, she candidly confronted her own feelings. Was she truly afraid of Yi Buochang, or was it something else? Now, it seemed, her willingness to place her hand in his was not something that could be coerced. Just as some individuals who sell themselves would never allow someone to kiss their lips, an area they deemed sacred and reserved for their most cherished, it appeared to Zhong Yu that holding hands signified something akin to romance. In that moment, as her heart raced like a startled deer, she placed her hand in Yi Buochang's palm. Smack! Yi Buochang slapped her hand away, exclaiming, "What are you daydreaming about? Return the deposit for the hotel room." Flushed with embarrassment, Zhong Yu hurriedly retrieved the 200 yuan deposit from her bag, left by Yi Buochang after their stay, and placed it in his hand before fleeing the examination room. Laughing like a fool as she walked away, Yi Buochang slipped on his socks and shoes. The plan had already succeeded halfway. Now it depended on Liao Jiqiang's execution. The simulated bidding event on Friday should pose no significant problems. Liao Jiqiang was ambitious, but another person's ambition surpassed his own. At that moment, this individual was merely an expert architect and vice president, assigned to the Design Institute from a higher department. His surname was Tan. Yi Buochang once again demonstrated through action that life is the only true equalizer. Beyond that, the extent of one's gains relies solely on one's abilities. Madness is not aimless nor devoid of strategy. It serves a purpose. Inflicting harm upon oneself is a means to ensure that the second project design presents itself reasonably before Liao Jiqiang. Weakening Lu Lei was a tactic to eliminate the backbone of the first project design. Allowing the basketball game to continue was intended to bring a modicum of joy to the dean. The intent of this report is to vividly showcase the remarkable prowess of the director, highlighting that not only is the competition led by him, but also that the Design Institute flourishes under his guidance, and ensuring that the interests of all parties remain largely unaffected. Yi Buochang seeks to secure what rightfully belongs to him. That very afternoon, Yi Buochang made his appearance at the Design Institute. As he passed by everyone, they may have been taken aback upon seeing him, yet there was no trace of mockery in their expressions. Even when locking eyes with Yi Buochang, they instinctively offered him smiles. However, in the absence of any visible emotion on his face, they found themselves awkwardly uncertain of where to direct their gaze. Consequently, they scrutinized Yi Buochang's gait, noting that he appeared unscathed, indicating that he had not sustained any injuries. The only one severely affected was Lu Lei. If Yi Buochang could exert such forceful measures against Lu Lei, the manager of the second project department, what fate awaited those who had jeered and mocked from the sidelines? They hastily lowered their heads and departed. In this scene, Yi Buochang strode confidently through each office, while those he passed seemed to shrink back, as if evading something. Upon entering the office of the second project department's design team, everyone froze momentarily before quickly burying their heads down, feigning indifference as they busied themselves with their work, though their hearts raced with anxiety. Firstly, the Director's team had emerged victorious, and thus, the rewards remained unaffected. Consequently, the interests of the collective no longer conflicted with Yi Buochang's. Secondly, while they had been vociferous with their derision at the sidelines due to their numbers, it did not imply they were truly indignant. As Yi Buochang entered the office, he approached Wei Yuping's desk. At the moment Yi Buochang fell, Wei Yuping had unleashed the harshest and most scathing insults. Now, he buried his head the deepest, pretending to be nonchalant. Yi Buochang said nothing, merely lighting a cigarette and standing beside him. Wei Yuping rummaged through his desk in search of something, but to no avail. He continued to search on his computer desk, opening and closing various windows, toggling QQ on and off. He explored drives D, and F, but ultimately found nothing. As Yi Buochang flicked the ash from his cigarette onto Wei Yuping's keyboard, it fell into the crevices, prompting Wei Yuping to glare up in fury, shouting, "What do you think you're doing?" This outburst startled everyone in the office, causing them to look up from their tasks. In the past, if there had been disputes in the office, colleagues would often intervene, urging a sense of camaraderie. Yet today, even with the knowledge that Yi Buochang was deliberately scattering ash onto Wei Yuping's keyboard, no one dared to speak up. News had just circulated throughout the Design Institute that Lu Lei had suffered a broken leg. The spectators by the basketball court had a clear view. Lu Lei extended his foot, attempting to make Yi Buochang land awkwardly and twist his ankle. However, Yi Buochang anticipated Lu Lei's intention and successfully crushed Lu Lei's knee joint. Such a brutal act of retribution was beyond the capability of anyone in the office. Faced with a ruthless individual like Yi Buochang, they no longer possessed the courage to meddle or stir up trouble. Now, anyone daring to speak out would find Yi Buochang confronting them. Employing the same methods he had used against Wei Yuping, allowing them to experience the entanglement for themselves. They all foresaw this outcome, and thus chose to remain silent, not daring to utter a single word. Chapter 57. The reckless Wei Yuping felt a surge of fear, prompting him to seek assistance from the design office personnel. He forced a smile and remarked, "Hey, look at this person. Is he not insane? What does he intend to do?" This statement was aimed at finding a companion in adversity. However, there was no response. No one paid him any heed. Embarrassed, Wei Yuping swallowed hard and continued feigning indifference, engrossed in his own tasks. This time, Yi Buochang refrained from flicking ash onto his desk and keyboard. When Yi Buochang turned to leave, Wei Yuping exhaled in relief, believing that Yi Buochang had grown disinterested in him and departed without achieving any result. Yet, when he observed Yi Buochang returning to his desk with a cup of scalding hot water, Wei Yuping toppled his chair and retreated against the wall, his face a mask of terror. "Yi Buochang, have you lost your mind? What do you intend to do?" Yi Buochang remained silent, the cup tilting dangerously as its contents threatened to spill onto the keyboard. In that moment, Wei Yuping realized that Yi Buochang was about to cleanse his keyboard. First it was ash, now water. What would come next? Confronted with Yi Buochang's menacing demeanor, Wei Yuping's face was etched with dread, and he felt utterly powerless. As the water in the cup neared the brim, Wei Yuping cried out, "I'm sorry. Yi Buochang, I apologize. I should not have spoken to you in that manner. Please, let us put this behind us." In the office, those present were taken aback by his apology. Wei Yuping, who usually shared a strong bond with Lu Lei, found himself driven to this desperate point by Yi Buochang. Even those who were not directly involved could feel the suffocating pressure emanating from Yi Buochang. At that moment, they were all grateful that, despite their reluctance to see Yi Buochang emerge victorious, they had refrained from publicly berating or mocking him. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have been theirs to bear. Although they found Yi Buochang's behavior distasteful, none dared to utter a single unkind word to him. Wei Yuping's face flushed, and his lips trembled, whether from fear or anger, he could not tell. Yet, the true sentiment coursing through him was regret. He shouldn't have publicly humiliated Yi Buochang. No one could have anticipated Yi Buochang's ferocity or his capacity to lose control within the office. Wei Yuping's apology effectively cast his dignity to the ground, leaving it for Yi Buochang to trample upon. The humiliation was far more unbearable than death itself. Yet what choice did he have? He was oblivious to Yi Buochang's next move, and the dread of the unknown gripped him in a vice. All he desired was to exchange his pride for peace of mind, seeking to avoid further entanglement. Seeing Wei Yuping on the verge of tears, Yi Buochang finally set the cup upright and returned to his station. Wei Yuping slumped back into his seat, head bowed low, unwilling to meet anyone's gaze or to be seen. The stares and whispered conversations felt like slaps, each glance and comment striking him as a brutal blow. This exemplifies a form of social demise, leaving one feeling utterly diminished. Meanwhile, the individuals in the office have once again revised their perceptions of Yi Buochang. They can speculate endlessly, worry excessively, and make numerous conjectures. Yet, within Yi Buochang's heart, only one thought prevails. Did you ever anticipate that I would possess the audacity to confront you head-on? Much of the anxiety individuals experience in the workplace stems from interpersonal relationships. The primary reason for mismanaging these relationships lies in the lack of courage to sever ties. When one dares to confront anyone, navigating interpersonal dynamics becomes remarkably effortless. Observing his colleagues, Yi Buochang noted how much more amiable they appeared in that moment. Ding, ding, ding. Yi Buochang's QQ chimed. Yuan Lai messaged. You were truly remarkable. Feng Wangbei Chui remarked. The task of calming them now rests on your shoulders. Feng Wangbei Chui added. There remains a plethora of work for them to accomplish. Yu Wu and Ti wanted to end with just the two of us toiling away. Would you? Yuan Lai replied. Oh, are you suggesting I join you in this duet? Such is the standard practice. One plays the good cop while the other takes on the bad cop. As the afternoon drew near to a close, Yi Buochang's QQ rang once more. Qingqing He Bianchao inquired, shall we dine together this evening? Yi Buochang responded. Qingqing He Bianchao continued. There are some aspects I still wish to discuss with you. Yi Buchang replied. Qingqing He Bian Chao pressed on. Yi Buchang. Regardless of our differences, we are presently in the same boat. Can you not utter a word? Feng Wangbei Chue interjected. Just a word. Qingqing He Bian Chao, albeit appearing vexed, was secretly amused by Yi Buchang's jest. In truth, Yi Buchang had no intention of provoking her amusement. There are many intriguing women in this world. Should a woman seeking mutual emotional and physical fulfillment come into his life, Yi Buchang would not shy away from her affection. However, when it comes to the institution of marriage, he might exhibit some resistance. After all, his circumstances seem beyond the comprehension of most. At this moment, Yi Buchang's phone rang again. Upon seeing Lin Hongtao's name, he felt a jolt of anxiety akin to a past trauma, even though he could now maintain composure. The visceral distaste remained uncontainable. Lin Hongtao's voice had softened considerably since their last encounter. He chuckled amiably, saying, Buchang, what would you and your mother like to eat? I'll bring some things along when I come over. Your aunt's sister has arrived from the countryside with 2 hens and some farm-fresh eggs. I'll bring those for you. When you have the time, prepare some chicken soup for your mother. It's soothing and nourishing for the mind. If one were unaware of Lin Hongtao's true nature, they might mistake such concern for genuine kindness, viewing him as a good person, a caring older brother, or an affectionate uncle. However, it is only because Yi Buchang has dealt with Lin Hongwen so severely that Lin Hongtao's demeanor has shifted to this gentler tone today. Yi Buchang could vividly imagine the fury that Lin Hongtao would unleash upon discovering that his nephew's greatest vulnerability had been eradicated. The 2 elderly members of the Lin family remained confined to the hospital, and yet Lin Hongtao, instead of tending to his parents, found time to concern himself with Yi Buchang. How utterly ironic. Yi Buchang had already issued ample warnings, yet Lin Hongtao persisted in courting disaster. One could hardly blame Yi Buchang for the ensuing consequences. On his way home from work, Yi Buchang passed by the window of the piano room, standing before the mirror as he lit a cigarette, seemingly waiting for something in silence. After nearly half an hour of waiting, he began to lose hope, thinking that perhaps today, the melody that belonged solely to him would not grace his ears again. Then, a young woman with long hair cascading to her chest, adorned in a floral maxi dress and petite white shoes, passed by, leaving behind a hint of sweet orange fragrance. Shortly thereafter, the familiar strains of Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence began to play in Yi Buchang's ears, and he found his steps home growing ever more assured. Chapter 58. Entangled until death. As the final notes of the song faded, the young woman cast a glance out of the window, only to discover that the man who had been listening outside had already departed. A bittersweet smile crossed her face as she inwardly mused. Why does it feel as though I'm at work? It seemed as if she had been seeing him for many consecutive days. Each time he passed by, he would pause to listen to her play this particular piece, wouldn't he? Though it was not a piece she practiced, she often resorted to it during moments of intense pressure, allowing herself a brief respite. Her instructors in the professional course were exceedingly demanding, offering little in the way of constructive feedback, merely instructing her to practice and reprimanding her harshly during weekly assessments. Over time, this had instilled a sense of dread in her regarding these evaluations. She had a fondness for Bach, yet her teacher regarded Bach with a fierce animosity. Should she remain at the institution in the future, she vowed to treat her students with gentleness and respect for their preferences. Gazing at the sheet music, she felt a familiar headache creeping in. Yi Buchang had indeed prepared himself mentally. However, upon returning home, he realized his preparations had been insufficient. Today, he was not only greeted by Lin Hongtu but also by his entire family. There was no need to elaborate on Tang Jihua, as she had brought along a woman dressed even more doughtily than herself. Additionally, Lin Hongtao's daughter and son-in-law had arrived, cradling a child between them. Upon seeing Yi Buchang return home, they greeted him with bright, cordial smiles, as if they were embarking on a familial campaign to win his affection anew. Yi Buchang opened the door without extending a welcome, nor did he usher them to enter. They lingered for a few seconds outside, feigning politeness. When Lin Hongtao, unable to bear the silence any longer, stepped inside with an awkward expression, the rest followed suit. Tang Jihua quickly waved 2 old hens in front of Yi Buchang's face, exclaiming, "Look, Buchang, these are old hens brought from my hometown. You see, the chickens in the city are fed with commercial feed and lack nutrition, unlike the ones from my hometown, which are raised on pure grains. A pot of chicken soup made from these would fill the air with an aroma that could waft for miles. I assure you, this chicken soup is the perfect remedy for your health." As she extolled the virtues of the chickens, Tang Jihua kept an eye on Yi Buchang's expression. Meanwhile, Her grandson had already turned on the television, engrossed in a cartoon, his eyes not blinking for a moment. Though Lin Hongtao's tone had softened considerably over the phone, he still sought to maintain an air of authority as the uncle, wearing a stern countenance that made him appear as the head of the household. Lin Xia would typically never appear in front of Yi Buchang. Even during the New Year celebrations, she would return to her hometown with her husband. It is worth noting that her husband was an employee of the Yunqing Natural Gas Company, enjoying commendable benefits and treatment. They were allocated a residence from their workplace, albeit in a less desirable location. He had initially wished to delegate these matters to his father-in-law, believing it unnecessary for him to attend. But his father-in-law had not managed the situation adequately. This time, the entire family came together, determined to ensure that Yi Buchang could maintain his dignity. With smiles on their faces, they set about addressing the matter at hand, namely, the current residents. Their children would soon be of school age. And as a local of Yun City, who wouldn't wish to enroll their offspring in the prestigious experimental primary school, renowned as the finest among the 5 gyms? Thus, he felt compelled to accompany his father-in-law and mother-in-law with polite decorum. Jing Changrui offered a cigarette to Lin Hongtao, and when he extended another to Yi Buchang, Yi Buchang casually retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and waved it in front of him, signaling that he had his own. This simple gesture caused a slight discomfort on Jing Chengrui's face, as it signaled that today's affairs were becoming increasingly complicated. Lin Xia then let out an awkward chuckle, saying, "Buchang, your brother-in-law's workplace is currently undergoing inspections. Recently, there was a gas explosion at a household. Their company is conducting a citywide safety audit, and they are busy late into the night. I had my own domestic matters to attend to. Your uncle and aunt were occupied with picking up and dropping off at kindergarten, and during those few days your uncle was away. The child fell ill and required hospitalization for intravenous treatment, which took at least 8 or 9 hours each day. Hence, we were unable to visit. When we finally finished our tasks, we planned to send your uncle up the mountain. But little did we know that within just 3 days, he had passed away. And even the ashes were buried. We only later realized that we hadn't even attended the funeral, and they told us that such matters should not be delayed, as it brings bad luck. Brother, please do not take it to heart," Yi Buchang replied. "I assure you, in the future, if anything arises in your family, I shall refrain from attending." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Lin Hongtao's family shifted dramatically as they collectively braced themselves for an outburst. They could hardly fathom that Yi Buchang, who appeared so gentle and calm, would respond so mercilessly to the ladder extended by his cousin Lin Xia. They were caught off guard, unable to react in time. Yi Buchang had adopted a resolute demeanor. If he was displeased, he would confront it directly, demanding fairness and refusing to endure any slight. It was either a state of peaceful coexistence or an all-out confrontation. "If I cannot have a good life, I will shatter your family's eggs," he seemed to convey. Yet, they clearly had not grasped the gravity of the situation. Seeing their rising tempers, Tang Jihua swiftly interjected. "Yao Mei, go boil some water, prepare the chicken, and pluck its feathers. Put it in the refrigerator for now." Her younger sister, who had come from their hometown, sprang into action, hastily taking the chicken into the kitchen and gaining control of the knife. After a brief interruption, Lin Hongtao's family managed to stabilize their emotions somewhat. It was then that Lin Hongtao exhaled a cloud of smoke and remarked, "You have expelled your uncle from your home. I shall refrain from commenting on that. However, they have occupied your house for 10 years. During that decade, they contributed nothing, which was indeed inappropriate. Now that he has moved out and the house is returned to you, your grandparents will not blame you." Yibo could no longer tolerate the conversation, dismissively waving his hand. "What do their opinions matter to me? I am concerned only with my own property, not theirs. I shall attend to my own affairs. Do I require your critique in this matter? If you relish offering judgments, why not apply to be a judge on Supergirl?" Lin Hongtao's eyes widened in astonishment, while Yi Bo's expression grew increasingly erratic, as if he were on the verge of an outburst. In the past, Lin Hongtao would have erupted by now. However, having witnessed Yi Bo's methods in dealing with Lin Hongwen and his family, Lin Hongtao understood that confronting them head-on would not address their genuine needs. Thus, he inquired, "I do not wish to engage with you. Where is your mother? It has been several days since I last saw her." "Bring her to me," Yi Bo responded nonchalantly. "I have sent her to the 4th hospital. You may find her there." Lin Hongtao and his entire family were left speechless. Chapter 0059. Get out with your old hen. Is it truly within Yi Buchang's character to send his mad mother to a psychiatric hospital? This is no longer the Yi Buchang of yesteryear. Such an act was beyond even what Yi Ping could have contemplated. "Lin Hongtao, Connecting the dots from Yi Buochang's report against Pang Xiaoru for selling herself, concluded that Yi Buochang had indeed sent his mother to a mental institution. Enraged, Lin Hongtao rose to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Buochang, exclaiming, "You unfilial wretch! Your father cared for your mother all his life, and even in death. He was still concerned for her future. Just as your father's remains grow cold, you have the audacity to admit your mother to a psychiatric hospital. Do you not fear your father's spirit will seek you out in the night?" Yi Buochang regarded Lin Hongtao with an unperturbed expression, retorting, "If you believe in ghosts, should my father not take you along for company?" Lin Hongtao's face turned pale, yet he could not refute the truth in Yi Buochang's words. With a cigarette poised between his fingers, Yi Buochang flicked the ash into the tray, rising to meet Lin Hongtao's gaze. "When you arranged for my mother to marry my father, you concealed her condition from him. He consistently sought to admit her to a hospital, yet you obstructed him, claiming you could not afford to lose face. If you feared losing face, why then do you spread rumors that my mother is mad? To summarize, you dread that my father might heal her, for if she were to regain her sanity, she would surely denounce you, those leeches. You are not ashamed to publicly declare my mother insane. You simply wish to prevent me from marrying a woman of better circumstances, lest your plans to dominate me be thwarted." Yi Buochang inhaled from his cigarette, a frown creasing his brow as he exhaled a wisp of smoke. "Lin Hongtao, you are aware that my father's remains are still warm. How can you dare to come rushing in to claim my home at such a time? If this world operated on retribution, what fate do you envision for yourself?" Lin Hongtao found himself reeling from Yi Buochang's logical onslaught, struggling to maintain his dignity. The more pressing concern, however, was that Yi Buochang's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. His eyes now glinted with a ferocity bordering on madness. Had it not been for Tang Jihua and her sister intervening in the kitchen to secure the knife, they might have feared that Yi Buochang would brandish it to force them out. At this moment, Lin Xia also wore a grim expression, shouting at Yi Buochang, "Yi Buochang, my father is your uncle. Is this how you speak to your elder? Do you not acknowledge your superiors?" Yi Buochang turned to Lin Xia, retorting, "You speak of elders. In all these years of my mother's illness, have you ever visited her? You are quick to label your second aunt as a lunatic. You speak of elders. Have you ever offered my father a cup of tea or a glass of water? Did you even glance in his direction after his passing?" Lin Xia attempted to defend herself. "I already told you. Our family has been busy." Yi Buochang scoffed. "See? You can always find an excuse to evade responsibility and conveniently sidestep my mother's plight, not even mentioning it. The manner in which your family conducts themselves is quite unsightly, and the harshness of your words is equally disconcerting. Yet, I am not permitted to speak?" Lin Xia's face fluctuated between crimson and pallid, at a loss for a rebuttal, as Yi Buochang's statements pierced the heart of the matter with unsettling precision. The actions of their entire family were, in fact, even more egregious than those that Yi Buochang had articulated. However, Lin Xia failed to comprehend that Yi Buochang, once ineffectual, had now become articulate and incisive, wielding his words with both reason and impact, veiled in sarcasm and unpleasantness. At critical junctures, it remained uncertain if he would escalate his actions further. Lin Xia found herself lacking in justification and, to some extent, intimidated by Yi Buochang. Jing Chongrui, his countenance darkened, rose abruptly, declaring his intent to leave. His impatience was palpable, as if he believed that all matters of the day should unfold according to his whims. Should he lose control, anger would ensue, and he might well confront Yi Buochang with disdain. Yi Buochang was acutely aware of their family's audacity. They had forcibly occupied another's home while maintaining an air of righteousness. This was no different from outright thievery, and one could only wonder at their audacity. As Jing Chongrui attempted to depart, Lin Hongtao interjected, flinging his arm in protest, insisting, "Where do you think you're going? This is my sister's house. On what grounds should I leave? Yi Buochang, unless you bring my sister back today, our entire family shall not depart." Yi Buochang remained unperturbed, extinguishing his cigarette and leaning against the window with his phone in hand, as if composing a message, exuding an air of indifference towards Lin Hongtao. The latter mistakenly believed that Yi Buochang was at a loss, interpreting this as a sign of impending concession. He thought to himself, regardless of how formidable Yi Buochang might be, relentless persistence would prevail. Even if they could not confront him here, they could certainly create a stir at his workplace. Ultimately, the house must be reclaimed. If necessary, they would sever ties entirely, jeopardizing Yi Buochang's employment. Let us see how he chooses to navigate this situation. In the kitchen, chickens were being slaughtered, water boiling as feathers were scalded in a metal basin. The air was thick with the foul stench of poultry, a most unpleasant aroma. It was this boundary-less clan of relatives that kept Yi Buochang in a prolonged state of anxiety. Had he not possessed a resolute spirit, he might have succumbed to despair long ago. Since they relished their games, he resolved to let them experience the taste of being toyed with. Tang Jihua, noting the tense atmosphere in the living room, stepped forward to alleviate the situation. With a smile, she approached Yi Buochang, adopting the demeanor of a shrewd matriarch as she playfully patted his arm. Yi Buochang recoiled in distaste. Reminiscent of the moment Mai Lin had patted Yang Zi while assuring him of her protection, prompting Yang Zi to turn away in annoyance, a strikingly similar scenario. The primary issue lay in the fact that Tang Jihua, much like Mai Lin, was equally insufferable. Although Tang Jihua's expression bore a hint of displeasure, the thought of their visit's purpose compelled her to muster a smile. Buochang, do not hold it against your uncle. He still cares for you, his nephew. Look at your sister. It is her first time as a mother, and many tasks do not come easily. As parents, we must lend our support. You have not yet experienced parenthood, so how could you understand the heart of a parent? Your mother has endured considerable hardship in raising you. And with your father recently departed, can you truly bear to leave her alone in the hospital? You must be obedient and bring your mother home. Your uncle has even made a call to our hometown to summon my sister specifically to care for her. This way, your mother will have someone to look after her, allowing you to work without interruption. With someone at home to handle the laundry and cooking, you see how much easier it becomes for you. At that moment, Yi Buochang fortuitously sent a message to Li Dong and soon received a reply consisting of a single word. Good. Yi Buochang tucked his phone into his pocket and looked at Lin Hongtao, stating succinctly, you either take your family's old hen and leave immediately, or you will face the consequences. Chapter 60. The sky is falling. Lin Hongtao, initially consumed by rage, found himself laughing upon hearing Yi Buochang's warning. I shall not leave today. Let us see what consequences you will face for your arrogance. If you possess the courage, then go ahead and end my life right here. Lin Hongtao was determined to pursue his obstinacy to the very end. He resembled those shameless individuals who, after 9:30 p.m., monopolize the basketball court, disturb the peace, and engage in boisterous antics before dawn. In any case, they played by their own rules, untouchable. Should anyone dare to confront them, they would feign injury, leaving you to bear the weight of financial ruin. This was merely the scenario without injury. If a conflict were to erupt, and the old man suffered any misfortune, his offspring would create chaos at your doorstep today, disrupt your workplace tomorrow, and escalate their grievances to higher authorities the following day. They would substitute petitioning with tumult, ultimately burdening the innocent with an everlasting grievance. This is the most lamentable aspect of contemporary society. Should the aggrieved party possess a gentler disposition, it would become increasingly difficult for them to rise again in life. Was Yi Buochang a pushover? Perhaps he once was. However, at this moment, the Lin family seemed to have misjudged the situation. Lin Hongtao slammed his hand on the coffee table and shouted, You can handle your brother-in-law because his wife is unclean. What can you do to me? Your wife is pristine. If you have the audacity, go ahead and taste it and see what flavor it holds. Her tartar has deformed her smile into something grotesque. Why don't you kiss her then? Yi Buochang, uninterested in engaging further with Lin Hongtao, leaned against the window, awaiting news. Lin Hongtao believed Yi Buochang was powerless against him, thinking that his only recourse was to provoke him verbally. Lin Hongtao assumed that even if Yi Buochang harbored deep resentment, it would ultimately be directed solely at him. Should Yi Buochang exhibit any extreme behavior, he would relentlessly cling to him, becoming an unbearable nuisance. But would Yi Buochang's methods of retribution truly be fixated solely on Lin Hongtao? At that moment, Jing Changrui's phone rang. As soon as he answered, he was met with a barrage of curses. Jing Changrui, you worthless piece of trash, get your butt back here. What in the world have you stirred up out there? Can't you handle your own affairs? They've brought trouble right to our doorstep. Our windows have been shattered, and there are people defiling the hallway with excrement. If you don't resolve this mess tonight, be prepared for the consequences at work tomorrow. Jing Changrui, in a state of apology, could no longer remain seated on the sofa. He nodded and bowed, muttering his regrets as he stood up and headed toward the door. Just as one phone call ended, another began. Upon answering, he was once again met with a torrent of invective. That night was perhaps the most tumultuous in the history of Jing Changrui's ancestors, marked by relentless reminders of their existence. He hung up the phone, allowing it to ring incessantly without further response, and glared fiercely at Yi Buochang. How dare you involve others to wreak havoc on my home? Yi Buochang curled his lip, asserting that one must speak with evidence. Now, it was they who lingered in his home. How had it transformed into him besieging their abode? Lin Hongtao, Tang Jihua, and Lin Xia gazed at Jing Changrui with confusion. Lin Hongtao, concerned, urged him to slow down and asked what had transpired. On the brink of collapse, Jing Changrui shouted in exasperation, "I'm not in a hurry. It's that damned Yi Buchang who sent people to smash our home." After his outburst, he took off running. Upon witnessing her husband's departure, Lin Xia glared at Yi Buchang and stomped her foot, proclaiming, "Yi Buchang, you vile creature, retribution awaits you." After her tirade, she too dashed away. Lin Hongtao and Tang Jihua, still processing the situation, eventually turned their furious gazes upon Yi Buchang. With a fierce declaration, Lin Hongtao vowed, "You wait. This matter is far from over. I shall see you for confining your mother to a mental institution. I will ensure your name is forever tarnished." Yi Buchang nodded. "My mother is in the hospital, and I live alone. What do I have to fear? You have daughters, sons-in-law, and grandchildren." He approached the television and switched it off. Their grandchild immediately collapsed onto the floor, wailing for cartoons. Yi Buchang chuckled ominously, remarking, "Your son-in-law has a job. He has parents. Tell me, who should be afraid, me or you?" Seeing Yi Buchang's manic demeanor sent chills down Lin Hongtao's spine. Yet he would not let Yi Buchang off so easily. He seized his grandchild and, cradling him, the couple scrambled after Yi Buchang. In the kitchen, Yi Buchang barked at Tang Jihua's sister, "Take the chicken and get out, now." The last three words were a roar. Tang Jihua's sister, terrified by Yi Buchang's frantic state, hurriedly carried the dead chicken out the door, leaving behind a stench of feathers and blood, an indescribable disgust. However, Yi Buchang felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. He had exhausted all his energy on things he dared not do or wished not to do. Now, he expressed his emotions outwardly, venting his frustrations directly. As long as he was willing to take risks, life could be as delightful as he pleased. Of course, he understood that Lin Hongtao would not relent easily. Despite their despicable and repugnant nature, the family was still protected by the law in this society, which meant he could not simply eliminate them. Thus, this confrontation would persist, albeit with Lin Hongtao's family gradually experiencing the pangs of discomfort until they would no longer dare to approach Yi Buchang. When Lin Hongtao and his family arrived at the residential compound where Jing Changrui and Lin Xia resided, a crowd had gathered downstairs. Upon spotting Jing Changrui, they could no longer contain their rage, rushing over to drag him into the throng, where they clawed, insulted, and shoved him. Seeing her husband in distress, Lin Xia plunged into the crowd to protect him. Amidst the crowd, one could hear incessant curses being hurled. "How dare you neglect your own affairs and expect us to bear the burden? Jing Changrui, you have accrued a significant amount of high-interest debt. You must repay it promptly. If you fail to rectify your situation, you need not bother attending work tomorrow. I shall ensure you face dire consequences. Replace our broken glass and clean the stairwell." The more I ponder, the more infuriated I become. Something must be done. Numerous individuals have arrived at the community, picking up stones to shatter the windows of the residential building, all the while shouting, "Jing Changrui, repay your debts. If you do not, may your entire family suffer. If you refuse to pay, the entire community shall endure the repercussions alongside your family." Not only are they breaking windows, but there are also those who have defiled the stairwells with excrement, leaving residents ascending and descending the stairs pinching their noses, nauseated by the stench. It is as though they are consuming filth, a truly repugnant experience. At this moment, Jing Changrui's world has come crashing down upon him. Chapter 0061. Unheard of in the room, silence enveloped the occupants, a thick haze of smoke suspended in the air, as if the very ceiling had descended. The reduced height only served to amplify the sense of oppression. Besides the acrid scent of smoke, an unmistakable stench permeated the atmosphere. Tang Jihua frequently caught a whiff of the odor lingering on her hands, despite having washed them numerous times, yet the foul essence of excrement remained. Lin Hongtao, Jing Changrui, and Lin Xiao were not faring any better. Tang Jihua's sister was in the inner room, soothing a child to sleep. The individuals in the living room remained mute, each one resembling a defeated rooster. They could never have anticipated that someone would, under the pretext of Jing Changrui's high-interest loan, vandalize nearly every window in the community, and even defile the stairwell. Had the excrement merely been dumped in a public area, they would not have spared it a glance, let alone clean it up. However, the current predicament involved the foul substances being smeared directly on Jing Changrui's door, leaving them no choice but to clean. What exacerbated Jing Changrui's distress was the looming workday ahead. A conversation with his superiors was all but inevitable. The prospect of the ensuing absurdities was beyond his imagination. His career, which was on an upward trajectory, now faced dire repercussions due to this debacle. Perhaps this was the weight of the warning imparted by Yi Buochang? Though Jing Changrui harbored a deep-seated desire for Yi Buochang to meet a most miserable end, he could not help but feel regret. Had he known the retaliation would be so severe, he would never have provoked Yi Buochang. Yet, Yi Buochang had previously been so easily bullied. Why had that changed? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, alongside a growing sense of remorse. How could he ever navigate workplace dynamics again? Lin Xia's discomfort was even more acute. How would the other housewives in the community regard her from this point forward? She would undoubtedly face their judgment whenever she stepped outside. And what of her son? He had once enjoyed the company of many playmates in the neighborhood, but after this uproar, who would still wish to associate with him? Most infuriating of all was Yi Buochang, that despicable creature, whose wickedness knew no bounds. Why did he not perish alongside his father, that vile wretch? No matter how vehemently Lin Xia cursed, it could not alter the current situation. The bitter fruits of this ordeal were hers alone to bear. Tang Zhihua quietly inquired of Lin Hongtao whether the police would apprehend Yi Buochang. Lin Hongtao replied that they merely stated they would make arrests. Did she truly believe it was as simple as that? The perpetrators of the glass vandalism had evaded capture, and it was highly likely that they were powerless against Yi Buochang. Even if they were caught, what good would it do? Compensation? A few days in detention? It would resolve nothing of substance. Lin Hongtao continued, "Our goal is to compel Yi Buochang to relinquish that apartment. Tomorrow, I will go to the hospital to fetch Lin Sulan. Once I have brought her out, you must arrange for your sister to care for her. In a few days, we will coax her back to the railway staff compound. You two should prepare to move directly over there without consulting Yi Buochang. We must occupy the residence first." Allowing Lin Sulan to gradually explain things to her son. After the events of this evening, Lin Xia felt a twinge of fear. She inquired, "What if Yi Buochang disagrees or tries to trouble us again?" Lin Hongtao replied, "What does it matter if Jian Changrui has an organization and he does not? Why should I be afraid? I will go directly to the Design Institute and confront his superior. If they do not address Yi Buochang's actions, I shall camp out in their office daily." Upon hearing this, everyone understood that in such disputes, the one who causes the uproar often has the upper hand, and eventually, someone will yield. Few are willing to expend the effort to confront a rogue like Lin Hongtao head-on. Thus, the notion of justice triumphing over evil is but a myth. It is far more effective to wield the sword of evil to vanquish evil itself. Yi Buochang received a call from Li Dong. "Buochang, it's all set. You need not worry. I've recruited unfamiliar faces. The issue isn't severe, though it is quite unpleasant. Even if we are caught, I will bear the brunt. It will not affect you." Yi Buochang, not one to mince words, reminded him, "You must ensure your safety. You intend to marry and have children. Do not leave a criminal record. I do not wish for you to lose a choice before your child is even born." In his previous life of petty crime, no elder had ever considered Li Dong's future well-being. Yet Yi Buochang's concern was remarkably thorough. Li Dong assured him, "Rest easy, I have it under control." Yi Buochang instructed him, "Please print some more flyers." After conveying these instructions, Yi Buochang felt a sense of relief. Lin Hongtao and the others presumed Yi Buochang would confront them directly. Yi Buochang was not so foolish. They continually targeted his vulnerabilities. Why would he confront them using his weaknesses? The astute approach was to let them pursue their own agendas while he focused on his. In the end, they could calculate their losses, and whoever could not endure would concede and depart. After all, Yi Buochang stood alone, without any Achilles heel. What? Lin Sulan? That was not a weakness, but rather a formidable weapon. If Yi Buochang hardened his heart and released Lin Sulan, he could very well ask how many from the Lin family were willing to perish. Just the thought was exhilarating. In the ensuing days, all his attention could be devoted to the bid for the underground commercial complex. Securing this project was Yi Buochang's primary objective. Meanwhile, Lu Lei emerged from the operating room that same day. After an hour of maintaining consciousness, he succumbed to exhaustion and slept soundly until the next day. As noon approached, Zhong Yu arrived at the hospital, anxiously waiting to visit. Upon seeing Zhong Yu, Lu Lei's first words were, "Has Yi Buochang been arrested?" Zhong Yu, with her distinctive eyes, looked at Lu Lei in confusion and asked, "Why would the police arrest Yi Buochang?" Lu Lei pointed at his broken leg and exclaimed, "My leg was shattered because of him. Shouldn't he be in prison?" Zhong Yu replied, "I do not understand basketball, but I know a bit about football. I have heard of lifetime bans, yet I have never heard of someone being imprisoned for breaking another's leg. If that were the case, would there be anyone left on the playing field?" When Lu Lei realized he was indeed in the wrong, he abruptly shifted his tone, inquiring, "Whose side are you on?" This was akin to a woman, unable to win an argument, suddenly exclaiming, "You're being unreasonable." It seemed as though Zhong Yu anticipated Lu Lei's retort, displaying a hint of impatience. "This isn't my assertion, it's what the leadership in the institute has stated. If we are to address Yi Buchang, we must also address the referee and you. You've sustained a leg injury. If the authorities are involved, wouldn't this be classified as an accident? What about the unit's commendation and rewards? Do you still desire bonuses and benefits? In that scenario, Yi Buchang won't be the public enemy, but you, Manager Lu. Yi Buchang merely injured your leg. Why do I feel as though he has shattered your very essence?" Lu Lei was left bewildered. Why was Zhong Yu speaking so harshly? Hadn't he just suffered a broken leg? Why did she exhibit no semblance of concern? Taking a deep breath, he resolved to wait for the evaluation meeting on Friday. Once that project passed, he would show her just how he would deal with him, that bastard. Yet, as Lu Lei looked up, he was met with a gaze from Zhong Yu that seemed to regard him as though he were a fool. Chapter 0062. Why have you stopped using the perfume? It is not just your gaze that has changed. Your demeanor over the past few days also raises concerns. Moreover, your choice of attire is quite notable. Lu Lei gazed perplexedly at Zhong Yu's legs, now clad in trousers. With the arrival of summer, you have never been one to wear pants. Even knee-length skirts were not part of your wardrobe. What prompted the shift to long trousers? Zhong Yu herself could not pinpoint when she began to feel a certain aversion to conversing with Lu Lei. He was omnipresent with his opinions, often verbose. Lacking the composure of a man, quick to anger, and rather petty, his capabilities were quite ordinary. In stark contrast, Yi Buchang represented an entirely different archetype. He was composed, decisive, and adept at navigating situations with finesse, knowing precisely when to explode with passion and when to exercise restraint. Most importantly, Yi Buchang understood Zhong Yu's needs. Zhong Yu shot Lu Lei a sidelong glance and questioned, "Have you forgotten where we are? Should I don a miniskirt to visit the sick? Perhaps to flaunt in front of your wife for your satisfaction?" Upon hearing Zhong Yu's words, Lu Lei realized that she was indeed mindful of her surroundings. Yet, he still sensed an incongruity. Her fashion choices had markedly altered. Just yesterday, during a basketball game, she would have typically worn a tank top, eager to be the most captivating side on the sidelines. Instead, she had opted for a full athletic ensemble. "And what of the perfume I gifted you? It seems you have not used it in days." Zhong Yu had no desire to fabricate excuses. She had discarded it. Lu Lei was taken aback. "You threw away a bottle of perfume worth 700 or 800. Zhong Yu retorted, "Is 700 or 800 such a remarkable sum? I discarded it. Do I need to report to you?" "Manager Lu, it appears you are becoming rather overbearing." Zhong Yu was disinclined to engage in further banter. "We have a meeting on Friday. You should rest well. I will inform you of any developments." Lu Lei envisioned the outcome of Friday's meeting. "Just wait until I recuperate. On Monday, even if I have to hobble in with a cane, I will return to the office and have Yi Buchang pack his belongings and leave. I am eager to see how defiant he can be then." Zhong Yu mused to herself, "I too await that day." However, Yi Buchang's strength lies not merely in his words, but in his actions. He could easily break your legs and leave me speechless. The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine. At that moment, a young woman entered the hospital room, carrying a wine-red handbag. This hue was rare. Particularly in Yun City, Zhong Yu had inquired at 2 stores and found none. The woman's fair skin complemented her flowing long skirt, which danced slightly in the breeze, accentuating her voluptuous figure. The timing of the wind was impeccable, as was her presence. Upon noticing Zhong Yu, the woman paused, her gaze lingering on her for a brief moment. Zhong Yu promptly greeted, "Sister-in-law, you have arrived." The woman nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "You are." After Zhong Yu introduced herself, she turned to Lu Lei, "Manager Lu, please rest well. I must return to the office." Lu Lei felt a tinge of anxiety regarding the encounter between the two women. Just moments ago, he had chastised Zhong Yu for lacking a certain allure. Yet now he found her attire today to be quite fitting. Lu Lei maintained a facade of composure as he addressed Zhong Yu, instructing her to return and to inform him of any developments at work. As Zhong Yu nodded and prepared to leave, another woman called out to her, "Wait." Approaching Zhong Yu, she gently tucked a stray lock of hair that had fallen into her collar back into place and offered her a smile. Zhong Yu expressed her gratitude, and at the moment she closed the hospital room door behind her, the woman delicately brought her hand, which had brushed against Zhong Yu's hair, to her nose for a brief sniff. This seemingly casual gesture conveyed a wealth of information. For instance, it suggested that this assistant manager, Zhong Yu, did not wear overpowering perfume and did not strike one as an overtly flirtatious woman. Thus, Lu Lei's mistress could not possibly be her. The woman approached the bedside, surveying the surroundings, yet her demeanor did not suggest that she was there to care for a patient. Lu Lei, growing somewhat impatient, urged, "Could you help me adjust my position a bit?" However, the woman seemed to ignore him, settling down by the bedside instead. Lu Lei, feeling a surge of irritation, reiterated, "Did you not hear what I said? I need you to help me adjust." The woman replied calmly, "Just a moment, please." Lu Lei insisted, "I need you to assist me now." The woman coolly responded, "Why the rush? Just wait a second." It was only when the nurse entered that Lu Lei finally addressed her, "Could you please assist me in adjusting my position?" The nurse glanced at the woman, then, with a puzzled expression, helped elevate Lu Lei's bed slightly, advising him, "You cannot remain propped up for too long. Remember to lower it soon, or the blood flow to your legs will be compromised and you'll feel discomfort." After administering the 4-drip, the nurse specifically mentioned to the woman, "Please keep an eye on him for any adverse reactions, and if there are any, press the bell promptly." The woman nodded, smiling, "Thank you, nurse, for your hard work." As the nurse departed, Lu Lei demanded, "I want water. Pour me a glass." The woman, seemingly preoccupied with her phone as if texting someone, replied nonchalantly, "Just a moment. Please, why not have a piece of fruit first?" Lu Lei, feeling a surge of frustration, snapped, "Do you have hearing issues? I said I want water. I'm thirsty." His veins visibly bulged with anger, yet the woman remained unfazed, asking, "Why are you so upset? Is it really necessary? When I had a miscarriage and was recuperating, you treated me in a similar manner, and I certainly wasn't this angry then." Noticing Lu Lei's impending explosion of rage, she observed as he quickly suppressed it instead. Finding the situation dull, she rose and inquired, "No more temper?" Then, Lu Lei could only respond with silence. The woman, pouting slightly, remarked, "If you're not going to be angry, then I shall take my leave." And indeed, she walked away. From the moment Lu Lei was admitted to the hospital yesterday until today, she had visited him twice, each time employing the same manner he once used with her. It dawned on him that Lu Lei was capable of feeling anger. But what was the source of this anger? Lu Lei is indeed a source of trouble. After the woman muttered to herself, she turned away without a glance and remarked, "With so many women at your disposal, why not simply choose one to attend to your needs?" Lu Lei scoffed, "Do not attempt to provoke me. Do you truly believe that you can divorce me and secure a larger share of my wealth?" The woman shrugged, "If that's the case, then let us not part ways. I am in no hurry." Lu Lei felt an overwhelming urge to smash something, yet there was nothing within reach upon the bedside. Damn it. Ever since that little scoundrel Yi Buchang began to oppose me, my fortunes have taken a turn for the worse. Just wait until Friday. You shall see how I deal with you. Lu Lei swore vehemently to himself. However, when Friday arrived, he could never fathom why he suffered such a devastating defeat. Chapter 0063. What on earth are you expecting? The annual key projects of the Design Institute typically undergo a review by the expert panel within the institute. Following the formal bidding process, a simulated public bidding session is conducted, wherein scores are allocated across 3 categories: quotation, business, and technology. Weighted at 2, 3, 5 on a 100-point scale. No one takes this meeting seriously, as it is widely understood that it merely serves as a procedural formality to disperse funds through an official channel, allowing the expert panel to justifiably claim a stipend while everyone amicably participates, bringing the matter to a close. In accordance with traditions from other institutes, it is not uncommon for a single project to have multiple proposals submitted by the same institute, akin to a collusive bidding practice. However, this approach tends to create an atmosphere where insiders compete against each other. To mitigate such occurrences, President Fu Yong has instituted a clear mandate for bidding internal competition, which he believes is detrimental to unity. Consequently, subsequent key projects have devolved into assignments designated to specific project departments, which assume full responsibility throughout the process, with minimal likelihood of any changes arising mid-course. Yet, Yi Buchang eventually realized that this management style, while ostensibly lightening the internal workload, had effectively transformed the Design Institute into a monolithic entity under Fu Yong's unilateral command. To secure a key project from Fu Yong, mere competence became secondary. The ability to ingratiate oneself emerged as the pivotal factor. The so-called prohibition of internal competition essentially relegated everyone to a state of subservience. There exists a well-known adage: what I do not give, you cannot seize. If you do, you are undermining unity and becoming the sworn enemy of everyone within the Design Institute. At present, Yi Buchang finds himself entrenched in such a predicament. He is, perhaps, the first designer in 5 years to openly oppose a preordained project. Moreover, he is devoid of any power or influence. Today's review meeting marks the first occasion in 5 years that the expert panel will face 2 bids, mirroring the atmosphere of an official bidding event. The session today will also adopt a public bid announcement format to determine the first and second place entries, ultimately allowing the president and secretary to select a representative from the Design Institute for the bidding of the underground commercial complex project at Yunqing Central Square. As the initiator, leader, and chief designer of the second project proposal, Yi Boqiang remains in his office, hesitating to proceed to the conference room. Wei Yuping occasionally glances in Yi Boqiang's direction from his workstation, suppressing a smirk. Is he sweating profusely? That day, Yi Boqiang had flicked ash onto his keyboard, almost dousing it with water, culminating in Wei Yuping's reluctant apology. For the past few days, Wei Yuping has avoided making eye contact with others, as if every glance directed at him carried the weight of the humiliation he felt when Yi Boqiang had ruthlessly trampled on his dignity. However, today's scenario is different. Yi Boqiang will be publicly announced as unsuccessful, and he will have to gather his belongings and depart. Today also marks the moment when Wei Yuping rises anew. He held the phone tightly, poised to relay the final results to Lu Lei at any moment. Casting a sidelong glance at Yi Boqiang, he inwardly scoffed. Are you feeling uneasy now? Do you think you are a worthy opponent for Manager Lu? The immense workload is a collective effort of everyone in the second project department. Do you truly believe that your solitary efforts can match what the entire team has accomplished? Damn it. I am eager to see how you will exit this situation today. The dignity that Wei Yuping lost will be reclaimed in full at the conclusion of today's mock review meeting. Wei Yuping rose and strode toward the office door, glancing at Yi Boqiang. Engineer Yi, aren't you coming? If not, should I arrange for you to take a leave? Upon hearing Wei Yuping's voice, everyone shared the same thought. Yi Boqiang, huh? Do you also experience fear? Yi Boqiang couldn't be bothered to acknowledge Wei Yuping. He gathered his belongings and proceeded to the meeting room. Outside a relatively large conference room at the Design Institute, someone appeared as though they had lost something, searching earnestly. When they inadvertently raised their gaze and spotted Yi Boqiang, they unexpectedly greeted him. However, Dai Shuiyo's eyes gleamed with a hint of smugness as he conveyed with his gaze, "Did you not anticipate that retribution would arrive so swiftly?" Dai Shuiyo had intended to salvage face for his niece, Dai Qian, at the second project department, but ended up apologizing to Yi Boqiang instead. Whether Dai Qian lost face was of little concern to him. What mattered was that he had lost a dignity he had never before experienced. Today, as a member of the expert panel, he held the power to determine Yi Boqiang's fate. From a professional standpoint, Lu Lei, who has led the team for many years and has earned the trust of the dean, may not necessarily present the most exceptional proposal, but it is undoubtedly the safest. Furthermore, Yi Boqiang's ruthless demeanor in the office should have prepared him for the ultimate outcome. In scenarios where 2 proposals are of equal merit, personal sentiments will invariably dictate the direction of the result. Thus, your accusation of me abusing my position for personal gain is likely unfounded. Dai Shuiyo observed Yi Boqiang's relatively expressionless face, pondering whether he appeared calm on the surface while internally he was in a state of turmoil. Dai Shuiyo had come here to await Yi Boqiang, relishing the feeling of superiority, enjoying the sight of Yi Boqiang in disarray, desperately seeking a remedy, ultimately bowing down in defeat. He reveled in wielding power over another's fate. Yi Boqiang passed by him, showing no intention of exchanging even a single word. Dai Shuiyo's face flushed with indignation. Did this fool not realize the tumultuous scene awaiting him? What pretense of nobility was he putting on? What indifference was he feigning? If he genuinely did not care, what right did he have to oppose Lu Lei's designs? The anticipated confrontation did not unfold. And even in the absence of insight into his thoughts, Dai Shuiyo felt a sense of disappointment, coupled with a hint of embarrassment. Finally, unable to contain himself, Dai Shuiyo called out, "Yi Boqiang, do you not have anything to say to me?" Yi Boqiang paused, glancing at Dai Shuiyo. "If you have something to say, then speak. If not, I shall proceed inside." Dai Shuiyo's face twitched abruptly, akin to receiving an unexpected slap from Yi Boqiang. The pain was minor, yet the humiliation was profoundly impactful. With a forced smile, Dai Shuiyo remarked, "The second proposal, the one you submitted, I have perused briefly, and it is quite commendable. However, it is not without its fair share of issues." At this juncture, Dai Shuiyo halted, his gaze fixed on Yi Boqiang, his smile seemingly conveying, "Now, let us see if you comprehend the situation." Would Yi Boqiang apologize? Would he lower his stance? Would he submit to Dai Shuiyo? Regardless of the choice, It would afford Dai Shuyo a sense of reclaimed satisfaction akin to regaining lost advantages. As for the prior loss of face, the upcoming review meeting would serve to restore it entirely. He continued to regard Yi Buochang with a grin, as if he were certain that Yi Buochang would capitulate. Yi Buochang stared at Dai Shuyo in bewilderment. What on earth are you anticipating? Chapter 0064. Who is the dead dog? Yi Buochang, with drooping eyelids, regarded the old man with disdain, remarking, there are numerous issues. So what? What do you mean by so what? If your design is flawed, you will receive a low score, be eliminated, and ultimately lose to Lu Lei. Do you not care at all about winning or losing? Observing Dai Shuyo's twitching face, Yi Buochang continued methodically, if you wish to assign low scores, then so be it. Even if you give me a 0, what of it? Your presence is negligible. Your role insignificant, your influence almost non-existent. Old Dai, are you attempting to seek validation through me? How did you manage to attain the title of senior architect? And what of your promotion to senior engineer? Fool. With that, Yi Buochang pushed open the door to the conference room, leaving Dai Shuyo in a state of disarray. Clenching his fists and taking a shaky breath, he cursed inwardly, you will regret this when I am seated on the judging panel. This is all you're doing. You ungrateful wretch. Once Lu Lei secures this project, I will ensure you receive your due. The prospect of Yi Buochang's future in the second project department being unbearable pressed down on Dai Shuyo, but he suppressed his anger and entered the conference room. As Yi Buochang stepped inside, nearly every gaze was fixed upon him, from Fu Yong and Liao Jiqiang to Lao Yuan, Wei Yuping, and Zhong Yu. Their emotions had been swayed by Yi Buochang's actions over the past few days. He had opposed Lu Lei's project design, engaged in a basketball match where he had deliberately injured Lu Lei, and had confronted Dai Shuyo with unrestrained ire, compelling his ex-girlfriend Dai Qian to apologize publicly. Undoubtedly, Yi Buochang had become the most discussed figure in the Design Institute recently. However, the sentiments surrounding him were predominantly negative, as he seemed to bring misfortune wherever he went. The spectators in the room harbored no goodwill towards him, they only wished to witness his downfall. While it appeared that the director's team had triumphed in that basketball match, in truth, the real victor was Yi Buochang. Over the course of these days, he, the public adversary, had continually emerged victorious. Hence, during today's review meeting, they were resolute in their desire to see him lose. This troublemaker ought to be vanquished, banished from their ranks, so he would no longer obstruct their view. The majority in the conference room shared this sentiment, with nearly all believing that the victor should claim all. Why should newcomers dare to challenge the established winners? They had become accustomed to raising the barriers high, dissuading others from thinking or striving, for contemplation and effort would ultimately prove futile. This allowed the early achievers to monopolize resources, enjoying unchallenged control and distribution. Their fervor and anger stemmed from the challenge to their power. They were furious. Yet beneath that fury lay a palpable fear. In stark contrast, Yi Buochang remained remarkably composed. The more they feared, the more it signified the righteousness of Yi Buochang's endeavors. In an inadvertent glance, Zhong Yu and Yi Buochang's eyes met momentarily before parting naturally. However, Yi Buochang was acutely aware that she sought greater security from him. Previously, no one had informed her that she could transition from being an assistant manager in the second project department to becoming a genuine member of the management team. She may have lacked ambition and not pondered extensively on her future. Yet, Yi Buochang created both physiological and psychological needs within her, once she had a goal. Her apprehensive emotions were a normal manifestation. She yearned to believe that Yi Buochang could succeed today. However, was it truly that simple? Just because Yi Buochang presented a new proposal, could he persuade Secretary Liao Jiqiang to champion this project for him? What significance did the director hold? Lu Lei had servilely catered to the director for years, yet he was easily dismissed. What did that signify? For the past few nights, Zhong Yu refrained from going out for drinks, instead contemplating the situation at home. Absurdly, her initial thoughts had revolved around whether Yi Buochang could triumph over Lu Lei, but soon morphed into concerns about Yi Buochang compromising her. A slight flush tinged Zhong Yu's cheeks as she pondered whether Yi Buochang's current nonchalance was feigned or if he was truly confident of victory. Old Yuan, despite believing that Yi Buochang lacked a winning chance today, still hoped for at least a sliver of opportunity at this moment. Even a small chance would mitigate the blow to his confidence. He genuinely feared that a rare moment of confidence for Yi Buochang, if crushed, could lead to a lifetime of introversion. Old Yuan's company needed Yi Buochang. In the sea of onlookers, some cast doubts, others scoffed, and a few harbored resentment. While only a select few wished for Yi Buochang to win today's bid. Director Fu Yong, with half-closed eyes, glanced over Yi Buochang's face, unwilling to linger even a moment longer, for Yi Buochang currently lacked the merit to capture his attention. Fu Yang casually remarked, "Let's commence when everyone has arrived." The leader of the expert panel, Tan Pinchao, also one of the vice deans and holding the title of chief deputy designer, announced the scoring criteria before picking up the first bid document. "Let us begin." At that moment, Yi Buochang noticed a subtle detail, a fleeting exchange of glances between Tan Pinchao and Liao Jiqiang. Although brief, he still registered it. When he learned of Tan Pinchao's ascension to the position of chairman of the group company, he recalled Tan Pinchao's career trajectory. Initially, Yi Buochang perceived Tan Pinchao's move from the ministry to the subordinate Yuncheng Design Institute of the design group as mere gilding. However, upon reflection, he realized that Tan Pinchao's advancement paralleled the entire development of Yuncheng. The moment Yuncheng truly emerged as a significant southwestern hub coincided with Tan Pinchao assuming the helm of the design group. Yi Buochang mused that from the outset, Liao Jiqiang and Tan Pinchao had been allies. Now, as the score for Lu Lei's primary proposal, the project leader for the underground commercial complex at Yuncheng Central Square, was revealed. It stood at 92 points. The announcement of this score left no doubt that Lu Lei had secured victory. This unprecedented high score is destined to elevate Lu Lei to new heights. In the conference room, the professionals led by Fu Yang displayed an air of nonchalance, as if the outcome were a foregone conclusion. Tan Pinchao produced the second set of results, announcing the underground commercial complex at Yuncheng Central Square, with project leader Yi Buochang receiving the second proposal, ultimately scoring 80 points. Once this bidding result was revealed, no one found it amiss. Even Lao Yuan and Zhong Yu merely felt a fleeting tremor in their hearts, refraining from displaying any overt dissatisfaction. The attendees, led by Dai Shueyo, wore expressions that oscillated between amusement and incredulity. This score was anticipated, yet it bore an absurd quality. Dai Shueyo was solely interested in witnessing the expression on Yi Buochang's face, which resembled that of a defeated cur. However, Yi Buochang's countenance revealed no trace of sorrow. He held his head high, brimming with confidence. How pretentious. Dai Shueyo couldn't help but curse inwardly. Fu Yang, arms crossed, prepared to summarize the results. At that moment, Tan Pinchao abruptly interrupted. "Dean, there is an issue with this rating. Dai Shueyo's score should be nullified." Dai Shueyo's expression shifted dramatically. Upon glancing at Yi Buochang, he found the latter's smile to be exceedingly sardonic. Who is the defeated cur now? Chapter 0065, a narrow margin within the expert review panel. It seems only Dai Shueyo harbors personal grudges, assigning scores to this project with a tainted perspective. He yearns for Yi Buochang to suffer a humiliating defeat, believing that only then can he redeem the dignity he lost when he publicly apologized to Yi in the office. However, he could scarcely fathom that the vice dean, Tan Pinchao, would single him out in such a public setting. At that moment, Dai Shueyo felt the piercing gazes of the crowd, akin to sharp blades, inflicting a painful sting. His face flushed, heart raced, and his eyes darted aimlessly. He was uncertain whether to search for something or merely smile at the audience, feeling overwhelmed by the hostility of the world around him. Unbeknownst to Dai, those who wished to see Yi Buochang fail were not faring much better. Wei Yuping was already sending messages to Lu Lei, reporting the situation. "Boss, our project scored 92, while Yi Buochang only got 8. His fingers froze mid-typing as he looked up at Tan Pinchao in disbelief, silently pleading, "Please, don't let anything unexpected happen." Wei Yuping was resolute in his wish to avoid any unforeseen consequences. What constitutes an unexpected event? Yi Buochang had just stood up. Once you turned the tide, those who had previously bullied him or reveled in his misfortune would find themselves at his feet, submissive. As for Wei Yuping, who had openly clashed with Yi, he would merely be a combatant among the subservient. He did not wish to live perpetually in Yi Buochang's shadow. His hands clenched tightly around his phone. Drenched in cold sweat, Fu Yang parted his lips, swallowing back his concluding remarks, and in a grave tone, inquired, "What issues are present in Dai's scoring?" Upon hearing this question, the hearts of those present hung in suspense. Tan Pinchao refrained from irrelevant discourse and stated plainly, in the scoring criteria, the business section, regarding performance, corporate strength, award status, the requirements for appointed project leaders, and team member qualifications, was assessed using identical standards for both project designs. Hence, the scores in this segment should be entirely consistent. However, the scores for the two proposals exhibit considerable disparity. Upon a cursory review, it is evident that the issue lies within Dai's scoring. For every criterion mentioned, Dai assigned lower scores to Proposal 2 compared to Proposal 1. which is where the divergence in scores emerges. Dean, we have two options: either invalidate Dai's scores entirely, canceling his assessments for both Proposal 1 and Proposal 2, or revoke Dai's eligibility to score and restart the bidding process. Dai Shuiyo's face turned scarlet, akin to a monkey's backside. He lacked the courage to meet the dean's gaze. Consumed by thoughts of leveraging his authority to dispose of Yi Buochang, he had never imagined that Vice Dean Tan would publicly subject him to such severe scrutiny. This could be a devastating blow to his reputation and standing. Yet, for him, it might not even constitute a significant concern. The crux of the matter lies in the foolish maneuver executed by Dai Shuiyo, which resulted in Fu Yang's failure to decisively eliminate Yi Buochang in one fell swoop. Consequently, the prospect of re-singing the bid became too uncertain for Fu Yang to dare attempt. This is precisely the reason for Yi Buochang's unwavering confidence in the face of Dai Shuiyo. I may falter repeatedly, yet should you err even once, it is over for you. Fu Yang inhaled deeply and publicly declared, "Shall we nullify Dai Gong's scores and announce the results?" Tan Pinchao once again confirmed before the assembly. Will the results we announce here be deemed the final outcome of this evaluation? Fu Yang's eyelids twitched. Indeed. After a brief moment of calculation, Tan Pinchao officially announced for the second time that the score for Proposal Number 1, overseen by Comrade Lu Lei, was 90 points, while the score for Proposal Number 2, managed by Comrade Yi Buochang, was 92 points. The earlier commotion in the conference room instantly froze as if plunged into an ice cellar. The only sound that pierced the silence was that of the air conditioning. No other noise could be heard. Yet, Yi Buochang maintained his confident demeanor. He remained unfazed by the prior scores and did not succumb to euphoria over the final tally. Instead, he exchanged a steady glance with the previously silent Liao Jiqiang. Liao Jiqiang had earned Yi Buochang's trust, while Yi Buochang garnered Liao Jiqiang's admiration. Thus, their collaboration was irrevocably solidified. After an indeterminate passage of time, the crowd collectively gasped, as though rapid breaths were necessary to grasp the reality before them. They turned incredulously towards Tan Pinchao, questioning the validity of these results. The most vociferous dissent came from Fu Yang, who expressed no objections to Yi Buochang's higher score but demanded clarity on the 2-point advantage. In critical matters, seasoned comrades cannot claim to achieve perfection, yet in terms of experience, no young colleague can possibly rival Yi Buochang. Vice Dean Tan, could you elucidate this for us? Tan Pinchao placed the two proposals side by side. From a design philosophy perspective, one was conservative while the other was avant-garde. However, there was no disparity in the technical scoring segment. The true difference lay within the preliminary analysis, which accounted for 5 points. In the preliminary analysis conducted by Manager Liu and his team, the results merely skimmed over the client's materials. In contrast, Comrade Xiaoye's preliminary analysis provided a comprehensive evaluation of the site conditions surrounding traffic, environment, and commercial or cultural factors. Most significantly, he presented his insights regarding the urban planning of Yunqing over the next 5 years, aligning with the relevant themes of last year's development plan for Yunqing. The additional 2 points appeared to be an acknowledgement of his thorough contemplation. In the eyes of our expert panel, these 2 points could potentially serve as the decisive factor in securing our Design Institute's key projects for the year. 2 points? Merely a 2-point difference. And Lu Lei lost half a year's worth of effort? The collective labor of the entire second project department has been completely undermined by a preliminary analysis report related to the project. Does Yi Buochang truly deserve to win? Whether it is Dai Shuiyo or Wei Yuping, neither of them wishes to see Yi Buochang emerge victorious. Yet, what does it matter? One harbors a personal vendetta, while the other loathes Yi Buochang to the core but is powerless to eliminate him. Their only hope rests upon Fu Yang. However, Fu Yang, with both hands pressed firmly on the table, rises and nonchalantly declares, "Let us proceed with Yi Buochang's second proposal for the municipal construction project bidding." Having said this, he exits the conference room without a backward glance. At this moment, Liao Jiqiang stands up, approaches Yi Buochang, and extends his hand. "Xiaoyi, congratulations on your achievements. But a new challenge has only just begun." Yi Buochang takes Liao Jiqiang's hand and responds, "I shall not disappoint the secretary's lofty expectations." Chapter 66. Things have improved at this moment. Zhang Yu yearned to be by Yi Buochang's side, sharing in the elation of victory. Yet, she remained composed, aware that outwardly she and Yi Buochang belonged to opposing factions. Her primary objective now was to soothe the irascible Fu Yang and, indeed, to negotiate for more from him. The effectiveness of Yi Buochang's prior preparations would soon reveal itself. As for Old Yuan, there was no need to elaborate. His heart felt as if it were being squeezed, making it difficult to breathe. It was only at the moment the true results were announced that he comprehended the profound challenge of maintaining calm after victory. A struggle more arduous than waiting for the results and dealing with disappointment. He felt genuine joy for Yi Buochang, but could not allow it to show. He could not even approach Yi Buochang for a conversation. In fact, when Liao Jiqiang moved closer to Yi Buochang, many others were already eager to forge connections with him. Liao Jiqiang seemed to deliberately draw attention to Yi Buochang, exclaiming his admiration for Ye's unpretentious demeanor in both triumph and defeat. He remarked on the weight of the upcoming tasks ahead and the importance of fostering unity. Yi Buochang responded graciously, thanking the secretary for his guidance, promising to work diligently and promote solidarity. Yi Buochang was a perceptive individual, and Liao Jiqiang did not need to elaborate further. After casting another appreciative glance at Yi Buochang, he departed alongside Tan Pinchao, who also did not hide his admiration for Yi Buochang, knowing they would frequently interact in the future. Dai Xueyo had long awaited an opportunity to explain to Tan Pinchao why he had achieved different scores under the same proposal and setup. Director Tan, Dai Xueyo called out to Tan Pinchao. However, Tan glanced at his watch, noting the late hour. Old Dai, it's getting late. We can discuss this any time. But not today. Let's find another time for tea in my office. He decisively declined Dai Xueyo's request and left the conference room with Liao Jiqiang. Yi Buochang looked at Dai Xueyo and said, Dai, minor errors are inconsequential. They can be rectified. However, fundamental mistakes cannot be tolerated. Did you not inquire if I had anything to say? I shall tell you now. I relish seeing you begrudge me, yet strive to outdo me. Dai Xueyo trembled, his expression difficult to articulate. Perhaps there was anger, but more prominently, there was a sense of embarrassment and regret. Why had he allowed pride and animosity to cloud his judgment? How could he make such a blunder in such a professional matter? In the future, merely surviving in the workplace might become a challenge, and securing key projects would likely elude him. Yi Buochang's victory was not a testament to his prowess, but rather a reflection of Dai Xueyo's astounding folly. With his head lowered, he exited the conference room, heading towards Fu Yang's office. Ahead lay the unpredictable temperament of the director. As a veteran, he could only imagine the scolding he might receive from Fu Yang. Each step felt precarious, a mixture of discomfort and humiliation, as if he were barely able to endure. In this instance, Yi Buochang's outward triumph was devoid of any turbulence. The arduous preparations and calculations, coupled with the intricate web of interpersonal relationships, made securing this victory exceedingly exhausting. Yet, after the hard-fought triumph, the profound sense of relief that washed over me is beyond articulation. A worthy reflection lies in the reasons behind Fu Yang's inability to overturn the results in Tan Pinchao's on-site maneuvers. Tan Pinchao and Liao Jiqiang are allies, well established in their renown. However, Tan Pinchao's actions during the bidding process exhibited a certain finesse. Firstly, how many members of the expert panel were aligned with Tan Pinchao? Or was it the case that, besides Dai Xueyo, the entire panel consisted of Tan Pinchao's associates? This signifies that prior communications were effectively conducted. Furthermore, Dai Xueyo today might merely be a scapegoat. The second strategic move involved granting the dean the authority to either overturn the initial bidding results or nullify Dai Xueyo's scores. If the first bid were to be overturned, would it yield the outcome Fu Yang desired? He lacked complete certainty at this juncture, having already discerned a traitor among the expert panel. Thus, invalidating Dai Xueyo's scores appeared to be the most advantageous course of action. However, he was taken aback to discover that it was not just a single traitor within the panel, but rather that every member was compromised, all having been swayed by Tan Pinchao. This was where the dean felt most frustrated and miscalculated. Tan Pinchao's most audacious maneuver was the final step, which forced Fu Yang into a corner, compelling him to publicly acknowledge that the nullified results of Dai Xueyo's scores would serve as today's final evaluation. He was denied any opportunity to prolong the issue. The moment Fu Yang uttered those words, his defeat was sealed. He had been systematically ensnared. Yi Buochang may have plotted against him, but his capabilities were limited to merely predicting Fu Yang's reactions. The true architects of Fu Yang's downfall were Liao Jiqiang and Tan Pinchao, who meticulously orchestrated his demise from behind the scenes. Yet, Fu Yang miscalculated a critical aspect. Tan Pinchao was not Liao Jiqiang's subordinate. Rather, it was Liao Jiqiang who was under Tan Pinchao's influence. This outcome was not only elusive to Fu Yang. Had Yi Buochang not been aware from the outset that Tan Pinchao would ultimately ascend to leadership, he too would have been blind to it. Yi Buochang triumphed decisively, without a trace of hesitation, which reaffirmed the notion that assertiveness is paramount. Submissiveness only breeds further timidity. The weaker the aura, the slimmer the chances of success. Just as now, the moment Yi Buochang exited the conference room, individuals in the corridor were already creating opportunities for serendipitous encounters. Buochang, how is your injury healing? Buochang, my wife once used a scar removal serum. You might want to give it a try. Never mind, I'll bring it to the office tomorrow for you to test it. If it works, you can continue using it. Yi Buochang, when you have time, let us play a couple of games at the baseball field. In response to these cordial greetings, Yi Buochang acknowledged each one with grace. However, the sense of fulfillment experienced in youth shall never return. Maintaining essential boundaries with colleagues is an indispensable lesson in the workplace. As long as they refrain from encroaching upon Yi Buochang's emotional and core interests, it is expected that all parties can coexist amicably. Certainly, these colleagues are not extending their goodwill merely because they witnessed Yi Buochang triumph in securing the bid. Rather, it is due to the fact that upon his acquisition of the project, the positions within his team have become exceedingly valuable. From that moment forth, Yi Buochang has acquired the authority to determine these positions. A project, from its initial design to its eventual completion, embodies a great deal of power and financial stakes. Each position signifies experience, wealth, and influence. Yi Buochang has, at long last, achieved his resurgence. Chapter 67. The allure of the article when Fu Yang entered the office. He was remarkably calm. However, as he stood before his desk, he felt an overwhelming urge to hurl the teacup resting upon its surface. He grasped it, only to set it back down again. His gaze shifted to the ashtray, contemplating using it as a projectile, but he restrained himself once more. Ultimately, he chose to seize the internal journal placed prominently on the desk, intending to throw it in a fit of frustration. Yet, before he could release it, the cover of the magazine captivated his attention. Upon flipping it open, he discovered an article detailing how the dean's team triumphed over the secretary's team in the basketball match held that Tuesday morning. The very irritation he felt during the mock review session dissipated as he absorbed the content of the piece, lifting his spirits to a spring-like ease. A glance at the author's name revealed it to be Zhong Yu, and in that moment, all of Fu Yang's vexation vanished. There was a knock at the door, and Fu Yang invited the visitor in. Zhong Yu entered with a graceful sway, leaving the door ajar. Approaching Fu Yang, she quickly noticed the publication in his hands and, observing his demeanor, surmised that the article had indeed made an impact. Fu Yang waved the journal slightly, remarking, "This is yours." Zhong Yu replied, "I intended for the dean to see it before the meeting. When I arrived, he had already gone to the conference room, so I left it on the table." Fu Yang chuckled, "I was unaware of your literary talent." Zhong Yu shot him a knowing glance. There are many things the dean is oblivious to. In truth, Fu Yang dreaded being ensnared by Zhong Yu. Thus, he had reluctantly brought her into the organization and assigned her to the second project department, trusting Liu Lei to keep an eye on her. Yet, recent observations suggested that Zhong Yu was not merely a decorative presence. She possessed ideas and capabilities. After serving as an assistant for some time, she had proven herself competent in her duties. The article also rekindled memories for Fu Yang, evoking a sense of nostalgia that he had long thought lost. However, he quickly steered himself away from such thoughts, resolute in not risking everything he had worked so hard to achieve for the sake of a woman. With a light-hearted laugh, Fu Yang commented, "The article may be a tad embellished." Zhong Yu replied, "Everyone knows the Design Institute owes its success to the dean's leadership. Outsiders may accuse us of exaggeration, but they have no idea how much more dramatic the reality is. I merely embellished the basketball narrative a bit. The underlying metaphors regarding our work could certainly be more pronounced." Fu Yang's laughter grew more genuine. Recognizing that Zhong Yu had gained considerable insight during her foundational training over the past 2 years. Seizing the moment, she added, "Therefore, Dean, I wish to further hone my skills." Fu Yang gestured encouragingly, "Feel free to express your thoughts boldly." Zhong Yu continued, "Since the Institute has decided to submit the second proposal for the municipal construction project, I would like to take on the role of project leader and lead the team myself." Fu Yang did not object. He merely inhaled sharply. "You are in charge of this?" This project design was primarily led by Yi Buochang. It appears that the secretary is heavily involved. You claim you wish to assume the role of project leader. They may not readily agree. Zhong Yu displayed a hint of urgency. Yi Buochang had merely instructed her to convey this, without mentioning how to respond should the dean bring up the secretary. The atmosphere became awkwardly tense. Zhong Yu had no choice but to maintain a smile with her enchanting visage, silently gazing at Fu Yang. This demeanor seemed to compel Fu Yang to devise a solution. He was not unwilling, yet found himself in a quandary. From the moment the bids were opened and the second proposal emerged victorious, Fu Yang had concocted at least 3 strategies in his mind. It would be hard to believe that someone in his position lacked the ability to adapt under pressure. The first strategy, Lu Lei could take over the second project design, allowing Yi Buchang to assist. They would secure the funds and the credits. But the accolades could be diluted. Should he dare to voice dissent, it would jeopardize unity. In matters of competing interests, there would be many willing to confront Yi Buchang. The second strategy, if the secretary insists, let him have it. If Yi Buchang wishes to be the project leader, so be it. With so many affairs, processes, and interests at play, a young person with neither background nor capability, who had recently offended Dai Shueyo and injured Lu Lei, would struggle. He had not shown any regard for Fu Yang as the dean. He had offended at least half of the Design Institute. For such a large project to function smoothly, collaboration with the Construction Institute was essential. Could Yi Buchang manage? If not, he would be held accountable. If he succeeded, his interests would be scrutinized, and he would be thoroughly dealt with. The third strategy was even simpler: communicate with the client and withdraw from this bidding. Of course, the third option was easily dismissed. Such a self-destructive tactic would be far too naive for someone at Fu Yang's level. Therefore, he preferred to select one from the first 2 strategies. However, Zhang Yu presented him with an entirely new choice. Upon seeing the cover photo of the publication before him, Fu Yang felt a surge of excitement. After tapping the table, he stated, "I will discuss this matter with the secretary. If there are no objections from his side, it should not pose a significant issue. You may go now." Yi Buchang truly had a knack. She merely articulated her desires, without uttering a word more, and it seemed this matter was on the verge of resolution. Just as Zhang Yu was about to leave, Fu Yang suddenly called out to her, "Xiao Zhong, future articles should adhere more closely to the facts." Zhang Yu replied, "I will certainly write more articles grounded in reality moving forward." As Fu Yang watched the door close, he reflected on how Zhang Yu was no longer being unreasonable. This version of Zhang Yu appeared even more endearing. As Fu Yang's thoughts shifted to Liao Jiqiang, a wave of frustration washed over him, his expression oscillating between gloom and agitation. In the inpatient department of the orthopedic specialty hospital affiliated with Yunqing Sports University, Lu Lei gradually lowered his phone from his ear to his abdomen, the sounds of the ongoing call still resonating in the receiver. "Mr. Lu, when will you return? Have you not witnessed how arrogant that scoundrel Yi Buchang has become? He no longer regards our second department with any respect. Mr. Lu has the score of Plan 2 surpass that of Plan 1? Chi Lei felt as though he were ensnared in a surreal dream. Yi Buchang? On what grounds? How dare he in a fit of rage? Lu Lei seized his phone and smashed it against the wall, shattering it into countless fragments. Yi Buchang, I will not rest until I see your downfall. I shall not bear the surname Lu any longer. As the workday drew to a close, Huang Changshan approached Dai Qian's desk and gently tapped on her workstation. You should find a way to mend your relationship with Yi Buchang. Even if you are not in a romantic relationship, you can still be friends. Dai Qian's complexion fluctuated between crimson and pallor, as the contrast between her own lack of achievement and Yi Buchang's success plunged her into depths of despair. Chapter 0068, The Soothing Melody. A gift of apples in this world. Few individuals genuinely wish for their ex-partners to thrive more than themselves. Dai Shi, of course, harbored no such sentiments. Upon learning about Yi Buchang's family circumstances, her initial reaction was to distance herself, which could be understood. However, her efforts to publicize Yi Buchang's familial situation among their colleagues left many bewildered. Her intent was to substantiate that her departure from Yi Buchang was unavoidable, and to ensure that everyone comprehended her actions. Ultimately, she sought to avoid moral reproach when embarking on a new romantic endeavor. From that moment on, Yi Buchang's life was marked by disappointment, his work fraught with failure, and his spirit engulfed in despondency, thus accentuating Dai Shi's superiority and the righteousness of her choice. Yet, contrary to her expectations, Yi Buchang's character underwent a transformation. His assertiveness on the court, success in his career, and an unexpected improvement in his life left Dai Shi and Dai Shueyo feeling publicly humiliated. This outcome rendered Dai Shi a fool in the eyes of others. Moreover, the second proposal, spearheaded by Yi Buchang, was set to replace the second project department in the bidding for the underground commercial complex, further exacerbating Dai Shi's already tarnished mood. As if the heavens conspired against her, Li Changshan insisted she maintain a cordial relationship with Yi Buchang. Was there any distinction between this and begging? Perhaps some might not grasp Li Changshan's motivations. The project management department had already engaged in discussions with the client, and it was clear that the Design Institute was determined to succeed in this endeavor. The second proposal was destined to win the bid. When that time came, Yi Buchang would assume the role of the project leader, wielding considerable authority over personnel, materials, and finances. If Li Changshun wished to partake in the spoils, it was imperative that he secured Yi Buchang's approval. At this juncture, sending Dai Shi to Yi Buchang was not merely a nod to their past relationship. It was a calculated move to place her in Yi Buchang's orbit, allowing him a chance to retaliate. Li Changshun, indeed, was a master of manipulation, thoroughly understanding human nature. Though Dai Shi's expression was far from pleasant, she could not neglect the tasks assigned by Li Changshun, as they were directly tied to her income. Embarrassed, she opened her QQ friend list and attempted to restore Yi Buchang from her blacklist, only to discover she could not locate his QQ number. It dawned on her that Yi Buchang had removed her as well. Thus, she had no choice but to re-add him. Throughout that afternoon, Yi Buchang's messages had been incessant. Previously, he had mentioned that anyone wishing to participate in the design of the second proposal for the underground commercial complex should reach out to him via QQ. However, in the preceding days, his QQ had remained remarkably silent. Yet, on the afternoon the proposal review results were announced, his QQ buzzed incessantly. The messages from everyone were nearly identical, encapsulated in a single request: leave a spot for me. Yi Buchang, disinterested, prepared to clear his QQ messages before leaving work, intending to revisit them when the notifications ceased. Just then, a verification message appeared. Mozhang Huakai wishes to add you as a friend. Buchang, can we have a proper conversation? Yi Buchang hesitated momentarily before deftly maneuvering his mouse to click the reject button. When Dai Shi initially refrained from sending her request, she felt no particular emotion. However, after the verification message was dispatched, anticipation began to swell within her. She pondered how to initiate the first conversation with Yi Buchang. Why did she feel even more anxious now than when they were in a relationship? Cough, cough, cough. A message arrived. Yet, why was there no sound of knocking? An ominous premonition gripped Dai Shi. As she hastily clicked to open the message box, she was met with the disheartening words, "The wind blows north, your friend request has been declined." In that instant, a look of bewilderment washed over Dai Shi, leaving her feeling as if she were collapsing into her chair. It became evident that the most disheartening revelation was not that her ex was thriving, nor that a good horse might wish to return to old pastures, but rather that when she yearned to rekindle their connection, he offered her no opportunity whatsoever. For an extended period that afternoon, Dai Shi remained lost in thought. Yuan Lai, it's you. Let us go out for drinks tonight. The wind blows north. It's not yet time for celebration. My personal matters remain unresolved. We shall celebrate once everything is settled. Yuan Lai, it's you. You are becoming increasingly composed. Yi Buchang intended to inspect the old house in the south. If it met his criteria, he would act swiftly. Delays could lead to leaks and subsequent price hikes, altering the significance of the purchase. He returned the laptop to old Yuan and felt a wave of relief wash over him as he left work. Passing by a fruit stall, he purchased 2 apples, earning an exasperated glance from the vendor, who buys apples in pairs. After rinsing them with mineral water at the roadside, he ambled outside a nearby music store, savoring 1 apple. Inside, the same girl was playing the piano, yet she was no longer performing the familiar background music. When she missed a note and faltered momentarily, exhaling in frustration, she turned her head and caught sight of a familiar figure. It was as if she instinctively recognized who stood outside and what song he longed to hear. With renewed enthusiasm, she began to play the tune they both cherished. As the final note resonated, the glass exterior revealed no one remained outside. The vendor, carrying an apple, entered the practice room and handed it to the pianist, stating, "A young man outside asked me to give this to you. He expressed gratitude for your music," which helped him emerge from a low point in life. As the girl accepted the apple, her chin quivered slightly, instilling within her a remarkable sensation. It was as though, for the first time, she realized her piano melodies could genuinely assist others. This realization was quite enchanting. More importantly, the thought of returning to lessons on Monday weighed heavily on her. She had been resistant to practice these past few days. Yet, upon receiving the apple and learning that her music had aided someone in overcoming their struggles, she felt a sense of self-redemption. The subsequent piece she played flowed effortlessly, achieving a level of execution that had eluded her for many days. Even now, she feels formidable enough to repay her debts. Yi Buchang frequently departs from the music store, and a Honda Accord parked nearby honked twice. The passenger door swung open, and Zhang Yu leaned forward, tilting her head towards the window, calling out, "Wuchang, where are you headed? Allow me to give you a ride." Yi Wuchang replied, "No need. You may go." Zhang Yu insisted, "It's work-related. Let's discuss it inside the car." During rush hour, Yun City is notoriously congested, and since Yi Wuchang needed to head south, even taking the bus would be a hassle. After a moment's consideration, he decided to get into the passenger seat. Zhang Yu rolled up the windows tightly and increased the air conditioning's fan speed, directing the airflow toward Yi Wuchang. "What shall we eat?" she inquired. Yi Wuchang shot her a sideways glance, retorting, "What a ridiculous question." However, Zhang Yu suddenly smiled and added, "So your place? My place. Or perhaps, the home-like restaurant?" Chapter 0069. Changing faces. Yi Wuchang's original intention was to scold, and Zhang Yu could not possibly misunderstand. She possessed a thick skin and an unwavering persistence. After inquiring whether Yi Wuchang would prefer to go to her home or a hotel, she noticed his silence and smugly smirked, thinking to herself that dealing with him was rather simple. Either one refrains from provoking the other, or one stubbornly continues to engage, leaving the other with no recourse. Regardless, you have long been aware of my sordid affairs. In your eyes, I am nothing but a wretched being. Thus, I might as well embrace my baseness entirely. Yi Wuchang, I wish to inquire about your private life. Yi Wuchang shook his head, replying no. Zhang Yu pressed further, asking if there was no room for imagination. Should I find a place to show you, and then you would have material? Yi Wuchang replied, no need. If I have needs, I can simply resolve them through payment. With a huff, he continued, when I pay for a woman, she only requires money. However, seeking you may not entail a financial transaction, yet you would surely demand my very life. Zhang Yu suppressed her playful smile, questioning, do you consider yourself utterly heartless? Or perhaps lacking in romantic sensibility? Do you believe that anyone, regardless of their character, could share a bed with me? Yi Wuchang responded, that is your private affair, and your own choice. It has nothing to do with me. If you feel I have wronged you, consider the current predicaments of Lu Lei and Fu Yang. Zhang Yu was rendered speechless. Both Lu Lei and Fu Yang were her partners, from whom she had reaped the rewards she desired. From a neutral perspective, her duplicitous nature was indeed glaring. Yi Wuchang was not devoid of emotional needs. Yet, whether through financial means or seeking a long-term companion, a woman like Zhang Yu could easily cast aside Lu Lei today, betray Fu Yang tomorrow, and perhaps even sell him out the day after. Yi Wuchang asserted with unwavering certainty, between us, it is solely an exchange of interests. You obtain what you desire, and I receive what I am owed. Zhang Yu struggled to quell her tumultuous emotions but had no choice but to focus her thoughts on work. I spoke with old Fu. His agreement was far from enthusiastic. Do you truly believe he will allow me to oversee Plan Number 2? I still find it rather unstable. Yi Wuchang replied, that is because Lu Lei is merely hospitalized, not deceased. Zhang Yu abruptly slammed on the brakes, nearly causing a collision, her body lurching forward as the seatbelt dug deeply into her. Without having settled back into her seat, she stared at Yi Wuchang in disbelief. Do you truly wish to kill him? Yi Wuchang, with a slight motion of his lips, retorted, have you lost your mind? Do you fancy this is a film where one simply dispatches this character or that? Lu Lei is only injured. He is not incapable of returning to work with the aid of crutches. Therefore, it is crucial to ensure that Lu Lei is unable to resume his duties. Zhang Yu still struggled to comprehend. What difference did this make to her understanding? Apart from wishing for Lu Lei's demise, it seems there is no better way to prevent his return to work, is there? Yi Wuchang's phone rang. In the past, whenever he saw Lin Hongtao's name on the screen, he would instinctively frown. Yet now, seeing Lin Hongtao's call brings him joy. It is not a penchant for masochism, rather. In the presence of these bloodsuckers, Yi Wuchang feels not only unburdened, but also empowered to utilize them as mere tools. He answered the call, hello, Lin Hongtao. Seething with anger, ground his molars and said, Yi Wuchang, listen closely. Tomorrow morning at work, go to the 4th hospital and bring your mother out. Yi Wuchang replied, my mother is ill and requires professional treatment at the hospital. Whether she is discharged or not is the doctor's decision. I don't care. Lin Hongtao could no longer contain his fury, shouting, I don't give a damn about the doctor. If you don't bring your mother out, I will make your life unbearable. Lin Hongtao perhaps failed to grasp an essential truth. If Yi Wuchang were to take his mother out, his life would still be intolerable. The mental anguish caused by his mother and the torment inflicted upon him by Lin Hongtao's family, coupled with the self-inflicted suffering of enduring grievances without the means to retaliate, these were all experiences Yi Wuchang was intimately familiar with. Thus, He was acutely aware of what he needed in this moment. Yi Buchang did not respond kindly. Lin Hongtao, do you think your face is so grand that you can command me to do your bidding? Have you lost your mind? If you want to pick her up, you do it. Sign a disclaimer with the hospital. And then sign the guardianship transfer agreement with me. If you want to take my mother home and care for her, go ahead. I consent. But if you take my mother out and leave her in my home for me to care for, what authority do you have to dictate anything? Yi Buchang was incensed, exclaiming, You old dog truly speaks without understanding the burden of standing. Show me how you intend to make my life miserable. I'm waiting for you. If you don't come, you'll face dire consequences. Lin Hongtao was left speechless, trembling and rigid with rage on the other end of the line. After hearing Yi Buchang hang up, Lin Hongtao stood outside the 4th hospital with reddened eyes, suddenly shouting, If I don't ruin you, I'll bow to everyone I meet. Passers-by, startled, hurriedly distanced themselves from Lin Hongtao, fearing his unpredictable outburst. Before him stood the 4th hospital, who knew the depths of Lin Hongtao's turmoil. What if he went berserk? It dawned on Lin Hongtao that those around him regarded him with the same fear they once reserved for Lin Sulan. Unexpectedly, he was now tasting the bitter flavor of that experience himself. Fine, if you're not afraid, I will go to your workplace tomorrow and confront your superiors. Just a moment ago, Yi Buchang appeared consumed by rage, yet upon ending the call, his demeanor shifted to calmness, even bearing a hint of amusement. Zhong Yu was bewildered. Yi Buchang, have you mastered the art of changing faces? You were quite terrifying just now. Why are you so composed at this moment? Yi Buchang suddenly turned to Zhong Yu, stating that Lu Lei would likely be unable to return to work normally. You should follow my instructions. If anyone causes a disturbance in the 2nd project department tomorrow, just ensure to handle it. Chapter 70. 50,000 yuan, borrowed without hesitation at first. Zhong Yu found Yi Buchang's approach amusing, as the imagery was undeniably comical. However, as the conversation progressed, her laughter faded. The method was rather ruthless. Previously, she had never deemed Yi Buchang as fearsome, but after witnessing his recent tactics, she could no longer regard him as merely a genteel individual. He appeared refined. Yet with the mere adjustment of his spectacles, he could swiftly transform into someone who would whisk them away to the authorities, a disconcerting juxtaposition. While driving, Zhong Yu felt her focus wavering. Following Yi Buchang's strategy, it was highly probable that Lu Lei would not return anytime soon, and she feared this predicament could linger for an extended period. However, this also implied that she would irreparably sever ties with Lu Lei. After considerable deliberation, Zhong Yu decisively nodded, agreeing to proceed as he suggested. Yet, she added a stipulation. Yi Buchang initially thought to question her authority to impose conditions. However, acknowledging the necessity of cooperation, he was willing to concede a bit. Go on, he replied. Zhong Yu stated, You must treat me with a modicum of courtesy moving forward. Even if it's a matter of mutual benefit, even if I'm essentially selling myself, it doesn't preclude the possibility of developing feelings over time, does it? At the next red light, Zhong Yu leaned against the steering wheel, playfully batting her eyelashes at Yi Buchang. In that moment, he recalled a phrase that epitomized her. A gold digger often masquerades as a romantic. Conversely, those who genuinely believe in love frequently adopt the guise of a gold digger. Clearly, Zhong Yu embodied the former. The car arrived at the dilapidated community near the south gate. Zhong Yu curiously inquired, What brings you here? Yi Buchang replied, To purchase a property. Gazing at the shabby appearance of the complex, Zhong Yu hesitated to exit the vehicle. Nevertheless, she followed him a few steps and asked, Do you lack a place to stay? Yi Buchang responded, If you find yourself without accommodation, I have several units available. You can choose one and move in with just your luggage, fully furnished. Indeed, Zhong Yu had not been lacking in financial gains over the years, especially with the support of Fu Yong and Lu Lei. It was quite reasonable for her to invest in multiple properties. Perhaps Fu Yong had even gifted her some of them. Many failed to grasp this arrangement, as Fu Yong had a family. Any movement of funds would not escape his wife's notice. This entailed workplace dynamics and interests. Some individuals would offer small gifts while befriending Fu Yong. Although he would refuse these tokens, Zhong Yu could accept them. Thus, acquiring 2 additional properties fell within the realm of possibility. Yi Buchang remained silent, prompting Zhong Yu to remind him, What did you promise me in the car earlier? You agreed that even in a matter of mutual benefit, we could maintain a certain cordiality and not be so cold. I am serious. If you currently lack a place to stay, choose a unit and move in. I won't charge you rent. Just look at how worn this community has become. The absence of natural gas pipelines leaves one to wonder if they still rely on hauling gas canisters upstairs. Can people truly reside here? This mockery has surely fueled the resentment of the local residents passing by. Every passerby who overheard these words rolled their eyes at Zhongyu, silently cursing under their breath. Yi Buchang finally spoke plainly. I am purchasing a house here not for habitation. Not to live in? Is it for investment then? When Zhongyu observed Yi Buchang in silence, she sensed that perhaps she had hit the mark. If it was indeed an investment, did he possess sufficient funds? I could lend you some money, she offered. Zhongyu's current demeanor was not due to an unexpected kindness, nor was it an indication of any affection for Yi Buchang. The root of her behavior lay in her concern that he held compromising information about her, akin to a ticking time bomb, especially after witnessing Yi Buchang's methods firsthand. She was further convinced of his volatility. The deeper her entanglement with Zhua Yi became, the more she would understand Yi Buchang and his preferences. Ultimately, her aim was to keep Yi Buchang within her sphere of influence. Yi Buchang, intrigued by the notion of borrowing money, noticed Zhongyu's evident insecurity. Faced with the choice between money and intimacy, if Yi Buchang were to abstain from both, it would only amplify her suspicions. Thus, he cautiously inquired, How much could you lend me? Zhongyu replied, Excluding my funds and mutual funds, stocks, and fixed deposits, I have approximately 150,000 yuan in liquid assets. If you need it, I can lend you all of it. If that's insufficient, I could sell some stocks. Yi Buchang waved his hand. No need. 50,000 yuan will suffice. The rest, if you are willing, we can jointly invest in a few properties here. Yi Buchang wished to avoid incurring any debts of gratitude with Zhongyu. Borrowing a few thousand yuan without interest would allow her a small profit. After all, in the significant time ahead, he would continue to engage with Zhongyu, a socialite adept at navigating upper echelons, making it beneficial to maintain that connection for future endeavors. Upon hearing that Yi Buchang sought money, Zhongyu's mood lightened. Not to share a bed, just borrowing money? That's acceptable. Perhaps she had no intention of repayment. But that was inconsequential. There had to be something to silence him. Certainly, given the current circumstances, the advantages Yi Buchang could provide far outweighed any threats. This was the primary reason Zhongyu was willing to lend him money. Wait for me here. I will return with the funds. Zhongyu's home was merely a short drive away. Yi Buchang entered through the large iron gate, which permitted only a small door. The security booth appeared to be a hastily constructed affair. A wooden board adorned the wall, covered with numerous notes, some seeking lost items, others for claiming found possessions. Yi Buchang glanced at them, noticing several listings for rental or sale properties interspersed among them. He proceeded to tear down the sheets that contained sale information. Following the contact numbers provided, he made 2 calls to arrange viewings for the properties. As a mother and daughter passed by Yi Buchang, he continued with his plans. They glanced up at Yi Buchang, instinctively wanting to avert their eyes. Coincidentally, although Yi Buchang had already ended the call, he maintained the posture of being on the phone, equally inclined to disregard their presence. Perhaps out of a sense of propriety, the older woman coolly addressed Yi Buchang, saying, Buchang, what brings you here? Yi Buchang then put down his phone, exclaiming, Third aunt. Xiaoying. Third aunt was holding a large bag of vegetables. When Ying noticed Yi Buchang's gaze fixated on the bag, she hurriedly urged her mother, Mom, quickly go home and put down the vegetables. We still need to go out for dinner. Don't be late. This cousin seemed to assume that Yi Buchang had come merely to mooch a meal, or perhaps even more. To become an unwelcome burden to the family. Chapter 71. Are you not going out to dine? Sen Ma did not rush to leave. Instead, she remained in place, conversing with Yi Buchang. We are all deeply saddened by your father's situation. You must remain strong. After all, your mother. Sigh, what can you do? Now that your father has departed, we find ourselves here reminiscing about him as a good man, albeit one who was indecisive. He often dawdled, excelling in trivial matters while faltering in significant ones. When he married, our entire family opposed it. Yet, he insisted on marrying your mother. We all knew what sort of family your mother came from, and he was fully aware as well, but he chose to act on impulse, which strained his relationships with his brothers. Moving forward, you must learn to be resilient on your own. Sigh, your third uncle sometimes wishes to lend a hand. But as you can see, our family's circumstances are quite challenging. Well, you have your own matters to attend to. We shall not delay you any longer. While it seemed she had expressed much, it felt as though nothing substantial had been conveyed. Nonetheless, Yi Buchang could distill it into a single sentiment. Your father brought this upon himself. He is unable to assist you. So do not seek us out for help in times of need. They might have misunderstood Yi Buchang's visit as a quest for assistance from his third uncle. His father was the second among the 3 brothers. On the day of his passing, The eldest and the youngest had come to pay their respects, hastily leaving 100 yuan before departing. In truth, Yi Buchang understood well the finality of such familial loss. No amount of consolation from others could alleviate the pain. It was only through personal experience that he grasped the harsh reality. When troubles befall you, aside from standing firm yourself, no one else can truly lend support. Yi Buchang nodded at Sanma. Sanma, Xiaoying, please go ahead and assist. In fact, Sanma had longed to depart. Using her words to deter Yi Buchang from asking for financial help or seeking his third uncle, they would not offer assistance even if they were capable. They would merely view Yi Buchang as a nuisance. She hoped he would be perceptive enough not to broach the subject. However, when Yi Buchang refrained from doing so, mother and daughter felt as if they had bypassed an easy hurdle. Just as they were contemplating ascending the stairs, a middle-aged woman approached Yi Buchang with a smile. You are Xiaoyi. Yi Buchang raised the document in his hand. Yes, I am here to inquire about your family's property. Upon hearing this, Sanma and Ying exchanged surprised glances. Was Lin Buchang considering purchasing property here? Sanma quickly greeted the middle-aged woman, Li Jie. Are you looking to sell your house? The woman waved her hand dismissively. No, I'm just showing it to a potential buyer. I need to see if it is suitable. Sanma's gaze shifted back to Yi Buchang, her expression growing somewhat complex. Was he truly interested in buying property here? Did he not already possess a home? He had one at the Railway Bureau and another in a residential community for government employees. Were 2 houses not sufficient for him? However, upon further reflection, it dawned on her that given Yi Buchang's timid nature, he would likely struggle to maintain both properties. The relatives of his deranged mother are utterly shameless. A decade ago, the house from the Railway Bureau was occupied by Yi Buchang's uncle. Now that his father has passed away, the unit in the cadre community is situated within the district of the experimental primary school. And his uncle's nephew is poised to enter primary school in 2 years. It is likely that they have had their eyes on it for quite some time. Can Yi Buchang safeguard this situation? His third uncle and aunt have privately discussed this matter, and they will undoubtedly engage in disputes over the property. It seems that the house has already been claimed. Yi Buchang only arrived today to inspect the property. Only the price of this house might fall within Yi Buchang's considerations. Just a moment ago, Lin Ying, who had been insisting on leaving, grasped her mother's hand tightly and shot her a significant glance, although she uttered not a single word. Her expression conveyed her intent clearly. Don't we also wish to sell our house? Aren't we just over 20,000 short of being able to purchase a new one? Why not approach him? Why should such a favorable opportunity benefit outsiders instead of our own? Lin Ying has long been weary of this dilapidated community. The security guard in the booth is an elderly man in his 60s, indifferent to who enters or exits. His sole duty is to sit there. After 10:30 in the evening, he locks the small gate. If someone returns late, they must rattle the iron door, producing a loud clanging sound, and he will impatiently shout, "Who is it, coming back so late?" When a 1 yuan note is presented to him, he will cease his grumbling and unlock the door, leaving with a curt, "Come back earlier next time." The community lacks streetlights, and during winter mornings, Lin Ying would dread descending the stairs as it was both dark and cold, leaving her uncertain whether to fear ghosts or miscreants. Her room, due to peculiar circumstances, could not accommodate an air conditioner. In the summer, she would squeeze into her parents' room to enjoy the cool air, preferring to endure the heat rather than sleep on the floor, even after cockroaches crawled across her forehead. How could a delicate princess like her continue residing in such a decrepit community? Her parents have recently set their sights on several properties, but are still short of funds. Now, an opportunity has arisen. If they can sell their old house, they can move immediately. As Yi Buchang is a relative, selling the house to him should be simpler. Shouldn't it? At that moment, while the mother and daughter hesitated, another homeowner descended to find Yi Buchang. The homeowner surnamed Li appeared somewhat displeased, saying, "Xiao Yi, are you still considering other houses?" Yi Buchang replied, "Buying a house is not like purchasing vegetables. One must compare options. If it suits me, I will buy it." Others nodded in agreement with this reasoning. The 2 homeowners hurriedly urged Yi Buchang to view their properties. Meanwhile, the third aunt pondered how to broach the subject with Yi Buchang. She had just told him not to seek them out unless necessary. And now she wanted to sell her house to him for cash. The third aunt felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of asking. Just then, Zhang Yu entered through the community's main gate, carrying a bag, and approached Yi Buchang, opening the bag to reveal 5 stacks of cash. Zhang Yu inquired, "Shall I give this to you now?" Yi Buchang shook his head and suggested they discuss matters in the car later, as he intended to inspect the house first. Zhang Yu chimed in, "I shall accompany you." At that moment, Sanma could no longer contain her emotions. The beautiful woman beside Yi Buochang must be his girlfriend. They were likely considering marriage, which was why they were here to view the property. If this opportunity slipped away, it would be irrevocably lost. Sanma suddenly called out, "Buochang, why don't you go ahead and look at the house? I will return home to prepare dinner, and you can join us for a meal afterward." The other two homeowners were unaware of the relationship between Yi Buochang and Meng Ru. However, Yi Buochang remarked, "Sanma, weren't you planning to dine out?" Meng Ru and Yi Ying were momentarily taken aback, their composure slightly faltering. Chapter 0072, Two Extremes. What is the essence of human relations? It is the ability to perceive certain truths without voicing them. However, this silent acknowledgement can be burdensome for oneself. Those who navigate social intricacies often find themselves at a disadvantage. When Meng Ru and Yi Ying initially regarded Yi Buochang as an inconvenience, they were determined to keep him from entering their home. Yet, in a swift turn of events, Yi Buochang transformed into a coveted guest they wished to invite, but could not. Though the embarrassment faced by the two women was minor, the ever-accommodating Yi Buochang, who rarely turned anyone away, had now rejected them with unexpected decisiveness. Zhang Yu, sensing a hint of discord, chose to remain silent and accompanied Yi Buochang to inspect the dilapidated properties in the neighborhood. Yi Ying, exasperated, exclaimed, "Mother, what does Yi Buochang mean by this? We invited him for dinner, and he turned us down outright." Meng Ru replied, "If you hadn't tried to be clever and suggested we go out to eat, would we have found ourselves in such a predicament?" Yi Ying pouted in dissatisfaction. "My father has never been fond of their family. Yi Buochang's mother is quite eccentric, and just thinking about her sends shivers down my spine. I don't want him in our home. Do you really wish for that? Look at him. Isn't he bothersome?" This candid expression of Meng Ru's thoughts elicited a sigh from her. "There's no choice then, if we wish to change homes. We must sell this one sooner rather than later. Take the groceries back, and ask your father to prepare dinner. I'll wait here for Yi Buochang to finish inspecting the properties and bring him home." Reluctantly, Yi Ying acquiesced, but the thought of relocating compelled her to endure. Moreover, she couldn't help but admire the LV bag the sister had been carrying earlier. Although it wasn't the classic print, it was undeniably beautiful. Yet, she pondered the authenticity of the item. It was likely a counterfeit, as Yi Buochang's girlfriend probably didn't come from affluent circumstances, and using replicas would be commonplace. She resolved to inquire where she had acquired such a piece. Yi Buochang had no intention of residing in this area. He was merely scouting the homes. Nevertheless, he approached the homeowners with utmost seriousness, striving to convince them of his genuine intent to purchase for habitation. Should they detect any ulterior motives, the ensuing negotiations could become precarious. After viewing two properties, Yi Buochang left his contact information with both homeowners for private discussions regarding pricing. Upon exiting the second property, he requested the homeowners not to accompany them further. Zhang Yu quietly remarked, "These homes hold little value. Based on the school district's reputation, the nearby primary and secondary schools are subpar. The only advantage is convenience for grocery shopping, and beyond that." As she trailed off, Yi Buochang understood that most residents of this community merely paid lip service to the notion of convenience. They spoke of preferring an elevator building, yet would refuse to live in one. But in reality, in the stillness of the night, they would whisper softly with their beloveds in bed, lamenting how their children were growing and their living space was becoming increasingly cramped. Observing the spacious homes of others, they couldn't help but entertain thoughts of relocating, only to let out a resigned sigh, feeling utterly powerless. Their original lives had molded them into a specific shape. They were confined to whatever form life had pressed upon them. Yi Buochang understood their sentiments well, as after many years, it was likely that 9 out of 10 households in Beimin shared the same feelings. When discussions of demolition and urban renewal arose, they had little recourse other than to offer sardonic smiles and feigned laughter. Thus, when the prospect of moving to a better residence presented itself, they would seize it without hesitation. Zhang Yu looked at Yi Buochang with a sense of confirmation, truly deciding to purchase a home here? Yi Buochang nodded affirmatively. Zhang Yu, with a hint of suspicion, inquired whether he had received any news about imminent demolition of the properties here. Yi Buochang shot her a glance, remarking on her incessant chatter. Zhang Yu's expression shifted. Yi Buochang's gaze was murky and somber. When he spoke kindly, he appeared devoid of any aggression, yet once provoked, he could be quite fearsome. Zhang Yu felt a tremor in her heart but bore no aversion to his demeanor. Blushing, she feigned indignation, asking, "What are you so fierce about?" "I was merely inquiring. You want me to follow you in buying a home, and I can't even gather the facts?" She dismissed it, saying, "Forget it," as if I never asked. "If you want to buy, then I shall too." Yi Buchang remained silent as they approached the entrance, where San Ma was peering towards them, clearly waiting for Yi Buchang. When Mingru saw Yi Buchang and Zhong Yu approaching, she stepped forward, asking how it went. Were the two homes suitable? All right, let us go home and discuss it. She said, your Sanba is waiting for you at home, cooking dinner. Come on. As she spoke, she reached for Zhong Yu's arm. Zhong Yu was more than willing to let Yi Buchang's relative misinterpret the situation. However, Yi Buchang had no intention of joining them for dinner. He evaded Mingru's outstretched hand, stating, San Ma, I have matters to attend to. I must leave now. As Yi Buchang departed, Zhong Yu naturally followed suit. Mingru rushed to the door, attempting to stop them, only to see Zhong Yu opening the door of a parked Accord. In this era, driving a low-end vehicle such as an Alto or a Xiaoli could suffice for pretension, but owning an Accord was akin to wearing wealth as a badge. Witnessing this scene, Mingru regretted her earlier comments to Yi Buchang, which were trivial yet deeply damaging to her pride. With little time to contemplate, she stepped in front of the passenger door, preventing Yi Buchang from entering. Buchang, listen to San Ma. You're already downstairs. Why not come up for a moment? Have some water? Your Sanba will say I, as an elder, do not treat the younger generation well. Yi Buchang sighed, San Ma. If I were to dine with you and Sanba here, what about my mother? She is still waiting at home for me. In her heart, Mingru's most genuine thoughts were filled with disdain, yet she could only force a smile and step aside to open the passenger door. Buchang, at some point, I shall visit your home with your third uncle. You are welcome to come over and spend time with us as well. Even after the car had driven away, Mingru continued to chase after it for a while, waving fervently at its rear. When Zhong Yu witnessed this scene in the rearview mirror, she cautiously glanced at Yi Buchang's profile. Yi Buchang softly expressed his gratitude with a simple thank you. This stirred a complex array of emotions within Zhong Yu. She found a certain allure in Yi Buchang's cold and fierce demeanor. However, the gentle side of Yi Buchang, now subdued, possessed its own unique charm. These two extremes left Zhong Yu's emotions in a state of fluctuation. Chapter 0073, bowing down for money. Zhong Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment when someone thanked him. His eyes darting about as he busily inquired, Thank you for what? For giving you 50,000 yuan? Yi Buchang shook his head, replying, Thank you for allowing me to put on a show of bravado. He couldn't help but notice, in the rearview mirror, the way his third aunt waved. A sight that stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. It was perhaps the first time in many years that she seemed reluctant to part from him. Her expression of feigned submission was oddly satisfying. Zhong Yu suddenly chuckled. I thought you didn't care about these things. Yi Buchang responded, If I didn't care, why would I stir up trouble at work? If I didn't care, why would I invest in an old, run-down property? Life is about pursuing fame and fortune. Only then do we feel fulfilled and find meaning in existence. As for how I conduct myself, that is merely a form of self-protection. I can no longer tolerate even a hint of grievance. Zhong Yu remarked, somewhat inexplicably, that sounds quite acceptable. She then asked, by the way, you've chosen both houses. So why didn't you buy them outright? You brought enough money after all. Yi Buchang replied, I want the two families to ponder over it a bit more. The price can still be negotiated down by at least a couple of thousand. Zhong Yu countered, a couple of thousand isn't much. Yi Buchang insisted. A couple of thousand is considerable. It's enough for me to pay for driving lessons. Zhong Yu looked at him in surprise. You don't have a driver's license? In this day and age, not having a license is quite common, he explained. It's not yet the season for mass driving lessons. However, in Yun City, the number of motor vehicles has ranked among the top 5 in the nation since the early 90s. Back then, during the Chuanqing competitions, driving across the city from south to north could take 2 hours, with only the second ring road in existence. It's terrifying to think about. Thus, in Yun City, the cost of driving lessons, which might appear as a mere 1,000 yuan, is just the surface fee. The actual expenses far exceed that amount. The money saved could be wisely spent on learning how to drive. Wouldn't that be delightful? Zhong Yu parked the car in a so-called upscale community on Zilin Road and handed over the 50,000 yuan to Yi Buchang. In her presence, he meticulously counted the money, drafted an IOU, and inked his thumbprint on it. Surprised by the formality, Zhong Yu casually tossed the IOU into her bag and said, Let us go? If you're not having dinner at your third aunt's, then come to my house. Yi Buchang remained silent as he exited the car. But instead of following Zhong Yu, he headed in the opposite direction out of the community. Zhong Yu called after him, Yi Buchang, am I going to eat you? Yi Buchang thought to himself, I am not afraid of being eaten. There are adults who eat people, but it's certainly isn't your turn. After leaving the community, he took a taxi home. Mingru did not bring Yi Buochang back to their house. When Yi Bin heard the sound of the door opening, he stepped out to see who it was. Mingru sighed, lamenting that her nephew had grown so proud that he could hardly spare her a glance. Yi Bin's expression darkened, questioning the purpose of his culinary efforts. Yi Ying's frustration mounted. Had she not known her nephew intended to purchase a home in their vicinity, she would have preferred to remain silent. What was so impressive about him? Yi Bin exhaled deeply, his countenance becoming increasingly grim. Mingru shot her daughter a disapproving look. Remarking on the significance of the situation, the young man held the crucial sum of over 20,000 for their impending house swap. You could wait another year. The prices for new homes may rise again, she added. This perspective quelled Yi Ying's anger entirely. Turning to her husband, Mingru contemplated their next move. Should it be he who approached Yi Buochang, or should she take the initiative? Yi Bin clenched his jaw, suggesting they hold off for now, as there was no absolute need to seek him out. The thought of pleading with Yi Buochang was unbearable for him. Moreover, when his elder brother passed, Yi Buochang offered no assistance, nor did he utter a single word of concern. Could the warmth of 100 yuan truly mend a long-lost familial bond? Everyone was astute. Absent a compelling motive, what chance was there for rekindling estranged ties? And with the death of his brother, the situation was even more complicated. As the family dined, each preoccupied with their own thoughts, a knock echoed from the door. Upon opening it, they found their neighbor, Li Mei, bearing fruit as a gift. Dear Teacher Yi, Teacher Ming, I happened to buy too much fruit and thought to share some with you, she cheerfully announced. By the way, young Yi is your nephew, isn't he? We've been neighbors for many years and maintained a good relationship. Since young Yi will be living in the same community, I hope you can speak kindly of us. Our home is always kept clean and cozy. Li Mei hurriedly exited, fearing the couple might refuse her offering, closing the door behind her. It was as if, by delivering the fruit, she ensured that Yi Buochang would purchase her house. Predictably, another neighbor soon arrived with local delicacies, similarly hoping Yi Bin could persuade his nephew to consider their property. That evening, Yi Bin sat in contemplation, chain-smoking, before turning to his wife. I should seek him out, he concluded. Ultimately, he intends to buy here, and we are family. There is no reason to favor outsiders. Both Mingru and Yi Ying exhaled in relief, smiles gracing their faces. The prospect of upgrading their living situation and the imminent possibility of installing air conditioning lifted Yi Ying's spirits. She mused about how wonderful it would be to move into a new home without delay. Mingru added that even with a new house, the timeline for renovation, furniture, and appliances meant they would be fortunate to move in before the year's end. Nonetheless, their moving plans had accelerated significantly compared to previous times. Yet, the thought of approaching Yi Buochang still unsettled Yi Bin. The notion of bowing to a younger relative left him feeling stifled. In truth, there was no need for such humility. Simply approaching Yi Buochang would likely secure the sale of his property. After all, who would ever turn down a windfall? Yi Buochang harbored no animosity towards Daba and Sanba. However, after Yi Ping wed Lin Sulan, they largely ceased their interactions with the two brothers. They perceived Yi Ping's choice of a wife with mental health issues as a disgrace to the Yi family. Despite this, Yi Ping still managed to carve out time from his responsibilities of caring for his wife and working to meet with the eldest and third brothers. When Yi and Sanba encountered Yi Buochang, they would indulge in their lectures. At that time, it was evident to all that their admonitions were not only detached from reality but also devoid of substance, delivered with a condescending air that left one feeling quite uncomfortable. Ultimately, it was a matter of their disdain for Yi Buochang and his family. Nevertheless, Sanba, now driven by the prospect of 30 to 40,000 yuan, seemed to have shed his haughty demeanor, his gaze likely becoming notably clearer. The following day, as Yi Buochang prepared for work, he initially believed his phone to be malfunctioning, having received no calls. It was remarkable that not only did Yi Bin refrain from calling, but Lin Hongtao also did not intrude with any calls, a rarity indeed. Yet, upon reaching the entrance of his workplace and witnessing Lin Hongtao's expression, a blend of anger and triumph, Yi Buochang thought to himself, if you hadn't shown up, I would hardly recognize you as Lin Hongtao. Chapter 0074. Two birds with one stone. 3 wins. Lin Hongtao is indeed the kind of individual who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. This trait is somewhat reflected in the 3 siblings of the Lin family. In the past, when Yi Buochang encountered such situations, he could only acquiesce, feeling helpless and resigned. It is not that there were no solutions, but rather that those solutions seemed impossible within Yi Buochang's understanding. After all, they were relatives. How could one sever ties with family? Now, however, those who irked him were not his kin. Yi Buchang strode directly towards the entrance of his workplace, where Lin Hongtao waited, cigarette in hand. Yi Buchang passed him without even a glance. Lin Hongtao pondered that, no matter what, he was still the eldest uncle. Surely, Yi Buchang would offer a greeting as he walked by? To his dismay, Yi Buchang continued on as if he were invisible. Lin Hongtao was immediately incensed. How could his sister give birth to such an ungrateful child? As the words escaped his lips, all the employees and officials from various departments on their way to work turned to look at Yi Buchang. Even the security guard stationed at the entrance leaned against the wall, intrigued by the unfolding drama. In the past, when Yi Buchang heard such remarks, he would simply lower his head, absorbing the negativity and striving to prove himself no ingrate. Yet now, Yi Buchang looked at Lin Hongtao and retorted, "Your mother wouldn't have expected you to become such a disgrace." Lin Hongtao's face, adorned with an air of arrogance, froze instantaneously, and laughter erupted from the crowd, accompanied by disdainful glances directed at him. In a fit of rage, Lin Hongtao raised his hand, intent on striking Yi Buchang. The latter moved closer, challenging him, "Come on, strike me, and shout for the security to call the police." Lin Hongtao was taken aback. How had Yi Buchang transformed into this audacious version of himself? Where had the honest, easily bullied Yi Buchang gone? To engage in personal attacks and then expect him to prove himself? Only fools seek to validate their innocence. If you accuse me, why should I have to furnish evidence of my integrity? If you dare claim I have foot odor, I shall retort that your mother suffers from disease. You fight your battles, and I shall fight mine. That is the only reasonable course of action. Yi Buchang, observing Lin Hongtao's reddened face, found his foolishness amusing. Lin Hongtao, consumed by his anger, shouted, "You dog! Did you send your mother to a mental institution and plan to abandon her?" Yi Buchang replied, "Shouldn't I be thanking you? While Dai Qian has yet to inquire about my family's circumstances, you have already informed her family of my mother's condition. Now, everyone in the Design Institute knows about it. Tell me, can a lunatic be cured?" Lin Hongtao soon realized that the employees surrounding him were not the least bit curious about Yi Buchang's mother's mental state. Rather, they regarded him as if he were a fool. Originally, Lin Hongtao had come to expose Yi Buchang's character, yet it seemed he had unwittingly exposed his own. At that moment, he recognized that arguing with Yi Buchang would yield no fruitful outcome. Pointing at Yi Buchang, I waved my hand dismissively, stating that I would seek out your superior. If your leader fails to provide me with a satisfactory explanation and does not restore justice for my sister, I shall create an uproar at your Design Institute. Yi Buchang nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that while I was free to cause a commotion, I must not disrupt the normal operations of the institute or damage its property. Should any economic losses reach 5,000 yuan, the repercussions would be up to 3 years. Should they exceed 10,000, the consequences would extend beyond 5 years. You may raise your ruckus as you wish. With that, Yi Buchang tossed out a few remarks and returned to the second project department without further engaging with Lin Hongtao at the entrance. Seeing Yi Buchang depart, Lin Hongtao assumed that Yi Buchang was feeling guilty and thus prepared to set up a platform at the entrance to publicly denounce Yi Buchang's unfilial actions. However, the employees who had gathered earlier seemed rather indifferent to their domestic affairs, wearing various peculiar smiles as they dispersed. Lin Hongtao found himself perplexed. Were they not interested in the family matters at hand? Having spent too much time with his foolish wife, he felt his own intellect dwindling. If one were to declare in the market that Yi Buchang was unfilial, a crowd of Andes would immediately surround him, inquiring, "Who is Yi Buchang?" If one were to shout at the entrance of the Design Institute that Yi Buchang was unfilial, someone would chime in, if he is not laughing, "Just tell him a joke." Everyone had work to attend to. They couldn't afford to neglect their duties for gossip. Moreover, soon the supervisor would arrive, and upon seeing a cluster of people loitering during work hours, they would surely face reprimands. Who could bear such a scolding? Just as Lin Hongtao was in confusion, a Passat sedan pulled up at the entrance. Observing such a fine vehicle, he surmised it must belong to a high-ranking official and promptly stepped forward to halt its progress. The driver rolled down the window and shouted, "What the hell? If you want to die, go do it on the road, you scoundrel. Whom do you intend to harm here?" Lin Hongtao received a barrage of insults, but still approached with a smile, addressing the driver, "Sir, I wish to report an issue. The Yi Buchang from your unit is nothing but a beast." Upon hearing the name Yi Buchang, Fu Yang in the back seat immediately lowered the window. Meanwhile, Yi Buchang was sending a text message to Li Dong from his office. "Yi Buchang, have the flyers I asked you to copy been prepared?" "Li Dong, they are ready." "Yi Buchang, bring 2 copies over. They may come in handy." Li Dong, understood. Yi Buochang was aware that Lin Hongtao would not relent, so he had made ample preparations for their family as well. As the saying goes, if you lack sufficient means for self-protection, your kindness simply becomes an invitation for others to take advantage of you. As colleagues from the design team in the second project department gradually entered the office, their gazes towards Yi Buochang held a mix of reverence and ridicule. The reverence stemmed from Yi Buochang's second proposal being the one ultimately selected for the bidding process. The ridicule arose from the spectacle of the middle-aged man outside loudly broadcasting Yi Buochang's family troubles. Nevertheless, they could discern no trace of panic on Yi Buochang's face. He remained remarkably composed. Yuan Lai said to you, "Your uncle has intercepted the dean's car and is reporting against you." Yuan Lai continued, "Should we intervene?" Feng Wang Beichui replied, "He is not affecting me, so why should I concern myself with him?" At this moment, the telephone on Yi Buochang's desk rang. Upon answering, he heard Liao Jiqiang's voice, informing him that the dean was calling and requesting him to address the issues concerning your family. Yi Buochang pondered the situation and remarked, "Secretary, this pertains to our second project department. There is no justification for the institute to intervene." Liao Jiqiang inquired, "Can it be resolved effectively?" Yi Buochang reassured him, "Rest assured, Secretary, it will be resolved promptly. Not only can we resolve it, but it will also be a maneuver that achieves multiple benefits." Chapter 75. A mutual exploitation. Individuals like Lin Hongtao, who cause disturbances, pose no substantial threat to the Design Institute. They merely create an unfavorable atmosphere. However, such negativity bears no consequence for Fu Yang, who can only feel a sense of disgust. This matter pertains to Yi Buochang, and Fu Yang seizes the opportunity to address him. The second proposal has successfully passed the Institute's review, revealing issues with Yi Buochang's character. Yet this cannot hinder the bidding process. Consequently, Fu Yang possesses a legitimate reason to delegate this project to another individual, either Lu Lei or Zhong Yu. Currently, Fu Yang shows a preference for Lu Lei. Thus, Fu Yang contacts Liao Jiqiang, stating, "Secretary, Yi Buochang's relatives have caused a stir at the unit. Please handle it." The message is straightforward, yet laden with implications. As the situation escalates within the Institute, there arises a valid reason to relieve Yi Buochang of his responsibilities. Liao Jiqiang reaches out to Yi Buochang, merely to ascertain if he might extricate himself from this predicament. Otherwise, the next course of action would likely result in Yi Buochang being placed on leave, causing him to miss a significant opportunity. Unbeknownst to Lin Hongtao, Yi Buochang has been awaiting his arrival. Had he not come, subsequent maneuvers would have proven challenging. Yesterday, Dai Qian attempted to re-add Yi Buochang as a friend, only to be met with rejection. Upon returning home, she shared this incident with her family, who advised her against hastily severing ties with Yi Buochang, given his evident potential and capability to seize opportunities, suggesting that he would likely rise within the ranks, particularly given that he had managed to overturn a previously designated project. It indicated that he had support behind him. Should Yi Buochang successfully oversee a couple of projects, his ascension would be inevitable, although her uncle may be displeased. Dai Qian's parents still hope she might take the initiative to reconcile with Yi Buochang. Dai Qian spent a restless night contemplating how to approach him. Yi Buochang should falter. Why, then, does he excel so remarkably? Her resentment towards him festered. The thought of confronting his cold demeanor at work filled her with conflicting emotions. She desired his gentleness, yet simultaneously wished for his downfall. This turmoil left her quite disoriented. Fortunately, upon arriving at the office, she learned that Yi Buochang's maternal uncle had caused a scene at the workplace, reportedly due to Yi Buochang having admitted his mother to a psychiatric facility. This news invigorated Dai Qian, prompting her to rush to Huang Changshuan's office, which was still unoccupied. Eagerly, she contemplated calling Huang Changshuan to inform him that, due to this uproar, Yi Buochang would likely be sidelined from leading the new proposal in the second project department. Wei Yuping, also in the second project department, shared a similar sentiment, having avoided eye contact with Yi Buochang the previous evening. This morning, he consistently peeked over the cubicle partition with a sense of triumph in his eyes, secretly observing Yi Buochang, relishing the thought that the commotion could escalate even further. This morally reprehensible individual deserved to be suspended for reflection and promptly dismissed. Wei Yuping also sent a message to Lu Lei, Manager Lu. Yi Buochang's uncle has caused a disturbance at the office. He will undoubtedly be unable to take responsibility for proposal number 2. After sending the text, the echoes of Lin Hongtao's shouts reverberated down the corridor. You have no idea what kind of person Yi Buochang is. He drove his grandparents to the hospital and showed no concern whatsoever. He expelled his uncle from the house, leaving him without a place to return. When his father passed away, he didn't hold a wake, cremating and burying him within 3 days. Come on. Let us be fair. How can someone like him hold any authority? He must be a beast of a person. All right, those matters are in the past. So let us not dwell on them. His mother, as you all know, has mental health issues. Instead of caring for her at home, he sent her straight to a psychiatric hospital. What kind of behavior is this? This is a disloyal and unfilial wretch. How can your organization even consider employing someone like him? Initially, everyone was eager to hear dirt on Yi Buchang. However, as they listened, some began to feel a twinge of sympathy for him. Despite his actions, one could hardly discern a lack of loyalty or filial piety. Rather, he appeared to be a responsible individual. And Yi Buchang seemed somewhat pitiable. Yet, this sentiment arose solely because Lin Hongtao had publicized the so-called dirt on him. More often than not, these personal matters of Yi Buchang would serve as weapons against him in the hands of others. Of course, this only holds true if Yi Buchang truly cares. Does he still care now? Zhong Yu's office door was ajar, allowing Lin Hongtao's voice to carry outside. She sat at her computer, messaging Yi Buchang. Shall I send him over now? You still need to oversee proposal number 2. Don't entangle yourself in this. Yi Buchang, could it be that you actually care about me? It's merely mutual exploitation. I need you to manage proposal number 2. If you aspire to ascend to greater heights, you must comply. I'll heed your words. I'll do everything you say, all right? Zhong Yu's message was unmistakably suggestive. One could easily envision her clad in alluring lingerie, whispering those words to Yi Buchang. It was utterly irresistible. After scolding for quite a while in Zhong Yu's office, Lin Hongtao noticed her lack of reaction and, in frustration, slammed the table, demanding, "Are you even listening to what I'm saying?" Zhong Yu's expression darkened. "Am I not granting you enough respect? You dare to pound the table here? I could call security to administer a couple of reprimands. And you'd soon learn your lesson. You want to address the issues, and I've noted them down. How to handle them is the organization's concern. Do you think you can dictate the termination of an employee? Who do you think you are, you self-important fool?" Lin Hongtao was once again subjected to a scathing reprimand. In the past, whenever issues arose, creating a commotion at the workplace, particularly at the Railway Bureau, proved to be quite effective. Why is it that after leaving, these organizations show no fear of disturbances? Lin Hongtao's voice diminished as he implored, "Leaders, could you possibly allow Yi Buchang to bring his mother home from the hospital? She is my sister's mother. If he lacks compassion for her, at least I care for my sister." "You care?" chuckled Zhong Yu, "though I may be flamboyant. I am not as utterly depraved as you." Dealing with such wretched individuals, Zhong Yu could no longer contain herself and, lowering her voice, remarked, "Consulting me is futile. You should seek out our manager Lu at the hospital." Meanwhile, Lu Lei was in high spirits, engrossed in a text message from Wei Yuping. Chapter 76. Using others as tools. When the woman entered the hospital room, Lu Lei was in high spirits, grinning widely. The chair beside the bed was as uncomfortable as a rock. She adjusted her skirt and settled herself sideways on the chair, leaning back while crossing her legs. Casting a glance at Lu Lei, what little girl was he flirting with now, to be so cheerful? Lu Lei's smile remained undiminished, he thought to himself. There was no need for her sarcasm. "My leg is broken. Are you not reveling in my misfortune?" Jing Shan had a lock of glossy, wavy hair cascading by her ear, freshly styled, and dyed a mysterious shade of red, which accentuated her smooth, radiant skin. Judging by her complexion and demeanor, Jing Shan had been living quite well lately. Her thoughts had strayed from Lu Lei and her family, leading her to a state of ease and carefree elegance. Each visit to see the injured Lu Lei only brightened her afternoons of tea and shopping. Noticing that Jing Shan displayed no signs of anger or displeasure, and observing her vibrant appearance, Lu Lei felt a twinge of discontent. "You must be relishing my suffering, hoping for my demise. Jing Shan, let me tell you, if you wish to see me in pain, it will never happen in this lifetime. If you cannot bear it, leave with nothing. You will never touch my wealth. You want to torment me? You are unworthy." Before he could finish, a middle-aged couple entered the room. Moments earlier, they had been over to inquire. "Is manager Lu Lei in this room?" Lu Lei assumed they were construction workers looking to curry favor. He answered with an air of arrogance, "That would be me." Lin Hongtao straightened up and exclaimed, "Manager Lu, you must help our family." He continued, "That Yi Buchang is a disgrace. He is simply a bully. How can your organization harbor such scum without fearing future repercussions?" Lu Lei, who had been pondering what gifts the couple might have brought, was taken aback by Lin Hongtao's sudden outburst. With his leg wrapped in bandages and propped up, his earlier good mood evaporated in an instant. As Lin Hongtao's tirade sent shivers up his spine, he could not help but shout, "Who the hell are you?" Lin Hongtao paused, realizing he had forgotten to introduce himself. "Oh, right. I am Lin Hongtao, Yi Buchang's brother-in-law." Upon hearing that name, Lu Lei's mind buzzed. He had just read a text message about that shameless troublemaker causing chaos at the Design Institute. But why was Lin Hongtao here at the hospital? Just a moment ago. He had been smiling. Why had the smile vanished? Was it because the situation was no longer amusing? Jing Shan, observing Lu Lei's awkward shock mingled with anger, turned her curiosity towards the couple, uncertain of the source of the power that rendered Lu Lei a picture of dismay. Jing Shan found her spirits lifting as she observed his troubled expression. With her chin resting on her delicate palm, she silently watched as the couple prepared to entangle Lu Lei further. Indeed, Lin Hongtao seemed to be wound up like a clock, relentlessly bombarding Lu Lei with his grievances. Lu Lei raised his hand in protest, exclaiming, "Wait a moment, you are Yi Buchang's uncle. What brings you to the hospital?" Lin Hongtao, seething with indignation, retorted, "Manager Lu, I have been wronged. Allow me to explain. Yi Buchang's mother is my own sister. He has sent her to a mental institution. You must support me in this matter." Lu Lei, incensed, erupted, "Am I to be your errand boy? Have you lost your senses? Your sister is unhinged, and it seems you followed suit. If you have grievances, report it to the authorities. Why come to me?" His rage was palpable, veins bulging as his eyes widened, a clear harbinger of his fury. Tang Jihua, ever the ruffian, couldn't resist chiming in, her voice a caustic echo of Lu Lei's own. "You scoundrel, do not dare speak to me so. What manner of beast are you to have spawned such a wretch?" Lu Lei stood momentarily astonished, engulfed in a darkness that obscured all light. Jing Shan, stifling her laughter, delicately concealed her smile with her dainty hand, fearful of revealing her amusement. Lu Lei, now flushed with anger, retrieved his phone from the bedside. Sending a text to Zhongyu, "Manager, which dog of a relative dragged Yi Buchang's uncle to the hospital?" Zhongyu replied, "Yi Buchang's uncle has come to find you? Excellent. Use this to your advantage. Eliminate Yi Buchang." Manager Lu responded, "Before I can eliminate Yi Buchang, I shall perish first. This couple is my nemesis. Devise a way to make them leave." Zhongyu replied, "Could it be that this couple was deliberately sent to the hospital by Yi Buchang to vex you? I have no means to eject them. They just visited the director, the secretary, and my office. I suspect Yi Buchang is behind this." Zhongyu continued, "Yet you have no leverage against Yi Buchang." Lu Lei clenched his jaw, pressing the phone against his chest as he glared fiercely at Lin Hongtao and his wife. Tang Jihua, having exhausted her insults, sought a cup of water in the hospital room. Lin Hongtao pulled her back, asserting, "Manager, all I ask is that you facilitate Yi Buchang's mother's release from the hospital and ensure he receives a more severe reprimand from his workplace to instill some fear in him. Is that too much to ask?" Lu Lei did not respond to Lin Hongtao's request. Instead, while composing a text, he inquired with steely resolve, "I will ask you once, will you leave or not?" Lin Hongtao, witnessing Lu Lei's vulnerable state, felt no fear of his threats. They had grown accustomed to acting as rogues in Iron Half City, resorting to disturbances at the homes of their superiors whenever faced with adversity. It is often perceived that all leaders are fundamentally alike. However, one may not realize that certain types of company executives are best approached with caution. For instance, leaders from construction firms or earth transportation companies wield a formidable influence. Regulatory bodies such as commerce, taxation, and fire safety may not pose much of a challenge to an individual. Yet, the aforementioned categories of companies have operated in a realm of darkness in recent years. If Lu Lei is currently unable to manage Yi Buchang, how could he possibly contend with you, Lin Hongtao? "General Lu, please come to the hospital for a brief acknowledgement." Within half an hour, a bald man entered, carrying a fruit basket to visit Lu Lei, though his attention remained fixated on Lin Hongtao and Tang Jihua. Meanwhile, Li Dong was stationed at the hospital entrance, keeping a watchful eye. Chapter 0077. The precursor. The bald man greeted Jing Shan, saying, "Hello, sister-in-law." Jing Shan smiled and nodded in response, feeling a flicker of intrigue at his arrival. Lu Lei had summoned him, evidently incensed by the antics of this couple. After exchanging a few words with Lu Lei, several unfamiliar faces appeared at the door, casting furtive glances into the ward as they passed by. At that moment, Jing Shan sensed that trouble was brewing. Yet, she remained an observer, detached from the unfolding drama. Lin Hongtao and his wife were oblivious to Lu Lei's background and unaware of the events that were about to transpire. They lingered in the ward, unaware of the brewing storm. At noon, A nurse brought food for Lu Lei, entering the room and adjusting his bed before placing the tray on the side rails. Tang Jihua, with an air of entitlement, inquired about their food. The nurse was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to articulate her disdain for this woman. For someone of such demeanor, no words could pierce her thick skin. As soon as the nurse set the meal on the table, Tang Jihua lunged for the food. There was no way the freshly procured meal would be shared with this couple. "What are you doing? If you want to eat, go buy your own," the nurse exclaimed. "What do you mean by snatch? We are here to address an issue. If your unit managed its personnel better, we wouldn't need to come here," Tang Jihua retorted. She then engaged in a tussle with the nurse. In the scuffle, a box of food spilled, sauce and oil splattering across the bed. Lu Lei, clutching disposable chopsticks, stood frozen as red oil splattered across his face, chest, and lap, his skin visibly twitching in agitation. Jing Shan's own face mirrored his distress. Suppressing his anger, Lu Lei instructed the nurse to summon security. Jing Shan had initially planned to go shopping and meet friends for tea today. However, the unfolding drama in the hospital piqued her interest, and she had no intention of leaving just yet. Yet, she found herself curious about the enmity between the man named Yi Buochang and Lu Lei, wondering why he would go to such lengths to torment Lu Lei and his relatives in the hospital. Just as Jing Shan pondered this, security arrived, wielding rubber clubs. Lin Hongtao and Tang Jihua did not linger in the ward, knowing when to stir trouble and when to retreat. They squatted outside the inpatient department, leaning against the railing. "Do you think that Lu will take care of that little bastard's affairs?" Tang Jihua asked. Lin Hongtao, smoking, replied, "If he doesn't, who will?" Yi Buochang is out of control, showing no respect for his mother, grandfather, grandmother, or uncle. Such a disloyal and unfilial wretch. If the unit doesn't discipline him, I will continue to raise hell here. Let's see who can outlast whom. Lin Hongtao was unaware that while he confidently made bold statements, he was being observed by two groups. One group comprised the bald individuals visiting Lu Lei, while the other consisted of Li Dong and his two subordinates, who had received orders from Yi Buochang early that morning. Li Dong had maintained a close connection with Yi Buochang. "Buochang, why don't I just have my brothers wrap them in a snake skin bag and drag them to the construction site?" Li Dong suggested. "We are here to resolve troubles and act justly. We still aim to make significant profits in the future," Yi Buochang replied. "If we can avoid getting our hands dirty, then we should. Otherwise, you won't be able to cleanse yourself later." "It's just that Lin Hongtao is infuriating," Li Dong retorted. "He may be aggravating others, but he is not affecting me. Keep a close watch on him and inform me of your whereabouts at all times," Yi Buochang instructed. Yi Buochang was right. Lin Hongtao's capacity for harm was indiscriminate, akin to an area of effect attack. Lu Lei, having endured less than a day of this torment, was on the verge of collapse. Lin Hongtao incessantly jabbered beside him, while his utterly shameless wife, Tang Jihua, would frequently spit in the hospital room. Initially, she spat directly onto the floor. But after being reprimanded twice, she resorted to using a bedpan, which had been purchased for Lu Lei's convenience, although he had not utilized it. Seeing Tang Jihua spit into the bedpan made him feel that it was now filthier than her mouth. Lu Lei had summoned security several times to remove the couple. However, they did not confront the guards head-on, opting instead to take a stroll before returning. The hospital informed Lu Lei that any issues should be resolved promptly, as they could not have security monitoring them 24 hours a day. Continued disturbances would disrupt the normal order of the ward. Lu Lei could only suppress his anger, allowing the couple to pester him from 10 in the morning until nearly 9 at night, when the nurse notified them that caregivers could borrow a cot. Lin Hongtao and Tang Jihua showed no intention of leaving. Tang Jihua even pulled the cot away, insisting, "Old Lin, you sleep here. I'll go borrow another bed." Lin Hongtao genuinely began to lie down on the cot. However, the nurse returned once more, urging them to leave. Night was different from day. The ward, already noisy during the day with numerous visitors, allowed Lin Hongtao to blend in. But at night, the ward was quiet. He worried about disturbing other patients and inciting public outrage. Hesitating for a moment outside the inpatient department, he finally decided, "Forget it, let's go home and return early tomorrow." Sleeping in the hospital was utterly uncomfortable. Outside the hospital, a dark Honda Accord was parked, with a man and woman seated in the front. The dim yellow light of the street lamp illuminated the woman's figure, revealing her ample bosom while obscuring her face. She removed her high heels, curling her legs on the seat, and silently observed the man in the passenger seat, who was engrossed in his phone. "What are we waiting for?" Zhong Yu couldn't help but inquire. Earlier in the afternoon, Yi Buochang and Zhong Yu had gone to the city to submit the bidding documents. In truth, there was no necessity for their personal attendance. Yi Buochang was merely apprehensive about potential complications arising during the process, which prompted his desire to be present himself. Taking advantage of the pretext of accompanying Yi Buochang, Zhong Yu sought to observe how he would tackle the issue concerning Lin Hongtao. Having lingered outside the hospital for an extended period, Zhong Yu was beginning to feel fatigued. When she inquired about what Yi Buochang was waiting for, he candidly responded, "I am awaiting the final opportunity to provide you with the key to the hospital." Zhong Yu remained somewhat perplexed. She could not comprehend how guiding her uncle to Lu Lei's ward would facilitate her own successful entry into the hospital. To her, these seemed like two entirely unrelated matters. After a while, as she grew weary of cradling her legs, Zhong Yu cautiously extended her legs to the passenger seat, resting them atop Yi Buochang's lap. In a gentle tone, she remarked, "I simply wish to stretch my legs. I hope you do not mind." As she spoke, her left foot rested atop her right, swaying playfully between Yi Buochang's thigh and calf. It was quite the mischievous act. Chapter 0078, Is There Still Law? Zhong Yu felt a sense of exhilaration. At least in her maneuvering with Yi Buochang, she had discovered a semblance of her own significance. Recently, whether on QQ or in the confines of a hotel room, she had not discerned any apparent vulnerabilities in Yi Buochang. However, at this moment, within the shadowy confines of the vehicle, the thrill of secrecy weighed heavily upon her, and her boldness had evidently yielded results. Perhaps Yi Buochang preferred encounters in unconventional locales, such as a car, or perhaps he relished the cultivation of intimacy. Upon reflection, Zhong Yu had indeed executed numerous favors for Yi Buochang in recent days. She had provided false testimony on his behalf, slapped Dai Qian in his defense, ensnared Lu Lei and Fu Yong, and even lent him money. Were these actions not tokens of her silent dedication? A sense of pride swelled within Zhong Yu. She had thought him to be exceptionally cold-hearted, yet here he was, still a flirtatious rogue. Yi Buochang did not deny that Zhong Yu embodied the captivating essence of Lu Ruyan, with a hint of a nurturing demeanor, even if he displayed a response. What of it? Is it not natural for a man to react? A reaction does not necessarily imply affection. Yi Buochang retrieved a lighter from his pocket and flicked it beneath Zhong Yu's feet, sending sparks flying. As she let out a light gasp from the ticklish sensation, she instinctively withdrew her legs and exclaimed at Yi Buochang, "Are you out of your mind?" His phone vibrated, and as he glanced at the message, he remarked, "Stretch your feet out again, and I shall singe your leg hair." Zhong Yu, flustered and irate, felt her earlier thrill dissipate entirely. After mentally cursing Yi Buochang, she indignantly thought, "Am I not beautiful, not alluring, or perhaps not proactive enough? I'm just shy of throwing myself onto him." This ignited her competitive spirit. She resolved to prove that she could indeed win him over. A message from Li Dong appeared on her phone. "They have emerged. Start the car," Yi Buochang commanded. Upon hearing his icy tone, Zhong Yu dismissed her previous embarrassment over the failed flirtation, slipped on her heels, and ignited the engine. "Do not turn on the headlights," Yi Buochang instructed. Outside, Lin Hongtao and Tang Zhihua were just exiting the hospital, preparing to turn right at the upcoming intersection to catch a bus. Unbeknownst to them, an Acura was trailing them from 50 meters behind. Even more oblivious were they to the fact that someone had already circled ahead to intercept them. As they walked, Tang Zhihua continued to berate, "Your nephew is nothing short of a beast. He has taken all the money. After all our hard work, we haven't seen a penny. And that house, why must it be transferred to his mother? Let us just hire a locksmith to change the lock and move in without his consent." Lin Hongtao mused, contemplating a solution. He recalled how Lin Hongwen had appropriated the apartment from Yiping at the Railway Bureau using a similar tactic. They would have to acquiesce, whether they wished to or not. What choice did they have? They dared not risk a confrontation. Lin Hongtao, with his hands clasped behind his back and a dark expression on his face, cursed, "What do you know? My daughter and son-in-law have a place to stay. They are merely doing this for the sake of the child's education. What good does it do for you to live in that house? You don't even have residency there. Enrollment depends on the household registration." The scoundrel Yi Buochang has become cunning, managing to transfer the property to him. Tang Zhihua rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Isn't it all because of your foolish sister? I can't tell if she is truly mad or just pretending. If she were genuinely insane, she wouldn't have thought to transfer the house to her son." Lin Hongtao retorted, "You don't understand a thing. If she were sane, that house would never have gone to her son. The housing authority is full of incompetent fools. They don't even consider the circumstances of the person before transferring the property. A lunatic like her clearly lacks the capacity for such decisions." The couple, Lin Hongtao and Tang Jihua vented their frustrations upon the world, blaming everyone and everything but themselves. With a heavy sigh, Lin Hongtao acknowledged the situation had spiraled out of control. The only course of action left was to deal with Lu Lei. They would pressure Lu Lei until they could turn against Yi Buochang. Yi Buochang would either return the house or face dire consequences at work. Just as Lin Hongtao uttered his final word, his voice, which had been right next to Tang Jihua, suddenly echoed as if it were coming from 5 meters away. When Tang Jihua finally comprehended the situation, she realized it wasn't an illusion. Lin Hongtao's voice genuinely came from a distance. In that fleeting moment, Lin Hongtao had been thrown violently, landing painfully on the ground. He was bewildered, feeling as if something had collided with his back. Initially, there was no sensation. But as he lay heavily on the ground, a dull, splitting pain radiated through his body. He let out a cry, blood trickling from his nose and mouth, his face scraping against the ground, searing as if on fire. Just as he attempted to lift his head and prop himself up, something struck him hard on the back. Then, he was bombarded by a relentless assault on his back, head, and neck. He couldn't even muster a scream. He only heard the assailants shouting curses as they struck. "Old bastard. Pretending to be clever. Beat you to death, you scoundrel." Despite his fading consciousness, he turned to seek help from his wife, only to witness Tang Jihua, in a far worse state than he, being mercilessly beaten. Someone wielding a thick wooden plank struck her mercilessly across the mouth. After several blows, she could no longer make a sound. Lin Hongtao perhaps underestimated the intentions of his assailants. They did not seek his life. However, while death may be evaded, the suffering was inescapable. He felt his leg being hoisted, and amidst the haze, he clearly sensed the excruciating pain that followed. Despite being on the verge of losing consciousness, Lin Hongtao found himself astonishingly alert. His entire body was drenched, the distinction between blood, sweat, and perhaps even urine blurred beyond recognition. While it was unlikely that his life would be taken, the prospect of losing limbs seemed all too ordinary. In his mind, Lin Hongtao replayed every instance in his life where he may have offended others, ultimately concluding, "I have wronged no one. Could it be that you have mistaken me for another?" Tears would not come. Where am I? What is this place? Under the vast sky. Is there no law to uphold? Fellow compatriots, might you guide me to the path of liberation? Chapter 0079. Such severity deserves self-punishment. Upon witnessing Lin Hongtao being ambushed by a group, Zhang Yu seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. She turned to Yi Buochang, questioning, "Is this what you brought me here to witness? Or perhaps you intend for me to report Lu Lei?" Fear gripped her heart. For Yi Buochang was acutely aware of her concerns for her own safety. Faced with the leverage he held over her, she contemplated whether to take the risk of exposing Lu Lei or to remain in a standoff with Yi Buochang. Ultimately, this transaction appeared to be a losing proposition for Zhang Yu. Yi Buochang regarded Zhang Yu with earnestness, reminding her, "I have told you before. This is a matter of mutually beneficial exchange, aiming for maximum profit. Reporting Lu Lei would be tantamount to courting death." Stunned, Zhang Yu recognized that what the man sought from her was merely her physical form. Over time, she had come to see her body as a mere tool bestowed by fate, adopting a pragmatic and detached perspective. This vessel could procure a better life and resources for her. Why not take advantage of it? Thus, upon realizing that Yi Buochang possessed the leverage, her instinct was to barter her body in exchange for it. Despite having flirted with Yi Buochang for some time, he exhibited interest in women, yet remained indifferent to her as a person. At this moment, she seemed to comprehend an essential truth. The so-called exchange of interest did not solely pertain to the physical. There were indeed other elements at play. But what could she do? She no longer wished to retrieve the leverage from Yi Buochang. Rather, she yearned for his flesh. Unbeknownst to Yi Buochang, amidst such tension and excitement, someone was coveting his body. He called Li Dong, instructing him, "Act now." This simple command jolted Zhang Yu back to reality. After hanging up, Yi Buochang directed her, "Turn on the lights, switch to high beam." In a flurry, Zhang Yu activated the headlights and switched to high beam, illuminating the alley where figures darted in. Shots erupted. "What are you doing? Help. There has been a robbery. A murder." The assailants who had ambushed Lin Hongtao, upon realizing the commotion, scrambled to escape in a different direction, panic evident as they rushed past the car. Two individuals, oblivious to their surroundings, collided with the vehicle and, when rebounding, were seized and pinned to the ground. Ropes, prepared in advance, were swiftly employed to bind them securely. At this juncture, Zhang Yu had surmised Yi Buochang's next move. Her heart raced with exhilaration. In this charged atmosphere, she felt an overwhelming impulse to leap towards Yi Buochang. She gazed intently at his somewhat melancholic yet undeniably handsome profile. For the first time, she was not compelled to flatter him. Instead, she genuinely admired this ruthlessly captivating man, pondering what rendered him so irresistibly alluring. Even her breath trembled as she inhaled. Meanwhile, Lin Hongtao was nearing the brink of death, oblivious to his wife's cries, which resembled the distressed wails of a slaughtered pig. In that moment, he likely felt he might perish there. The assailants seemed to have become disoriented. A distant beam of light illuminated the dark alley. Those who had ambushed Lin Hongtao were hastily fleeing, and sporadic shouts could be heard from the surrounding area. Overall, it remained eerily quiet. It appeared as though someone had come to his rescue, yet blood streamed from his ears, eyes, mouth, and nose. He could not utter a single coherent sentence until he heard someone nearby calling the police. "Hello. I am reporting a robbery and murder outside the affiliated orthopedic hospital of the Physical Education Institute." Lin Hongtao was profoundly moved. There were still good people in this world. He even excitedly expressed his gratitude to Li Dong, saying, "Thank you. I am so grateful." Inside the car, Yu Buchang cast a glance at the dazed Zhong Yu, inquiring, "Can you drive?" In truth, Zhong Yu's mind had already soared with the vehicle. She drove away in a flurry. On the way to drop Yu Buchang home, Zhong Yu asked, "What shall we do next?" Her voice still trembled, perhaps due to the intense scene they had just witnessed or the vivid images lingering in her mind. In any case, she had never experienced such tumultuous emotions in all these years. Being with a man like He Buchang, even without engaging in indoor activities, could lead her to wave after wave of exhilaration. Yi Buchang, however, remained calm, replying, "Go home, sleep." "Sleep? How can you possibly sleep?" Zhong Yu retorted, "I meant, we reported it. The perpetrators were apprehended. What should I do now?" After contemplating for a moment, Yi Buchang replied, "Nothing needs to be done. Just wait for Fu Yang to temporarily assign the second project department to you. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must communicate with Lu Lei to gain his support." Yi Buchang's contingency plan extended beyond Zhong Yu. Merely reporting the incident would not suffice. He sent a text to Old Yuan, informing him about Lin Hongtao's attack, so that the information could be disseminated further. By the time Yi Buchang arrived at the office the next morning, news of his uncle and aunt nearly being killed by Lu Lei's men had already spread throughout the Design Institute. During working hours, Yi Buchang visited Fu Yang's office. Upon knocking, he found Fu Yang and Liao Jiqiang in conversation. After a slight frown, Fu Yang unusually greeted Yi Buchang with a smile and waved him over, saying, "Buchang, you've come at the perfect time. Go see the secretary first. He will assist you with your matter. I have a meeting to attend." Yi Buchang had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with Fu Yang. "Director, I am here to see you. Discussing with anyone else is futile." Liao Jiqiang internally cursed Fu Yang for his adeptness at shifting responsibility. He had been summoned by Fu Yang as soon as he arrived that morning, with the purpose of having him take over Yi Buchang's issue. It was evident that they had reached some form of consensus regarding the matter. Yet how could Yi Buchang arrive, and it seemed as if everything had already been decided? However, upon witnessing Yi Buchang's demeanor, Liao Jiqiang found himself appreciating him even more. Liao Jiqiang immediately advised, "Buchang, take your time to discuss matters with the director. Remain calm and avoid impulsiveness." With that, he departed. Fu Yang's face twitched, while Yi Buchang remained eerily composed, exuding an unsettling aura. In Yi Buchang's gaze, there was a palpable disregard for Fu Yang's status as director. Those who have navigated the corporate world for many years often dread encountering two types of individuals, the complacent and the discerning. Clearly, Yi Buchang had achieved a profound understanding. As if he had suddenly grasped the essence of numerous matters. Offering Fu Yang a cigarette, he lit one for himself, indifferent to whether Fu Yang would follow suit. Lin Hongtao had been left barely breathing, his legs shattered by the assailants sent by Lu Lei. This constitutes deliberate murder, in my opinion. Lu Lei should be compelled to take a 3-month leave. Fu Yang. What? Could you repeat that? Chapter 0080. A severe reckoning. Allowing Lu Lei a 3-month leave is tantamount to imposing a self-inflicted penalty upon him. It is akin to a demotion in QQ status. In any case, the gravity of the situation is palpable, leaving Fu Yang in a state of bewilderment. Yi Buchang, noticing Fu Yang's prolonged stupor, remarked, "If the dean wishes to send Lu Lei away, it is certainly within his power. Yesterday, Manager Lu encountered a bald man at the hospital, a man named Zhao Xing. Indeed, Zhao Xing, the very individual who orchestrated the assault on my uncle last night." Upon hearing this, Fu Yang felt a shiver run down his spine. Yet, At that moment, he was uncertain of Yi Buochang's true intentions and cautiously inquired. You could easily stand up for your uncle and report all that you know to the police. Yi Buochang replied, Then I shall go. He rose to leave, prompting Fu Yong to call out, Come back. What pretense are you putting on? Yi Buochang scoffed, feigning innocence as he regarded Fu Yong. Dean, is there anything else? Fu Yong said, I wish to hear your genuine thoughts. Yi Buochang slid the ashtray towards Fu Yong and produced a lighter to light his cigarette. Fu Yong glanced at the prominent scar on Yi Buochang's forehead as he leaned closer to the flame. Yi Buochang settled into a chair across from him and organized his thoughts. In the first half of the year, the Institute faced numerous challenges. However, we all prioritized the preservation of our bonuses, leading to a remarkable unity in our handling of matters. Manager Lu's violent actions are indeed unlawful, and my uncle, Lin Hongtao, suffered greatly from the assault, which pains me immensely. Yet, nothing weighs heavier on my heart than witnessing the honor of the Design Institute being tarnished. In the spirit of self-sacrifice, it is best that this incident does not escalate further. However, Lu Lei's instigation of violence and disregard for the law cannot be allowed to return to the unit. Such actions would convey a misguided message to all within the Institute. Ultimately, the impact on the Dean would be most significant. Thus, the appropriate course of action is to allow Manager Lu to face the consequences of his actions. Grant him a temporary leave, and when the repercussions of this incident have diminished in the latter half of the year, he may return. Yi Buochang's words were so absurd that even Fu Yong felt a chuckle rising within him. He suddenly wanted to ask Yi Buochang if that scar on his forehead was self-inflicted, but the question remained unvoiced. Given Yi Buochang's adept handling of issues, it was evident that Lin Hongtao had been lured to the hospital to provoke Lu Lei's aggression, an act entirely orchestrated by Yi Buochang. As for the motive, it seemed that his second proposal had already passed the Institute's review board and had been submitted to the city's construction bureau. With the bidding set to commence in just a few days, he appeared quite confident about this bid, seemingly preparing to take the reins of the project himself. Fu Yong had first allowed Dai Xueyou, that fool, to lead him astray. Shortly thereafter, he was ensnared yet again by Lu Lei's treachery. Time and again, he found himself losing the initiative. Fu Yong had not anticipated that he would be driven to this extent by the seemingly honest man before him, Yi Buochang. The once timid Yi, who would blush at work reports and obediently follow orders, had revealed himself to be a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. Fu Yong gritted his teeth, begrudgingly acknowledging Yi Buochang's insight, expressing his pleasure at Yi's perspective. If everyone at the Design Institute could think as you do, prioritizing the greater good, our work would proceed much more smoothly. Everyone like me? Humph. You must be clenching your buttocks at all times, Yi Buochang retorted as he rose to take his leave. Director, I shall not disturb your work any further. Oh, by the way, Lin Hongtao's son-in-law is at the Yunqing Natural Gas Company. I hear he is a deputy-level official named Jing Changrui. To many, this final remark from Yi Buochang might seem superfluous. However, Fu Yong instantly recognized that Yi was delivering a crucial piece of information. Did his uncle harbor a vendetta against him? With his objective achieved, Yi Buochang exited Fu Yang's office, prompting Fu Yong to hastily dial Lu Lei. Without allowing Lu Lei a chance to speak, Fu Yong erupted, Lu Lei, has your brain been struck by lightning? Are you determined to create trouble for the Institute at this juncture? Do you think the matter regarding Yi Buochang's uncle can remain under the radar? Lu Lei muttered softly. It's all under the radar. Fu Yong exploded. You know about under the radar? Do you realize that the bald man you met yesterday is Zhao Xing? His identity has already been unearthed. If they link Huang Xing's name to those two little thugs at the precinct, do you think you can escape? Lu Lei was left dumbfounded, glancing at the woman across from him, her skirt barely grazing her knees, her calves as fair as snow. He swallowed hard. Director, what do you suggest I do? Fu Yong replied brusquely, you clean up your own mess and seek connections on your own. After a brief pause, he added, the Institute will provide some cover for you, but for the next few months, do not come to work. Lu Lei panicked. What about the underground commercial complex project? Fu Yang's anger flared again. I was just about to ask you that. Who is going to take over? Who? You know full well this is a key project for the year. You keep making mistakes, and you nearly killed someone. How dare you show your face at the Institute? What are we, a design shield? Lu Lei fell silent, cowed by Fu Yang's wrath. After a moment, Fu Yang's temper cooled slightly as he said, for the second project department, let Manager Zhang Yu take charge. I intend to assign Yi Buochang's proposal to Zhang Yu as the lead. Lu Lei sighed with relief. This seemed like the most prudent arrangement. Yet, doubt lingered. Director, will the secretary agree? Fu Yong scoffed. If he doesn't agree, then let Yi Buochang take the lead. I want to see if he can manage this project. If he succeeds, I might as well resign as director. Though Lu Lei felt a sense of dissatisfaction, he was now ensnared in a web of complications. He could only retreat for the moment. That scoundrel Yi Buochang was the architect of all this chaos. Had he foreseen such an outcome, he would have dealt with Yi Buochang from the outset. As Lu Lei inhaled deeply, Jing Shan approached him with a document in hand, urging him to sign. Lu Lei glanced at it. Was it a divorce agreement? Still the same ultimatum. You leave with nothing, and I will sign immediately. Jing Shan remained unhurried. Had it not been for yesterday's events, I might have been willing to prolong this. If you refuse to sign today, I will report the incident where your hired thugs nearly killed someone. Once you are imprisoned, I shall file for divorce. The court will undoubtedly rule in my favor. What I seek now will certainly be less than what the court would grant. Veins throbbed on Lu Lei's temples and neck. You are taking advantage of my misfortune. Jing Shan replied, No, this is simply kicking a man when he is down. At that moment, uniformed police officers knocked on the door. Witnessing this, Lu Lei seized the agreement and hastily signed it. Chapter 81. Vulnerability. Unexpectedly, the divorce agreement that had been delayed for 2 years was acquired in such a manner. Jing Shan found Lin Hongtao's nephew rather amusing. This must have been a trap set by him for Lu Lei. Curiosity piqued, Jing Shan wondered about this individual's background. Contemplating how he could ensnare someone as astute as Lu Lei, she intended to seize an opportunity to express her gratitude to him. Upon receiving the divorce agreement, Jing Shan nodded to the officer before departing the hospital room. The police approached Lu Lei, presenting their credentials. Lu Lei, there was an assault incident outside the hospital last night. We have apprehended 2 suspects, and based on the victim's description, we suspect you may be involved. Lu Lei nodded in acknowledgement. Fine, I will cooperate, but may I make a phone call first? The officer acquiesced, and Lu Lei proceeded to make a call in front of the 3 officers. Brother Chong, this is Lu Lei. Your unit sent someone over regarding a case, but I don't quite understand what it's about. All right, Brother Chong. Just as he hung up, the leading officer received a call. Briefly excusing himself and shaking Lu Lei's hand, mentioning they would reach out again should they need clarification. Lu Lei graciously responded, No problem, sorry for the inconvenience. With institutional backing and his own network of connections, Lu Lei understood that Lin Hongtao's beating would be in vain. Yet, he remained discontented, realizing he would need to rest for several months. Damn it, how much money would he lose this year? The fact that he had just signed the divorce agreement only compounded his woes. With his hands covering his face, Lu Lei muttered Yi Buochang's name, as if he were tearing pieces of flesh from his own body. The issues Lu Lei faced were not easily resolved, as Lin Hongtao would continue to stir trouble. Thus, a different approach was necessary to silence him completely. The key lay with Lin Hongtao's son-in-law, Jing Changrui. That morning, as Lin Xiao prepared to leave, she instructed Jing Changrui to finish work early. We'll bring lunch to your parents, and this afternoon, we should visit their superiors at the Design Institute. We cannot let this matter go unpunished after what they did to your parents. Jing Changrui, already beleaguered by work and family pressures, was frustrated. His in-laws had insisted on acquiring a house, which had led to his hospitalization. After a restless night at the hospital, he grumbled about leaving work early. If I have to leave early, perhaps I should just skip work altogether. You two are constantly directing me while I earn nothing. Are you both planning on living off thin air? Lin Xiao's expression darkened. Why are you shouting? Are you out of your mind? With a scoff, Jing Changrui retorted. I'm the one with issues? If we can manage, we will. If not, then let us just get a divorce. Lin Xiao's face flushed, leaving her momentarily speechless. The work at Tian & Company was already tedious, and as a deputy, Jing Changrui found that decisions were ultimately made by his superiors. The tasks at hand are solely undertaken by him, the deputy. Those beneath him show him no respect, compelling him to take matters into his own hands, leaving him perpetually occupied. A few days ago, he faced reprimand from his superiors for the glass being shattered in the family complex, enduring a scolding that lasted the entire morning. In the following days, he has tread carefully at work, sensing that misfortune has chosen him as its vessel. As Jing Changrui was about to leave for the day, he was summoned to the office by their department head. The head wasted no time, stating, Changrui, it has been a while since you reported your transfer to a higher position. I inquired about it, and my contacts above informed me that it was initially approved, but today abruptly halted. I quickly asked if something had gone awry. They mentioned that your father-in-law has caused a ruckus at the Design Institute. What sort of father-in-law do you have that brings you such trouble? How do you intend to carry on with life and your career? You are only 30. If you do not resolve this matter promptly, it will complicate your future at work. Jing Chongrui felt as if his pupils had constricted to mere pinpoints. He hardly comprehended how he exited the department head's office. The sweltering afternoon heat weighed heavily on him, and his heart felt icy. His phone buzzed incessantly in his pocket. Upon answering, he was met with his wife's incessant chatter. "I told you to leave work early to visit my parents. You truly don't care at all. Jing Chongrui, what on earth did I marry you for? I have not enjoyed a moment of happiness with you. You do not lift a finger to help with family matters. How can you face my parents, who hold you in such high regard?" With a blank expression, Jing Chongrui ended the call, hailed a cab, and made his way to the hospital. This afternoon marked the concluding battle for Yi Buchang. He called Zhong Yu in advance, stating, "Assistant Zhong, I need to take a leave." Zhong Yu replied with a sardonic tone, "What do you intend to do? Am I preventing you?" Yi Buchang's demeanor remained unchanged. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Zhong Yu called after him, "Wait, where are you going?" Yi Buchang replied, "To the hospital to visit my uncle." "Ha!" Zhong Yu scoffed. "When there's a matter, it's your uncle. When there isn't, it's Lin. I'm coming with you." Yi Buchang abruptly hung up the phone, exchanged a knowing glance with Old Yuan, and gathered his belongings to leave the Design Institute. When Zhong Yu hurriedly arrived at the office and inquired, "Where is Yi Buchang?" Old Yuan replied, "He has gone." Zhong Yu immediately took off in pursuit. The office staff sensed something amiss, but could not articulate it. Only Old Yuan understood clearly. Yi Buchang and Zhong Yu had undoubtedly been intimate. Zhong Yu, now unable to locate Yi Buchang, felt utterly lost. "Damn Yi Buchang, shouldn't your surname be Ji?" Old Yuan felt a pang of envy. The sunlight outside distorted the space beneath its heat. Yet, Yi Buchang walked confidently into the sunlight, no longer exhibiting the humility or caution of before. This newfound liberation from psychological burdens and moral constraints was undeniably exhilarating. The gatekeeper, who previously only acknowledged the leaders, surprisingly waved at Yi Buchang upon seeing him, exclaiming, "Yi Gong." He casually offered Yi Buchang a cigarette, which the latter accepted and lit up, expressing his gratitude. Outside the gate stood a woman of graceful maturity. Her figure voluptuous and alluring, adorned in a dress that flowed unevenly, high on one side and low on the other. Her legs were fair and well-shaped, and her elegant stiletto heels were striking. Yi Buchang caught a glimpse of her fiery red lips and the delicate curve of her oval face beneath the brim of her umbrella before he turned to head towards the music store in the right direction. The woman approached the gatekeeper's booth and softly inquired, "Sir, is that Yi Gong, the one you just mentioned?" The gatekeeper responded affirmatively, "Yes, indeed, that is him." The woman glanced over, realizing just how youthful he appeared. Chapter 0082. Allow me to reveal your family's fate. Yi Buchang stood outside the piano shop, making a phone call to Li Dong, who had already headed to the hospital. Inside the shop, the familiar melodies were absent, yet Yi Buchang remained at the window, leisurely smoking a cigarette. 50 meters away, in a taxi, Jing Shan watched him with curiosity, pondering why he lingered outside the piano shop on such a sweltering day and why he did not venture inside. The drivers in Yun City were notoriously gossipy, relishing conversations with their passengers. The radio chatter was already lively, but the driver felt compelled to engage further, unable to glimpse Jing Shan's face in the mirror. He turned to steal a glance, captivated by the beauty of the young woman, knowing that a second look was a rare gift. However, she exuded an air of aloofness. In his experience, the married women he had encountered were often more open, enjoying the thrill of flirtation and conversation, while this particular woman seemed distant, despite her undeniable allure. The driver was aware that Jing Shan was also married. When questioned why, he would simply declare, "My eyes are my ruler," following Jing Shan's gaze. He spotted Yi Buchang in a white t-shirt and jeans, prompting him to inquire, "Is that your husband? Is he perhaps involved in something outside? Shall I drive closer to see what he is up to?" Jing Shan replied, "No need." She did not deny the initial inquiry, but firmly declined the driver's offer for assistance. The driver found the situation dull. A beautiful woman ensnared in emotional turmoil, yet maintaining a distance made it impossible for him to connect with her. After finishing his cigarette, Yi Buchang turned to hail a cab. At that moment, a girl in a blue floral dress and white sneakers stood nearby, holding an ice cream cone in one hand and a fabric bag containing sheet music on her shoulder, merely 5 meters away from him. She gazed at him with a dazed expression, instinctively smiling and shyly nodding her head, as if to greet him, though she hesitated to approach. She mused to herself, "Could he be waiting for me to play the piano?" Yi Buchang returned her smile, acknowledging that he had arrived too early and suggesting that perhaps she could listen another time. The girl in the floral dress took a few quick steps, retrieving an orange from her bag. After 3 weeks of practicing, she had finally mastered the piece. The taxi driver in the back seat observed the scene with a teasing tone, remarking, "Ah, the young lady is quite fresh. Men prefer those who are 18. Yet, in his personal opinion, women with a bit more life experience held greater allure. Youthful girls often lack depth." Jing Shan sighed, contemplating that it was time to learn to drive, as she was weary of relying on taxis. "Driver. Has he gotten into the taxi? Should I follow?" she inquired. The driver turned his head to ask, "Shall we pursue?" Jing Shan affirmed, "Yes," once the first taxi departed. The driver communicated through the radio, 809, 809. "I see you at the Design Institute. Where to next?" The radio crackled in response, "To 416 Hospital, 416 Hospital." As Jing Shan's taxi passed by the music store, she noticed a pair of slender legs clad in petite white shoes, unlike her own, which were a bit more robust. A faint smile graced her lips as she mused that beauty takes many forms. "Any news from the police? Is this incident truly the doing of Manager Liu from the Design Institute? He bears no responsibility whatsoever. We have to cover the medical expenses ourselves. What kind of efficiency is this? They are supposed to ensure our safety, but they seem to guard nothing at all." Lin Xiao had been grumbling since her arrival. The child stood beneath the television, craning his neck high, but with no cartoons playing, he tugged at his mother's hand, exclaiming, "Mom, I want to watch cartoons." Lin Xiao promptly seized the remote from the bedside of a patient, a man in his 40s, who chuckled and remarked, "You should at least consider my age. I might be around the same age as your parents. If you want the little one to watch cartoons, wouldn't it be polite to ask if I'm willing to lend it?" Lin Xiao rolled her eyes at him, retorting, "What do you mean polite? The television in this ward belongs to the public. If I want to watch, I will. Do you think you're intimidating?" The patient, taken aback by her sharp words, glanced at the family gathered around and, seeing their numbers, fell silent, shaking his head with a sigh, muttering to himself that this family was insufferable. Lin Xia finally switched the channel to cartoons for her son and turned to Lin Hongtao and Tang Jihua, saying, "Now, what are we to do about the house left behind by Yi Ping? The longer we delay, the more complicated it becomes. Initially, we planned to confront their leaders at Yi Buchang's workplace, but look at what has happened. We gained nothing and ended up in the hospital ourselves. The worst part is that I have to drop off and pick up every day, and I'm the only one at home. I can barely manage." Tang Jihua, whose mouth had been bruised into a beak-like shape, mumbled, "What about Jing Changrui? Isn't he supposed to help you?" Lin Xia's demeanor shifted at the mention of her partner, her frustration evident. "Him? Please don't even get me started. He is utterly useless. The moment he gets home, he collapses onto the sofa. He pays no attention to our child, neglects cooking meals, and doesn't wash clothes. I handle all the household matters. I can't rely on him at all. I truly don't understand what I saw in him when I married him. I must have been cursed with bad luck." As Lin Xia vented her anger, she absent-mindedly brushed a few strands of hair from her face. "Look at this. I wanted him to leave work early so we could confront Yi Buchang at the Design Institute together. And now, look at the time. He seems to avoid me, practically waiting until 5:30 to leave work. Isn't that precisely when work ends?" Lin Xia sighed, shaking her head, "Forget it. I don't want to talk about him anymore. What can I possibly expect from him? I believe this situation transcends merely being an issue with Yi Buchang's manager. Were it not for Yi Buchang, you would not be enduring such torment. I intend to confront him and demand compensation." As soon as I uttered these words, Yi Buchang's voice echoed from outside the ward, asking what he should compensate for. At the sound of his voice, Lin Xia instinctively shuddered. Lin Hongtao struggled to turn his head toward the door. The once sullen nephew had now transformed into a bright and cheerful young man, his wide smile revealing a row of pearly whites. Lin Xiao's anger surged as she advanced and grasped Yi Buchang's arm, exclaiming, "Come here and witness the havoc you've wreaked. Do you see how you've harmed my parents? Yi Buchang, I must tell you, this matter is far from resolved. Once the police apprehend the individual who assaulted my father, you too shall bear responsibility. You committed your mother to a mental institution and conspired with your superiors to endanger my parents. You shall lose your job. You may even face imprisonment." Yi Buchang snatched a flyer from Li Dong's hand and threw it at Lin Xiao's face, stating, "This is a flyer Li Dong found at the Railway Bureau. It may soon appear at your sister's school gate." As he tossed an orange in one hand, he pulled a chair closer to Lin Hongtao's bedside and sat down, saying, "Your son-in-law is in debt to loan sharks. He was on the verge of a promotion, but now, thanks to this shameless father-in-law and mother-in-law, he has squandered that opportunity. Whether I will lose my job, I cannot say. All I know is that Lin Xia is seducing other parents of her child's classmates. I know that Jing Changrui will never advance in life. I know that Jing Changrui intends to divorce Lin Xia. Lin Hongtao lay trembling in his hospital bed, unable to rise. Lin Xia glared at the flyer and the disgraceful image of herself, her body convulsing with rage. Outside, Jing Changrui appeared despondent as he approached Yu Buochang. His head bowed and demeanor submissive. Chapter 0083. Turmoil and chaos. The arrival of Jing Changrui heralded hope for the Lin family. Young, capable, and tall. He was a formal employee of a public institution, enjoying a lucrative salary and generous benefits. His superiors held high expectations for him, foreseeing a promising future ahead. Thus, with Jing Changrui's presence, the Lin family believed he would bring shame to Yi Buochang, instill fear within him, and compel him to apologize. However, Lin Hongtao, Tang Jihua, and Lin Xia's perceptions were shaped by their prolonged existence in a closed-off world, creating an inextricable logical loop. They firmly believed that as long as they remained shameless, the world would unfold according to their designs, a notion that had proven successful on numerous occasions in the past, bolstering their confidence even further. Lin Xia clung to Jing Changrui, playfully shaking him. "Darling, look at him. Look at what he's done to my parents. He remains utterly unrepentant. And he even dares to distribute flyers, tarnishing my reputation. Darling, first teach him a lesson, and then confront his superiors at work." Yet, despite her fervent entreaties, Jing Changrui displayed little emotional response. He took the flyer from Lin Xia's hand, glancing at its contents. "The slanderous mother of little Jing Wenxuan, Lin Xia. Do not act innocent. You seduced my husband, picked up the child from school, and even initiated calls, feigning concern. You were once a woman of ill repute. And your father is an old employee of the Railway Bureau, Lin Hongtao." Upon reading the flyer, the truth of the claims became inconsequential to Jing Changrui. As he turned his gaze towards Yi Buochang, Li Dong instinctively inched closer to Yi, anxious that Jing might resort to violence. Lin Hongtao, Tang Jihua, and Lin Xia believed that if Jing Changrui refrained from physically confronting Yi Buochang in such a scenario, he was no man at all. However, to their astonishment, Jing Changrui suddenly bowed deeply to Yi Buochang, lowering his head and bending his waist, causing the veins in his neck to bulge with the rush of blood. Under the incredulous gaze of the Lin family, he earnestly apologized. "Yi Buochang, I have wronged you in the past, causing you inconvenience and distress. It is entirely my fault. I shall never again seek to trouble you or harbor any foolish aspirations. I am truly sorry." In that moment, even the usually unreasonable Lin Hongtao, the temperamental Tang Jihua, and the ever-dependent Lin Xia, who believed her husband could resolve all her dilemmas, were rendered speechless. They could hardly believe that Jing Changrui was actually apologizing to Yi Buochang. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lin Xia seized Jing Changrui's collar, shouting, "Have you lost your mind? Why on earth are you apologizing to Yi Buochang? Does he even deserve it? Are you even a man? How could I have married such a useless person? He has ruined my reputation and nearly led my parents to harm. Our family is in shambles because of him, and yet you do nothing to avenge us. Why do you?" Jing Changrui's collar was tightly pulled on his neck, and he appeared initially expressionless, merely despondent, fatigued, and weary. However, after being tugged a few times, the fierce expression on his face became increasingly evident. Jing Changrui twisted his waist and swung his arms with exaggerated motions. Akin to a baseball pitcher, his arm whirled, and his palm struck Lin Xia's face with the swiftness of lightning, nearly sending her into a somersault. The sound of that slap was not merely crisp, it resonated with a solid thud, reminiscent of a fierce competition for an international slap contest. Jing Changrui's declaration of battle was no more. Amidst the cacophony of the hospital room, the uproar did not cease following that slap. Children were engrossed in their television shows, while Lin Hongtao and Tang Jihua clamored to rise from their beds. Lin Xia, struck so hard that she lost her sense of direction, rolled on the ground like a deranged dog with a broken spine, clinging desperately to Jing Changrui's calf. "Jing Changrui, you dare to hit my daughter. After all these years, our family has toiled for you, and this is how you repay us. Jing Changrui, do you still want to continue?" At that moment, Yi Buochang ceased to be an involved party and became a detached observer, coldly indifferent. In the past, Lin Hongtao and Lin Hongwan, along with his parents, employed such tactics to ensure Yi Ping never enjoyed a day of peace. Repeated concessions had not garnered their sympathy or pity. Rather, they had only led to intensified exploitation and encroachment. Now, witnessing the chaotic scene of their family, Yi Buochang found it difficult to articulate the exhilaration that followed this act of retribution. It was exhilarating. As the hospital room descended into chaos, Jing Changrui kicked Lin Xia away, shouting, "Lin Xia, I want a divorce." All the noise, curses, and oaths abruptly ceased. Jing Changrui did not yell. On the contrary, he appeared remarkably composed. "Upon reflection, we should indeed divorce. I cannot contend with your family any longer. Henceforth, we shall each pursue our separate paths." Lin Hong hurriedly crawled over, attempting to cling to Jing Changrui's leg, only to be met with another kick that sent her sprawling. "Your family only knows how to take advantage. You never engage in any meaningful work, merely squabbling over trivial matters. Lin Xia, you could easily return to work but choose to lounge at home. You claim to be caring for the child, yet you hand him over to your parents. Your father professes to love the child, yet he allows him to soil himself, only to have your mother drag the child to the market, where the first words uttered are not dad or mom but rather watermelon. I toil endlessly at work, striving for a promotion. Yet, after barely sitting on the sofa for 2 minutes upon returning home, I am transformed into the indolent man you portray. When asked how your marriage is faring, you tell everyone it is unbearable, devoid of prospects. If I am so lacking in potential, why did your mother marry me? If I am so hopeless, why don't you seek employment yourself? Why do you continue to accompany me when my future appears so bleak? Lin Hongtao, if it were not for your desire to seize your nephew's property in the school district, would our community have been vandalized with glass broken and filth thrown? If it were not for you, would I have faced censure from my superiors at work? Had you and your spouse not caused a scene at your nephew's workplace, would I have jeopardized my opportunity for promotion? Lin Xia, after all these years of marriage, I have genuinely reaped no benefits from your family. This life has become unbearable, and I can no longer endure it. I demand a divorce. If you refuse, I shall take legal action to expose your family's shamelessness and their attempts to appropriate others' assets." It is only at this moment that Lin Hongtao, Tang Jihua, and Lin Xia truly grasp the seriousness of Jing Changrui's intentions. Chapter 0084. There are plenty of backup plans, but I fear they won't come. When Jing Changrui began to act seriously, Lin Xia was truly frightened. The tantrums she had learned from her mother were no longer of any use. With a face full of terror, she knelt on the ground, shaking her head frantically, adamantly refusing to divorce. "Changrui, we cannot part ways. I beg you," she pleaded, clinging desperately to his leg. "I was wrong. I will find a job immediately. I promise to stop being lazy at home. I will never speak ill of you to others again. I know you care for me. Please, do not be angry. Dad, Mom, quickly apologize to Jing Changrui, please." Lin Xia screamed with a heart-wrenching intensity, a stark contrast to her earlier smugness in the hospital. "Changrui, speak to me. I promise I will never take advantage of others again. Our family will not take advantage of anyone." As she mentioned taking advantage, Lin Xia realized that today's turmoil stemmed from Yi Buochang. Embracing Jing Changrui's leg, she began to knock her head on the ground fervently, exclaiming, "Buochang, we are relatives. Please forgive me. My parents should not have coveted your family's house. That house was meant for you, inherited from your father. My dad shouldn't have taken your father's bank card. I am so sorry, Buochang. We will no longer trouble you. Please spare us this time. Buochang, I implore you. Tell Changrui not to divorce me." Her final words were almost a roar. Yi Buochang stood up and approached Lin Hongtao, surveying the hospital room that resembled a scene from hell. He felt a sense of satisfaction and delight. Turning to Lin Hongtao, he remarked, "I am satisfied. Are you? If not, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. At worst, I could bring my mother out to settle the score with you for ruining her dreams of being a singer. By the way, insanity is no excuse for murder." Yi Buochang delivered this line with a smile, yet the chill it exuded left them feeling unnerved. This was no longer the Yi Buochang they once knew. He had returned to collect a debt. For the first time, Lin Hongtao felt fear. In just half a month, his once harmonious home had devolved into chaos. He was no fool. Upon careful reflection, he recognized that Yi Buochang's actions were purposeful and methodical, each step meticulously calculated. Through a combination of coercion and temptation, he had led them to this dire situation. Lin Hongtao suddenly regretted provoking Yi Buochang. Why did he do it? Witnessing the discord between his daughter and son-in-law filled him with dread. Life could never return to what it once was. Tang Jihua's face had been battered into a grotesque shape, and at that moment, all her sorrow surged forth as she cried out like a lost dog. Lin Hongtao gazed despondently at Yi Buochang. "Buochang, I was wrong. I shall never again disturb your household." Yi Buochang raised his hand to halt Lin Hongtao's further apologies, stating, "There is no need for contrition. What has been done cannot be undone, and the harm inflicted remains. My mother's illness, my father's resentment. The vendetta against my family, all these matters have yet to be resolved. In due time, I shall repay your family in full. Prepare yourselves mentally. With a decisive flourish, Yi Buchang orchestrated the perfect retribution against Lin Hongtao and his kin. As Yi Buchang departed the ward, chaos had already ensued within. Lin Hongtao seethed with impotent rage. Tang Jihua barked like a dog. Jing Chongrui remained silent, and Lin Xia wept uncontrollably. Yet, the family's young scion watched television with fervor, exclaiming, "Pikachu, Thunderbolt." Perhaps this child's sole education in physics would stem from Pokemon. Indeed, this could be considered their family's most profound reckoning. With a lightened spirit, Yi Buchang felt a surge of satisfaction, while Li Dong's face radiated excitement. "Buchang, what shall be our next course of action?" Yi Buchang replied. "This is where it concludes." Li Dong, perplexed, queried, "But you just mentioned that you would settle accounts with them meticulously?" Yi Buchang offered Li Dong a cigarette, explaining that some actions, when left unexecuted, wield greater influence than those that are taken. Much like a blade, its mere presence hovering over one's neck is far more impactful. Our aim is to elevate our own happiness, not to cultivate hatred or revel in vengeance. Suddenly, Li Dong sensed a hint of recklessness in Yi Buchang's demeanor. Should Lin Xia and her husband unify against them, might the situation not prove more complicated? Yi Buchang dismissed such concerns, stating, "It is not as difficult as you presume. Simply arrange for Lin Hongtao to be attended by a flamboyant middle-aged nurse. He shall engage in endless quarrels with his wife. A household so consumed by greed, faced with the myriad temptations of the world, is already riddled with vulnerabilities. Exploiting their weaknesses is rather simple." Li Dong realized that his own perspective paled in comparison to Yi Buchang's insight. Even his foreman, despite his authority, lacked such clarity. Unbeknownst to Yi Buchang, a woman clad in a flowing white gown had overheard his earlier exchanges in the ward as well as his dialogue with Li Dong. She found Yi Buchang to be quite intriguing. Ultimately, his maneuvers had also rendered her a beneficiary. She planned to first incapacitate Lu Lei's leg using basketball rules, subsequently drawing her troublesome uncle Lin Hongtao before Lu Lei. This would subject Lu Lei to a tormenting release through Lin Hongtao. Then, she could leverage Lin Hongtao's injuries to approach his workplace. Yi Buchang's strategy effectively eliminated Lu Lei, the stumbling block, vanquished Lin Hongtao's parasitic family, and secured a voice within the second project department. This seamless execution was devoid of hesitation, fluid in its entirety. Whether viewed by the onlooker Jing Shan or by Yi Buchang himself, it was deemed nothing short of perfect. The troubles of Lin Hongtao and his family are far from over. They have only just begun. The discord between Jing Chongrui and Lin Xia is a long-standing grudge, not a recent development. Yi Buchang's actions resemble an ignition of this tension. With Lin Hongtao and Tang Jihua being assaulted, the police will likely seek to quell the disturbance, forbidding any escalation. Should they attempt to raise a ruckus, it would only serve to entangle Jing Chongrui and their granddaughter. This creates a vicious cycle from which they cannot escape. Previously, they could torment Yiping due to their relatively smooth lives. Now, however, they find themselves ensnared in familial disputes, facing the possibility of significant suffering. Let them truly experience the essence of familial strife. Yi Buchang received a call from Zhong Yu. "Where have you been? I followed you down the stairs but couldn't catch up. How about we go out tonight to celebrate the misfortune? Just moments ago, Old Fu called to formally inform me that I am to temporarily assume the role of manager for the second project department. Yi Buchang, make sure to work diligently from now on." Yi Buchang glanced at the phone. The woman on the other end was driving recklessly, seemingly forgetting that he was the one burdened with a significant debt to her. One may encounter those who repay debts with their behinds, but it is rare to see one collecting with such methods. Chapter 0085, Nurturing Your Career. You become the son resolving the matters concerning Lin Hongtao, and Lin Hongwen was paramount. Yi Buchang's primary focus for the next phase was undoubtedly to earn money and to ensure Lin Sulan's recovery. The orange in his hand was akin to a metronome, rhythmically tossed back and forth. Li Dong, noticing the orange Yi Buchang held, reached out, expressing his thirst. "Give me some." Yi Buchang tucked the orange into his bag, replying, "Not this one." Li Dong, puzzled, thought it curious that Yi Buchang, who had carried the orange without a thought of consuming it, suddenly appeared reluctant to share it. Recently, Li Dong had been of considerable assistance to Yi Buchang, and in gratitude, he invited Li Dong for a meal at a local skewer restaurant he discovered in Lijiachuo. This area was dotted with residential communities affiliated with state-owned enterprises. As long as the food was palatable, the business flourished. Yi Buchang recalled this particular skewer restaurant, where the staff were mostly laid-off workers from around the year 2000. Initially, they merely intended to run a joint venture, but to their surprise, the queue grew to over 100 every evening. Even at this hour, before the peak dining time, only a few tables remained unoccupied. They ordered a pot base and a large platter of beef and chicken offal, intentionally omitting any vegetarian skewers. As the oil in the pot began to bubble vigorously, they immersed all the skewers into the broth. After a long day, Li Dong was indeed famished. He reminisced about the cold skewers sold at the school gate during his student days, which initially cost 5 cents each before rising to 10. Yi Buchang inquired, "Have they now risen to 50 cents? Li Dong shook his head. "No, I believe it's around 20 cents. I always felt I could never eat enough." He added, "I tried them again recently, and the taste has changed." Yi Buchang remarked, "The flavor has altered. It's merely the people who have." Li Dong then gazed at Yi Buchang. "Indeed, just like you. The methods you now employ to handle Lin Hongtao and Lin Hongwen are hard to believe." Yi Buchang poured Li Dong a glass of liquor and asked, "Which aspect of my character do you think is better?" Li Dong compared the present Yi Buchang to the past and affirmed, "You are certainly better now." He continued, "Your demeanor has drastically changed when you're with me. However, you used to confront those who bullied your family with the same attitude." He confessed, "To be honest, as outsiders, our anger can only manifest through you." Li Dong raised his glass to clink it with Yi Buchang's, stating, "You seem much more at ease now, no longer burdened. Buchang, this glass is for your uncle. He would find solace in seeing you like this." After saying this, Li Dong poured his liquor onto the ground, a gesture mirrored by Yi Buchang. Once both filled their glasses again, Li Dong recalled the matter of the house. "By the way, did you secure that project you mentioned last time? Our foreman intends to purchase your family's property at the Railway Bureau." Although the bid had been submitted, Yi Buchang felt over 70% confident in winning. Yet he refrained from making any definitive claims, as the bidding was set for the following week. He believed there would be no significant issues. Once the project was officially acquired, they would sell that house. "I do not wish to owe anyone a favor." Li Dong certainly hopes for Yi Buchang's success, as this would enable their foreman to secure work. In recent days, Li Dong has casually mentioned this matter to his foreman, who has been eagerly inquiring several times. However, Yi Buchang has stated that should the project be secured, there will certainly be subcontracting opportunities for you. Nonetheless, when your foreman inquires again, you should directly inform him that this matter is beyond your jurisdiction and suggest he come speak with me personally. Li Dong gazed at Yi Buchang in confusion, wondering why. Yi Buchang clinked his glass against Li Dong's, downing the contents in one gulp. "Some matters cannot be elucidated in just a few words. Simply follow my instructions and all will become clear in due time. After all, you wouldn't want to be under the foreman's thumb for a lifetime, would you?" Li Dong pondered this, realizing that Yi Buchang intended to elevate him, to guide him in his endeavors. Although this was an exhilarating prospect, he questioned how much influence Yi Buchang truly wielded at his relatively young age. What authority did he possess? Li Dong was not skeptical, but rather was engaging in a habitual thought process. As they neared the end of their skewers, he held his glass. Staring at the nearby salons, their red and pink lights aglow, his eyes transfixed. On several occasions, he raised his brows and exchanged glances with Yi Buchang. Yi Buchang took note of the salons, where the sliding doors were ajar and the curtains drawn halfway, revealing glimpses of smooth thighs, some propped, others resting on coffee tables, and the sounds of flesh colliding with a delightful bounce. Yi Buchang understood Li Dong had indulged in a bit of drink and was feeling buoyant. "A man should strive to earn more," he advised. "If you manage your career well, women will gravitate towards you, even if you seek companionship. The quality should surpass that of the ordinary. In simpler terms, earn more and enjoy finer things." Li Dong appeared to have an epiphany, sheepishly admitting that his foreman had indeed introduced him to some grand affairs. Yi Buchang chuckled and asked, "Did you feel unworthy when those women in evening gowns bowed while serving you?" Li Dong was taken aback. Yi Buchang continued, savoring a skewer of beef. "Money that is not earned feels like charity, instilling a sense of inadequacy and diminishing confidence. In the future, you should generously provide for yourself, allowing those elegantly dressed women to cater to your desires, rather than shaking your head in refusal when they offer to dance or feeling embarrassed when asked if they should bind themselves for you." He further added that one should not perceive a woman's playful biting as an insult. Li Dong, respectfully holding his glass with both hands, lowered his head in a toast, urging, "All right, enough of this. Have you been watching my live broadcast?" It cannot be said that Yi Buchang was correct in more than 70% of his observations. At the very least, he had perfectly recreated the scene, as if a camera had been discreetly installed. As they parted ways, specific instructions were given to discreetly conceal the few subordinates under one's command, ideally allowing them to return to their hometowns for a few days of leisure before coming back. Our manager Liu has established profound connections with the proprietors of several construction companies. Having encountered such a significant setback, he is undoubtedly eager to rectify the situation. A brief period of seclusion would be prudent. In the midst of this conversation, Yi Wuchang produced 1,000 yuan. However, Li Dong declined the money, reminding him that he was to collect only 30% of the rent. I will use that money for them. After bidding farewell to Li Dong, Yi Wuchang returned home feeling unburdened. Free from the entanglements of the Lin family, he found solace. Upon arriving at the community, he was greeted by the absence of the maddening cacophony of song. The aunties in the neighborhood, upon witnessing Yi Wuchang's beaming smile, would readily extend their greetings, inquiring, "Wuchang, that person waiting for you upstairs, is he your third uncle?" Ah. After resolving issues with a few opportunistic relatives, he finally encountered someone bearing gifts. Chapter 0086. Who is picking whose flaws? Yi Wuchang often visited the dilapidated old house, where he encountered only Sanma Mengru, but not Sanba Yibin. Yibin bore a slight resemblance to his brother Yiping, who had once been very caring towards his younger sibling. However, as they entered adulthood, everyone became preoccupied with their own families. Such is life. Each individual revolves around their own household, and extending concern towards others becomes a formidable challenge. As long as one's own family affairs are well managed, that suffices. Yi Wuchang could comprehend the indifference exhibited by De Ba and Sanba. Nevertheless, if one chooses to be indifferent, let it be complete. Refrain from preaching. If the preaching were genuinely aimed at imparting wisdom to Yi Wuchang, it might be acceptable. Yet, it was frequent for Yi Bin and Ming Ru to suppress Yi Wuchang under the guise of guidance. Subsequently, even their daughter Yi Ying began to adopt such a condescending tone when addressing Yi Wuchang. As a peer and a sister, what authority did Yi Ying possess to lecture him? Ultimately, it stemmed from a perception that Yi Wuchang's family's circumstances were inferior. Their economic and psychological advantages led them to believe they could elevate themselves above Yi Wuchang and educate him. Following the death of their father, Yi Bin felt he could sever all ties with Yi Wuchang, choosing to live as if they were strangers. Thus, in the matter of Yi Ping's passing, both the eldest and the third displayed a strikingly similar demeanor, indifferent, composed, and swift. They arrived, delivered a blow, and departed, leaving no further connection. Yet, Yi Bin's presence at Yi Wuchang's doorstep indicated his awareness of the shameful actions he had taken in recent years that rendered him reluctant to stand there. Yi Wuchang returned. He opened the door and said, "Sanba, please come in and take a seat." Yi Ping had presumed that Yi Wuchang's household was chaotic, with a madwoman residing within, hardly a normal situation. However, after waiting outside for several minutes, he did not hear the madwoman's singing emanating from within. On the day of the second brother's death, she had still been singing. Yi Bin placed the various bags he carried down, stating that the workplace had distributed some rice and flour, and he had purchased some fruits as well. Here are some calming brain tonic liquids. They say such supplements would benefit your mother's condition. You might let her try a little. By the way, where is your mother? Yi Wuchang, who had been boiling water in the kitchen, emerged and replied, "I sent her to the 4th hospital." Yi Bin's expression faltered. He actually wished to laugh, but felt such amusement might be impolite, so he nodded quickly, affirming, yes, in her condition, it is indeed better to send her to the hospital. In this regard, you have done better than the second brother. Alas, he has no issues, yet he has been brainwashed by your mother's family. How could such an ailment be treated at home? I have told the eldest brother numerous times, but he refuses to listen. Alas, sending her now is for the best. Once she is discharged, she may still return to a semblance of normalcy. You are so understanding. She may enjoy a few days of comfort afterward. It is just. Your father will not share in that fortune. Yi Wuchang retrieved the tea leaves that old Yuan had given him, which had yet to be opened. As the fragrant aroma of tea wafted from the opened bag, Yi Bin felt a surge of spirit. This was indeed fine tea. Although he claimed it was unnecessary to trouble himself, he showed no inclination to deter Yi Wuchang. After preparing the tea, Yi Wuchang straightforwardly inquired, "Is there something else that brings you here today, third uncle?" Yi Bin swirled the cup, gazing at the translucent, emerald liquid, then chuckled awkwardly. "Wuchang, it's like this. A couple of days ago, your third aunt and sister happened upon you while you were viewing properties in our community. I wondered if you were considering a change of environment. Today, I heard you took your mother to the hospital, which seems to indicate your desire to await her discharge before transitioning to a fresh living space. I think this idea is splendid, truly. With unfamiliar faces surrounding her, the past's impact on her would diminish significantly. The other community may appear dilapidated, yet it offers convenience for daily life, grocery shopping, cooking, and outings are all easily accessible. Your reasoning is quite sound. As Yi Buochang held his cigarette, he waited for Yi Bin to ramble on aimlessly until the latter found himself at a loss for words. At which point he coughed dryly. Buochang, since you're considering purchasing a home in our community, why not consider my place? You know I share a fondness for cleanliness. And your third aunt maintains a pristine home. The furniture has barely seen 2 years of use. Once we move out, you and your mother won't need to acquire anything new. You can simply move in. The house boasts excellent lighting, breezy summers, and warm winters, truly a comfortable abode. I heard from your sister that the girl you brought over recently is quite lovely. Are you two contemplating marriage? Yi Bin, concerned that his words might come off as awkward, swiftly shifted the conversation towards Yi Buochang and Zhong Yu's romantic life to ease the tension. In truth, when Yi Bin noticed that the houses here had not been claimed by Lin Hongwan and Lin Hongtao, he surmised that Yi Buochang intended to use his current residence for marriage, effectively relocating his mother to a rundown place in the south. Yi Buochang and his father represented two stark contrasts, one irresponsibly carefree, the other utterly detached and devoid of sentiment. Nevertheless, Yi Bin dared not infuse any sarcasm or irony into his words, choosing instead to exalt Yi Buochang, fearful of inciting his nephew's ire, which could jeopardize the sale of their property. After voicing his thoughts, he awkwardly sipped his tea, lit a cigarette, and offered Yi Buochang a strained smile. Just then, Yi Buochang's phone rang. Aunt Zhou. Upon hearing her name, Yi Bin tensed up. It was evident that she was the neighbor from their community intending to sell her house to Yi Buochang. As he observed Yi Buochang engaging in a courteous conversation, an inexplicable frustration bubbled within him, particularly as he witnessed Yi Buochang's polite demeanor. It ignited an urge to express his discontent. After all, he was Yi Buochang's third uncle, having humbled himself to visit him with a clear intention. When Yi Buochang received the call, should he not have considered the dignity of his third uncle? He could have simply hung up or proactively informed the caller that he had resolved to purchase his uncle's property. However, Yi Buochang did not act in such a manner, leaving Yi Bin profoundly disappointed in his nephew. He exhibited a complete disregard for social niceties and familial bonds, showing a lack of filial piety towards his mother. Indeed, the second brother's son seemed to have been raised in vain. During the call with Aunt Zhou, Yi Buochang wasted no words. How much are you planning to sell it for, Aunt Zhou? 41,800? Very well, I shall contemplate it further. As he held the phone, he turned to Yi Bin, saying, Third uncle, did you hear that? She is selling for 41,800. Yi Bin clenched his teeth, stating a firm offer of 38,000, asserting that the 3,800 difference should be considered as a wedding gift for you and your nephew's bride. How generous of the third uncle! Yet, one wonders how his family will react upon learning that when their community is slated for demolition. The compensation per square meter is approximately 3,400. Chapter 0087. The first place Yi Buochang acquired the house belonging to Samba's family. Fearing the prolongation of uncertainties, the family sought to finalize the paperwork with Yi Buochang on Monday. 38,000 yuan. When Yi Bin, Meng Ru, and Yi Ying received the money, they nearly burst into laughter. Yet, it was evident that they had conferred among themselves prior. In the presence of Yi Buochang, they must not express mirth. Rather, they needed to feign reluctance. For instance, Meng Ru currently adopted a somewhat wistful demeanor, saying, Buochang, we have lived in that house for quite a while, and we've grown attached. It is rather difficult for me to let go all of a sudden. Yi Buochang reached out for the money in her hand, saying, Well, you can simply buy it back. Meng Ru deftly tucked the money into her bag, as if ignoring Yi Buochang's words, and, linking arms with Yi Bin, declared, Let us head to the bank to deposit this. Buochang, you have work today, so we want to keep you. Do come over for dinner sometime. Yi Buochang chuckled inwardly, recalling how they had hurriedly come to handle the paperwork that morning without mentioning his work commitments. In the early 1990s, the housing reform was implemented. The allocation system of housing by workplaces transformed, allowing for the buying and selling of properties, leading to privatization. Yi Bin's family's residence, originally 40 square meters, cost a total of 8,000 yuan. They later made an extension, increasing the area to 78 square meters, without exceeding 10,000 yuan in total expenditure. Now, they could sell it for 38,000. Yi Bin and his wife were filled with elation, thinking, what a windfall. Their greatest joy stemmed from the prospect of purchasing a new home. As for their current living arrangements, their daughter could stay at school, and Yi Bin could temporarily squeeze into the teacher's dormitory with Meng Ru, as they had already made prior arrangements. Upon acquiring a new house, they could renovate it while gradually accumulating furniture, aiming to move in by National Day. Meng Ru expressed some regret, saying, "Are we really just giving away all our appliances and furniture? In my opinion," she continued, "we could find a scrap dealer at the second-hand market. The television, refrigerator, washing machine, and old furniture could easily fetch 2,000 yuan. That DVD player alone cost 900, and it's practically new, having hardly been used." When Yi Bin heard this, he nodded, feeling that he had been too impulsive during the price negotiations with Yi Bochang that night, not performing to his best. However, with the house sold, would it not be too late to voice such concerns? Ying interjected, "Mom, how can you even say that? Just moments ago, you invited Yi Bochang to our new home for dinner." "Which home? The new one?" When Yi Bochang arrives and sees that we have exchanged the money he provided for a spacious 120 square meter house, he might feel quite disheartened. Yi Ying smiled with satisfaction, adding, "Nonetheless, I still wish for him to see it. With his circumstances, he may never have the opportunity to reside in a new home." The family deliberated and ultimately decided to return to the old house to sell what needed to be sold, for during the transfer of ownership, they had not stipulated that all possessions were included in the sale to Yi Bochang. The phone call was made by Meng Ru. "Bochang, do you want any of those pieces of furniture? If so, please indicate how much you would like." Many of them were quite new. Yi Bochang replied calmly, "It's all right, Sanma. Just dispose of them all. I only need the house, nothing else." Meng Ru was naturally pleased. "All right, I will take care of it then. Otherwise, it would be a bother to leave them there." Yi Bochang readily agreed, but when the news of the demolition arrived, their family was not as cheerful. However, what did it matter? Once the property certificate was obtained, the greatest advantage lay in the fact that whoever held the title had complete authority over the property. Yet, this situation did not benefit all cities, particularly regarding welfare housing provided by large organizations. After the earthquake in 2008, certain state-owned enterprises suffered significant damage to their housing. A substantial amount of funds was allocated for the reconstruction of residential complexes. This led to many individuals transferring previously allocated welfare housing at low prices. However, these houses lacked ownership rights. Even if transferred, the new buyers were still ineligible for housing exchanges in the new complexes. Due to such circumstances, numerous disputes arose, resulting in conflicts that required mediation. Ultimately, those who purchased at low prices were compelled to compensate the original owners substantially to qualify for the exchange. Fortunately, this predicament did not exist for Yi Bochang. No matter how formidable Sanba, Sanma, or his cousin were, their physical presence could not withstand the force of an excavator's tracks. Yi Bochang had 50,000 yuan in spare cash and borrowed another 50,000 from Zhongyu. The old house could be sold for 20,000. In total, he had 120,000. He had already spent 38,000. The 2,000 from the old house had yet to be sold. The remaining 60,000 was insufficient to purchase the last 2 units. The bidding for the underground commercial complex at Yunqing Square was scheduled for the afternoon. Zhongyu drove Yi Bochang there. While in the car, Zhongyu inquired, "When do you plan to buy the remaining 2 units?" Yi Bochang replied, "Let us wait a bit longer. I still need another 20,000 first. I want to wait until Sanba and Sanma move out. Otherwise, if those 2 families relocate first and discover that I have bought several units, they might become suspicious and cause me trouble. I can afford to wait for those 2. The price might drop a little further." Since Zhongyu started collaborating with Yi Bochang, she found him to be meticulous in his thinking. Crucially, she felt a sense of security in working with him, as she could anticipate his next steps. Unlike Lu Lei, who always pretended to be profound, yet had limited capabilities, Zhongyu remarked, "You can't just focus on your own purchases. You must help me find a unit as well." Yi Bochang responded, "I can't guarantee that place will definitely be demolished, so why the rush?" As Zhongyu turned the car into the hotel parking lot, she said, "I don't know. I just feel you can be trusted." With a chuckle, Yi Bochang contemplated but chose not to elaborate further. Upon exiting the vehicle, Zhongyu's expression appeared somewhat uneasy, not due to the tension of the bidding, but because this hotel was where she had stayed with Lu Lei. The hotel room number that Yi Bochang reported was indeed this one. Zhongyu felt somewhat awkward. If given the choice, she would prefer that Yi Bochang remained oblivious to her past. Now, even a smile from Yi Bochang seemed to mock her as if she were a woman of loose morals. Zhongyu hurriedly followed behind Yi Bochang, asking, "Aren't you nervous?" Yi Bochang retorted, "Why should I be? Zhong Yu continued, "You've invested so much effort into plan number 2. Aren't you afraid the Design Institute might not win the bid?" Yi Buchang replied, "I only concern myself with what I can control. Why should I worry about what I cannot? Those matters are not for me to fret over." Zhong Yu was taken aback, realizing that Yi Buchang's attitude could be so carefree. At 3:30 in the afternoon, in one of the banquet halls of Mingshan, the bid opening was taking place. Zhong Yu sat beside Yi Buchang, her entire body tense as she listened to the announcements. The expert review panel from the Construction Bureau publicly assessed the proposals, ultimately determining the final rankings and scores of each company's design plans. First place went to Guijian Yunqing Design Institute with a score of 96. Zhong Yu grasped Yi Buchang's leg tightly, with all her might. Chapter 0088. The greatest benefit representatives from various institutions, such as the Yizhou Architectural Institute, the Taijin Institute, and the Yuzhou Design Institute expressed their congratulations to the Yunqing Design Institute on the spot. In truth, everyone was well aware of the outcome. Discussions had taken place in advance, and it was generally understood that each participant had a fair chance. There was a lingering sense of discontent at Yunqing Design Institute's early success, yet on the surface, collaboration among companies was prevalent. In recent years, with the surge in construction projects across the region, there was no need for heated disputes over a single underground commercial complex in the central square. Everyone graciously extended their well wishes, indicating a desire for future exchanges of experience. As the acting manager of the second project department, Zhong Yu found herself at a loss for words after securing the project. Previously, she had never contemplated a career path, believing that as a woman, her primary responsibility was to maintain her appearance. It was only when Yi Buchang revealed to her that she could indeed oversee projects and subsequently excel in their execution, that she began to envision a different future. No longer reliant on the project department's funds for sustenance, she now received a substantial budget from the institute, a figure that seemed somewhat extravagant. Huang Changshan approached her first, extending a handshake. "President Yu, congratulations. Let us celebrate this evening." Zhong Yu was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at Yi Buchang, "Celebrate what?" "We must first return to the office and report to the director and secretary." Huang Changshan then turned to Yi Buchang, shaking his hand. "Engineer Yi, your remarkable achievement has surely set you on a path to a bright future. I should now address you as President Yi." Yi Buchang's second proposal had won the bid, and it was evident to all that his ascension to the role of project leader was merely a matter of time. Now, they awaited the official announcement from the institute. Huang Changshan was thus attempting to curry favor with Yi Buchang in anticipation of forthcoming major projects, especially concerning subcontracting and materials procurement. This aspect was intricate. Although the Design Institute was merely a secondary party and lacked the authority to dictate material purchases, a critical component lay in the fire safety review during the project stages. The expertise regarding materials and their structural integrity, such as strength and fire resistance, fell under the jurisdiction of the Design Institute, specifically Yi Buchang. This insight illuminated the extent of Yi Buchang's current power and clarified why someone like Huang Changshan, who thrived in his environment yet rarely acknowledged Yi Buchang, was now exhibiting such warmth and generosity towards him. The title of President Yu carried weight. Who could remain unaffected by it? However, Yi Buchang remained astutely aware, responding to Huang Changshan, "President Huang, the appointment of the project leader is ultimately at the discretion of the director. You need not refer to me as President Yi. Should this reach the director's ears, it may imply that I hold authority over such decisions." Huang Changshuan's initial reaction was that Yi Buchang feared Zhong Yu, as Zhong Yu belonged to Lu Lei. However, upon further reflection, he recalled how Yi Buchang had nearly brought Lu Lei to his demise. Recently, Yi Buchang had been making quite a name for himself in the Design Institute, and such a high-profile individual would exercise caution when addressed as General Yi. Huang Changshan suddenly realized that even a seasoned veteran like himself could not fully comprehend Yi Buchang. Dai Qian was indeed ineffectual. He had instructed her to mend relations with Yi Buchang days ago, yet after all this time, not a word had been heard. Exercising patience, Huang Changshan suggested to Yi Buchang that they gather in a small circle this evening. If there were no objections, he would take charge of the arrangements. Huang Changshuan's network of connections was intricate. There were no direct grievances between him and Yi Buchang, nor had he deliberately targeted him. Courtesy must be extended. Yi Buchang nodded in agreement, allowing Huang to take the lead. Zhong Yu beckoned Yi Buchang to accompany her back to the office. As she entered the vehicle, she hesitated to start the engine. Yi Buchang inquired, "What is the matter?" Zhong Yu replied, "I'm still a bit shaken. My hands are trembling, and my heart is racing." Feel it. It's beating so fast. Yi Buchang opened the car door, preparing to exit. Zhongyu exclaimed, Wait, I was joking. You really have no sense of humor. Yi Buchang possessed plenty of charm. It merely depended on whom it was directed towards. Upon arriving at the Design Institute, he parked the car. The sun blazed outside, and without hesitation, Yi Buchang strode towards the office building. Zhongyu called from behind, Wait for me. She rummaged through her bag for sunglasses and then pulled out an umbrella. By the time she looked up, Yi Buchang had already ventured far ahead. It dawned on Zhongyu that she had grown accustomed to making Yi Buchang wait for her in recent days. Yet, observing his swift departure, she felt a surge of irritation, silently contemplating whether he would also be so quick in more intimate moments. Suddenly, an amusing image crossed her mind, asking Yi Buchang to wait, the context of wait shifting dramatically between the present and a more private setting. As Yi Buchang entered the office building, he encountered Dai Qian, who had left work early. Upon seeing him, Dai Qian instinctively leaned forward, a reflexive gesture of greeting towards an acquaintance. Regret was evident on her face. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Zhongyu, who, having donned sunglasses and emerged with an umbrella, was now confronting the very woman who had struck her. This was more distressing than death itself. Dai Qian felt a sense of frustration. Had she been slightly kinder or less direct with Yi Buchang, would she now be the one accompanying him? In Zhongyu's expression, she perceived a smirk of disdain. Yi Buchang simply walked past Dai Shi. As Zhongyu ascended the stairs, she whispered into Yi Buchang's ear, Had I known she was waiting for you, I would have arrived a little later. Might this affect your reconciliation? Lovers often experience separation and reunion. It is a natural occurrence. Differences in values may seem inconsequential, for they can be altered through interaction. However, if a person's fundamental character is flawed, it is wise to maintain distance. Zhongyu said sarcastically, Today she could wait for you downstairs, and in a few days, she might be downstairs too. Yi Buchang. Zhongyu continued, Perhaps it won't even take a few days. Huang Changshan may have already issued an ultimatum to Dai Shi. Tonight's small-scale celebration will undoubtedly include her. They might have even reserved a room. Yi Buchang cast a sidelong glance at Zhongyu and remarked, A room? You seem quite experienced. Zhongyu's expression darkened as she gritted her teeth and leaned closer to Yi Buchang. Indeed, very experienced. Are you interested? Gratitude to the Qian monkey from Nanyao Street for the generous gift, and to everyone for their gifts thus far. Chapter 0089. The Exchange of Interests with a Disdainful Huff. Yi Buchang muttered to himself that finding a hotel room with you is less appealing than engaging in a brawl. It was time for him to report to the dean. Yi Buchang was genuinely curious to witness the expression on Fu Yang's face. Fu Yang was currently on the phone with a representative from the Municipal Construction Department. They often collaborated and frequently gathered socially. In such conversations, the exchange typically revolved around formalities and pleasantries, such as who would treat whom. However, this time, the head of the project from the construction side conveyed a rather alarming sentiment. Old Fu, I haven't dared to face you these past few days. To be frank, I lack confidence in your Design Institute's recent proposal. Fu Yang was taken aback by this remark. The voice on the other end continued, Listen, old Fu. Let me explain. We've just received notice that the environmental assessment criteria for this project will be substantially increased, making the preliminary evaluations exceedingly crucial. It was only through this notification that I learned the Subway Line 1 project is set to commence. Our project lies directly along the route of Line 1, which is fixed and non-negotiable. Thus, our project cannot be halted. This means that every company involved now faces an unprecedented challenge in the design phase. He continued. While the scores in this evaluation may appear close, the moment your Design Institute's proposal is presented, the review committee will undoubtedly recognize that this project is destined for your institute alone. All right, old Fu, as is customary. The construction department will gather with your Design Institute this weekend for some tea. It's a rare opportunity for a bit of leisure. Upon hanging up, Fu Yang held the receiver in his hand for an unusually long time, lost in thought. He had initially believed that either the first or the second proposal was a foregone conclusion. The reason for the second proposal's advantage lay squarely on the shoulders of that foolish Dai Shueyo. However, it now seemed that Yi Buchang's success was not merely a matter of luck. Although the project had been secured, Fu Yang felt no sense of unexpected joy. In fact, he felt that Yi Buchang had made his own position increasingly precarious. This was understandable, as the project's acquisition was primarily attributed to the strategic prowess of the dean. Yet, the project's return was not a result of the dean's intentions, but rather a scheme supported by the secretary, which had spread like wildfire throughout the Design Institute, shaking Fu Yang's authority to its core. The more Fu Yang pondered, the more incensed he became. That damned Yi Buchang. What kind of attention-seeking stunt was this? If he sought the limelight, Fu Yang was eager to see just how capable he truly was. He dialed Liao Jiqiang's number. "Secretary, I presume you've heard the news." Liao Jiqiang responded with a cheerful tone, congratulating Fu Yang, praising the dean's exceptional leadership. Fu Yang felt a flicker of irritation at the pleasantries. "Let us dispense with the formalities. There is something I wish to discuss with you. Lu Lei. He is currently entangled in matters that prevent him from overseeing this project. I believe that Zhong Yu has participated in numerous projects within the second project department. While she may lack some qualifications and experience, I feel it is imperative for her to undergo further training. Currently, she is indeed serving as the manager of the second project department. Perhaps we could entrust this project to her. We could oversee her progress from a distance." Liao Jiqiang remarked. "I concur, but I will have to persuade Xiao Yi." Fu Yang quickly interjected, "No need to worry. If Xiao Yi has any concerns, he can manage the project himself. I merely suggested it offhand. You may decide how to proceed." Just as he hung up the phone, Yi Buchang knocked on Fu Yang's door. Upon entering the office, Yi Buchang scrutinized Fu Yang's expression. Fu Yang raised his gaze to meet Yi Buchang's, initially intending to smile, yet found nothing amusing about the situation. Did he expect accolades for his contributions? Did he believe he had the potential to excel? Lacking maturity, could he truly comprehend the intricacies at play? Fu Yang seethed with resentment, letting out a derisive snort as he lowered his head. Yi Buchang announced, "I have lived up to the dean's expectations. The second proposal has successfully secured the underground commercial project for urban construction." Fu Yang could hardly muster the energy to lift his head. He was already aware that the forthcoming tasks would pose a challenge for Yi Buchang. "Get to work," he said dismissively. "We will discuss this matter in greater detail during the summary." Yi Buchang relished the sight of Fu Yang's disdainful demeanor, an expression of contempt that could not diminish his own standing. It seemed that Fu Yang was indeed lacking in tolerance, possessing an overwhelming desire for possession and control. This characteristic bore a striking resemblance to the obstinate old guard of their academic circle, who belonged to the type that believed if they could not succeed, neither should anyone else. In this field, the circles are tightly knit, with high barriers to entry, rendering outsiders powerless to penetrate. When confronted with the prevailing infrastructure environment, those outside truly have no recourse against them. You could scrutinize the accounts and procurement of a construction institute, but delving into a design institute is far more challenging. This reality inevitably cultivates a stubborn and arrogant leadership style in figures like Fu Yang, leaving them untouchable. Yi Buchang had managed to outmaneuver him, emerging victorious. When Yi Buchang exited Fu Yang's office, he walked with his head held high, reveling in his triumph. Others might be unaware, but Yi Buchang knew all too well that the success of the Design Institute in securing this project was largely due to the behind-the-scenes influence of the secretary. And, of course, Vice Dean and Pichao. After leaving Fu Yang's office, Yi Buchang proceeded to knock on Liao Jiqiang's door. Liao Jiqiang, seated behind his desk, immediately broke into a broad smile upon seeing Yi Buchang and greeted him warmly. "Come in, take a seat. If you hadn't come over, I might have had to call you," he exclaimed. "You are our Design Institute's foremost benefactor." Yi Buchang often adopts a different demeanor in the presence of the secretary. Were it not for the secretary's firm support and Director Tan's discerning eye, this proposal would not have passed the committee scrutiny. It is indeed the foresight of both the secretary and Director Tan that has facilitated this. Liao Jiqiang felt increasingly perplexed. Yi Buchang suggested his involvement and even brought up Ten Pinchao. Such astuteness? Liao Jiqiang, taken aback, quickly responded, "Xiao Yi, there is a situation at hand. You are the designer of this proposal. According to previous regulations, the designer is responsible. This project was originally meant for you. However, the director has proposed that Assistant Zhong take charge of it. Personally, I would prefer it to be you. Yet, I must also consider the unity within the institute. Having removed Lu Lei as a trade-off, it seems you may have to be sacrificed to maintain balance. So, what are your thoughts? Please speak freely. We can discuss this together." Yi Buchang replied, "Then let Assistant Zhong take responsibility." Liao Jiqiang's expression shifted slightly. "No, perhaps you should reconsider. I am finding it difficult to proceed from this end." Chapter 0090. Lower than a dog, Liao Jiqiang had prepared an extensive array of arguments, encompassing lofty principles, soothing reassurances, and tangible benefits. Yet, after considerable preparation, Yi Buchang deviated from the expected script, completely disrupting Liao Jiqiang's rhythm. Why do you not resist, Yi Buchang? Do you truly relish being subjugated by Zhongyu? Liao Jiqiang chuckled lightly, urging, come now, share your thoughts. I am eager to hear your perspective. How can you accept this outcome? Yi Buchang replied from the outset. I have maintained that the design of Plan B was not intended for contention but was rooted in the practical interests of the Design Institute. The objective has been achieved. Who assumes responsibility is of little consequence. I find your skepticism unwarranted, Liao Jiqiang mused inwardly, yet he refrained from interrupting Yi Buchang. Indeed, Yi Buchang continued. The mere act of devising Plan B has already alienated the personnel from the second project department. Should I oversee this project, I would lack experience and sufficient credentials. And the senior colleagues possess their own opinions, making it difficult to garner their support. If significant disputes arise regarding the allocation of tasks, it would delay the project's progress, resulting in substantial losses for the Design Institute. Other project departments and the institute itself would become the subject of ridicule. Zhongyu, representing Lu Lei and the director, will preside over the work, compensating for my inexperience and lack of seniority. Any issues I encounter can be discussed with her, as she will be responsible for the distribution of actual tasks, ensuring unity within the second project department, maintaining the project timeline, and safeguarding the institute's reputation. If I were in charge and it devolved into chaos, it would render the secretary's efforts futile. Liao Jiqiang listened, astonished. Yi Buchang, does he possess such depth of insight? The critical point was that he had never perceived such eloquence in him before. Liao Jiqiang smiled and remarked, it seems I should engage you in conversation more often. Buchang, you are a person of considerable thought, since you have reached this understanding. The director and I have decided to entrust this project to Xiao Zhong. Isn't this precisely the outcome orchestrated by Yi Buchang? His objective was simply to methodically secure all that was due, waiting for the right moment to contend for other matters. Within the Design Institute, nothing that was meant to be obtained would be overlooked. As Yi Buchang took his leave, he added, however, will this lead the institute and the departments to think that the secretary has failed to protect my position, thereby affecting you? Yi Buchang's considerations were indeed thorough. Liao Jiqiang waved dismissively, not at all, not at all. We are all contributing to the Design Institute. There is no need for overcomplication. Go now. You must fully support and cooperate with Xiao Zhong. As for the allocation of experts from the institute, the director and I will deliberate on that. If you have any suggestions, feel free to bring them to me. The personnel roster for the second project department should be submitted promptly. Now, you may return to your duties. As Yi Buchang departed, Liao Jiqiang promptly reached out to Tan Pinchao. This young Yi possesses considerable talent. He not only recognizes my steadfast support, but is also aware of the substantial efforts you have contributed behind the scenes. Moreover, he has agreed to appoint Zhongyu as the project leader. In the face of vested interests, he remains unyielding, knowing when to contest and when to concede. Upon hearing Liao Jiqiang's remarks, Tan Pinchao suggested, if the secretary finds him satisfactory, he should be nurtured. Liao Jiqiang understood that this nurturing was aimed at cultivating core strength for the next leadership team. Presently, Yi Buchang certainly seems worthy of such investment. Upon returning to the office, one could observe a rich tapestry of expressions across everyone's faces. They attempted to feign indifference while secretly harboring intense envy. Although they wished to disregard Yi Buchang, their gazes betrayed them, drawn to him against their will. In moments of internal conflict, they could only reassure themselves. If Yi Buchang is in charge of this project, do not expect me to do his bidding. I have no intention of engaging with him. Yi Buchang had thoroughly offended Fu Yang and Lu Lei. These individuals were loyal followers of Lu Lei. Without his return, none would dare to take orders from them. Yi Buchang? What significance does he hold? As Yi Buchang settled at his workstation and powered on his computer, he found only a single message from Lao Yuan on QQ. Yuan, thumbs up, impressive. This effort was not in vain. Feng Wangbei, thank you. Without your team, this project would not have progressed so swiftly. Yuan, so? Will you treat us to late-night snacks? Feng Wangbei, perhaps find a couple of lovely ladies to accompany us? Yuan, ha ha ha. Absolutely, let us do it. Just after concluding his conversation with Lao Yuan, a message arrived from Zhongyu. Qingqing Riverbank Grass. Wuchang, thank you. Let us not mention anything else. If you ever need my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Even if I am on my period, I will still help you. Feng Wangbei? It seems Zhongyu's appointment is now official. Indeed, mere moments later, a stir enveloped the office. Whispers began to circulate, and they all instinctively turned their gazes toward Yi Buchang, their eyes brimming with derision. Yuan, what on earth is Fu Yang thinking? You designed the project. Yet he hands responsibility to Zhong Yu? What a fool. While Lao Yuan defended Yi Buochang on QQ, Wei Yuping, feeling revitalized, grabbed a cup as if to fetch water. All the while speaking sarcastically, I thought he was something special. The city construction bid was predetermined from the outset. Whether it was number 1 or number 2, it mattered little. Some believe that by exhibiting a bit of flair, they can steer this project. The truth is, no matter what tricks you play, you can only participate if permitted. Without that, you were even less significant than a mere dog. Wei Yuping's words were harsh. Yet his colleagues in the office merely chuckled quietly, none willing to utter a word in defense of Yi Buochang. Recently, Yi Buochang had garnered too much attention. They had never quite approved of him. At this moment, however, they found delight in the spectacle. What does it matter how impressive Yi Buochang might be? Ultimately, he is merely dressing another in finery. As Zhong Yu entered the design group, she raised a hand to halt the chatter, indicating she had something to say. Wei Yuping had awaited this moment for a considerable time. After casting a cold glance at Yi Buochang, he approached Zhong Yu. Congratulations, Director Yu. Under your leadership, I firmly believe we shall achieve remarkable success once again. The underground commercial complex at the Yun City Central Square is destined to be another highlight of the city. He could hardly contain his excitement. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yu scrutinized him from head to toe, then back again. Do you wish to join the project team? Wei Yuping flashed a bright smile, hands clasped, radiating confidence as he nodded earnestly. Zhong Yu replied, the matter of personnel for the project team is in Yi Buochang's hands. If you wish to join, you must inquire with him. Old Yuan interjected, you two, you really have something going on. The crowd fell silent. Wei Yuping was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. Zhong Yu waved to Yi Buochang, let us go. We have a meeting scheduled with the project management department this evening. As Yi Buochang passed by Wei Yuping, who stood before the remnants of the petrochemical site, he returned Wei Yuping's earlier remark. Only if you are deemed worthy will you have the privilege to join. If not, you are worth even less than a mere dog. Yi Buochang's gaze bore into Wei Yuping, who was left reeling, his face bruised and pained, truly suffering. Chapter 0091. Breathing with caution, the reality of the situation diverged significantly from the expectations of everyone in the office. Under normal circumstances, the project would be under the purview of the director, and although the appointment of Zhong Yu as the leader was somewhat unexpected, it remained within the realm of acceptability. Yi Buochang, who appeared to play a significant role, would, in fact, be marginalized and excluded from the project. This consensus was shared among all, stemming from Yi Buochang's previous offenses against the director and Lu Lei. Even if he were to take charge, he would not earn anyone's respect. With the director entrusting the leadership to Zhong Yu, and considering the relationship between Zhong Yu and Lu Lei, Yi Buochang was effectively rendered a pawn. However, Zhong Yu formally announced Yi Buochang as her deputy. The roster of the project team, aside from the expert group, would be largely determined by Yi Buochang. Wei Yuping was baffled as to why Zhong Yu would assign such a critical responsibility to Yi Buochang. What could possibly justify this decision? The most embarrassing aspect for Wei Yuping was that he had just humiliated Yi Buochang, only to have Yi Buochang retaliate in such a manner. Though he had grown accustomed to being humiliated, witnessing Yi Buochang assume a position of authority felt more painful than death itself. What troubled Wei Yuping even further was the realization that, for the foreseeable future, there would be no place for him in the second project department. Why had he chosen to offend Yi Buochang so deeply? In a moment of frustration, Wei Yuping took out his phone and composed a message. Unknown number, Buochang. This is Wei Yuping. We may have had some misunderstandings recently. I tend to be quite direct, which often leads to offending others. People often say I am fundamentally a good person, but my words can be grating. Buochang, I hope you can overlook my transgressions and grant me another chance. My apology is not merely a ploy to join the project team. Rather, I wish to clarify any misconceptions. I am truly sorry. Yi Buochang. All right, I accept your apology. Unknown number. Does this mean I can join the project team now? Yi Buochang. Join? Get lost. Reading that message felt like being struck by a feral dog. Painful, yet silently endured, as he dared not lift his head from the desk. Just then, Yi Buochang finished tidying up and exchanged pleasantries with Lao Yuan, indicating that he would be leaving. Prepare yourself for the project team. You must be personally involved in this endeavor. Yi Buochang would undoubtedly bring Lao Yuan along, as he had been a steadfast supporter during his most challenging times. Opportunities for profit would certainly not exclude Lao Yuan. That evening, the project management department had arranged a hot pot dinner at Tanyudo. Given that the average salary in Yunqing hovered around 1,000 yuan, a meal for two could easily consume 2 to 300 yuan, a considerable indulgence. However, for Huang Changshan, the department's entertainment budget was often wasted, even if unspent. Consequently, it was not uncommon for Huang Changshan to have others handle the invoicing when courting women. The comprehensive management department sent 2 men and 1 woman to join. Apart from Huang Changshan, another gentleman, slightly older than Yi Buochang by 2 or 3 years, exuded a smoothness and worldly wisdom reminiscent of a seasoned veteran navigating the intricacies of society. In previous encounters with Yi Buochang, he would repeatedly address him as Chief Yi. However, today, seated around the square table, he directly referred to him as brother. Individuals like Gong Jiwen are simply impossible to dislike in any social setting. He retrieved several packs of cigarettes from his bag, recalling that on a previous occasion, my father had returned from dining with them, bringing back a few packs. He placed 1 pack before Yi Buochang, not due to any inability to afford them, but rather because the Tobacco Bureau issues only a limited quantity each year. Consequently, the total sales of Zhonghua cigarettes in Yunqing last year could have produced enough boxes to circle the globe twice. Zhong Yu was amused and shot a playful glance at Gong Jiwen, saying, "If you exaggerate any further, we might as well say the number of people who succumb to Zhonghua cigarettes could wrap around the earth." Another woman, linking her arm with Zhong Yu, laughed heartily. "What do we women smoke while the men have their cigarettes?" Huang Changshan, with a playful flourish, exclaimed, "Why, we smoke water pipes." The woman playfully punched Huang Changshan, urging him to reveal it. These individuals are seasoned veterans in socializing, never failing to create a lively atmosphere. This woman, Pan Jiejia, has an 8-year-old son. Typically, it's the men who manage the household and raise the children, imparting manners that have earned awards since kindergarten. She seldom drives, but she delights in discussing her son. At work, the men refer to him as uncle, while the women call him sister. In essence, she is quite well liked. Who would believe that a woman capable of raising such a remarkable child could be so formidable in the workplace? If it weren't for Huang Changshan covering himself, Pan Jiejia would have unzipped his trousers. He quickly passed the menu to Yi Buochang, saying, "Please don't take offense, Yi. We typically are this candid. Let's all tone it down a bit and not make you uncomfortable," he added. Pan Jiejia gestured to calm everyone. "We understand. Once the 3rd round is over, we will tone it down, and you 3 young fellows can take your time." She laughed with Zhong Yu, who casually glanced at Yi Buochang, her gaze laden with unspoken meaning. Huang Changshan pointed to the menu, asking, "Yi, is there anything you would like to eat? What's going on with this person?" "Everyone is here, yet we wait for her," remarked Huang Changshan. Yi Buochang counted the dishes, with 5 present. If 1 more had not arrived, that would make 6. Huang Changshan ordered 15 pounds of fish heads and a variety of accompaniments, calculating that the quantity would be just about right. He then returned the menu to Huang Changshan, stating, "I don't have any particular cravings. Let us see if Zhong Yu has anything she desires." Pan Jiejia teased, "Zhong Yu wants to eat tang sing meat." Zhong Yu replied, "I'll have the tang sing meat, and you can drink the soup." "Oh dear." Pan Jiejia playfully punched Zhong Yu. It was at this moment that Dai Qian arrived, her face flushed, leaving one to wonder if it was due to the heat or a deliberate choice in her makeup. Dai Shi glanced over at Yi Buochang, who, however, remained engrossed in his phone, oblivious to her presence. With Huang Changshan around, the atmosphere was guaranteed to be lively. He pointed at Dai Shi and declared, Today, you shall face a penalty drink. Come, sit down. Don't just stand there like a fool." Huang Changshan gestured towards the seat next to Yi Buochang. It was then that Yi Buochang realized the seating arrangement had been meticulously planned. Pan Jiejia held on to Zhong Yu, while Huang Changshan and Gong Jiwen occupied their respective sides. Naturally, Dai Shi settled herself beside Yi Buochang. As she lowered herself onto the bench, it was as if she were delicately placing herself onto Yi Buochang's lap, exercising utmost caution. It wasn't as if Yi Buochang had asked her to take her time. She seemed to be savoring every moment of this slow descent. Chapter 0092. The sudden surge of jealousy unexpectedly. Yi Buochang did not voice any objections first. The individual who seemed eager to contest Dai Shi's presence beside him was none other than Zhong Yu. Just as Dai Shi was about to settle into her seat, Zhong Yu promptly rose, reminiscent of the fabled wave of posteriors. "Come sit with me," Zhong Yu called out to Dai Shi. A slight tremor flickered in Dai Shi's brow. She was reluctant to relocate and even more unwilling to be summoned before she had barely settled. Moreover, it was Zhong Yu who beckoned her. However, Pan Jiejia pulled Zhong Yu back onto the bench, chiding her, "What are you making a fuss about? Don't you want to sit with me?" Huang Changshan chimed in. gesturing reassuringly to Dai Shi. You carry on. Your sister Yu is just teasing you. Teasing? That slap in the hospital certainly bore no semblance of jest. Once Dai Shi finally sat down, she could only offer an apologetic smile. Sorry for being a bit late. Gong Jiwen chuckled. Sister Shi is usually beautiful, but today she is even more stunning. We understand. This is a special occasion to meet someone significant, hence the extra effort. Had it not been for the absence of any particular conflict with the comprehensive department, Yi Buochang would not have granted them this favor. Their intentions were clear, to rekindle the connection between Dai Shi and Yi Buochang. Ultimately, their concern did not lie in the success of this matchmaking, but rather in Yi Buochang's disposition. As long as he did not express distaste and found enjoyment in it, the comprehensive department would find it quite feasible. After all, it circled back to the interests tied to the project. Zhang Yu, seated directly opposite Yi Buochang, appeared to harbor some resentment. Yi Buochang ought to have dismissed Dai Shi. Yet he did not. Could it be that he harbored lingering feelings for her? Zhang Yu was particularly dissatisfied with Huang Changshuan's arrangements for the day. Fully aware that he would act in this manner, it was entirely possible that Dai Shi had even prepared a hotel room key in her bag. With a few drinks in the evening, should Dai Shi entice him even slightly, he would undoubtedly succumb. Man, Zhang Yu wore an expression of someone who knew Yi Buochang well. Gong Jiwen glanced at Yi Buochang's demeanor. He remained serene, showing no trace of the joviality expected when in the company of a charming companion. He worried that Yi Buochang might grow weary of Dai Shi and send her away, rendering their efforts in vain. Offering Yi Buochang a cigarette, he caught sight of Dai Shi, who promptly picked up the lighter from the table to ignite it for him. Despite having the cigarette poised between his lips, upon noticing Dai Shi offering the flame, Yi Buochang casually placed the cigarette back on the table. Dai Shi's expression faltered, and to diffuse the awkwardness, she turned to light a cigarette for Huang Changshan instead. A knowing glance passed between Huang Changshan and Pan Jiejia. Should Yi Buochang indeed accept Dai Shi's attentions, they might secretly hold him in disdain. Yi Buochang's rejection fell well within their expectations. If they were already aware of his likely disapproval, why then invite Dai Shi? This was, in fact, a consideration for Yi Buochang's feelings. As long as he was pleased and content, the subsequent business discussions would unfold more smoothly. Everyone offers mutual assistance and care for one another. Dai Shi is merely a tool in their eyes. However, they failed to realize that Yi Buochang did not derive any pleasure from the situation. Instead, it was Zhang Yu who found enjoyment. This only heightened Dai Shi's embarrassment. Pan Jiejia waved her hand near her nose, constantly inhaling the smoke that filled the office, leaving me reeking of it. Pan Jiejia pressed her nose against Zhang Yu, treating her clothing as an air filter, taking a deep breath. In astonishment, Pan Jiejia exclaimed, "Oh, why does the perfume you used to wear have no scent anymore? Is it not being used?" Zhang Yu instinctively glanced towards Yi Buochang, hoping for a shared look, as if they were bound by a mutual secret. Yet, Yi Buochang did not meet her gaze, engrossed in lighting a cigarette. Huang Changshan pointed at the pot and urged, "Quick, grab your chopsticks." I timed it. This is the best moment to eat, when it's most tender and just infused with flavor. The fish head hot pot paired with chilled beer is unparalleled. Huang Changshan raised his cup, saying, Come. Let us toast to the second project department for successfully securing this year's highlight from our design institute. Then came the second toast, celebrating General Manager Yu and General Manager Yi for taking full responsibility for this project. The third toast was to the second project department, assuring them that if they required any assistance from our comprehensive department, they should feel free to call upon us, and we will ensure everything is handled splendidly. As the 3 cups were consumed, Pan Jiejia immediately approached Yi Buochang with her cup. "General Yu, wait a moment. I must toast with our Design Institute's great contributor first." Just as she reached Yi Buochang, she stumbled, and the cup in her hand tipped, spilling its contents into his lap. "Oh my heavens, let me help you," Pan Jiejia exclaimed, reaching out towards Yi Buochang. Gong Jiwen and Huang Changshan intervened, saying, "Step back. You don't need to do that. Dai Shi will take care of it." Since her arrival, Dai Shi had been cautious, harboring frustration while secretly wishing to resolve her conflicts with Yi Buochang. They didn't genuinely expect Dai Shi to clean up the spill. Rather, they used this incident as an excuse to highlight the uniqueness of their relationship. Yi Buochang merely stood up and said, "You all enjoy your meal. Don't mind me. I'll just step out for a moment." As soon as he left, Dai Shi followed him without needing any prompting from Huang Changshan, for she had much to express to Yi Buochang. Zhang Yu's expression darkened, prompting Huang Changshan to beckon her. "General Yu, what on earth are you doing?" There is still a chance for Dai Shi and Yi Buchang. He suggested that they allow those two to cultivate their connection, for it would facilitate future endeavors. Zhong Yu, however, could not appear overly eager, as if she had feelings for Yi Buchang. Yet, the image of Dai Shi crouched down to clean up after him only deepened her frustration. In her mind, a scene flashed by, akin to a cutout, where she replaced Dai Shi in that moment, rendering the image far more acceptable. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Zhong Yu's gaze became somewhat distant. Yi Buchang had conveniently stepped away to relieve himself, and upon his return, the individuals at the entrance were fixated on his trousers, followed by a wave of laughter. So what if he had wet himself? Approaching the sink, Dai Qian offered him a few paper towels. Yi Buchang, however, did not accept the tissues she extended. In the presence of familiar faces, Dai Qian was not as passive as she had been at the table. She felt a certain social obligation. Here, in the restroom, where no acquaintances lingered, she timidly suggested, "Shall I assist you with that?" After uttering those words, she anxiously feared Yi Buchang might respond by pushing her head down and declaring, "I am quite angry." Chapter 0093. The consequences of a resolute attitude. The good news is that Yi Buchang did not press Dai Shi's head, nor did he express his immense anger. The bad news is that Yi Buchang did not accept her paper, nor did he allow her to clean up. Such an upscale service cost a staggering 298. If one does not pay, the price demanded may far exceed monetary value. Yi Buchang is acutely aware of the situation. Dai Shi has waited outside the restroom for a considerable duration, yet after washing his hands, Yi Buchang walked past her as if she were invisible. The feeling of being disregarded must be far more painful than any verbal or physical reprimand. Dai Shi's most fervent desire was for Yi Buchang to take the initiative to greet her, thus alleviating the awkwardness that rendered her speechless. However, the current Yi Buchang had long ceased to adhere to conventional behavior. "Buchang." Dai Shi ultimately could not restrain herself and called out. Ironically, even after calling, it seemed as though Yi Buchang did not hear her. This reaction shattered her initial composure, compelling her to pursue him without a shred of dignity. At this moment, Dai Shi was overwhelmed with the urge to confront him. "Yi Buchang, I have already apologized, and I acknowledge my mistakes. Is it not a bit petty of you to treat me this way?" Yi Buchang halted his steps and regarded Dai Shi. "We are merely colleagues within the same unit. I do not believe you have committed any wrongdoing. However, your incessant entanglement is becoming rather tedious. I am indifferent to any task you may have received from General Huang. Nor do I concern myself with any matters entrusted to you by Dai Xuedo. Those are your own affairs. Do not present yourself as a martyr. As if my reluctance to engage in conversation or share a drink with you is a personal affront. I simply prefer not to converse with someone I barely know. Maintain the status quo. General Huang will not fault you for any perceived negligence in your duties. Yet, if you wish to adopt a moral high ground to criticize me, do not be surprised if I lose my temper in front of them. Do not expect me to spare your feelings." Dai Shi was momentarily taken aback. Could Yi Buchang truly utter such harsh words? Was he genuinely so heartless? Did he not consider their shared history? Dai Shi had always believed that men could be easily appeased, a touch of vulnerability, a few gentle words. If he remained irate, she would simply match his anger. She was confident he would soon come around to appease her. Yet, this tactic proved utterly ineffective with Yi Buchang. He continued on his way, while she trailed closely behind. As she observed Yi Buchang returning to his seat, her final wish was for him to occupy the same spot he had previously occupied, allowing them to act as if nothing had transpired. She could then sit beside him, maintaining a facade of cheerful indifference. However, Yi Buchang chose to sit directly beside Gong Jiwen. Dai Shi stood frozen 10 meters away, momentarily at a loss as to whether to return to her own seat or simply turn and leave. It seemed that in her entire life, she had never endured such a profound sense of humiliation. She could only lower her head, and by the time she returned to her seat, her face was ablaze with embarrassment. The situation that had unfolded today was entirely her own doing. From the outset, her family had sought a suitable match for her, focusing on a young engineer from the Design Institute, someone with projects at hand, promising achievements, and potential for future promotions. Yi Buchang was the chosen one. If they leveraged Dai Shi's family's connections within the institute, they could swiftly elevate Yi Buchang to a higher status. In the first half of his life, Yi Buchang benefited from Dai Shi's family's influence. In the latter half, Dai Shi would bask in Yi Buchang's glory. This was perhaps an unspoken tradition within many state-owned enterprises. Yet, who could have known that Yi Buchang's mother was mentally unstable? Dai Shi was reluctant to associate herself with Yi Buchang, unwilling to fill that void with her own presence. She had done nothing wrong. What she regretted most was not being by Yi Buochang's side when his father passed away. She feared death. She dreaded the thought of being linked to Yi Buochang in the eyes of others during that time, a connection that would be inescapable. Her greatest regret was that in her efforts to distance herself from Yi Buochang, she had acted too decisively. If only she had been gentler in the hospital that day. If only she hadn't spoken so harshly out of her own arrogance. If only she hadn't sent her uncle to confront Yi Buochang. Perhaps today would have painted a different picture. Ultimately, the issue lay with Dai Shi. Once she grasped the crux of the matter, she filled her glass to the brim with beer, holding it with both hands, and declared, "I may be late today, so I shall punish myself with 3 cups." After downing 3 glasses, she poured a 4th and continued, "Yi Buochang, your uncle is a troublesome man who disrupted our affair, and I bear my share of the responsibility. This cup is an apology for my indecisiveness." Upon finishing this glass, she filled another and said, "This one is for failing to ease tensions, as instructed by the secretary. Instead of fostering peace, I spoke many harsh words, and Sister Xiaoyu already admonished me on the spot. I believe I owe you another apology." Downing her 2nd cup, she poured a 3rd, stating, "This cup is an apology for my presumptuousness. I always thought that a few casual remarks would suffice for your forgiveness. In truth, my contrition comes from the heart. I apologize for my insincerity. I'm truly sorry, Yi Buochang." Huang Changshan and Gong Jiwen, noticing that Dai Shi had already consumed 6 cups, hastily intervened. "Xiaoxi, don't keep drinking. You'll get drunk on an empty stomach. Come, take a break." However, Dai Shi pushed Huang Changshuan's hand away and poured a 7th cup. Her gaze was slightly unfocused, yet her consciousness remained intact. With both hands cradling the glass, she earnestly declared, "Yi Buochang, I regret my actions. You are a man of great courage. Regardless of whether you forgive me or if you intend to cut ties with me in the future, even if you were to overturn the table now, I still wish to express this. In the past, I may not have felt anything towards you. However, these past few days have revealed a certain charm about you. I now find myself regretting my previous indifference and desiring to be your girlfriend. You need not respond. I shall pursue you." Huang Changshan, Gong Jiwen, Pan Jiajia. Zhang Yu's eyes rolled heavenward, her disdain palpable. "How pretentious of you to feign sincerity. Do you think merely speaking your mind will suffice?" Zhang Yu saw through Dai Qian's intentions but worried that Yi Buochang might not perceive the truth. So she turned to him. "Have some backbone. She merely desires to sleep with you. She only wishes to exploit you. Do not fall for her deceit." As Dai Qian finished her last drink, she covered her mouth and gazed at Yi Buochang, assuring him, "Do not worry. I shan't get drunk. You are not permitted to leave tonight. I will induce vomiting and continue drinking later." Genuine sincerity might render Dai Qian less loathsome. Yet without Yi Buochang's resolute demeanor, would her true self ever be unveiled? Chapter 0094. The bonds of human relationships must be held firmly in one's own hands. Pan Jiajia hurriedly followed, concerned for Dai Shi's safety. With the remaining few, Zhong Yu initially considered inquiring of Yi Buochang, wondering if he had softened his stance. Unable to express his thoughts directly with sarcasm, he turned to Huang Changshan, saying, "Even if you have Dai Shi apologize to Engineer Yi, there is no need to make it so severe. Dai Shi was merely following Huang Changshan's orders. If she were to encounter any issues after drinking, it would ultimately be your department's responsibility." Huang Changshan quickly waved his hand. No, we shouldn't speak carelessly. We certainly hope for a smooth collaboration between the 2 departments, devoid of any conflict. It benefits everyone to work together and earn together, happily. The remarks and the alcohol consumed by Dai Shi earlier clearly stemmed from her authentic feelings and had nothing to do with him. Huang Changshan promptly raised his glass to Yi Buochang, saying, "Mr. Yi, I truly envy you. You are young, charismatic, and your sister openly expresses her affection for you. In my life, no woman has ever declared her fondness for me before we were together. It seems one must resemble Mr. Yi, handsome, to win hearts." Huang Changshan seized the opportunity to distance himself from the relationship between Yi Buochang and Dai Shi. Zhong Yu felt a surge of anger. The contemptible Huang Changshan was not providing her any support, which was rather frustrating. Reflecting on Dai Shi's earlier words, she realized that if Dai Shi had been timid and played the victim, it might have been impossible to navigate the predicament. Only by articulating her feelings genuinely and sincerely could she hope to break the deadlock. Huang Changshan then shifted his tone. "However, if Mr. Yi finds Dai Shi to be unappealing, it's of no consequence. Perhaps she harbors her own selfish motives. Dai Shuiyo made a grave mistake at the review meeting. Now that you've joined the team, General Yu has entrusted you with the personnel arrangements. The experts from the academy are determined by the president and the secretary. Dai Shueyo must be aware that her chances are gone, which is why she approached her niece to plead on her behalf. You can choose to advocate for her or disregard her request. It's entirely up to you. As for me, I have a few suitable candidates in mind. From the 3rd department, Guan Ningfeng, and from the 4th department, the recently recruited PhD. Yang Pingguan. These young individuals are quite promising and could benefit from some training within the team. However, I merely offer this as a suggestion. If you have your own ideas, feel free to make your own arrangements. This was one of the main purposes behind Huang Changshun organizing tonight's dinner. Yi Buochang did not immediately express his stance. Matters of such significance are rarely disclosed before the drinking reaches its peak or the final decision is made. When Daishi returned after clearing her throat, Huang Changshun promptly shifted the topic, saying, "Shall we head to Suha soon?" Bars have indeed become a mainstream form of entertainment, particularly as they create an atmosphere with both men and women present. Had it been only a few men, Huang Changshun would certainly have arranged for a private club tonight. As for the necessity of both male and female presence, it is because Huang Changshun has yet to engage with Yi Buochang. He remains uncertain of Yi Buochang's preferences and thus must proceed step by step. Upon concluding the current segment, as they transitioned, Zhong Yu remarked that Yi Buochang would ride with him. Pan Zhejia exclaimed that she would also join their vehicle. Zhong Yu decisively declined, suggesting she should return home to tend to her children, as the forthcoming activities were unsuitable for her. Although Pan Zhejia jestingly reproached him, she recognized that in such an evening setting, there was little room for her to shine. Hence, after leaving the Fish Head Hot Pot restaurant, she took a taxi home. As Huang Changshun departed, he received a call. "Sister-in-law, he isn't with us." Indeed, the second unit was celebrating, having just dined and preparing to head to Suha. "Would you like to join us?" After ending the call, Huang Changshun scoffed. Old Lu has a broken leg, yet he is still out and about. If one leg is in the foot bath, will he receive a 50% discount? He found the thought amusing. Once in the car, Dai Qian sat in the back seat, and Huang Changshun remarked, "You've had enough of this. I see that Yi Buochang isn't angry with you anymore. If you feel uncomfortable, I can take you home." Previously, this had been torment for Dai Qian, but after expressing herself, she no longer felt embarrassed. Instead, a sense of defiance emerged within her. The image of Yi Buochang's silent demeanor troubled her. "I refuse to believe that he can maintain that coffin-like expression while I continue to treat him well," she declared, shaking her head. "No need. I want to go." Huang Changshun and Gong Jiwen found her determination absurd. "Isn't this self-deprecation? You had no difficulty before, yet you cast him aside. Now that he has moved on, you can't let go. Isn't this self-deprecation?" Meanwhile, as Zhong Yu drove, he had discreetly glanced at Yi Buochang several times. Yi Buochang was busy replying to a text from Li Dong. "Li Dong, our foreman handed me 30,000. When convenient, bring it over." Yi Buochang responded, "I'm heading to Suha. Are you coming?" Li Dong replied, "Wait for me. I'll be there in half an hour." Li Dong, a seasoned rogue, would never decline a visit to a bar. In his early days, he had exploited even the most modest venues, including the numerous bars of Jiukong Bridge. Back then, he simply went to enjoy without spending. Now, if Li Dong were to visit, he might navigate the environment with ease, yet when it came to actual expenditures, he would hesitate. The reason? His pockets were not deep enough. After contacting Li Dong, Yi Buochang tucked his phone into his pocket and informed Zhong Yu. "Regarding those individuals Huang Changshun mentioned, I am unfamiliar with them. I only want Lao Yuan in the team. I will provide you with another list. These are seasoned technicians who have collaborated for many years. Choose whom you like, and you can directly bring them into the group." The individuals Huang Changshun recommended were acceptable, but it must not be Huang Changshun who makes the request. Rather, it should be the associates of those individuals who approach you directly. Relationships necessitate reciprocation. It is better for Huang to leverage his connections than for you to rely on him to barter on your behalf. Your entry into the department proves advantageous. Yi Bo often spoke at length, yet Zhong Yu remained unresponsive. Yi Bo turned to glance at Zhong Yu, questioning whether he had not heard. "Forget I mentioned it." It was only at the red light that Zhong Yu turned to Yi Bo and inquired, "Are you not inclined to laugh?" Yi Bo was taken aback. Zhong Yu continued, "If I were in your position, I would certainly find it quite delightful. Just a few days prior, she seemed to hold you in disdain. And now there are both penalties and declarations of affection. Who wouldn't feel exhilarated?" Yi Bo reflected on the sensation at the table, acknowledging that it had indeed been somewhat enjoyable at the time, but now it felt rather trivial. Zhong Yu interrupted. "Dai Qian invited you to a hotel tonight. Will you go? Chapter 0095. Suddenly so popular, it's a bit unsettling. What business is it of yours? Yi Wuchang offered 4 succinct words to Zhong Yu. She curled her lip. All men were alike. If he were to present it to him, would he not accept? Sui must be the type of fighter among the established bars. Not only has it thrived in Yin City, but it has also maintained its standing nationwide for many years. Alongside the later establishments, 88 and Muse, it could be considered one of the triumvirates. Its popularity extended well into 2013 and 2014. The older crowd preferred the disco bars, while the younger generation might gravitate towards venues with a more laid-back vibe. Akin to a live house, suggesting that if the songs were less cliché, they would be more fashionable. Huang Changshun adeptly ordered drinks from the waiter. Currently, a bottle of Chivas 398 came with 6 complimentary soft drinks. The younger crowd might not have even tasted such so-called foreign liquor. 1 bottle of foreign spirit could be mixed with 12 bottles of soft drinks, red tea, green tea, and the like. In essence, it presented itself as an exceedingly sophisticated way of drinking. Yi Wuchang had never been able to appreciate foreign spirits. Of course, he had no taste for baijiu either. Only beer was palatable to him. On the sofa in the booth, Huang Changshun forcibly pulled Yi Wuchang to sit beside him in the middle, while Zhong Yu had originally intended to sit on Yi Wuchang's other side. Their relationship was ostensibly one of collaboration, and any hint of ambiguity was merely her own perception. In public, Zhong Yu dared not appear too intimate with Yi Wuchang, thus refraining from sitting close to him. Huang Changshun beckoned to a few girls clad in extremely short skirts. They held either smartphones or Chanel handbags the size of envelopes, approaching him while linking arms. Their skirts were so short that they barely covered their backsides, yet from Yi Wuchang's vantage point, one could almost discern the curvature of their forms. This tantalizingly ambiguous coverage was particularly alluring, as it instigated a yearning to glimpse more. However, should one muster the courage to bend down or tilt their head, they would inevitably encounter safety shorts. Huang Changshun pointed to the space beside Yi Wuchang, proclaiming that his brother was here to have a good time. Gong Jiwen shouted, "I am your brother too," and began to introduce Yi Wuchang to a girl he had dragged along. Huang Changshun, however, interrupted him with a wave, insisting, "What are you introducing? The drinks haven't even arrived yet." He retrieved several documents from his briefcase, tapping them in front of Yi Wuchang. Then, wrapping an arm around Yi Wuchang's neck, he continued, "Here are a few companies that have previously collaborated with our design institute. At least 2 of which have been partners for over 5 years. The other 2 were established in the last 2 years, and their subcontracting qualifications are right here. You can take a look. Let me know which one you prefer, and we can expedite the process. You are familiar with the industry. If you find anything unclear, feel free to seek assistance before making a decision. In our line of work, familiarity is key. It's all about established practices. However, if you have any requests, feel free to inform me in advance." Yi Wuchang is not afraid of being deceived by Huang Changshun. The greatest advantage of the Design Institute lies in the fact that, externally, everyone appears humble. When issues arise, they collectively bear the brunt and share the blame, with no one able to escape. Thus, in the realm of construction, the primary project is executed by the architectural firm, while the subcontracting is entrusted to well-established construction companies. In films, television, or novels, they often highlight shoddy construction to accentuate conflicts. In reality, one must think critically. This is not a one-time transaction, as reputation is paramount. Hu Wu and T want to continue earning profits. The companies associated with Old Huang have been meticulously selected and can withstand scrutiny. Yi Wuchang tucked the documents into his bag and remarked to Huang Changshun, "I am merely assisting General Yu. Ultimately, she will make the decisions. I will present the materials to her." Huang Changshun, patting Yi Wuchang's leg in understanding, also used this opportunity to forge a personal connection with him. He certainly knows that the final decision rests with Zhong Yu, who is backed by Lu Lei and the director. Huang Changshun is aware that many matters cannot bypass Yi Wuchang. Thus, he casually establishes a relationship, not knowing when it might prove useful. This indeed reflects the true caliber of the head of the project management department. Seated beside Yi Wuchang, a young lady with hair cascading down to her chest. Upon seeing the conclusion of Yi Wuchang and Huang Changshun's conversation, playfully tossed her hair back, revealing her delicate straps and pronounced cleavage before bestowing upon him a charming and confident smile. As she nodded, the visible indentation of her collarbone seemed filled with intoxicating spirits. A mere glance or a whiff could leave one entranced. When she retrieved 2 cigarettes from the table and placed one between her lips, Huang Changshan exclaimed. You certainly have a big mouth, always with two in your mouth. The lady, with a teasing smile, responded, Shun Gu, you're so annoying. She lit both cigarettes with her lighter, took a puff from one, and then exhaled a fine wisp of smoke towards Yi Buchang, reminiscent of a siren enchanting him with her allure. With a playful squint, she asked, Brother, shall we go dancing? Both Zhong Yu and Dai Qian internally cursed the same phrase at that moment. Zhong Yu chose not to sit, but instead stood opposite Yi Buchang, leaning against the railing. Her back turned to him, swaying her waist to the not-so-explosive music, her curves swaying alluringly. One could imagine sparks flying. Only in this manner could she maintain a connection with Yi Buchang despite not sitting beside him. However, unbeknownst to her, as she danced, she had no idea whether Yi Buchang was even watching. The waiter brought the drinks, and Dai Qian instructed him to leave. With practiced ease, she opened the bottles, expertly pouring 3 bottles of iced tea into a jug, and then filled 2 empty glasses on the table. Just as she was about to retrieve the filled glasses, the young lady beside Yi Buchang reached out to grab a drink. Put that down, Dai Qian shouted. Do you take me for a server? If you want a drink, serve yourself. Without a shred of decorum, she held 2 glasses of wine, offering one to Yi Buchang while retaining the other for herself. They clinked their glasses together, and she remarked, Try this. I made it rather mild, not easily intoxicating. Yi Buchang took a sip, mistaking it for a mere beverage. Just as he placed a cigarette between his lips, the girl beside him unexpectedly wrapped her arm around his, deftly dislodging the cigarette and tapping the ash before feeding it back to him. Leaning in close, she whispered, Brother, does she fancy you? Will she strike me? Her laughter rang out, light and teasing. The alluring figure of Zhong Yu swayed with grace, the girl's flirtatious advances leading to indirect kisses. Dai Qian, lowering herself in demeanor, seemed to compete for his attention. In that fleeting moment, Yi Buchang found himself the coveted object of envy among women. Chapter 0096. I enjoy him treating me to drinks in the realm of nightlife. Yin City undoubtedly holds a prestigious position. Of course, Yuzhou is not to be underestimated either, as both are significant hubs in the southwest. However, the experiences in Yun City and Yuzhou differ considerably. In Yuzhou, one might traverse 4 to 5 venues in a single night, a whirlwind of activity akin to a performer skillfully juggling. The night unfolds with a myriad of stops, dining, singing, hopping from one bar to another, and perhaps concluding the evening at a KTV. In contrast, Yun City offers a more concentrated ambience, where patrons immerse themselves in a singular venue for an extended period. The activities are simple yet fulfilling: dining, dancing, indulging in late-night snacks, or savoring barbecued skewers and hot pot. This tendency towards congregating in one place increases the likelihood of stories unfolding, as the atmosphere, once embraced amidst the din, coupled with a touch of alcohol, makes it exceedingly difficult not to fall in love with the surroundings. This explains why the bars in Yun City enjoy consistent patronage from Monday to Sunday, as everyone becomes enamored with the locale. Huang Changshan and Gong Jiwen are seasoned veterans in such settings, skillfully engaging the ladies in games, and after a few rounds, they manage to intoxicate them to the point of dancing together in a haze of revelry. Zhong Yu has been yearning to inch closer to Yi Buchang, yet he is perpetually surrounded by company. Thus, she devises a plan to intoxicate either him or the lady beside him. However, despite her 4 trips to the restroom, the woman next to Yi Buchang shows no signs of inebriation. Zhong Yu sends Yi Buchang a text. I think I've had a bit too much. Are you leaving? Yi Buchang replies, You go ahead. Zhong Yu responds, These girls are quite easygoing. If you're inclined, just take one to a hotel later. But remember to bring a raincoat. Yi Buchang understood. Initially, Zhong Yu intended only to express her annoyance, but upon receiving his reply, she stomped her foot in frustration, cursing herself. How foolish of me. Without even bidding farewell to Huang Changshan and the others, she hurriedly exited the bar. As the clock approached 11, Huang Changshan, with his companion in tow, gestured subtly towards Yi Buchang, saying, Yi, we're taking our leave. He exchanged knowing glances with the girl beside Yi Buchang, a signal understood by all, indicating that Yi Buchang should seize the opportunity. Having progressed this far, if he were willing, it would be a simple matter to retire to a hotel. As Huang Changshan and Gong Jiwen departed, they shared flirtatious smiles with Yi Buchang, while the 2 ladies exchanged equally suggestive looks with their companions, as if they had already envisioned the next steps. Yet, a complication arose. Dai Qian had not yet left. Seated in the booth, Yi Buchang found himself flanked by 2 ladies, with Dai Qian positioned remarkably close. She glanced at Yi Buochang and said, "I've had a bit too much to drink. Could you escort me home?" In response, Yi Buochang retrieved 200 yuan from his bag and handed it to the lady beside him, asking, "Could you please see her home?" The women in the bar often play multiple roles. When the venue lacks sufficient patrons, they become the social butterflies, responsible for cultivating the lively atmosphere. In my usual encounters with well-off gentlemen, I save their numbers and, whenever time permits, I gather to enliven the atmosphere. Occasionally, when funds are low, I also entertain clients. However, in recent years, the men of Yun City possess tongues so persuasive they could deceive even a ghost. Thus, the likelihood of being taken advantage of is quite high. Consequently, the young woman Huang Changshun summoned was initially intended for Yi Buochang's service this evening. Of course, the success of such an encounter cannot solely be measured by monetary exchange. It ultimately hinges on mutual chemistry. The young lady felt a strong connection with Yi Buochang. Yet, he only offered her 200 yuan. At the moment she accepted the money, she felt she deserved to be embraced rather than compensated. As she escorted Daishi away, she pondered, "I possess an alluring figure, ample in all the right places. We had shared intimate moments, yet at this juncture," he hesitated. "How peculiar." Yi Buochang had arranged to meet Li Dong and had been waiting at the bar for about 20 minutes. He instructed the bartender to order a dozen Carlsbergs. Li Dong promptly retrieved a black bag from his pack, which appeared rather hefty, resembling a container holding 2 bricks. He patted it and said, "The money is all here. You may count it. Our foreman mentioned that you could finalize the transfer at your convenience." Yi Buochang inquired, "When you sent me a text earlier, were you with your foreman?" Li Dong looked at Yi Buochang in surprise. "How did you know?" "Our foreman has been anxious about this matter for the past few days. I have been by his side round the clock, fearing you might not reach out to him." "Buochang, you truly are something else." Yi Buochang replied, "I cannot accept the money at this moment. Please take it back to him and ask him to call me." Li Dong, raising his open beer bottle, clinked it with Yi Buochang's. "You can keep the money. I can simply step outside and have him call you, right?" Yi Buochang retorted. "Do you intend to remain his subordinate forever? Do you not aspire to lead your own team?" Clinking bottles once more, Yi Buochang glanced at the black bag and remarked, "That apartment is currently worth only 20,000 yuan. Your foreman, being so generous, has offered 30,000 outright. Considering you have work, how much do you think he will share with you?" Li Dong pondered, "Perhaps 2 or 3,000. It likely won't be more than that." Yi Buochang stated, "I wish to meet the subcontractor behind him and introduce you, allowing you to eventually venture out on your own and possibly expand further. What use is it to meet your foreman?" As Yi Buochang spoke, a beige platinum bag lay nearby, and a mature woman, lifting her skirt, seated herself on a high stool. At that moment, Li Dong was entranced, downing a bottle of untouched beer in one go. "Buochang, there is no need for words. It's all in the drink. From now on, your affairs will be mine. You may take my life if necessary." As Li Dong prepared to leave, Yi Buochang called him back, casually handing him the bag from the table. When Yi Buochang turned back to face the bar, he noticed the mature woman gazing at him. He tilted his head and asked, "Is there something you need?" The woman wore a smile that danced on the edge of laughter, her bag undoubtedly containing no less than 30,000. "Are you not tempted?" Yi Buochang found amusement in this. Such casually placed bags seldom lead one to consider the wealth they might conceal. This woman was not only beautiful but also exceptionally astute. She remarked, with so much beer, "Will we ever finish it? Or perhaps you would like to treat me to a drink." Indeed, many patrons at the bar sought to enjoy complimentary drinks. One could easily observe those who darted around the bar clutching a beer bottle. 9 times out of 10, they were merely mooching. However, this woman, with her striking appearance, settled at the bar to find numerous men eagerly lining up to buy her drinks. Yi Buochang recalled a tall woman at table 88, who consistently donned a bikini and frequented the bar nightly. Men could hardly resist the urge to offer her drinks, only to later discover that she was, in fact, a man. A sudden smile broke across Yi Buochang's face, catching the attention of the married woman beside him. "What is so amusing?" she inquired. He replied, "Oh, it's nothing, just a humorous thought that crossed my mind." As they conversed, a portly patron approached, bearing 2 cocktails, placing one before the woman. "A drink for you." "Beautiful," he declared. The woman tilted her chin towards Yi Buochang, saying, "I prefer it when he offers to buy me a drink." It seemed this woman's strategies were of a more sophisticated nature. Chapter 0097. A man of his word, the portly patron did not linger but courteously placed the cocktail on the bar before departing, offering a gesture of apology or gratitude with his hands pressed together. The lady exchanged a knowing glance with the bartender, who then removed the cocktail from the bar, prompting the rotund guest to relinquish his last lingering hopes. She turned her body slightly, resting her elbow on the bar and her chin upon her hand. Gazing at Yi Buochang, "Could you possibly treat me to a drink?" Yi Buochang chuckled. "Why would you seek me out when someone else is offering?" The lady replied, "What I earn for myself holds greater worth." This sentiment echoed Yi Buochang's frequent musings over the past few days about the value of life. In this world, fairness is embodied in the singularity of life. To attain desires, one must wager that very life, and the returns one garners depend solely on one's own capabilities. Yi Buochang pushed a dozen beers towards the center of their table. He refrained from inquiring about the lady's name, and she, too, did not seek to engage him in trivial conversation. They continued to share an unhurried moment, their bottles making occasional contact, until Yi Buochang's phone rang. He pressed one hand against his ear while the other firmly held the phone to the other side, barely discerning the voice on the line. "Yi, it's me. Old Phone. Li Dong's elder brother." Yi Buochang responded loudly. "Old Phone, what is it?" Old Phone replied, "Yi, regarding the funds for the house. I still feel the offer is a bit low. Could you propose a price?" Yi Buochang asserted, "It's not merely a matter of money, Old Phone. Listen to me. This is not a discussion I wish to entertain. I do not plan to sell the house at this time." Old Phone glanced at his phone, brimming with thoughts he wished to share with Yi Buochang. However, sensing Yi's disinterest, he abruptly ended the call. The noise on the line indicative of Yi's reluctance to engage further. Feeling somewhat defeated, Old Phone slumped over the steering wheel, aimlessly scrolling through his contacts, inadvertently glancing at Li Dong in the passenger seat. Upon returning his gaze to his phone, he calmly suggested, "You should go in, enjoy a few drinks with your brother. I'll make a call. Also, gauge your brother's intentions. By the way, do you have any cash?" He then extracted a few hundred yuan from his pocket and placed it in Li Dong's hand, urging him to invite Yi Buochang for drinks. Once Li Dong had walked away, Old Phone dialed a number. "Xia, the designer Yi is no longer selling the house. I just spoke with him, and he said it's not a good time to negotiate." "All right, I'll send you his number." When Yi Buochang noticed Li Dong approaching again, he perceived a transformation in the young man's expression, one that starkly contrasted with his previous demeanor. In the past, Li Dong had entered bars with a sense of trepidation, primarily due to his empty pockets, and the looming presence of exorbitant drink prices had always been a source of discomfort. Now, however, he walked into the bar with an upright posture, a newfound confidence emanating from his demeanor, understanding without voicing it. The confidence of a man often rests upon the foundation of financial stability. With ample earnings, where lies the reason for self-doubt? Yi Buochang clinked his bottle against Li Dong's. "How is it? Has your foreman given you any trouble?" Li Dong took out a few hundred yuan, smiling as he said, "The foreman asked me to treat you to a drink." Yi Buochang smiled slightly, and on the other side, a beautiful young woman clinked her bottle with Yi Buochang's. It suddenly dawned on Li Dong that this stunning woman was with Yi Buochang. In such a brief absence, Yi Buochang had managed to charm such an alluring lady. She was exceptionally fair and exuded an undeniable grace. Yi Buochang had initially expected that, since she was a woman there to enjoy free drinks, she would at least acknowledge Li Dong by raising a glass with him. However, she didn't even spare him a glance. At that moment, Yi Buochang received a call from an unknown number. He answered the phone in the same manner as before, only to hear a stranger's voice on the other end saying, "Hello, Mr. Yi. This is Xia Yojie from Yunbang Construction. Mr. Xia, it's a bit noisy here. If I miss anything, please repeat it," Yi Buochang replied. Xia Yojie continued, "Mr. Yi, regarding the underground commercial complex project that your design institute has acquired, preparations for subcontracting are likely underway. Do you have time for a discussion?" Yi Buochang responded, "You choose the location, and once it's set, just contact my brother Li Dong. I will send you his mobile number." As Yi Buochang sent Li Dong's phone number via text, Li Dong watched, his throat constricting with emotion. The gestures of Yi Buochang moved him so profoundly that he found himself at a loss for words, excitement evident in his body language. Yi Buochang then told Li Dong, "Once the place is confirmed, bring your foreman along." While Li Dong might not grasp the nuances of Yi Buochang's actions, the young woman beside him whispered into Yi Buochang's ear, "You have secured both financial gain and social connections. Your brother is surely going to prosper alongside you." Yi Buochang looked at her in surprise, as she seemed to comprehend his intentions. Just from his handling of 2 phone calls, she could infer so much. She understood both the art of persuasion and the value of refusal, displaying remarkable intelligence. This young woman was indeed intriguing. Someone patted Yi Buochang on the shoulder from behind, prompting him to turn and see a familiar face, the girl who had just returned from escorting Daishi home. With a hint of disbelief, Yi Buochang asked, "What brings you back?" The girl replied, "I safely delivered her home, and since you gave me extra for the taxi fare, I thought I'd check if you've had too much to drink and need a ride home." Li Dong stood by, utterly stunned. The woman beside Yi Buochang was already breathtaking, but this girl was even taller and younger. Although she might not possess the same allure as the other woman, she was certainly easy on the eyes. Li Dong envied Yi Buochang's remarkable company. Yet, Yi Buochang merely gestured toward the beautiful woman beside him, saying, "I've made arrangements with my friend. She will be taking me home shortly." The girl glanced at the stunning woman, a stranger to her, suggesting that she was not a last-minute acquaintance from the bar. A sense of disappointment lingered, yet she appeared remarkably unperturbed, smiling at Yi Buochang and jesting. "I had made plans with my friend, and with time still on our side, I intended to linger a while longer." Yi Buochang, however, chose to remain silent. The young woman, no longer seeking to amuse herself at her own expense, glanced back several times as she departed, comparing herself to the married woman. Both were beauties of a similar caliber, albeit with differing styles. Did he have a penchant for older women? The married woman drained the last remnants of wine from the bottle, her cheeks flushed with a soft hue, her slightly inebriated gaze exuding an irresistible allure. In a sultry and teasing tone, she remarked, "You, my dear, harbor too strong a desire for retribution. Just because someone invited me for a drink, I used you as a shield. Now that she has returned to seek you out, you treat me as a mere stepping stone, all the while claiming you wish to escort me home. Oh, you little man, your words must hold weight. Come, let me accompany you home." Chapter 0098. The driver pressed the accelerator to the floor while you play the high ground. If given the choice, Li Dong would certainly prefer the young woman from earlier over the mature lady. However, after the young woman departed, he took a moment to scrutinize the mature woman. Her expressions were not seductive, yet her speech flowed languidly. She exuded warmth and allure, maintaining her composure in any situation. He found himself at a loss for words to describe such a woman. Yet, Yi Buochang understood, she possessed an undeniable charm. As Li Dong bid farewell to Yi Buochang, he mentioned, "I shall take my leave now. Please do call me." Yi Buochang replied, "Xia Yojie has scheduled a time, and I will reach out to you." At that moment, Li Dong was entirely unaware of who Xia Yojie was. He glanced at the sight of the mature woman standing next to Yi Buochang and could easily envision the story that would unfold between them that evening. With Yi Buochang already surrounded by so many women, Li Dong silently vowed to earn more money to find himself a beautiful girlfriend. The mature woman turned to Yi Buochang, exclaiming, "I'll hail a cab." Effortlessly, she flagged down a taxi, and without pretense, Yi Buochang prepared to enter the vehicle. The mature woman had initially anticipated that Yi Buochang might engage in some playful game of coyness. Yet, he chose to sit in the back seat. She chuckled to herself, thinking, "This stingy man won't even sit in the passenger seat? And he expects me to cover the fare?" However, once Yi Buochang settled in, he shifted to the far side of the back seat, realizing that the right side seat had been reserved for her, a thoughtful gesture indeed. Once she was inside the cab, Yi Buochang said, "Let me take you home first." She did not refuse, a sly smile flickering across her face as she instructed the driver, to the Kaiban Hotel. Yi Buochang's expression remained unchanged, and perhaps hers did not alter much either. Even the taxi driver exhibited no discernible reaction. They had been traveling for quite some time. Enveloped in silence, each lost in their own mental narrative. The mature woman was acutely aware of the man's unsavory thoughts. However, she may have misjudged Yi Buochang's intentions. To a hotel? The implication was all too clear. Unexpectedly, a one-night affair seemed poised to unfold with such ease. Yi Buochang could likely accept this, especially since the woman's demeanor was precisely the type he admired. The so-called youthful allure was not merely about firm skin, it was the kind of touch that, when pinched, would spring back, embodying a perfect state of feminine vitality. Nonetheless, the recent events had unfolded too smoothly for Yi Buochang's liking. After all, of the three individuals in the car, only one possessed a driver's license. Upon arriving at the hotel, as the mature woman exited the vehicle, Yi Buochang inquired, "Aren't you heading home? Why come to the hotel?" She replied, "I'm temporarily staying at a hotel." With a playful farewell, she added, "Off you go, little man, goodbye." Her intent was merely to tease Yi Buochang. She had no intention of keeping him. Yi Buochang, however, had no desire to pursue her further and opted not to exit the car. The driver, lost in his own thoughts throughout the journey, pressed the accelerator for the two passengers, only to realize that neither of them had any intention of harming the other. The taxi driver remarked sarcastically, all right. You both are so noble and impressive. I am filthy and despicable. Is that satisfactory? Yu Buchang essentially circled the inner city before returning home. After a refreshing shower, he settled into bed and instinctively checked his phone. Zhongyu messaged, I have completed the team member allocation list. When will you take a look? She followed up with, Why haven't you replied to my text? And added, You ought to be more attentive to work matters. You were the one who appointed me as the project manager. I am not particularly knowledgeable about this, and after you pushed me into this role, you simply abandoned me. Yu Buchang replied, I just got out of the shower. After a brief pause, Zhongyu called him, asking when he would review the list, suggesting she could bring it over right away. Yu Buchang replied, Let us discuss it tomorrow at work. It's too late now. I need to sleep. Zhongyu clearly did not believe that he was turning in for the night so early and quipped, Oh, you must have other reasons, right? Yu Buchang decisively ended the call. Despite their underlying animosity and mutual exploitation, they both added unnecessary drama to their situation. Were it not for Zhongyu's connection with Fu Yang, Yu Buchang would have had no reason to assist her, nor engage with her at all. The following day at the office, Lao Yuan placed his supporting documents on Yu Buchang's desk. He then visited Zhongyu's office to hand over the materials and review the team member allocation list, meticulously verifying names, ID numbers, professional registration certificates, positions, and titles to ensure accuracy. Zhongyu retrieved a sealed sandwich from her drawer, inquiring, Have you had breakfast? I bought too many. Please have one. Yu Buchang declined, organizing the materials neatly before presenting them to Zhongyu. Everything is in order. Please submit them to the department. He added, These additional materials are from several subcontractors. You will need to discuss them with the director, as I cannot make such significant decisions. Yu Buchang sought neither power nor favor, nor did he accept Zhongyu's sandwich. Though Zhongyu was frustrated, she dared not express her anger towards Yu Buchang, knowing she would rely on him in the future. She called out to him, Come with me. Yu Buchang pondered the work-related matter and did not refuse. However, when Fu Yang saw Zhongyu, he beamed with delight. But his expression soured upon noticing Yu Buchang. Zhongyu pulled 2 chairs in front of the desk, and Fu Yang gestured for them to sit. Xiaoyi, I have assigned this project to Manager Zhong. Do you have any thoughts? Yu Buchang replied, The director is considering my interests, ensuring I do not create chaos in the second department, which would be a source of ridicule for other project teams. With you at the helm, there is stability and leadership, providing direction and goals for everyone to strive towards. Really? You can think like that? Not too dim-witted, I see. But if you are so clever, why do you oppose Lu Lei? The entire Design Institute knows that Lu Lei is my ally, and by opposing him, you are essentially opposing me. Fu Yang might be the only one not particularly upset, as Yu Buchang's unexpected intervention has secured this project for the Design Institute. With a sigh, Fu Yang expressed his relief at your perspective. Manager Zhong has appointed you as his deputy. Formally, you hold a subordinate title, yet in practice, you are expected to assist Manager Zhong significantly. After speaking, Fu Yang cast a quick glance at Zhongyu. Previously, he would often exchange meaningful glances with Zhongyu in the presence of others, but today, her gaze seemed unusually indifferent. In truth, her indifference was directed solely at the director. Privately, she was far from that. Chapter 0099. The unceasing calls of monkeys across the straits at this moment. Yu Buchang could not help but utter, If I could serve as the director like this, I would certainly wish to. Fu Yang glanced at the list and the subcontractor's information. After settling 2 matters, he remarked, This weekend, I will be playing badminton with the client in Dujianjian. Xiaoyi, you should join us. Originally, Yu Buchang had intended to enroll in a driving school over the weekend. However, it was not feasible to postpone meeting the client. The secretary would likely attend as well. After agreeing, Yu Buchang prepared to leave, while Zhongyu, who usually lingered longer than others, surprised Fu Yang by standing up and saying, Director, I will accompany Engineer Yi back to the second department. Fu Yang did not voice any objections. His expression remained unchanged. But once they departed, he mused internally, Zhongyu has undergone quite a transformation lately. Perhaps she is focusing on her work. Indeed, young ladies should have some aspirations. He chuckled heartily, growing increasingly confident in his middle-aged charm. Upon exiting Fu Yang's office, Yu Buchang was swiftly pursued by Zhongyu, who, suppressing laughter, asked in a trembling voice, Do you like it? Yu Buchang scoffed, You may indulge, but it is evident that you could reap substantial rewards. Why play with fire and risk being burned? Zhongyu nonchalantly replied, "What is there to fear? Should I call him next time we share a bed?" "Ah, you truly know how to have fun. And when was the last time?" Yu Buchang deftly shifted the topic. "I will be taking a leave this afternoon," Zhongyu suggested. "Let us go together." "No need. It's inconvenient." Yu Buchang promptly declined without hesitation. Despite Zhongyu's clinginess, she was wary of the leverage Yi Buchang held over her and the ties with Fu Yong and Lu Lei. For Yi Buchang, he had no interest in entanglements of romantic affairs. With the weekend dedicated to meeting the client for in-depth discussions on the contract and formally commencing the project plan, he anticipated being exceedingly busy and possibly overlooking many matters. Last night, an unfamiliar number had sent him a message inquiring when he would be available today. Yi Buchang chose not to respond immediately. Let us wait and see. Maintaining one's rhythm without being interrupted by others' affairs is the essence of true composure. Upon returning to the office, the gazes of his colleagues towards Yi Buchang had shifted dramatically. Previously, they would lower their heads, communicating through furtive glances and whispers. Now, they held their heads high, no longer exchanging sidelong looks, but instead greeted Yi Buchang with smiles. Yet, they were hesitant to extend their greetings, still wary of Lu Lei's potential retribution upon his return. Thus, the atmosphere in the office was peculiar, with everyone entangled in their own dilemmas. Old Yuan, however, had ceased to pretend and tossed a cigarette to Yi Buchang, conveying, "We just received news from the department. The bonus has arrived. It is said to be around 5,000 per person. Our second project department will be slightly higher. Your share in our department will also be elevated." With a slight increase in height, Yi Buchang's bonus this month approached 10,000. He could confidently inform Old Yuan that the list had been approved by the dean. And after the weekend meeting with the client, he would soon be occupied with work. Old Yuan winked at Yi Buchang, thanking him with a nod. The title of President Yi had pricked the hearts of many, not painfully, but certainly leaving a mark on their pride. Some attempted to ease the tension by clicking through the CDF drives on their computers, feigning indifference. Others, feeling a pang of jealousy, muttered, "What's so impressive about it? Just because he is called President Yi, does that make him one?" Some regretted their inaction, wondering why they hadn't reached out to Yi Buchang on QQ when he had encouraged everyone to do so. If only they had been bolder then. Perhaps they would have secured a position in the project team. Such thoughts left them utterly speechless. For Yi Buchang, this situation mirrored the sentiment of a certain poem. The cries of monkeys on both banks continue, while the light boat has already passed through a myriad of mountains. Later that afternoon, Yi Buchang sought out a nearby driving school. Upon registration, he was not informed that the practice site was at least 10 kilometers away. Located in the western suburbs, although the third ring road had long been completed, its surroundings remained desolate. As he traveled westward, he felt increasingly disheartened and inquired if a refund was possible. The staff at the driving school merely chuckled. Yi Buchang's laughter felt like the most humiliating return he had ever experienced. In an effort to showcase their school's advantages, the staff boasted about their new computer lab and expansive practice area, claiming that training there closely resembled real road conditions. They insisted that once proficient in the practice area, driving in Yun City would be a breeze. Yi Buchang could only think, nonsense. Yun City ranked among the top 3 in the nation for car ownership. Drivers there rarely adhered to traffic rules, merging and overtaking without hesitation or signals, as signaling would result in a lifetime of missed opportunities to change lanes. If one followed the rules and queued, others would cut in without remorse. The driving habits in this city bore no resemblance to the regulations written in textbooks. In such a chaotic environment, they suggested he could confidently hit the road after leaving their school. Whether the lab was new or the area spacious was of little concern to Yi Buchang. He had no need to practice, merely taking leisurely strolls to assert his superiority. Prior to the exam, he only needed to accompany a convoy on a long-distance trip before participating in the final assessment. He would request the instructor to schedule the quickest possible cycle for the field exam, 45 days, and the driver's license should be within reach. Years later, every subject would require an appointment before the exam, which was extremely cumbersome. Nowadays, aside from the first subject, all other subjects could be passed in one go, making the process significantly easier. However, this did not guarantee success in tasks such as reversing, shifting, parallel parking, uphill starts, right-angle turns, driving over a curb, or single-sided bridges. Of course, there was also a particularly safe method to pass. However, having not reviewed the traffic regulations in quite some time, he still needed to practice on the computer. There are merely 10 sets of question banks, comprising 1,000 questions. If one diligently practices them all, achieving a score exceeding 90 is quite feasible. The staff at the driving school advised, "Young man, take some time to familiarize yourself with the material here over the next couple of days. And feel free to come into practice. If you feel prepared, we can schedule your examination for Friday. The results will be announced immediately, allowing you to get behind the wheel by the weekend." Yibo often remarked, "Then please arrange for my exam on Friday." While conversing with the staff, a woman in the corner recognized Yibo's voice as somewhat familiar. She glanced up and couldn't help but smile inwardly, reflecting, "Our meeting last night was a deliberate preparation. While today's encounter is serendipitous, fate is indeed ineffable." Chapter 0100, The True Meaning of Difficult Discussions. Yibo Chang conversed with the staff at the driving school, requesting to schedule his examination for Friday. Only 2 or 3 days remained. The staff member's smile bore an air of awkwardness. "Young man, we can take our time. It's not necessary to pass on the first attempt. You can familiarize yourself with the questions. However, do note that there are only 2 complementary attempts. Should you fail the first 2, the third attempt, which is a practical test, will incur an additional fee." He placed a book of driving regulations beside Yibo Chang. "Come in during the day to practice on the simulator and review the material in the evenings. Aim to achieve a perfect score on all the questions in the database to ensure success." In truth, the staff member was quite responsible, treating Yibo Chang as a novice. As he earnestly conveyed this advice, Yibo Chang submitted his answers. Score, 100. The staff member's eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother, have you already studied the questions at home?" Yibo Chang replied, "No, I haven't seen them before. Today is my first exposure." The staff member clicked his tongue in astonishment. "Impossible. You scored perfectly on your first attempt?" In a corner, a woman glanced at her own recently submitted test, which garnered only an 85, her brow furrowing slightly. Why was there such a disparity for first-time attempts? She refrained from approaching Yibo Chang, listening as the staff member urged him, "Come on, do another set. I still don't believe it." Yibo Chang completed another set in less than 10 minutes and submitted it, again achieving a perfect score. The staff member was thoroughly impressed. "All right, you needn't practice anymore. We'll meet here at 8 on Friday morning, and a vehicle will take you to the traffic police department for the examination." Once the staff member departed, Yibo Chang did not immediately leave the simulator. Although he had scored perfectly on 2 sets, that did not guarantee absolute certainty. He did not want to risk an awkward situation if he scored an 89 on the actual test. Thus, he undertook a third set of questions. Upon submission, he didn't check the score, as he received a phone call from Xia Yojie. "Yi Zong, I apologize for the intrusion. This is Xia Yojie from Yun Bank Construction. I called you last night." Yibo Chang stood, responding, "Xia Zong, I understand. I saw your message, but I was in a meeting at that time. Subsequently, I rushed to enroll at the driving school, which caused the delay." Xia Yojie reassured him, "No worries. I should not have disturbed you." Yibo Chang replied, "It's all right. Please, go ahead. What is it?" Xia Yojie suggested, "How about we meet the day after tomorrow? Let us find a place to sit down together." Yibo Chang recognized that Xia Yojie was adhering to formalities, though his eagerness to meet was palpable. Yibo Chang remarked, "I have matters to attend to every day, but coincidentally, I am a bit free today." Xia Yojie interjected enthusiastically, "Then let us do it today." "Where are you?" "I'll come pick you up now." Yibo Chang replied, "I'm at the Ping and Driving School on Wuching Road. Is that convenient?" "Convenient. I'm nearby. I'll be there in 5 minutes." Yibo Chang gathered his belongings, exited the simulation room, and decided to inspect the premises once more. At this moment, the young woman in the corner rose and approached the computer that Yibo Chang had just used. She glanced at the set of questions she had submitted, which still bore the mark of perfection, 100 points. Skeptical of fate, she wondered if the computer was the reason behind such an outcome. Believing that no matter how she attempted the questions, she would inevitably achieve a perfect score. Thus, she resolved to tackle a set of questions herself and submitted her answers. The result confirmed her suspicions. This was indeed a matter of skill, for she only scored 80. Nevertheless, she found the experience quite amusing. Initially lacking motivation while at the driving school, she was now invigorated by the thought of encountering him, which suggested she might soon procure her driver's license. Xia Yojie drove a slightly weathered Santana 2000, the body of the car somewhat marred, likely due to a hasty wash followed by a careless wipe with a towel, leaving it looking as though the mud had merely been smeared around. It appeared Xia Yojie frequently used this vehicle for site visits. He personally opened the rear door for Yibo Chang, yet Yibo Chang opted for the front passenger seat instead. The sight of the over 40 Xia Yojia bowing and scraping before the considerably younger Yi Buochang struck an incongruous note. Yi Buochang remarked, "Mr. Xia, there's no need for such formality. We can interact as friends." This assurance seemed to grant Xia Yojia a sense of relief. Friends are good. Friends are good. Tonight, I shall take charge of the arrangements. Please do not resist or decline, Mr. Yi. Yi Buochang inquired about their destination, then dialed Li Dong's number. "Li Dong, I'm with Mr. Xia. Please hail a cab too." Xia Yojia recognized Li Dong, having heard about him from his subordinate, the foreman Lao Feng. He was aware that Li Dong and Yi Buochang shared a fraternal bond and understood the subsequent course of action. They all comprehended that Yi Buochang could allocate some surplus materials from the project to Lao Feng. However, such maneuvering would only allow Li Dong to take a small share. The scene of Yi Buochang, Xia Yojia, and Li Dong sitting together in a private room suggested a camaraderie wherein they would feast together. Li Dong had previously accompanied Xia Yojia to a bathing establishment, a visit orchestrated by Lao Feng. They had entered a pool devoid of garments, and it was said that Xia Yojia had indulged in a series of services that night. In contrast, Li Dong found himself face-to-face with a lady clad in a shoddy gown, exuding understanding. "Please, do not jump or bite. It matters little. You may proceed at your leisure." "Thank you." Had it not been for that night, Li Dong might have remained oblivious to his own refined demeanor. Ultimately, the woman would describe him as, "Tonight, I encountered a fool. This job is easy. If only I could meet more like him, it would be a breeze. Quick profits." Ahaha. At this juncture, Li Dong felt somewhat flustered, constantly contemplating the act of pouring tea or similar tasks. Primarily, he felt such duties should fall to him in the presence of Xia Yojia. Despite Yi Buochang's evident advantages, Li Dong found himself hesitant. Xia Yojia, perceptive as ever, remarked, "Shaoli, Lao Feng has mentioned several times that you are quite capable. Why not accompany me for a few days to familiarize yourself with the company's operations?" Li Dong promptly rushed to fetch the teapot, eager to serve Xia Yojia. Xia Yojia firmly grasped his hand, snatching the teapot away and pouring a cup for Yi Buochang, while also serving a cup to the overly excited Li Dong, who seemed at a loss for words. Xia Yojia then lifted a paper box containing 2 bottles of wine. Though the box was propped up to the height of a paper bag, suggesting it was filled with something else beneath. Yi Buochang took out the 2 bottles, and upon inspecting the money inside, it was evident that the amount was substantial. He extracted 40,000 yuan, saying, "Xia, this is the money for purchasing a house." "I cannot accept it," he continued. "I do not consume alcohol, and carrying such a bag is rather inconvenient." Yi Buochang then fixed his gaze on the wide-eyed Li Dong and instructed, "Call Brother Feng and invite him for dinner. I wish to toast him twice in gratitude for his continuous support of you." This arrangement was intended to ensure that Li Dong could connect with Xia Yojia, the most influential figure. After all, when extending favors, they should be directed towards the most beneficial individuals. At the same time, it was only fair to acknowledge Lao Feng, who had been guiding Li Dong for the past 2 years. Li Dong would have the opportunity to venture out on his own without jeopardizing past relationships, allowing for mutual support in the future. The ties of friendship and connections were deftly held in Yi Buochang's hands, encapsulating the essence of his astute strategy. Though Xia Yojia smiled, he was inwardly astounded. What a seasoned player.